Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1, You Deserve to Die, Zouken Matou. No, Makiri Zolgen. A dark basement, damp walls, an abnormally disgusting environment. A grotesque, emaciated old man is laughing, harboring a dark delight, pleasurable, stomach-turning smile. Insects, 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 insects. Insects are everywhere. Eggs, larvae, pupae, and adults. Squirming, crawling, and flying. Densely packed, a swarm of insects more nauseating than the old man's smile, flooded towards the trembling girl huddled in the corner. She was still a girl in kindergarten, with short black hair reaching her ears and gem-like big eyes. She is a girl who evokes pity in the hearts of most people but not in the heart of the owner of the basement, the old man who shares the same space with the girl. The old man ignores the girl's cries and pleas and drives the swarm of insects closer to her, laughing manically. Come, Sakura, only this way can you become a member of the Matou family, my true granddaughter. At this point, the girl can no longer hear what the old man is saying. Her heart is filled with immense fear and she curls up in the corner, trembling. From her quivering lips, whispers that she can occasionally hear escape. Father. Mother. Sister. Save me. However, her voice is not audible to the old man, who continues to laugh uncontrollably, let alone to the person she is calling. Anyone. The swarm of insects draws near, just a hair's breadth away, from the girl's delicate skin. In her dim eyes, she could see the insects with their liquid-filled mouthparts and segmented limbs. Instinctively, the girl closes her eyes and lets out a desperate cry. Somebody. Save me. Perhaps Gaia did not wish to witness the loss of brilliance in the girl's nascent life, or perhaps Alea unconsciously felt a pang of compassion, or perhaps there was a slight shift in the world before the quantum fixed band. The forcefully sealed door of the basement, a place that no one wants to approach and no one dares to approach, is kicked open with great force. A breathtaking light cuts through the dimness, slicing through the girl's fear, and the swarm of insects that fills her vision. A youthful but sunshine voice is found in the ears of the girl. It's all right, I'm here, Big Brother is here to protect you. The girl opens her eyes just a slit and hazily sees a boy slightly older than her standing in front of her. He has short, naturally curly purple hair, a not-so-tall but upright figure, and an aura that stands in stark contrast to the surroundings. The girl recognizes the boy, the one who always follows the man called Father, whose name is Byakuya Matou. He is the person she should call Big Brother. The girl inexplicably recalls the scene a few hours ago, when they first met. I'm Shinji Matou. You must be Sakura. From today onwards, you're my little sister, and I'm your big brother. Bye. Big Brother. The shy girl lowers her head and timidly utters this unfamiliar address like a delicate young deer. The boy squats down on the ground and his bright smile meets the girl's evasive gaze. From now on, Big Brother will protect you. At that time, the girl did not take it to the heart, but now she believed it. Leaving behind her warm family, her father, mother, and sister, she arrived in an unfamiliar environment, changing her surname from Tosaka to Matou. A sense of confusion filled the heart of the girl. While the girl was sitting in her new room, lost in thought after finishing dinner, Matou Zoken, the head of the Matou family, and the one she should call grandfather, brought her to an uncomfortable basement. Nightmares began soon. The one who shattered the nightmare was her brother, who claimed to protect her from their first meeting. Standing opposite her brother, Zouken Matou, immersed in a sea of insects, was filled with anger and astonishment. He was angry that the ritual was interrupted before it even started and astonished that the one who interrupted the ritual was his ordinary, talentless, seemingly useless grandson. Shinji, what are you doing here? I believe I've mentioned that nobody is allowed in here. The old man's small eyes narrowed into slits, resembling insect eyes more than human eyes, as his pupils focused on the door that Shinji kicked open. The man who should have been guarding it was now nowhere to be found. Don't bother looking, my father has already been taken care of by Uncle, Shinji calmly said. Uncle. Zoken's face wrinkled, a shadow of unease appearing in his heart. Korea. That worthless family deserter. How could he? Uncle has returned. Just a moment ago, Shinji's tone carried a hint of mockery. Brought back by me. Are you surprised? You. Zoken's pupils had contracted. It was the second time he looked directly at his grandson, whom he considered worthless. What do you want? Nothing much, just cleaning up this filthy house. Shinji's expression grew colder, a stark contrast to when he comforted his sister. I finally have a lovely sister, how could I let her be scared by disgusting bugs? In particular, a wretched old bug clung to life for 500 years. The stench of decay is nauseating just to smell. Indeed, as Shinji said, his grandfather, or rather the one listed on the family register as his grandfather, Zouken Matou, was a 500-year-old monster. Just as one would expect from someone of his age, he had completely calmed down after the initial surprise and anger. Where did you learn all this? His calm tone concealed the hidden threat. He could not afford any mishaps in the meticulously planned years. Guess, Shinji chuckled, devoid of any amusement on his face. Zouken's patience for conversation had been worn thin. He will capture the boy and extract the information he wants. As a great magus, it was too easy to obtain information from a person's mouth. Contrary to the old man himself, his cane, emitting a woody fragrance, lightly tapped the ground, and the amassed swarm of insects erupted. Although I was mentally prepared, seeing it with my own eyes is still disgusting. Shinji's face turned pale, suppressing the discomfort in his stomach. Sakura, close your eyes and cover your ears. It'll be over soon. After speaking, Shinji raised his left hand and a pair of eyes suddenly appeared on his palm. The deep pupils elongated into ovals, emanating an eerie golden light similar to the eyes of the legendary winged serpent. Anything caught by these eyes, be it a living being or an inanimate object, was coated with a layer of gray and rendered immobile. Crawling creatures on the ground froze instantly, resembling statues. The insects in the air fell individually and shattered into stone debris. Petrification. Mystic eyes. Zouken's face changed drastically as he managed to escape behind the swarm of insects. You. How is this possible? A bewitching cold light flashed, and the emaciated old man split into two. In front of the old man, Shinji held a barely visible, long-handled scythe, announcing his death sentence. You deserve to die, Zouken Matou, no, Makiri Zolgen. Chapter 2, Transmigration. Magic is a phenomenon that transcends common sense. It involves taking actions that can be accomplished within the realm of common sense but making them happen extraordinarily and unconventionally. This is a collective term for acts that recreate miracles through human intervention. The term mystery refers to phenomena that defy common sense. If we remove the constraints of time and money, these phenomena can be reproduced using modern technology. Therefore, magicraft does not encompass things that humans cannot achieve. The ability to accomplish such things is referred to as magic. During the early stages of human civilization, all magic was magic. However, with the advancement of science and technology, the number of things humans can do has increased, and correspondingly, the realm of magic has diminished. In modern times, the quantity of remaining magic is extremely scarce, reduced to just a handful. Two known magic with confirmed names are the second magic, parallel world interference, and the third magic, the Heaven's Feel, Cup of Heaven, which essentially involves the materialization of souls. The use of magecraft requires a magic circuit, an organ that transforms life force into magical energy. It is akin to the internal organs or nerves, and without it, magecraft cannot be utilized. Individuals who possess magic circuits and can practice magecraft are referred to as magi. Even ordinary people have magic circuits and can learn magecraft. However, their circuits are usually scarce in number, making it quite difficult. Magi primarily inherit their magecraft and research through a system of familial lineage, known as a Magus family. The inheritance within a Magus family is not solely limited to bloodline but goes deeper into the concept of magic crests. A magic crest is a mysterious and solidified representation of the Magus' lifelong training and achievements. It can be considered a magical legacy that allows a Magus family to exist as such. Even if the biological bloodline is severed, as long as the magic crest is inherited by someone else's physical body, the continuity of that Magus family is maintained. Even if there are descendants who possess magic circuits, if they lose the magic crest, the family lineage is effectively severed in terms of magecraft. However, magi typically choose successors with exceptional aptitude from within their bloodline, continuously inheriting the magic crest. Only when faced with the situation of having no direct descendants or insufficient descendants to inherit the magic crest are alternative methods employed to select a successor, known as the heir to family lineage. The Matou family, to which Shinji Matou belongs, is one such lineage. Originally, the Matou family was a European lineage of magi with the surname Makiri. 200 years ago, they migrated to Fuyuki City in Japan and changed their surname to Matou, a Japanese phonetic alteration. Starting with the generation of Zouken Matou, the descendants of Makiri gradually began to lose their magic circuits, and by the time of Shinji Matou, they had reached a state of complete decline. To ensure the continuation of the Matou family as a lineage of magi, Zouken Matou chose to adopt Sakura Tosaka, the talented second daughter of the Tosaka family, who also belonged to a lineage of magi. Sakura was then renamed Sakura Matou. However, Sakura's attribute as a magus, how well her abilities as a magus align with a particular type of magecraft, belongs to the imaginary element void and does not harmonize with the Matou family's water attribute. Therefore, from the very first day when Sakura was adopted into the Matou family at the age of 5, Zouken Matou forcibly began to modify Sakura's body. The modification method involved implanting a large number of crest worms into Sakura's body. These worms were countless insects created and controlled by Zoken. It was a hellish pain, far beyond what a 5-year-old girl could endure. What is even more terrifying is that the so-called inheritance of the crest is nothing but a facade. In pursuit of his ambition, Zouken added even more abominable things that should be condemned by humanity. Once the modification began, Sakura's yet-to-begin life was cast under a massive shadow, and she became a puppet of Zouken. Although she did qualify to inherit the magic crest, she lost the basic dignity of being human. To prevent this thing from happening, Shinji Matou interrupted Zouken's ritual and declared his intent to kill him. The body was split in half by a scythe, and the stench of blood, tinged with a hint of decay, was splattered everywhere. However, there was no sign of pain on Zouken's face. What a beautiful strike, Shinji, let's call you that for now. At least the body belongs to Shinji, and you must have used some method to manipulate it, said Zouken. Is it so? As a great magus, can't you even tell if I've been manipulated or not? I am the grandfather who turned into a bug, you can call me Bug Lord. Shinji replied sarcastically. While Shinji spoke, he used the scythe to separate Zouken's body and then used the petrifying mystic eye to turn the shattered pieces into stones, leaving only the head. Zouken carefully examined Shinji and found no traces of magic on his body. It's not possession, then. Could someone occupy your body directly? No, it's impossible. If that were the case, how could you maintain Shinji's appearance? Have you found a way to break the memory constraints, he wondered aloud. Physical information can be falsified but the soul cannot. Otherwise, Zouken would not have maintained the appearance of a withered old man for many years, due to memory constraints. Now that someone has broken through these limitations, it is no wonder that Zouken is excited. Who knows? Shinji shrugged and swung the scythe down. I went to sleep and woke up like this. Shinji's words held no falsehood. As Zouken said, the soul within his body was not the original Shinji Matou. The original Shinji Matou was an ordinary boy without any magical talent, with the mind of an average 6-year-old. He had no abilities, let alone the idea of killing Zouken. The one with the ability to plan and carry out the murder of Zouken, now inhabiting Shinji's body, is the soul of an adult. As for how he occupied Shinji's body and what happened to the original soul, the newly born Shinji did not know. His original body was not Japanese, European, or from this world. He woke up from sleep only to find himself in a different body with a different identity, and even the world had changed. Through an analysis of residual memories in his brain, he quickly determined the situation. Though unbelievable and often doubting if he was dreaming, he had indeed arrived in a familiar yet different world through the legendary method known as icecade. It was a fantastical world, once thought to be virtual, created by Type Moon and Nasu. It was a brilliant world with various wonders, countless branches, and timelines. Here, there might be the Fate series, Tsukiheim, Mahutsukai no Yoru, Kara no Kyukai. It was a world for which countless fans of the two-dimensional realm yearned. Now he finds himself here, unfolding his own story under the identity of Shinji Matou. Chapter 3, The Death of Bug Lord. To be fair, starting to transmigrate into Shinji's body was not a good beginning. Shinji, known as Shinji Matou, was the eldest son of the Magus family, the Matou family, but he was a talentless waste when it came to magecraft. Influenced by his family environment, he grew up with twisted self-esteem and vanity, a fake magus. Self-centered and often disdainful of others, in Type Moon's Fate/Stay Night, written by Nasu, he did not meet a good end. On one world timeline, he died, and on another, he was injured. He had a typical pitiful, detestable, and tragic character. Undoubtedly, Shinji's unfortunate fate was self-inflicted, but the main culprit behind his twisted personality was his grandfather Zouken Matou. Zouken Matou, known as Bug Lord, was a twisted old monster who turned himself into a worm and lived for 500 years by continuously devouring the bodies of others as his life extension bed. In his youth, he had grand dreams and worked tirelessly towards them. However, as time passed, he realized that achieving those dreams would require a significant amount of time, and he was running out of time. To witness his future, he resorted to turning his body into a worm, seeking longevity. Sadly, many years eroded his soul. Eventually, he forgot his initial dreams and became a monstrous being, who would stop at nothing to achieve immortality. He also became a shadow that loomed the Matou family for 200 years and the mastermind behind much of the darkness in Fuyuki City, where the Matou family resided. As a transmigrator and a devoted fan of Type Moon works, Shinji knew very well that as long as Zouken was alive, there would be no future for the Matou family. The world line would eventually become one of the 3 depicted by Nasu, and everyone would be bound by his 5-century-old obsession, sinking deeper into the dark vortex. To obtain a bright future, the Bug Lord must die. He must be completely and utterly erased from this world, leaving no trace behind. However, how can a great magus, especially one known for his longevity and expertise in life extension, be killed by a 6-year-old child with an adult soul? If Shinji were still an ordinary person like in the original work, the newly born Shinji would have only one choice: to leave home like his uncle Matou Korea, live in hiding, and lead a peaceful life. Fortunately, when there are losses, there are also gains. Fate gave him a terrible start, but it also gave him the possibility of breaking free of that fate. It was this possibility that ultimately led Shinji to stand before Zoken and deliver a decisive blow, cutting through the darkness and paving the way for the future. Zoken's head split in half, then quickly turned into a stone sculpture before crumbling into dust. A vast and cold mist emanated from the fragments of Zoken's body, drifting and floating toward the outside of the basement. The human body is nothing more than a shell that can be replaced at any time. This mist was formed by the soul, which was key to killing him. Just before the mist floated out of the basement, Shinji produced an inconspicuous cloth bag and untied its fastening. If the mystic eyes of petrification does not affect spiritual entities, then... The cloth bag opened, and an invisible force swept through the petrified basement, drawing the mist towards it, which had no resistance, and sucked it into the bag. I have no choice but to use it. This bag, designed to contain the heads of monsters, will serve its purpose in sealing your abnormal soul. Shinji fastened the bag again, carefully stowed it away, and gently patted Sakura on the shoulder. Sakura put down her hands covering her ears and opened her gem-like eyes. Shinji's smile remained the same as when they first met. It's over. Let's go upstairs and have a good sleep. Tomorrow will be another beautiful day. Sakura did not answer, but she watched him silently. What's wrong? Shinji spoke softly. Big brother's face got blood on it. Sakura reached out her hand, wanting to wipe away the stains from Shinji's face. Shinji took a step back and shook his head. Don't touch it, it's dirty. It's not dirty. Big brother is not dirty at all. Sakura summoned the courage from somewhere and took a step forward, forcefully wiping away the bloodstains from Shinji's face, not caring at all that her hand was now stained with blood. Silly girl. Shinji ruffled Sakura's hair. Let's go, big brother will take you back to your room. Okay. Sakura grabbed onto the hem of Shinji's clothes, and together they left this basement that brought her nightmarish memories but no longer held as much fear. As their footsteps faded away, an inconspicuous brown flying insect flew out from the corner where Sakura was hidden. The two pairs of compound eyes looked in the direction the siblings had left, revealing hints of satisfaction and mockery. A hoarse, deep voice echoed through the void, still too naive, my grandson. Never underestimate the survival ability of an old man. Hee, your existence, similar to mine, is more suitable to be my successor than that waste. That is the voice of Zoken, the old Magus who should have been annihilated by Shinji's thunderous attack but is still alive. This was expected. The Zoken that was defeated earlier was merely a collective of insects. The true body of Zoken, the vessel that keeps his soul in this world, is sleeping in the deepest part of the mansion within the insect nest that humans cannot reach. Even if one possesses the mystic eyes of death perception, capable of killing the immortal, or the magical bag used to seal monsters, Zoken cannot be eradicated if the insects that serve as their true form are not defeated. All my limbs have been destroyed, and now I can't even generate magical energy. I should first find a suitable body outside, Zoken murmured. The flying insect flew along the shadows towards the door, preparing to fly out of the basement along the door frame. However, at that moment, a milky white hand emerged from the air, accurately grasping the flying insect carrying Zoken's last remaining soul. How pitiful, an ethereal voice rang out, resembling both heavenly music and the whispers of death. What? The gaze lifted. In the wavering gaze, there stood a woman. Silver hair without a trace of impurity, eyes like rubies, a delicate countenance that resembled something beyond humans, and a magnificent pure white gown. Zoken lifted his head, captivated by her presence. She resided in his distant memories, unchanging and everlasting in his heart, an existence akin to a goddess untouched by the passage of time. 200 years ago, she was his comrade who pursued a great ideal and offered herself a living sacrifice. Since that day, she had never aged and possessed the gaze he yearned for immeasurably. Justice Lizric von Einsburn. 200 years have passed, Tosaka Nagato is dead, and I'm left with only these remnants. Why do you refuse to die? You willingly transformed yourself into a monstrosity, going against our initial wishes, yet you still refuse to die. The voice, filled with immense nostalgia, was echoed once again. Answer me, Matou Zoken. Why? 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 Why do you not wish to die? Every day, enduring pain, unable to bask in the sunlight, living in this inhuman manner, living in a way that is more painful than death. Even though liberation from this pain is just within reach, you still hold on to all the suffering, gripping onto life tightly. Why is that? I remember now. Yes. Initially, it was intended for a noble purpose. To grasp everything within one's hands. To understand all truths, reach uncharted realms. To transcend the limitations of the physical body and reach the soul's boundlessness. A species called humanity, confined by predetermined boundaries, seeks to break free from the endless spiral of the brain. All the hatred and all the pain are for the sake of healing and erasure. I recall it now. When I learned about the lamentation of a world without paradise. If this world is empty, if even the creation of a physical body is not allowed, then I shall strive towards a place where it is permitted. It is not about creating an entirely new world, but rather transforming myself, transforming the existence of humanity into something new. That's right. Just by lifting our heads, we can reach that universe, that end, and be reborn anew. It is a horizon that no one has ever imagined, reaching the ideal land that we cannot depict. For this reason. Therefore, we sought the Holy Grail. We seek a miracle beyond our human capabilities. Until this is achieved, there is no reason to disappear. No matter how many times we are defeated and how many times we realize that the physical body alone cannot reach it, as long as we are still alive, we will never give up. Yes, there is only one thing we dream of. To abolish all evil in the world. For an unattainable ideal, we wager our lives. So, we must continue to exist. Even after all our enemies have vanished, even though we know it is meaningless, we cannot stop seeking. Believing that there is meaning in our existence, as long as we exist, perhaps we can cultivate someone who inherits our will. Therefore, survival must continue. Even if we understand that pain is endless, there is no reason for death. Even if we want to change ourselves, we want to overcome the immature lamentations of our youth. This is our way of survival, and it is the answer that we cannot find. That's right. Even if there are no rewards for the future. This was an original desire. This kind of pain. Compared with the relentless pursuit of an unattainable desire, the desire to not die seems insignificant. Yes, that's right, Einsburn, Zouken whispered, more to himself than to the golden holy woman. I remember now. There were many words that Zouken did not speak, but Justice understood them in her heart. Because they were comrades from the beginning, comrades who sacrificed themselves to save humanity. However, the excessively long time has eroded your soul, even forgetting the original wish. Therefore, it is time to end it. Yes, it's time to end it. Our wishes, pain, and Makiri's mission, everything will come to an end here, won't it? Under the gaze of these eyes, Zouken becomes incredibly calm. It was not a bad thing for this endless journey, sparked by her, to be concluded. Will you continue to fulfill our wishes? I will. Justice nodded solemnly. I see. Then I wish you success, Einsburn. Zouken closes his insect-like eyes and awaits his end. Farewell, Makiri Zouken. Justice tightened her grip and the insects turned into a pile of flesh. The soul that remained in the world through obsession lost its vessels and departed. The shadow that loomed Fuyuki City for 200 years finally dissipated. The golden holy woman stepped out of the basement and out of the forbidden corridor of the Matou family. At the intersection of light and shadow, a childbearing resemblance to the young Makiri Zouken leaned against the wall while waiting. Is it over? It's over. I fulfilled my promises, now it's your turn. Justice looked into the boy's eyes without blinking. Don't worry, I will keep the promise. The boy's face lacked traces of color, but his tone was resolute. However, even if we truly achieve the Greater Grail, I don't believe we can fulfill humanity's salvation. Besides, does humanity truly need salvation? To be able or unable, it's always worth a try. That is the only remaining obsession within me. Justice closes her eyes and is silent. As you wish, Your Highness, the Lady of Winter. After saying these words, the boy seemed to lose all of his strength and collapse onto the ground. Chapter 4, The Ins and Outs. Chapter 4, The Ins and Outs. The Holy Grail originated from a miraculous object in Christian legends. However, in the magical world, it has a special definition. It is synonymous with miracles, the product of the third magic, the materialization of the soul, and is recognized as the attempt to reach the root, the gateway to the almighty wish-granting machine. The root is also known as the vortex of the root, the starting point of everything, containing all the causes of existence. Where there is a cause, there is an effect, and thus, in terms of existence, it represents the ultimate knowledge. It is the ultimate goal that all Magus dream of, and it is a realm that humans can never achieve in their lifetime. According to the legend, by reaching the vortex of the root, humans can grasp the fundamental causes and laws of everything in the world. They can alter the structure and order of the world, in other words, create a new world and destroy the old world. This is because it is impossible to achieve this. It is because of this that everything in Fuyuki City has come into being. About 180 years ago, the ancestors of Sakura, Nagato Tosaka, the founder of the Matou family, Makiri Zouken, Zoken Matou, and Justice Lizrick von Einsburn, who bears the title, Lady of Winter, secretly constructed the Holy Grail system in Fuyuki City. Nagato Tosaka provided the spiritual land with powerful magical energy, which is Fuyuki City itself. Makiri Zoken created a ritual called the Holy Grail War, where 7 masters and their servants fight each other to collect magical energy and summon the Holy Grail. Justice Lizric von Einsburn sacrificed herself and became the core of the entire system. The Holy Grail War occurs every 60 years and has already undergone 3 iterations, each failing for different reasons. The original 3 individuals, Nagato Tosaka, passed on the dream of reaching the root to future generations and died naturally. Makiri Zoken, driven by his ambition, resorted to any means necessary to prolong his lifespan until he forgot his original intentions. If not for Shinji's interference, he would have continued to cling to his obsession, plotting, and causing a series of tragedies. Justice Lizric von Einsburn has remained at the center of the Holy Grail system, but her personality has long since disappeared. This is Shinji's understanding of the Fuyuki City Holy Grail system. Most of them are accurate, with only a slight deviation at the end. The personality of the Lady of Winter, who serves as the core of the system, has not completely disappeared but is preserved in a residual form within the system. Through a fortuitous encounter and connection with Shinji after his transmigration, it manifests as a spirit or ghost. It sounds absurd, doesn't it? Shinji himself also thinks that it is absurd. His initial reaction was that he had fallen under some unknown magic, since Type Moon is known for its mysteries, and anything strange happening would not be surprising. However, as he delved deeper into the situation, Shinji was able to confirm that it was indeed Justice Lizric von Einsburn's personality, or rather, a part of her personality. It carried Justice Lizric von Einsburn's memory but lacked the extreme rationality and coldness of the original person. According to Justice Lizric von Einsburn, she is influenced by one of the servants in the Holy Grail system. Unlike the Tosaka and Matou families, the Einsburn family is an artificial human family, and Justice Lizric von Einsburn herself is also an artificial human. From the time of her birth, until she went to Japan to construct the Holy Grail system, she remained in Einsburn Castle and had no contact with humans, therefore, she had very few human emotions. Justice Lizric von Einsburn's body died when the Holy Grail system was complete, but her soul and personality did not dissipate directly. Without external intervention, her already indifferent personality would not have been able to hold out for long. At this time, the First Holy Grail War began, and as servants died, their existence was injected into the Holy Grail system. Servants are the incarnations of heroic spirits, who are heroes who have become legends because of their great achievements and have become objects of worship. As heroic spirits, they are released from the constraints of time and move to the throne of heroes located outside the world. Heroic spirits transcend the timeline and can be summoned in any era, whether it is the past or the future. However, only the world can summarize the true form of the heroic spirits. Unfortunately, humans cannot summon the true form of heroic spirits and can only summon them as incarnations called servants. Even as incarnations, their existence is incredibly powerful. Their emotions influence Justice Lizric von Einsburn's gradually dissipating personality, making her increasingly human-like. This gave rise to the desire to witness everything until the end. Ultimately, this desire continued through the miracle of the third magic and became the current Justice Lizric von Einsburn. If everything had gone as planned, Justice Lizric von Einsburn's personality would not have had to do anything and could simply be witnessed silently. However, an unexpected incident has occurred. In the Third Holy Grail War, which took place 59 years ago, the Einsburn family violated the rules by summoning the Eighth Servant, resulting in the contamination of the Holy Grail and the loss of its proper function. As a result, Justice Lizric von Einsburn's personality became increasingly unstable owing to the presence of an anomaly. If this continued, her personality would disappear by the time the Fourth Holy Grail War began. Fate is indeed strange. 2 wills that wanted to survive broke the limitations of life and death at the same time, met each other, and made a contract to help each other. With Justice Lizric von Einsburn's assistance, Shinji obtained power, defeated corruption, and opened up the future. With the contract with Shinji, Justice Lizric von Einsburn manifested in a spiritual form similar to a servant and, with Shinji's help, expelled the corruption from the Holy Grail, restoring it to its original state. Justice Lizric von Einsburn's body is the core of the Holy Grail system, and naturally, her personality holds a small portion of the magical power of the Holy Grail system. Although this portion of power is negligible compared with the entire Holy Grail, it is still powerful for humans and powerful enough to open Shinji's meridians throughout his body. The closed magical circuits due to his family's decline. With the infusion of magical power, Shinji successfully awakened his magical circuits, obtaining qualifications that match those of ancient Magus families, and in this process, he unexpectedly came into contact with the origin of his bloodline, triggering a brief phenomenon similar to a divine descent. The Matou family, originating from the European Makiri family, can be traced back to the great hero of mythological times, the first-class Perseus, who is even considered the second coming of God. Perhaps for this reason, Perseus and Shinji share a very similar nature and have excellent compatibility. After the divine descent ended, Shinji calmly realized that he had obtained an immensely powerful trump card, Perseus' Noble Phantasm. The Noble Phantasm, as the final armament of a servant, is a materialized miracle, the proof of the hero held by the servant, and the crystallization of humanity's yearning for miracles. It is known as the noble fantasies of prestige, the strongest weapon and a symbol of the servants themselves. This is precisely why Shinji, in the body of a 6-year-old child, was able to slay Zouken and gain his greatest reliance for the future. Unfortunately, Perseus's noble phantasm is incredibly powerful, and Shinji himself is too weak. With his magical power, he can only sustain a single noble phantasm for a few minutes, and using multiple ones simultaneously would further increase the strain. This situation determined that the matter of killing Zouken had to be resolved quickly. If this could not be accomplished before his body was given out, everything would be lost. Therefore, before taking action, Shinji pondered and simulated countless times, ultimately deciding to launch a surprise attack when Zouken moved against Sakura. Only at that moment would Zouken's defenses be weakest, and only at that moment would there be an opportunity to simultaneously destroy Zouken's body and soul, truly killing him without leaving any future trouble. To ensure that nothing went wrong, Shinji prepared months in advance, including but not limited to tampering with Zouken's underground Magus workshop while he was away on a business trip, deliberately creating vulnerability. He also contacted Korea, who had been away from home for many years, asking him to deal with Byakuya and any potential servants that might appear. The previous assassination mission seemed effortless and flawless, but in reality, it was extremely perilous. A single misstep leads to a deep abyss. When Shinji escorted Sakura back to her room, he was already at his limits. His mental, emotional, magical, and physical strengths were depleted, relying solely on sheer willpower. Once the outcome was clear, the willpower dissipated, and he immediately fainted. Even when unconscious, Shinji continued to smile. For the sake of a home without shadows and a bright future within the reach. Even though he had to bear a heavy burden, he willingly accepted it. Chapter 5, Conditions. Chapter 5, Conditions. When Shinji woke up from his unconscious state, it was already in the afternoon the next day. The warm sunlight streamed through the half-open curtains, passing through the transparent glass and casting a sacred radiance on the delicate figure of the woman, who seemed more exquisite than humans. It bestowed a holy glow upon her pure white form as if she were a saint carrying out the will of the gods. This was the first sight that Shinji beheld upon opening his eyes. The stunning and awe-inspiring image instantly dispelled the haze of consciousness and stiffness in his body. Good morning, no, good afternoon, Caster. Shinji rolled out of bed and stretched lazily toward the sun. Good afternoon, Shinji. Caster closes the book in her hands. It was not a book related to magic or a weighty tome, it was just an ordinary magazine. After leaving the Holy Grail system, the Winter Holy Maiden, who had been isolated from the world for many years, began to explore the world in her way by reading books and newspapers, making it her hobby. How is everything at home? Shinji walked into the bathroom, squeezing toothpaste onto his toothbrush as he asked. There haven't been any significant changes compared to before. Caster casually pushed open the window, and a refreshing breeze swept in, carrying away the accumulated staleness of the past several hours and bringing in fresh air. As you planned, I used suggestion to blur Sakura's memories of last night. Apart from you, your father, and your uncle, no one will know about Zoken's death. Thank you. You have worked hard, Shinji mumbled with his toothbrush in his mouth. No need for thanks. It is part of our contract. Even though Caster possessed emotions and humanity, her demeanor still leaned toward indifference. From my perspective, I still have to thank you. Whether you accept it or not is up to you. It had been quite some time since Shinji and Caster established their contracts, and he had grown accustomed to her indifference, paying it no mind. Caster also didn't pay attention to Shinji's reaction and continued, while you were resting, your father and uncle came to see you twice. They still have doubts about Zoken's death and hope you can provide them with an explanation. As expected. After all, they have been living in the shadow of the Matou family since birth, anyone would be afraid. Even if I had obtained the noble phantasm of Perseus and successfully destroyed Zoken's body and soul, I would have felt uneasy. Even now, I want to confirm once again, Zoken, is he dead? Despite his words, Shinji's face showed no emotions and terrifying calmness. From the first day, he realized that he had transmigrated into Shinji and had been acting. Initially, it was for self-preservation to prevent Zoken from discovering his secret. After encountering Caster, he was prepared to kill Zoken. After several months, he forced himself to remain unruffled to maintain his composure, gradually forming it into instinct. He is dead, Caster confirmed. Matou Zoken, or rather, Makiri Zolgen, has completely disappeared from this world. I see, that's good then. Shinji lifted his head and looked at himself in the mirror as well as the reflection of Caster beside him. He is dead. The Matou family, founded by him, will continue to develop and will be even busier than before. Shinji repeated similar words 10 minutes later, addressing his father, Byakuya, and his uncle, Korea. Byakuya Matou, the nominal head of the Matou family, was like the original Shinji, lacking any talent as a Magus and never receiving the training of the Matou. He was merely a figurehead without substance and was responsible for menial tasks at the level of an assistant. The real power remains in Zoken's hands. However, this was not necessarily bad for Byakuya. Whether as a figurehead or due to his disdain for magecraft, as long as he desired the assets of the Matou family and a carefree life, this was not a bad trade-off. Sometimes, the pressure can be overwhelming, leading to frequent escape through alcohol. It is worth mentioning that neither from Shinji's memories nor Byakuya's life was there any information about Shinji's mother. Perhaps that woman had long since passed away, or perhaps Shinji himself was an unexpected creation. In all cases, this was the best. At least there was no need to worry about the emergence of a woman who would be called mother. Kariya Matou, Shinji's only uncle who still possessed some magecraft knowledge in the Matou family, was originally the intended successor of Zouken, favored by him. However, 11 years ago, Kariya broke free from the shackles of the family, unable to accept the repulsive insect magecraft and unwilling to become Zoken's puppet. He left the house, which resembled a purgatory. Of course, Kariya's successful departure from the family was also due to Zoken's negligence. In Zoken's eyes, while Kariya's magical circuits were slightly better than Byakuya's, Zoken didn't believe it was necessary to exert the effort to strip him of his free will and make him the next head of the family. This incident also became one of the reasons Sakura was adopted by the Matou family. Ironically, in continuation of the original timeline, Kariya would return to the house he had left many years ago because of Sakura's entry into the Matou family. He would sacrifice himself in the hope of saving Sakura, who had fallen into the abyss of insects. After all, Sakura was the child of the only woman Kariya had ever loved. However, this sacrifice ultimately resulted in nothing. Kariya died, and Sakura became Zoken's puppet, ushering in 10 years of a miserable life. Fortunately, all of this has changed. The main culprit, the mastermind behind it, was dead. The self-destruction of all the crest worms in the nest, the gradual failure of Zoken's Magus workshop, and the disappearance of the decaying aura that pervaded the house, all of these indicate the joyous fact that Zoken is dead. Shinji looked at his father in a daze and his uncle going mad for a while before clapping his hands to calm them down. No matter how much you feel, Zoken is dead, and we still have to go on to live. Owing to Zoken's accumulation, the Matou family has an excellent platform. If we want to live well, the platform cannot be wasted. So, father, uncle, I need your help. Shinji. It was only at this moment that the two brothers focused their gaze on Shinji and the woman who suddenly appeared behind him. After struggling with society for all these years, the brothers were not fools. They naturally understand the principles of giving to receive. Being able to kill Zoken indicated that Shinji, or rather, the woman of unknown origin who accompanied him, possessed power equal to or even surpassing Zoken. What did such a person want from a Matou family? Could the Matou family, now without Zoken, provide what she sought? Were they walking out of the tiger's den or into the wolf's den? At this moment, the long-lost brothers forgot their estrangement and the unpleasantness of the last night and this morning. After all, Kariya had previously flipped Zoken, and asked for an unprecedented solemn expression. What do you need us to do? Chapter 6, Chapter 6. Chapter 6, Determination. Shinji was well aware of his father and uncle's uneasiness. When he made up his mind to kill Zoken, he knew that both Byakuya and Kariya would look at him differently afterward. It would be difficult to maintain a pure relationship between elders and juniors. The soul and body influence each other, and Shinji's memories affect the soul of the time traveler, making it impossible for him to face them with the attitude of a stranger. He would see the uneasiness in their eyes and feel a mixture of sighs and guilt. Justice coughed lightly and urged Shinji to continue doing so. Gathering his thoughts, Shinji said, I made the contract with Castor, and I will bear the cost. It doesn't require my father, uncle, or the Matou family to directly pay anything. Not directly, but indirectly. Kariya's brow furrowed, not relaxed, in response to Shinji's words. Instead, it grew even more tense. Kariya had been away from Fuyuki City for many years and had no contact with the family. His brother Byakuya asked him to receive mail. Over 10 days ago, a letter arrived in the mailbox without a signature, only a phone number, and a sentence. Aoi's daughter, Sakura Tosaka, is about to become an adopted daughter of the Matou family. Kariya, who had always been the backup plan for Sakura's happiness, became anxious. He immediately dialed the number in the anonymous letter and, following the instructions of the woman's voice on the phone, went through several twists and turns to arrive at an abandoned building. There, he met a woman who answered his call, Castor, and his nephew, Shinji Matou. There, he learned of their plan to kill Zoken when he moved against Sakura. Although he didn't want to scare Sakura, Kariya agreed to cooperate to secure Sakura's future. That day, he found a way to handle other people in the family and ensured that Shinji would be in the best condition to take action. From that moment on, Kariya knew that Shinji was not ordinary and not a puppet of Castor. Moreover, since Zoken's death, it has always been Shinji speaking, with Castor saying no more than 10 sentences, and only in response to direct questions when Shinji was resting. Facing Korea's question, Shinji nodded calmly. Even though Uncle has given up on the path of magecraft, he still received several years of magecraftal training. He should know how many resources are needed to cultivate a qualified magi. The resources needed for me and Sakura to become a magi should be provided by the Matou family. Byakuya looked at Shinji in surprise. Wasn't he, like himself, lacking in magecraft aptitude? Sakura. I can understand, but why her? Korea's expression changed and his voice was filled with impatience. He had come back for Sakura, and she was the untouchable thorn in his side. Don't get agitated, Uncle, Shinji calmly looked at him. Have you ever thought about why the Tosaka family agreed to have Sakura adopted by the Matou family? Well. Korea was taken aback. Until now, his attention had been focused on the fact that Sakura was going to enter the Matou family without considering the reason behind it. Before Korea could figure it out, Shinji continued, the Tosaka family is a legitimate magecraft lineage, and the head of the family, Tokiomi Tosaka, is a traditional magus. Why would such a person take an interest in the Matou family that faces a lineage crisis? The answer is simple, the Matou family's inheritance of magecraft and the magic crest. I will tell you a bit about the previous generation's gossip. Sakura's mother, Aoi Zenju, comes from the Zenju family, which has a history of magus. Although she is not a magus, like her father, she carries the magical factors in her bloodline, making her a suitable mother for a magecraft lineage. Tokiomi Tosaka saw this and proposed marriage to Aoi Zenju. Uncle, you became childhood friends with her for the same reason. I know all of this, Korea rudely interrupted. Then what happened next? Byakuya found this quite interesting. As Tokiomi Tosaka hoped and as Zoken predicted, Aoi Zenju gave birth to two daughters with excellent potential as magi. Generally, obtaining one of them would be an unparalleled treasure for a traditional magecraft lineage. But having both at the same time becomes a luxurious dilemma, as the ancient Chinese saying goes, the dilemma of having both fish and bear's paw. Shinji's eyes flickered with a hint of excitement as he continued, the Tosaka family faced a problem. They could not decide which daughter to prioritize to ensure the continuation of their lineage. They are torn between Rin and Sakura. However, they couldn't just let the other one go to waste. Korea's impatience subsided as he listened intently. Byakuya is also engrossed in the story, waiting for Shinji to reveal the answer. That's where the Matou family comes in, Shinji said, his voice tinged with satisfaction. The Matou family desperately needed a successor. Zoken was old and weak, and his grandson, Mi, lacked the potential to become magi. The Tosaka family saw this opportunity. They proposed a solution. Sakura would be adopted into the Matou family, ensuring the continuation of the Tosaka lineage through Rin, while simultaneously securing Sakura's future as a magi. Byakuya's eyes widened in realization. So, Sakura is a pawn in this grand scheme. Shinji nodded and his expression was serious. Yes, uncle. Sakura's adoption into the Matou family was a strategic move by the Tosaka family. It was a means to balance their lineage and secure the future of both Rin and Sakura. Korea fists clenched in anger. And I was kept in the dark about all of this. They used Sakura as a bargaining chip without considering her happiness. Shinji's tone softened. Uncle, I understand your anger and frustration. However, please understand that Sakura's happiness has not been entirely disregarded. She may have been a pawn, but she was also allowed to become a magi, something she desired deep down. With proper training and support, she can fulfill her potential and find her path. Korea saw that his anger had subsided slightly. I just want Sakura to be safe and happy. However, what about you? Shinji. What do you get out of all this? A wistful smile was played on the lips of Shinji. For me, uncle, this is a chance to prove myself. I may not have been born with magecraft potential, but I refuse to let that define me. With the resources and training provided by the Matou family, I can develop my path and become a magus of my own right. It's an opportunity one couldn't let slip away. Korea looked at Shinji with a mix of surprise and admiration. You've grown up, Shinji. You've taken charge of your destiny. Shinji's smile widened. Thank you, uncle. I won't let you down. Korea sighed again and his anger dissipated further. I may not fully agree with all of this, but I can't deny that you've shown determination and resourcefulness. Just promises me one thing, Shinji, protect Sakura at all costs. Don't let her suffer like I did. Shinji's eyes gleamed with determination. I promise, uncle. I will protect Sakura with everything I have. In these words, the tension in the room decreased slightly. Three of them, bound by their shared connection to Sakura, now face a future filled with uncertainty. However, they were prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead and united in their resolve to protect and guide Sakura on her chosen path. I would be happy to agree, Byakuya replied on behalf of his younger brother. As father said, this is Tosaka Tokiomi's idea, and it is also a common idea among traditional Magus. Shinji's face showed a heaviness that didn't match his age. Sakura entering the Matou family doesn't mean Tosaka Tokiomi will remain indifferent. The inheritance of crest takes a long time, regardless of whether it is now. If Sakura does not grow in magecraft, what will Tosaka Tokiomi do? Will he take Sakura back? To put it bluntly, Uncle alone won't be able to protect Sakura, and the result will only be Sakura being taken away by Tosaka Tokiomi. Upon hearing this, Kariya unconsciously clenched his fists and nails digging into his flesh without his awareness. Shinji continued without pausing. The next course of action was foreseeable. To avoid wasting his daughter's talent, Tosaka Tokiomi is likely to send Sakura to another lineage, perhaps a decent one, or even a worse place in the Matou family. However, such lineages rarely have familial bonds. After all, Magus lack morals and are creatures driven more by reason than emotions. I won't let Tokiomi take Sakura away. I won't let Sakura go to such a place. Kariya's eyes became bloodshot. But you can't protect Sakura, Shinji revealed the cold reality in a calm tone. Let me put it this way, the entire Matou family can't stop Tosaka Tokiomi alone. Even if you run away, you may not be able to escape the reach of the Tosaka family. Kariya fell silent. He knew that everything Shinji said was true, and he also knew why Shinji spoke this way. Tell me, what do I need to do to protect Sakura? How can I keep Sakura from being tainted by magecraft? Shinji shook his head and said, it's impossible to keep Sakura from being tainted by magecraft. Being born into such a family determines her fate, and it is also a prerequisite for Sakura to remain in the Matou family. However, studying magecraft and growing healthily is not contradictory. Magecraft is like mathematics or English, studying it alone is not bad. The key to this is Sakura's learning environment. Uncle, do you think she should study and live under your watchful eye? Or... Stop, Kariya interrupted Shinji once again. Just do as you said. Sakura will study magecraft and you will learn with her. That's what you wanted to hear, right? Shinji smiled. I just hope you can uphold the honor of the Matou family. Chapter 7. The brand new Matou family. I just hope that you can support the Matou family, Shinji said. This was the purpose behind Shinji's revelation of Zenju Aoi's secret and his discussion about Sakura's future, to ignite Kariya's determination. Although not mentioned frequently in the Fate series, being a magician is an incredibly expensive profession. The sustainability of every Magus lineage is built upon substantial financial support, and the Matou family in Fuyuki City, Japan, is no exception. The main source of income for the Matou family comes from renting out the sacred ground, which is a land rich in magical energy. Only Magus can manage that sacred ground, and with Zoken's passing, if the Matou family doesn't have a new Magus to oversee this task, their financial resources will significantly decline. While the Matou family also has some secular industries that are reasonably profitable, they pale in comparison to the income from sacred ground rentals. It becomes difficult to sustain the daily expenses of the main household and various branch establishments. Therefore, for the Matou family to continue, Shinji and Sakura need a worry-free environment for their growth. The rental of sacred ground businesses must not encounter any issues. Shinji is only 6 years old, and he has only recently regained his qualifications as a magi. He has not received professional training and is not a match for Kariya, an adult who has undergone a period of magecraft training. It is clear who is superior or inferior. Furthermore, the Matou family's sacred grounds are spread throughout the country, requiring interaction with local Magus lineages. It is unsuitable for a 6-year-old child. Therefore, whether it is for Shinji, the Matou family, or even for Kariya himself, he must become a competent Magus. As for Kariya's aversion to magecraft, it is inherited from the family. It is an aversion to the repulsive worm magecraft. On this matter, Justice had something to say. Zoken, no, the original magecraft of the Matou family was not worm magecraft, but rather a legitimate magecraft based on the water element. Zoken's collection of books contained information in this regard, and I have some understanding of it. You can try to learn it. Hearing the words of this powerful Magus who killed Zoken, Kariya dispelled his remaining concerns and promised, I will become a qualified magi as quickly as possible, for Sakura, for yourself, Shinji interrupted. Uncle, do you despise Tosaka Tokiomi, who wants to send Sakura to the worm's nest? I despise him, very much. Kariya's hatred towards Tosaka Tokiomi was palpable. He stole the woman he loved the most and sent her daughter to the worm's nest. The people Kariya hated the most in his life were Zouken and Tokiomi, and now that Zouken was dead, only Tokiomi remained. Then let's work hard. If you meet Caster's requirements within a year, you will have a chance to defeat Tokiomi, Shinji said, showing a devilish smile. If you miss this opportunity, there may never be another chance. 1 year. As Kariya listened to Shinji's words and looked at his smile, a term buried deep in Kariya's memory slowly surfaced, Holy Grail War. That's right, the Holy Grail War, Shinji snapped his fingers. In Justy's eyes, a dazzling light shone, not because of magecraft but because of Shinji's determination. Holy Grail War. A blazing flame burned in Kariya's eyes, filled with anger, resentment, and unwillingness. Good, very good. The Holy Grail does not matter, however. I just want to defeat him. Brother. Ah, I understand. Although their relationship as brothers was not strong, they had an unspoken understanding of their childhood. Byakuya understood what Kariya meant. I'll take care of the logistical support, just like I have always done. That is, what do you both want, right? Shinji and Miss Justice. You truly are my father, Shinji said, not surprised by his father's behavior. After observing him for some time, Shinji was certain that this character, who had only made a few appearances in the Fate series, was undoubtedly clever. Born into the Matou family, living under the shadow of a tainted family, yet still able to maintain a relatively correct outlook on life and the world. Although he did not live a completely smooth life, he was immune to sorrow. How can such a person be considered simple? Let's not call me father anymore, Byakuya waved his hand. I know my child, and you are not him. No, you are my father. Although some things have happened, I am indeed Shinji Matou, there's no mistake. There may be some behaviors that seem out of place to you, but it's just because I gained some life experiences unexpectedly. Shinji patted his face and placed his favorite expressions. Like the time you took me out for a drink and ended up losing me, or the time you took me out to play but forgot to bring money, and also. Stop, Byakuya raised his hand repeatedly. I believe you are my son, but seeing my son so mature, as a father, I can't help but feel that something is off. Well, I'm sorry about that, Shinji's mouth twitched. How about finding you a stepmother and having another child? The brothers and sisters were also fine. After all, there's no one to control you now. Is it normal for children to talk to their father like this? Byakuya rolled his eyes. Shinji also rolled his eyes. As far as I know, yes, and there are quite a few. I heard those words just over 10 days ago when I passed by the villa at the corner of the main street. This time, it was Byakuya's mouth twitching. Instead of learning what's good, you specialize in learning what's bad. There's nothing wrong with that, big brother, Kariya smiled. At least this time we have a sense of home. Yeah, this feeling isn't bad at all, Byakuya chuckled. Shinji leaned back on the sofa and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This will be his home from now on. Although this home was different from a typical family, he did not want it to be cold and devoid of warmth. A small head appeared on the door with large sparkling eyes. Big brother, uncle, father. It was Sakura Matou, dressed like a small princess. Come here, Shinji waved at Sakura. Sakura ran lightly over and smiled sweetly at Shinji. Good afternoon, big brother. You have a bad sleeping habit. Ah, big brother was wrong, Shinji apologized sincerely. I'll make sure to correct it next time. Mom said, a good child admits their mistakes and changes. Sakura said seriously. I can't call her mom anymore, I should call her Auntie Tosaka. It's okay. Outside, you can call her Auntie Tosaka, but at home, call her whatever you want, Kariya's face was filled with affection. Isn't it best if you call me uncle and call him dad? Byakuya nudged his brother with his elbow, teasing. I wouldn't mind. Kariya blushed, wanting to retort but unable to resist the temptation of being called daddy himself. He was caught in an awkward situation, not knowing how to respond, which caused both the Shinji and Byakuya to burst into laughter. Although Sakura did not know what they were laughing about, she still laughed. Soon, Kariya also started laughing. Unbeknownst to them, Justice, who had been observing them coldly, had a faint smile at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 8. Training. A new life begins. At 5:30 in the morning, Justice would wake up Shinji on time, and then Shinji would go room by room, waking up his drowsy father, uncle, and sister. The entire family then exercises together. It is essential to determine whether an ordinary person or a Magus has a good physique. This was the first lesson that Justice, a newly appointed Matou family magecraft teacher, taught her 3 students. Justice was an artificial being created to replicate the third magic. Although she had mastered the third magic, her fragile body and inability to grow due to her artificial nature limited the magecraft to a finite range. Justice did not want her 3 students to follow in her footsteps, especially Shinji, who had formed a contract and wanted to freely use the noble phantasm he obtained from Perseus. Good physical condition is of utmost importance. Both Shinji and Kariya understood Justice's intentions, as they had the maturity of adults. Sakura, although a bit of a sleepyhead, obediently woke up and cooperated with the semi-coaxing, semi-supervision of Shinji and Kariya, quickly getting used to the routine. The only person who complained was Byakuya, the only ordinary person in the house. He did not need training and was only dragged into morning exercises because Shinji felt irritated, seeing him sleeping late. To be honest, it was difficult for someone who occasionally stayed up late into the night to wake up early, but Shinji had a way: coercion and persuasion. Coercion: if you do not wake up early to exercise, Sakura and I will cause trouble at night. With those dragging anchors, let us see how you can chase after girls. If that does not work, I will have Castor keep an eye on you. I do not believe you can still have a mood for drinking with her staring at you expressionlessly. Persuasion: this is for your good. How can you enjoy a nightlife without a good physique? Have you seen Castor? She hardly sleeps, but still looks radiant. Aren't you envious? Do you not want to try the physical training methods she has taught? Besides, trying it will not do any harm. With this dual approach, Byakuya bid farewell to his beloved nightlife and joined the morning exercise routine. The first morning exercise activity was jogging. They would start from the Matou residence, go south along the residential streets, turn east on the main street, make a loop around the residential area, and then return to the Matou residence. Shinji had specifically planned the jogging route, not only because of its good road conditions and pleasant environment but also because it conveniently passed by the front of the Tosaka residence. It fulfilled a mother's wish to see her daughter, gave Sakura a chance to see her sister and mother, provided Korea, the best backup in Fuyuki City, with comfort and motivation, and also showcased the Matou family's attitude towards Sakura, accomplishing multiple goals with one action. To prevent anyone from the Tosaka or Ainsburn family from discovering her, Justice never appears in front of others. Including Shinji himself, everyone in the Matou family was subtly influenced and forbidden from revealing any information about Justice to the outside world. Shinji's calculations were not in vain. Approximately a week later, a gentle and beautiful woman appeared on the window on the second floor of the Tosaka house. Seeing this figure, Sakura would smile with extra joy, and Korea would become particularly serious. Shinji knew that it was Tosaka Aoi. The next day, Aoi was accompanied by a cute girl with twin tails, waving excitedly toward Sakura and Korea. That was Sakura's sister, Tosaka Rin, the future head of the Tosaka family. On the third day, Aoi and Rin came directly to the front door of the Matou residence and greeted the group with dignity. Accompanied by a man wearing a red suit and sporting a small beard on his chin, there was no doubt that he was the current head of the Tosaka family, the fifth-generation head, Tosaka Tokiomi. At first sight of this man, Shinji knew why Korea had fallen flat in matters of the heart. In terms of appearance, demeanor, and behavior, the refined Tokiomi was far superior to the rebellious and geeky Korea. Korea was also hesitant to involve his beloved women in the worm's nest, which held him back and caused him to lose the only advantage of a childhood friend. It was only natural that he would be defeated by heavenly Tokiomi. However, Shinji, who knew Tokiomi's true nature and followed the anime quote, "Everything is Tokiomi's fault," had no favorable impression of him. Compared to Korea, who expressed anger and laughter at the meeting, Tokiomi's constant elegance made people feel fake and unreal. The most evident display of this was his seemingly calm but arrogant pleasantries with Korea, as well as his deliberate oppression of Aoi and Rin's affectionate behavior towards Sakura. To Tokiomi, since Sakura had entered the Matou family, she was a member of the Matou family and should not be bound by past familial relationships. This attitude hurts young Sakura and intensifies the anger that has been built up in Korea's heart. If it were not for Aoi, Rin, or Sakura's sake, he might have erupted on the spot. Although the outcome would undoubtedly be Korea's defeat, this genuine and unpretentious attitude further convinced Shinji that his approach was correct. Since then, Korea has become even more determined, reaching the point of working tirelessly day and night. Whether it was systematic strengthening training after the morning exercises or subsequent magecraft lessons, Korea always exceeded expectations. He would often collapse from exhaustion and Justice would have to waste her precious magic power, which was already scarce, to heal him. Although Justice was able to manifest in the world in a way similar to a servant thanks to her contract with Shinji, she lost her connection to the Holy Grail system from the moment she manifested. All of the magical powers she used for magecraft came solely from Shinji, who provided it. There are two sources of magical power in a magi: one is to convert their life force into magical energy through magic circuits, and the other is to go a step further and use their bodies as converters to draw magical energy from the outside world, creating magical energy that can be used by humans. The latter can generate much more magical power than the former can, but it is also much more difficult. Only excellent surgeons can proficiently master this technique. Shinji's magic circuits in terms of quality and quantity were top-notch, but because he couldn't draw magical energy from the outside world, relying only on his magical power was barely enough to sustain Justice's daily consumption. Using magecraft would burden Shinji even more. After several consecutive attempts, Shinji set a limit for Korea to avoid slowing down his training progress. Of course, Korea's hard work was not without benefit. Besides rapidly improving his abilities, Shinji and Sakura also worked hard and made remarkable progress under his guidance. 3 months later, Korea was able to independently perform simple magecraft, and soon both Shinji and Sakura reached this level as well. Half a year later, Korea inherited the magic crests of the Matou family. After Zoken turned himself into a worm, the magic crest was maintained separately. Shinji and Sakura were still young and not ready to receive the crest early, therefore, Kiriya was the best candidate. From the moment the crest was engraved on his body, Kiriya could already be considered as a magi, a rookie to be precise. This also meant that the management of the Matou family's spiritual lands was back on track, and Byakuya no longer needed to make excuses to appeal to business partners in various places. 9 months later, Shinji became a rookie magi. On the day he became a magi, a peculiar red crest appeared on his body. Chapter 9. Command Spell. The crimson-colored mark appeared as if the blood had dried, exuding a peculiar sense of beauty. Upon closer inspection, one can faintly perceive a flowing texture beneath the vibrant surface, accompanied by a hint of magical power. The crest pattern was unique. 3 equally sized diamond-shaped fragments converged to form a triangular crest, resembling a crystalline snowflake with 3 petals removed or a fusion of Mercedes and Mitsubishi logos. The appearance of the crest was accompanied by intense pain, as if directly branded by hot iron or pricked by 10,000 needles, causing Shinji to break out in a cold sweat. Once the pain subsided slightly, Shinji immediately sought justice. This is a holy stigma, Justice explained. Shinji was puzzled. Holy stigma. When the Holy Grail appears, it gives the Magus who become masters some omens, namely the holy stigma, which is the precursor to command seals. When a Magus successfully summons a servant and becomes a master, the holy stigma on the master's body will transform into command seals. When I formed a contract with you, I made a minor adjustment. When you officially become a magi, the specially prepared holy stigma for you will manifest, and from that moment onwards, you will be able to summon servants. Command seals are part of the subsystem of the Holy Grail War. It's magical crystallizations that appear on the body and serve as the exclusive marks of a master. The reason for such a subsystem is that the power of the servants is too formidable. Without means of restraint, it is easy for a servant to act against the orders of their master or even kill them. The failure of the First Holy Grail War 180 years ago was related to the absence of command seals to constrain the servants. Command seals are composed of 3 strokes and grant the absolute authority to issue commands to servants. Each stroke represents the right to issue 1 absolute command, meaning that it can be used a maximum of 3 times. Having a holy stigma means being chosen by the Holy Grail and obtaining qualification to participate in the Holy Grail War. However, those without a holy stigma may also summon a servant and participate in the Holy Grail War under fortuitous circumstances. Ultimately, both masters and servants are selected by the Holy Grail system, and everything done by the outside world only serves to increase the probability but never reaches 100%. It is worth mentioning that only 7 slots are available for masters, and they are allocated on a first-come, first-served basis. Once the slots are filled, even those with holy stigmas automatically lose their qualifications to participate in the Holy Grail War. Justice's answer resolved Shinji's initial doubts but also brought him new ones. What? Can I summon now? The Holy Grail War is still 3 months away. I told you, this holy stigma was specially prepared for you. It's unique, Justice emphasized. Early summoning is a privilege only you possess. The term, early summoning, reminded Shinji that the Einsborn family, to which Justice belonged to the designer and creator of the Holy Grail system, indeed possessed certain privileges. The irregular summoning in the Third Holy Grail War and early summoning in the Fifth Holy Grail War were both due to this privilege. Well, are you so sure that I can grow enough to support a heroic spirit within 9 months? I have no choice but to believe in you, Justice replied calmly, looking at Shinji. Although her expression remained icy, an indescribable sense of helplessness and determination could be felt. I won't let you down, Shinji responded with a smile. Whenever Justice habitually wore an expressionless face, Shinji responded with a range of vivid expressions, hoping to influence her. Over time, Justice's facial expressions became more varied. She has discreetly curved her lips. Yes, you haven't disappointed me. You've met the standards of a master. But, I never thought I would personally participate in this war. I am not even sure if Uncle Kiriya will be able to participate. Shinji said with a bitter smile. I didn't prepare a decent catalyst. In the original timeline, it was indeed Kiriya, who represented the Matou family in the Fourth Holy Grail War, but he had implanted crest worms into his own body, enduring inhuman pain and sacrificing almost his entire lifespan in exchange for sufficient magical power and the qualification of a master. Going through the training methodically like now, Shinji was unsure if he and Kiriya would be recognized by the Holy Grail and obtain the qualifications of a master. A catalyst was used to summon a specific servant. Heroes born throughout history are as numerous as stars in the sky. If one were to summon a hero randomly without any specific preparations, nobody would know what kind of servant would be summoned. After all, the Holy Grail War was a battle between servants and masters. While it is fortunate to summon a hero with strong combat abilities, it would be disastrous to summon a hero that is not suited for combat. To avoid such situations and to summon a hero that aligns with the master's intentions as much as possible, most masters would prepare appropriate catalysts in advance. Catalysts come in all sorts of varieties. Some are items that the hero used during their lifetime, known as relics, while others are objects related to a particular hero's legend. In response to Shinji's concerns, Justice waved her hand gently. Don't worry. A few good items in Zouken's collection can serve as catalysts. Considering your circumstances, I have already selected them for you. Oh. Shinji's eyebrows twitched, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Justi's subjectivity wasn't particularly strong, and for most of their time together, Shinji made the decisions while Justice merely provided goals or relevant suggestions. It was unexpected that this time, she had decided without consulting Shinji. Was it due to her dedication to the Holy Grail, or had Shinji influenced her unconsciously? Or perhaps both. Regardless, Shinji shrugged and indicated that he had all ears. Justice spoke, saying, "You have indeed met the minimum standards of a master. However, this was the bare minimum. Compared to the head of the Tosaka family, Tokiomi Tosaka, and the masters prepared by the Einsburn family, there is a significant gap. Just in terms of magical energy alone, you are several times or even dozens of times inferior to them. Therefore, it would be best if the servant you summon requires minimal magical energy and preferably can replenish it themselves. However, most servants with the ability to replenish magical energy themselves fall under the caster class. That wouldn't be a good choice for you, a novice magi. So, the only remaining option is the assassin class, which consumes the least amount of magical energy." Upon hearing Justice's words, Shinji immediately felt the chills in his heart. Before summoning a heroic spirit, the Holy Grail system in Fuyuki City prepares a vessel with a high level of compatibility with the heroic spirit and then summons the heroic spirit from the vessel. This type of vessel is known as a class. The basic lineup of the Holy Grail War comprises 7 classes: Saber, Archer, Lancer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, and Berserker. Each class has distinctive features. Note that heroic spirits, who have ascended based on their achievements and legends during their lifetime, do not have a specific class. They possess only class compatibility. Heroic spirits that meet the criteria of a particular class can manifest in that class, while those who do not cannot. The standards for different classes varied. Some are relatively strict, whereas others are more lenient. Assassin was the most unique of the 7. The term assassin originates from assassins, a sect within Islam, and is considered a heretical group. This term serves as the catalyst. Under normal circumstances, this class can only summon the leader of this heretical sect, the 19th generation, Hasan I-Sabah. Based on Shinji's understanding, the 18th generation among the 19 Hasans had weak direct combat abilities and relied mainly on covert mobility and intelligence-gathering skills, which aligns with the translation of the class name, assassin. In another Holy Grail War, they might have had the chance to fight. However, the upcoming 4th Holy Grail War was filled with formidable opponents, and both masters and servants were not easy to assassinate. Considering these two, Shinji does not have much confidence unless he summons the first Hasan. Thinking about this, Shinji could not help but laugh. The heroic spirit, the most prestigious in the Fate series so far, at the pinnacle of the assassin class, the unparalleled master of assassination with supreme skills, one of the 7 strongest guardians in the world, how could he possibly summon him? Even if he succeeded in summoning him, he would not be able to withstand immense magical energy consumption. P.S. The first Hasan, also known as King Hasan, has the highest prestige among heroic spirits to date. He achieved feats like beheading Ozymandias, who had the best defense in the Golden Trio, and severed the wings of Tiamat in the Temple of Gods. He even imposed death on Tiamat, who has no concept of death. His motto is, "No one knows when I have infiltrated, because everyone who sees me dies." PS2, King Hasan, among the 18 generations, you are the weakest Hasans I have trained. PS3, although King Hasan holds the highest position, this does not mean that he cannot be summoned with a regular Magi Foundation. Summoning him has certain conditions, but they have not yet been clarified. PS4, Shiro did not have command seals appearing beforehand but still summoned Saber, and he obtained command seals after forming a contract. The same applies to Ritsuka Fujimaru, who accidentally activated the summoning ritual and unlocked his magic circuits before summoning a servant. Chapter 10. It's gotcha time. Justice was no longer as cold and mechanical as she used to be. Having lived in the Matou household for so long, she has gained some understanding of how to discern human emotions. Upon seeing Shinji's peculiar expression, she quickly interrupted her explanation and changed it into a question. After learning the reason from Shinji's mouth, Justice smiled and asked in response, "Who told you that only Hasan can be an assassin?" "Ah. Isn't that the case?" This time, Shinji was surprised. Who told him? Of course, this was Fate's book. In the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki City, it is normal for Hasan to be the only one summoned as an assassin. Of course, there are some exceptions. In the Fifth Holy Grail War, Castor, who was a servant, broke the rules and illegally summoned the fake assassin, Sasaki Kojiro. However, Castor's true name was Medea, a witch who was naturally a rule breaker. It was not surprising that she broke these rules. How could Shinji, a rookie magi, have the ability to break these rules? No, Justice explained, indeed, as you said, the assassin class is a catalyst, but catalysts have priorities. Although the assassin class has high priority, it can be overturned. In theory, by preparing a suitable catalyst in advance and modifying the summoning chant, you can summon a heroic spirit other than Hasen. I see. Shinji suddenly realized, you must have already prepared the modified summoning chant. In the parallel world of the Fourth Holy Grail War, in Fate/Apocrypha, the Holy Grail system of Fuyuki City was stolen and leaked after the Third Holy Grail War, and various subversive Holy Grail Wars emerged around the world. In these Holy Grail Wars, the characteristics and noble phantasm abilities of the Hasens, except for the first generation, were exposed, making them easy targets and the first to eliminate. Therefore, the Magi put effort into researching the assassin class and discovered a method to summon other heroic spirits. In this timeline, no Magus has conducted similar research, therefore, there is no method for summoning other classes. If there is someone who can find such a method, it can only be Justice herself, who is the core of the Holy Grail system. That's right. Justice's answer was just as Shinji had expected. Shinji laughed and chuckled heartily. Then assassin is undoubtedly the best choice. Without the limitation of Hasen, assassin is the most versatile and adaptable class. Justice nodded. As long as they can kill in non-frontal combat, anyone can assume this class. And those famous heroes, not many of them are truly upright and have never used any dishonorable means. Take Shinji's ancestor, Perseus, for example. Although the setting in the Type Moon world is that he fought against Medusa for 300 rounds and eventually killed her after she had turned into a monster, the most widely spread version in the world is that Perseus cut off her head while she was sleeping, a typical assassination. There are many similar stories, such as Cao Cao's attempted assassination of Dong Zhuo, although he failed, Lu Bu's successful assassination of Ding Yuan, and the most famous Greek hero, Heracles, ambushing and killing the Lernaean Hydra. Realizing this, Shinji immediately proposed, how about summoning my ancestor, Perseus, as the catalyst? I have a strong affinity for him, and I have also obtained his noble phantasm. It would be perfect to have him as my mentor. Justice shook her head. No, I don't think that's a good choice. Perseus has already entrusted his noble phantasm to you, and if you summon him again, there is a high possibility that he won't have his noble phantasm, or the noble phantasm entrusted to you will automatically return to its owner. This would be a disguised weakening of the strength. The premise of purifying the Holy Grail is to obtain it first, and I don't want you to withdraw halfway. Sorry, I didn't consider it thoroughly. Shinji lowered his head. Please continue with your plan. Justice looked at Shinji's slightly curly, purple-tinted hair and, for some reason, recalled a scene of him rubbing Sakura's head. Following her memory, she reaches out and ruffles Shinji's hair. In Shinji's astonished gaze, Justice spoke in a cheerful voice, your idea of needing a suitable mentor aligns with mine. I was an artificial being in my past life, skilled only in the magecraft of the Einsburn family, and an incomplete third magic. It's not suitable for you in Korea. Now that you have officially become magi, there's nothing much I can teach you. The current situation of the Matou family and my existence cannot be revealed to the outside world. We cannot seek a magecraft teacher from the outside, so it must be someone summoned by our people. Therefore, the heroic spirit you need to summon should not only have the aptitude for assassin but also be compatible with you as a magi. The higher the compatibility, the better. Being an assassin class restricts the servant's magical abilities but not their knowledge of magecraft. It fulfills the need for knowledge but is still within your capabilities. Oh, and one more requirement, they should be willing to teach. Oh dear, those are quite strict conditions, Shinji remarked, impressed by Justice's conclusion. From my understanding, such individuals are incredibly rare. So, what is your choice? Instead of answering directly, Justice picked a well-protected parchment scroll from the table. Its worn and fragmented body silently spoke of antiquity. This is an artifact I found among Zoken's belongings. It originates from Ireland, a famous ancient text called the Cattle Raid of Cooley, the earliest version. Shinji's mind immediately clicked. The great hero of Ulster, the Hound of Cuillin, Cuchulainn. Indeed, he met the criteria for remarkable combat skills and exceptional spear techniques, making him suitable as Shinji's martial arts mentor. Although he did not rely much on magecraft, he had mastered 18 original runes and had considerable expertise in magecraft. The versatility of rune magic was also suitable for the 3 novice magi in the household to learn. Cuchulainn himself had a generous and easygoing personality, rarely refusing the requests of his master. Outside the legends of the Cattle Raid of Cooley, there were stories of Cuchulainn betraying trust and assassinating his friend Ferdiad, which aligned with the requirements of an assassin. The only remaining question was, There is more than one heroic spirit in the cattle raid of Kuli, with the aptitude for assassin, and the most typical one would be Queen Meb, who conspired to kill Cuchulainn. If she were to be summoned, it would be the worst outcome. I might even command her to commit suicide in a fit of anger. It is highly unlikely, Justice reassured as she unrolled the sheepskin parchment written in Gaelic. This is just one volume of The Cattle Raid of Kuli, depicting Cuchulainn's journey to the Land of Shadows to learn his skills. It doesn't involve irrelevant characters. Shinji's mood brightened. I have no issues then. When do we begin the summoning? You rest for 3 hours, and I'll prepare the summoning ritual, Justice replied before leaving her room. To avoid arousing suspicion, she usually operated in a physical form. 3 hours later, in the basement of the Matou residence. The worm nest was demolished and rebuilt into Justice's magecraft workshop. On the specially constructed floor, a magic circle was meticulously drawn with the prepared blood. Various magical gemstones are arranged in a regular pattern at each node of the magic circle. Even the cheapest gemstone among them was enough to sustain an ordinary person for 20 years. In the center of the circle, an old parchment scroll served as the catalyst. Protective magecraft that preserved the parchment was unraveled. Justice created this summoning circle. It is more complex and expensive than traditional summoning circles but places a lighter burden on the summoner. Shinji placed his hand on the most crucial magical node and chanted it with an unprecedented solemn expression. I declare. Chapter 11. Golden Sparks. Proclamation. With the utterance of the first syllable, a switch within Shinji's body, somewhere between tangible and intangible, is activated. At that instant, there was a sensation of being replaced within the body, a reversal of nerves, and a shift into the circuit of magical transmission. From this moment on, Shinji Matou would remove his human parts and become nothing more than a mysterious component to fulfill a purpose. The life force accumulated through the deepest levels of sleep, transformed by the 32 magic circuits throughout his body, generated magical energy, stored it, brewed it, and awaited the emergence of the only outlet for release. The body felt as cold as if all warmth had been removed. The body was in pain, as if a sword was piercing one after another. That was a protest of his human body, resenting the fact that it had become a magical circuit. Regardless of how skilled a magi may be, a person is still a person, and this pain will always accompany the use of magecraft in human form. However, regardless of how uncomfortable it may be, the ritual cannot be stopped. The pain spread throughout the body as magical energy was generated, as if countless snakes were biting. This agony caused Shinji to forget himself. Simultaneously, he achieved the desired effect. His senses became extremely sharp, seeing the activation of the magic, and hearing the flow of magic within the summoning circle. As the entire summoning circle was filled with magic, the magical energy within Shinji's body reached its limits. With the descent of his finger, the surging magical energy was instantly injected into the summoning circle, reducing the burdened catalyst to ash. Accompanying this was the recitation of well-practiced incantation. Proclamation. You, who stand beneath me, I entrust my fate to your sword. Obey the summoning of the Holy Grail, follow its will, adhere to its natural order, and answer immediately. I hereby swear to be the advocate of the world's only righteousness, the eradicator of all evil in the world. You are the concealed one of shadows, the executor of darkness. I am the one who walks alongside you. Enveloped by the 3 command spells, bestowed by the restraint of the scales, guardian of balance. Thunder roared, and the winds stirred. In the oppressive gusts that even caused the eyes of the vigilant winter maiden to remain shut, the summoning pattern was sparkled with brilliant light. Finally, the circuits within the magic circle are connected to a realm beyond human understanding. From the dazzling radiance that overflowed without ceasing, a figure shrouded in infinite shadows emerged, as if the master of darkness himself. Although the features were unclear, immense power was felt. Thus, their long-awaited wishes were that of 2 individuals. Coming from another realm, and arriving in this realm, the legendary phantom was enveloped in whirlwinds and lightning. Originally, humans transcended the realm of humanity. Elevated to the status of a non-human being empowered by divine force. These extraordinary primates, congregated in a place suppressing divine power, the heroic spirits woven into countless dreams, descended upon the earth. And then, in the same place where fate was shattered that night, in the underground chamber shrouded in darkness, someone spoke with a chilling voice. Are you the master who summoned me? No one answered. Shinji was dumbfounded, and Justice was stunned. Both wore the same bewildered expression, staring blankly at the figure standing in the center of the summoning circle, emanating an incomprehensibly powerful aura, a woman. Wait, a woman. Yes, indeed, a woman. However, isn't Cuchulainn a man? Whether it's The Cattle Raid of Kuli or the Fate series, Cuchulainn is undoubtedly portrayed as a male. Therefore, the person who answered the summoning was not Cuchulainn. The summoning ritual was successful, but the result was a failure. A chill ran through Shinji's heart and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Answer me, are you the master who summoned me? The cold female voice resounded once again, carrying natural and majestic authority as if she were a queen reigning over a nation. A queen. Could it be Foxy Meb? Upon careful consideration, it made sense. Even though the cattle raid of Cooley did not have any direct connection to Meb, Siyu Chulin himself had a complex relationship with her. This can be seen as a different kind of close connection. Compatibility between the summoner and summoned servant is crucial in the summoning process. In other words, I, Shinji, have good compatibility with Meb. What a joke. Although he entertained the idea of building a crystal palace in this magic world, it was just a fleeting thought. He has not put this into action, so how can it be possible? No, something must be wrong. There's no way I have good compatibility with Meb. If it is true, I will make sure she kills herself. With this thought in mind, Shinji summoned his courage and replied with a resolute tone, as if ready to face death, I, Matou Shinji, am indeed your master. A cute little master, aren't you? Thinking that she had startled the boy in front of her, the tone softened slightly and her authority diminished somewhat. Servant assassin, Scat-Hack, hailing from the land of shadows. It's a pleasure to meet you, master. Huh. Shinji was struck as if by a bolt of lightning, trembling all over, his mind going blank. She said she was who? Scat-Hack. I could not have misheard, right? With this thought in mind, Shinji asked in a trembling voice, I did not catch that earlier. Did you say your true name was Scat-Hack? The renowned female warrior, the queen of the land of shadows. That is correct, the female servant, taking on the role of assassin, calmly replied. Light. Shinji disregarded the toll it would take and unleashed a basic illumination spell. A fist-sized light source illuminated the underground workshop, shrouded in darkness and shadows, revealing a breathtakingly graceful figure. There was a time when Shinji believed that Justice Lizrit von Einsburn, the pinnacle of artificial beings, was the epitome of beauty surpassing any woman he had seen in his 2 lifetimes. However, at this moment, Shinji realized that he had been mistaken. Before him, the female servant was undoubtedly on par with Justice Lizrit von Einsburn. Both possessed the same golden ratio in their figures, one generated through magic and the other forged through countless exercises. The former was delicate, whereas the latter was muscular. Although her face was partially covered by a black veil, her red hair, porcelain-like skin, and a pair of eyes that were also red, resembling flames and emanating a deadly allure, a bewitching charm that could make people moth to a flame allowed Shinji to witness another interpretation of the most beautiful. This beauty was called bewitching allure. If he were not young and his body was not fully developed, perhaps his reason would have completely disappeared at this instant. Of course, he now has very little reason left. Just like in FGO, when he thought it was a lower-tier servant, but suddenly transformed into Scat-Hack, an upper-tier servant, it was like the feeling of seeing a silver card suddenly turned into a gold card during the final 10 pull. At this moment, the only thing echoing Shinji's mind was a single phrase. I summoned Scat-Hack. I summoned Scat-Hack. I summoned Scat-Hack. Hashtag easy 10 pull. Hashtag F2PBTW. Note. +1 bonus chapter if this work received every 100 power stone. Chapter 12, Chapter 12. Scat-Hatch. Shinji falls into madness. I summoned Scat-Hack, I summoned Scat-Hack, I summoned Scat-Hack. Shinji. Justice gently called out. I summoned Scat-Hack, I summoned Scat-Hack, I summoned Scat-Hack. Cough, cough. Scat-Hack intentionally coughed twice. I summoned Scat-Hack, I summoned Scat-Hack, I summoned Scat-Hack. The 2 graceful women exchanged a glance, seeing helplessness in the other's eyes. Justice said, can we complete the contract first? Scat-Hack nodded and responded in a calm voice, henceforth, our destinies are intertwined, our fates coexist. Hereby, the contract is complete. As soon as the words were spoken, the command seal on Shinji's hand seemed infused with vitality. The dark red patterns quickly turned bright red and were accompanied by more intense pain than when the command seal was first received. This pain awakened Shinji from his ecstatic trance, and he instinctively pressed down on his forearm. The pain came up and went quickly. When the pain eased slightly, Shinji immediately rolled up his sleeve, confirming the changes in the command seal. As Justice had said, the holy stigma had transformed into a command spell, through which the connection with the servant could be sensed. With the establishment of the contract, information about the servant also flowed into Shinji's mind. Class, Assassin. True name, Scat-Hack. Gender, Female. Height/weight, 168 centimeters per 55 kilograms. Alignment, Neutral Good. Strength, D. Endurance, D. Agility, A+. Mana, C. Luck, D. Noble Phantasm, A+. Indeed, as the weakest frontline combatant, Scat-Hack's attributes, except agility, are unsurprisingly below average. Furthermore, owing to the immaturity of the master, the servant's attributes are further reduced. Fortunately, the weakness of the master does not affect the servant's skill set or noble phantasm, which is manifested in the legends. Scythe's skills and noble phantasm, as possessed by a top-tier servant, give Shinji confidence to compete with other servants. How is it? Justice asked Shinji for the final confirmation. Shinji firmly held onto his command spells. Jackpot. It's indeed the legendary female warrior, Scythe. Along with the joy of hitting the jackpot, a question also arose: why was Scythe summoned as a servant? Scythe. A warrior from the Celtic Ulster legend, the queen and guardian of the otherworld, land of shadows. She is a genius in the spear arts and rune magic. She is also a talented teacher, nurturing numerous disciples into warriors or magicians, with the most famous disciple being Cuchulainn, whom Shinji originally intended to summon. As the most powerful female warrior in Celtic mythology, she stepped foot into the realm of the gods as a human, possessing the ability to seal the gates of the land of shadows, filled with countless undead, and wield its dominating power. By contrast, Scythe has also been subjected to countless curses, gaining a semblance of immortality, eternal youth, and an unchanging form, similar to that of a deity. Yes, she is immortal and there are no records of Scythe's death in mythology. In other words, Scythe remains alive. However, living individuals cannot become heroic spirits, and thus cannot be summoned by the Holy Grail. So, how did the person before them intervene in the Holy Grail system and become a servant? This question troubled both Shinji and Justice, who were worried that the Holy Grail system might have encountered an unexpected situation. Scythe did not hide anything about this question. In contrast, she expressed appreciation for their inquiries. Indeed, as you said, I have not experienced death to this day and have not become a heroic spirit. The land of shadows that I rule over is also limited to the outer world due to the rules of the world and cannot interfere with the present world. However, this is not absolute. Under certain special circumstances, the restrictions can be broken. Breaking restrictions. Shinji pondered, is it magic? Yes, magic, Scythe said, glancing at Justice. Magic is the highest form of mystery, possessing the power to create miracles. The old man known as the second magician, who you call the Mage of the Second, once visited the land of shadows and left behind an opportunity. He made a contract with the creation of the third magic, the Holy Grail, allowing me to manifest in this world as a servant. The term second magician made a thud in Shinji's heart. The second magician, as the name suggests, wields and utilizes the second magic. His real name is Kister Zelrich Schweinorg, also known as the Kaleidoscope, the Jewelman, the Grand Magus, and other titles. He is not only a magician but also a pinnacle of modern magi, standing at the top of the world. It was this ultimate boss-like figure who intentionally visited the land of shadows and allowed Scythe, who also stood at the pinnacle, to descend into the present world as a servant. However, there are some unknown considerations behind this. The joy in Shinji's heart gradually faded and was replaced by inexplicable heaviness. May I ask why you would cooperate with the second magician and descend into the mortal world as a servant? To fulfill my wish, to welcome the death of a human. When she spoke these words, Scythe unusually appeared calm. After many years, she has become a semi-divine, and she cannot die like a human. Whether it is a beautiful or an ugly death, perhaps she can only exist alongside the world until it fades away on the outer edges of the world. If the so-called Holy Grail is truly omnipotent, then it would be nice if someone who can kill me is sent. It sounds like an incredible wish, but it is Scythe's genuine desire. Even if Justice does not believe it, even if no one in the world believes it, Shinji will believe it because that is the Scythe he knew from his previous life, the lonely queen who has been alone for thousands of years. Shinji sincerely said, I cannot understand your wish, and I feel sorry for it, but I am willing to help you fulfill your wish. In return, I hope you can help us fulfill our wishes. As you wish, my little master, Scythe smiled. It was the first time she had smiled since manifesting in the present world, although it was obscured by a thin veil, Shinji could tell that she was smiling. Before granting the wish of obtaining the Holy Grail, I hope you can promise me two things. Go ahead. First, don't call me master, just call me by my name, Shinji. I promise you, Shinji. Second, I hope you can become my sister and uncle's teacher, instructing us in the magecraft and martial arts. Legend has it that you trained many warriors and magi, and I hope to become such a person. As Shinji spoke, he respectfully bowed to Scythe. Shinji, with his head lowered, did not see captivating brilliance in Scythe's eyes. It seemed like she was recalling something from the past or igniting a long-lost passion. My training is very demanding. Shinji remained in a bowing posture without moving. I can endure it. My requirements for choosing disciples are high. Shinji remained still. I believe I can meet your requirements. Faced with Shinji's response, the redness in Scythe's eyes has almost overflowed. Very well, self-confidence is a prerequisite for becoming stronger. You are qualified. From now on, you are my student. P.S. The moon goddess can interfere with the summoning of Orion and descend as an accessory, and Atlantis Falcon can see the scenery outside the world while leaping, proving that the boundary between the inside and the outside is not absolute. Note. +1 bonus chapter if this work received every 100 power stone. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Female Tyrant. On that day, the Matou household gained a mysterious masked woman. According to Shinji, she was a friend of Justi's and was invited to become a new teacher to instruct the 3 novice magi. Although this new teacher had no prominent reputation in the magic world, her insight and ability to teach students were unquestionable. With just a glance, she could discern the magical attributes of Kiriya and Sakura, as well as their strengths and weaknesses, providing them with corresponding advice that left the 2 unsuspecting individuals convinced and grateful. Those with such keen eyesight and abilities were few and far between, and, to top it off, she was a woman who appeared in the Matou household. The answer was clear: the servant summoned by Shinji, and also his teacher, Scythe. Later on, her assessment of Byakuya, who happened to pass by yawning, hit the nail on the head and left people in awe. This is what she said. Indulging in wine and pleasure, excessive indulgence has already damaged your foundation even though you're only in your 30s. If you don't start taking care of yourself and intensify your training, you won't live past 40. Byakuya was immediately dumbfounded. After 6 months, he had already become well aware of Justi's capabilities, and naturally, anyone Justi's invited would be no ordinary person. There was no need to doubt someone's words. With a thud, Byakuya knelt down. Currently, he holds great power, handling all the affairs of the Matou household, a far cry from the puppet head of the household he used to be. Although he was not someone who coveted power, having finally tasted the flavor of authority, he did not want to die soon. Shinji could not bear to see this and stepped in to resolve this situation. Since Shirsho has spoken, she must have a solution. Follow her instructions, and I guarantee you a long and healthy life. Shirsho, that is how every disciple refers to Scythe during their apprenticeship, and Shinji was no exception. Really? Byakuya's eyes were filled with hope, inadvertently aligning with Scythe's preference, honesty. When dealing with Scythe, the most important thing was to be sincere without any pretense or concealment, even if it meant revealing one's evil or despicable side. Scythe didn't deny it, she simply said, given the condition of your body, it will be difficult for you to live to 100, but if you work hard, reaching your 70s or 80s shouldn't be a problem. Yes, from today onwards, I will do whatever you say, Byakuya said. In the end, a father and son were still father and son, and Byakuya's level of bachelorhood surpassed that of Shinji. Starting today, abstain from alcohol and promiscuity. Ah, understood, Byakuya hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Ultimately, his life became more important. Do not stay up past 10 p.m. Yes. Wake up at 5 a.m. and join Shinji for my physical training. Yes. With each answer, Byakuya's face grew more and more dejected. She was a female tyrant, even more exaggerated than Justi's was. Farewell, my alcohol. Farewell, young girls. With Byakuya's level of courage, he didn't dare to covet Justi's and Scythe. Just as Byakuya trembled in fear, his soul in disarray, Scythe suddenly spoke, "Female tyrant, is that your evaluation of me and Justi's?" Byakuya, whose secret thoughts were exposed, suddenly looked up and met with bewitching eyes. Wondering how I knew? Byakuya nodded stiffly. It's just because I've lived a long time, Scythe said indifferently, though her slender figure and smooth skin didn't make her statement very convincing. But I can't turn a blind eye when you're secretly disparaging the 2 ladies. Have you prepared yourself? Byakuya was completely frozen, unable to utter a word. Teacher, you look so cool. Sakura, who was curled up on the couch like a little cat, blinked her big eyes and had an expression of admiration on her small face. Shinji feels that something is amiss. If a sweet girl like Sakura were to develop a strong and domineering personality, would it not be disastrous? He quickly said to his sister, "Don't imitate the teacher, girls should be gentle. Be careful not to end up unwed." Although Shinji's words were spoken softly, they did not escape the ears of Scythe, who served as a mediator for Assassin. She casually picked up a coaster from the coffee table and threw it at Shinji, hitting him squarely on the forehead. Speaking ill of women behind their backs is also a loss of male dignity. It seems that you require proper education. Come with me. Yes, the father and son replied like defeated roosters, sulking as they followed behind Scythe. Left behind, Kiriya and Sakura looked at each other and smiled, saying in unison, "Brother is an idiot." Justice continued flipping through the books she found in the dusty Inkstone collection, expressionless as if recent events had nothing to do with her. However, as she glanced in the direction Shinji had left, there was a hint of inexplicable emotion in her eyes, even though she did not understand it. Regardless of what this emotion represented, this proved that she had taken another step away from being human, which was what Shinji had hoped for. After a brief interlude, hellish and arduous training began. Although Scathach had an education policy of teaching without discrimination, tailoring her methods to each individual, her teaching style was the epitome of the Spartan. When she entered the teacher mode, she was completely different from her usual elegant and intellectual self. Instead, she was strict to the point of cruelty. Not only were the training exercises difficult and dangerous, but any slight dissatisfaction resulted in physical punishment. At the end of each class, no one was unscathed. However, this esteemed teacher had already prepared runes in advance to heal injuries, so after a short rest, everyone would be as good as new. However, while the physical injuries healed, mental scars could not be erased. Shinji and Sakura were relatively fine and were still young and growing. Scathach showed some mercy in her teachings to avoid affecting their physical development. But Byakuya and Kiriya, two adults, had it tough. They faced various challenges in their extreme training, fainting numerous times during exercise. They even expressed thoughts about running away. The difference was that Kiriya never acted on those thoughts, whereas Byakuya did. However, it was all in vain. Accepting Scathach's guidance had only two outcomes: graduate or die. As long as you did not die, you had to persevere. So much so that during rare moments of leisure the two brothers would avoid Scathach if they saw her. Through training that constantly pushed them to their limits, every member of the Matou family experienced astonishing growth at an incredible speed. Sakura is the fastest growing in magecraft. She already possesses the most outstanding magical aptitude in the entire family. Her attribute, imaginary, is similar to Scathach's shadow. In just 2 months, she not only surpassed Shinji but also compared favorably with Kiriya, who had magical crest assistance. Shinji falls behind Sakura in magecraft, but his progress in martial arts and combat skills surpasses that of the other three. It is unclear whether he was influenced by Perseus' divine descent, but Shinji's physique is not like that of a modern person. Instead, it resembled the ancient era. With Scathach's warrior guidance, changes in his body far exceed simple additions. Kiriya's aptitude is even lower than that of Shinji, and his body has passed its prime training period. Whether it is physical techniques or magical growth, he cannot compare his talented nephew and niece. However, his efforts and perseverance have earned him Scathach admiration, and it will not be long before he sheds the label of a rookie. As for Byakuya, his initial intention was not to enhance his strength but to improve his overall health. In this regard, he achieved remarkable results. Although his physique did not undergo any significant changes, his lines became more robust, and his entire body developed streamlined muscles. During business party outings, several old acquaintances even commented that he had become more manly. However, in front of Scathach, he remained a low-profile hamster. As time passed day by day, the spiritual veins beneath Fuyuki City became increasingly active, and the mysterious aura in the air grew denser. Finally, one day, unexpected news shattered the unchanging life of the Matou family. Tosaka, Aoi and Rin will leave Fuyuki City and return to the Zenju family the day after tomorrow. P.S. Scathach's evaluation of Medb, an irredeemable girl who loves mischief. She loves men too much. However, I don't dislike such straightforward people. PS2, Scathach's evaluation of Fergus, Shogun, he loves women too much. However, I don't dislike such straightforward people. PS3, although Scathach usually appears intellectual and gentle, when she becomes angry, she can beat people up. After Siyu Chulin became involved with her sister, Aoife, Scathach flew into a rage and threw a giant stone at him. PS4, Siyu Chulin graduated from Scathach's training after studying with her for 1 year and 1 month, demonstrating Scathach's teaching level. Note: +1 bonus chapter if this work received every 100 power stone. Chapter 14, Chapter 14. The curtain rises. Aoi, Tosaka and Rin will leave Fuyuki City and return to the Zenju family the day after tomorrow. It sounded like a normal piece of news, without any suspicious implications. Aoi Tosaka, formerly known as Aoi Zenju, was the daughter of the Zenju family. It was natural for her to occasionally bring her daughter home to visit her parents and take breaks. However, when normal news coincides with a specific time, it becomes less common. 3 months ago, on the night Scathach was summoned, Shinji had already planned a schedule. As a seasoned Tight Moon die-hard fan, Shinji was confident that his prediction accuracy was above 80%. One of the entries that he had specifically marked was Aoi and Rin returning to the Zenju family. The essence of the Holy Grail War was the mutual battle between 7 masters and their servants, as well as the ritual of summoning the Holy Grail. Although the ritual itself only required the soul of the servant, there were still many masters who died in previous Holy Grail wars, for the following reasons. First, servants draw their magical energy from their masters. Killing the master weakens the servant. Second, the master-servant relationship is not fixed. A servant who loses their master can form a new contract with another master, including masters who have already lost their servants. Third, compared to servants who are incarnations of heroic spirits, human masters are easier to deal with. Although Tokiomi Tosaka was one of the top magi in this Holy Grail war, he couldn't guarantee the safety of his wife, an ordinary person, and his daughter, who was still in her apprentice stage. It was reasonable for him to send them away from Fuyuki City for safety reasons. When the Matou family received this information, it meant that the curtain was about to rise on the Fourth Holy Grail War. It's finally starting. Shinji made a heavy stroke with his pen in a column at the beginning of the schedule. Unspoken emotions brewed beneath his lowered eyelids. Since the day he killed Zoken, everything he had done was for the sake of participating in the Holy Grail War. He studied under Justice and received training from Scathach, everything was for this day. It was not only to fulfill the promise he made with Justice but also to live up to the opportunity granted by fate to cross over to the world of Type Moon. Shinji, who raised his head, brushed away the silence accompanying his studies. After a year of separation, his radiant expression returned to his face once again. From this moment on, he was no longer Scathach's disciple, Justice's student, or a member of the Matou family. He was now the master of the former and the contractee of the latter, as well as the one who would determine the future of the Matou family. Lady Justice, Sensei, gather everyone for a meeting. The calm days are over. The Queen of Shadows stretched lazily, and her figure blended into shadows. Golden Saint's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, transforming into golden particles that vanished. 5 minutes later, in the Matou family's underground workshop. Compared to 3 months ago, this ancient basement underwent new changes. Runes, symbols that appeared simple but contained mysterious power, were carved everywhere on the floor, walls, and ceilings. In Norse mythology, the supreme god Odin hung himself upside down on the world tree for 9 days and nights, sacrificing his right eye in exchange for greater wisdom. When he descended from the tree, he understood the ancient runic script. According to the legend, this sacred script informs the future. Each letter possesses individual power and safeguards the human soul. It can also be used to create protective talismans, record magecraft, and engrave on stones, wood, seashells, or other natural materials to become runestones. In the hands of deities, the original runes can exert the power of authority, and heroes bestowed with runes can unleash formidable strength. However, as time passed and technology advanced, the mystique faded, and runic magic gradually declined. Initially consisting of 18 original runes, it expanded to 24 runes, with reduced learning difficulty and power far removed from the original runes. In modern times, the 18 original runes were completely lost, and humans developed only a small portion of the 24 runes, causing numerous magi to lament. However, in this inconspicuous land in the Far East, this legendary script was revived, not the runic magic that humans could learn and master but the authority belonging only to deities, the original runes. The original runes, one of Scathach's inherent skills, had an indeterminate level. Scathach possessed mastery over 18 original runes, and when used by her true self in the Land of Shadows, it became an authority. Despite the limitations imposed by the assassin class, the effect was still astonishing, classified as rank A. Scathach, who was summoned ahead of time, did more than just teach her students during these 3 months. At Shinji's request, she would spend some time every day strengthening the defenses of the Matou family mansion. Now, the defense of the Matou mansion has reached a terrifying level, with the underground workshop at its core being impregnable. On the day the reinforcement project was completed, Scathach declared that even her sister and archenemy, Aoife, would have a difficult time breaking through this workshop if she were to come personally. Once the runes in the underground workshop were activated, the entire workshop would be isolated from the outside world, ensuring that it could not be spied upon and that no traces of magecraft would be leaked. Seated in the center of the workshop, Shinji spoke in a deep voice. If nothing unexpected happens, the Holy Grail War will begin in the coming days. From this moment onward, the Matou family entered the highest level of alertness. Father, give the servants in the house a vacation for 2 weeks. Understood. Byakuya knew the importance of the situation and answered without hesitation, I will handle business matters at home as much as possible. If I need to go out, I will choose daytime and inform you in advance. Everything related to magic was derived from mystery, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Therefore, Holy Grail wars generally occurred at night and rarely during the day. Sakura, like your father, stay at home from now on and don't go anywhere. There may not be a safer place in all of Japan than our home. This was not an empty statement. With Scathach personally arranging the defenses, even the headquarters of the local Magi organization might not be able to compare. If it weren't for Scathach's arrangements, Shinji would have followed Tosaka's advice and sent Sakura and Byakuya out of Fuyuki City, even out of Japan, to a safe country for 10 days or 2 weeks. However, this is not necessary. Okay, big brother. You and uncle be careful too. Sakura held Shinji's hand with her left hand and tugged on Byakuya's sleeve with her right hand, looking left and right. She did not know much about the Holy Grail War, but she could sense a tense atmosphere at home with her sensitive heart. Don't worry. Byakuya reaches out and holds Sakura's small hand, his eyes filled with affection, and his voice gently. In the end, Kiriya didn't accept his brother's proposal to be called Dad by Sakura, but in his eyes, Sakura was his daughter. Sakura also relied heavily on her uncle Kiriya. The two of them were not father and daughter, but they were more like father and daughter. We will be extremely careful. Shinji habitually stroked Sakura's long hair. Uncle, have you obtained a command seal? Of course. Kiriya rolled up his sleeve, revealing a crimson mark that looked like 3 intersecting lightning bolts at 120-degree angles. At the same time, I received that message. Shinji calmly holds Sakura's hands. This time, the Matou family had 2 masters. The source of trouble, the scapegoat, Tosaka Tokiomi. Can you still laugh? Chapter 15, Chapter 15. The Offset Battles from the Beginning, Part 1. What? Are you saying that Kiriya Kotomine hasn't done anything? Shinji's voice was so loud that it made people's eardrums ache. After crossing over, this was the first time he had spoken with such a loud voice. If he were in an open space, such a loud voice would easily spread dozens of meters, disturbing people's dreams. However, he was currently in an underground workshop in his house, and the sound waves were absorbed by the runes on the walls before they could spread, causing no impact on the outside world. The reason for this outburst was that he received news from Scathatch that Kiriya Kotomine had not done anything during this time. Kiriya Kotomine, the student of Tokiomi Tosaka, the representative of the Holy Church, is one of the 2 major forces in the Type Moon world, and a person who couldn't be ignored in the Fate series. He had participated in both the 4th and 5th Holy Grail wars as a master and was one of the 2 people Shinji was most wary of in this Holy Grail war, almost on par with Tokiomi Tosaka. Immediately after the family meeting ended, Shinji sent Scathatch to monitor Kiriya Kotomine. According to the plot of Fate/0, Kiriya Kotomine was the first master in the 4th Holy Grail war, summoning the 19th Hasan of the 100 Faces, as the assassin-class servant ahead of others. However, the plot was disrupted by Shinji's interference, and the assassin class had already been occupied by Scathatch. To gather information from his opponents, Shinji dispatched Scathatch. Although Scathatch was not a professional assassin and had not trained in covert operations, she possessed the versatile primordial rune and a skill even more powerful than the primordial rune, the Wisdom of the Land. The Wisdom of the Land, jokingly referred to as the Wisdom of the Land's Idiot in the gaming community, is undoubtedly a bug among bugs when it comes to the skill effects in the game FGO. The wisdom of doing scythe is ranked A+. It is the wisdom of the abysses, surpassing humanity, slaying gods, and placing oneself outside the world. In addition to the inherent skills of heroes, almost all skills can be used with a proficiency of B2A rank. Furthermore, she can also teach these skills to others, limited to those she recognizes as heroes. In battle, her most commonly used skill is clairvoyance, to predict the course of the battle. In the Ulster legends, she often used this foresight to predict the future, even the tragic fate of her disciple, Ku Chilin. It was precisely this skill that made Scathatch one of the most powerful individuals in history. It was precisely this skill that made Scathatch the most formidable teacher in myth and legend. The progress of Shinji, Sakura, and Kiriya not only benefited from their efforts and their Sparta-like rigorous training but also relied on the power of this skill. With the enhancement of the Wisdom of the Land and the Primordial Rune, even though Scathatch was not a professional assassin, she could achieve the same level of stealth as a top-class assassin, even completely erasing her presence. The surveillance operation went smoothly, and no one in the Tosaka family discovered Scathatch's presence. However, the results of the surveillance surprised Shinji. Until Aoi and Rin left, Kiriya Kotomine had shown no signs of activity. In Tokiomi Tosaka's study, he practiced magecraft, prayed, had meals, worked, rested, and was occasionally passed by the members of the Tosaka family, only politely greeting them. He seemed even more indifferent than Lady Justice, as if he were a machine. Shinji was not surprised by Kiriya's personality. After all, the current Kiriya had not yet realized his true nature and believed himself to be free from desires. However, what Kiriya did, which seemed normal to others, was the most abnormal thing in Shinji's eyes. If Shinji remembered correctly, Kiriya Kotomine should have already summoned a servant before Aoi and Rin left, but now there was no summoning. Scathatch's information could not be wrong, so what on earth was going on? This was not because Shinji took Kiriya Kotomine's spot and eliminated him. Holy Grail has its own rules for choosing masters, and those with stronger desires are more likely to be selected. Kiriya Kotomine obtained the command seals 3 years ago, even earlier than Tokiomi Tosaka. According to the plot analysis, the one most likely to be eliminated should be Ryunosuke Uryu, who obtained the command seals by accident and summoned a servant last. It shouldn't be Kiriya Kotomine. So, what could it be? Shinji. Scathatch's voice interrupts Shinji's contemplation. She was still lingering near the Tosaka family, and Shinji heard that her voice was directly transmitted to his mind through a spell. Sorry, sensei, I was lost in thought. Shinji's voice returned to normal. What's your next plan? Will I continue the surveillance? Despite having been monitored for a day and night, Scathach showed no signs of complaint or dissatisfaction. In her view, since she had become a servant, she should fulfill the duties of a servant and satisfy the reasonable requests of her master. You will continue the surveillance until Tosaka summons a servant. Once Tosaka's servant appears, please come back immediately, sensei, and do not engage in battle with the opposing side. Shinji rubbed his temples with a bitter expressions. After spending 3 months with Scathach, he had somewhat grasped that his teacher had a dual personality, the usually elegant and intellectual sage mode and the warrior mode during combat or teaching. In warrior mode, Scathach tended to be reckless, allowing her hot-bloodedness to overpower her reason, although she would reflect on it afterward. To be honest, Shinji didn't dislike this personality, on the contrary, he found this kind of teacher endearing. If she remained calm and composed like a still pond without ripples, it would truly be terrifying, though, well, it was easy to make mistakes in the current situation. Scathach didn't readily agree like before. Instead, she fell silent for a moment and asked, "Do you think I cannot achieve victory?" Before Shinji could respond, she added, "To be honest, deception is meaningless." At this time, Shinji fell silent. After careful consideration, he replied, "Yes, if my information is correct, the holy relic prepared by Tosaka is the first snake skin shedding in the world. If he successfully summons that servant, it would be difficult for you, burdened by both me and the assassin class, to have a high chance of winning. If it were Lancer instead, it would be a fiercely balanced battle of the ages." "I see." Scathach's voice reveals no joy or anger. "And," Shinji reminded her, "you haven't forgotten, right? Tosaka is the opponent my uncle wants to defeat, and the motivation behind my uncle's struggles. As a teacher, you wouldn't deprive your disciples of their only motivation, would you? You have convinced me, my little master. I will diligently carry out the surveillance task, and you must protect yourself." Scathach's quick response eased Shinji's heart and he replied with a smile. "Yes, my queen. May the queen bless you, boy." From the beginning to the end, Scathach never asked Shinji why he knew so much. It was not that she did not want to ask, it was simply not necessary. Those eyes brimming with mystical brilliance saw through causality, but would not reveal it to anyone. The reason for not speaking was that she had already graduated from this world. To speak, it would be impolite to those living in the present. "Let me see what you can achieve, my little master, a soul that does not belong to this world." Scathach glanced in the direction of the Tosaka residence and then looked at Makiri, who was working by the window, her lips curling slightly. Chapter 16. The Offset Battles from the Beginning, Part 2. After communicating with Scathach, Shinji does not leave the workshop. Instead, he remained in his original sitting position on a chair and lost in thought. At this time, the name that appeared in his mind changed from the big boss Kirii Kotomine to the madman Ryunosuke Uryu. From the Magus perspective, Ryunosuke was an outsider. Despite having inherent magical talent, he never received any relevant training. It was only by accident that he stumbled upon a document on summoning demons and unintentionally summoned a servant. Undoubtedly, he was the weakest among the 7 masters. The servant he summoned is not particularly powerful. Although their noble phantasm was troublesome, it wasn't something Shinji, who had summoned Scathach, couldn't handle. As a result, Shinji subconsciously ignored him for a year, only remembering this name that had been forgotten after analyzing the matter of the master qualification just now, along with the long-forgotten information resurfacing. Ryunosuke Uryu, who appeared to be a handsome and sunny young man, was a sadistic serial killer who traveled from place to place and committed crimes. He was a genius among the geniuses when it came to hiding evidence and disrupting investigations. He killed dozens of people without being caught by the police and did not even make it onto the list of suspects. Calculating the days, this serial killer should have already arrived in Fuyuki City. Shinji's expression suddenly stiffened. "Wait, why have I not noticed any traces of him? Wait a minute. I have not read any newspapers or news articles for a long time. Each day is training, and training. If this continues, I will become one of the outdated Magus who are out of touch with the world. Ah, no. I completely forgot the importance of gathering information." Shinji started scratching his head, turning his purple hair into a literal mess of seaweed, and then he activated the communication spell. "Lady Justice. I'm here." The replies were always brief. "I need your help. I'll come right away." The golden radiance condenses, forming Justice's body. "What's the matter? I remember you have a habit of reading newspapers. Have there been any news about murder cases recently?" "Yes." Justice's response didn't disappoint Shinji. There have been 3 peculiar murder cases in the past week, and based on the modus operandi, it is speculated to be the work of the same person. The police issued a warning to the public to be vigilant and to avoid going out alone at night. "Are you? Well, I hope you can help me find this murderer." A hint of severe flashes in Shinji's eyes. Although I don't have detailed information, I can confirm that he is a young man who likes to wear clothes with leopard patterns. Once you locate him, you do not have to do anything else. Just come back and inform me. Now. Justice looked hesitant, seemingly not understanding the true meaning of this request. Now. Do not worry, I am sober and aware of what should and should not be done. I just want to verify something. Shinji did not provide a detailed explanation but only nodded. I understand. I'll leave now. Justice did not dwell on this. Even though she had lived for so many years, she wasn't good at plotting or calculating. As long as Shinji remained clear-headed and calm, it would be sufficient. Shinji cautioned, be careful not to be discovered by others, and don't worry about the consumption of magic power. Your safety should be the top priority in everything. Understood. After saying that, she transformed into a spiritual form and quietly left the Matou household. Looking at the golden radiance left behind by her transformation, Shinji sighed imperceptibly and muttered to himself, after becoming a magi, I have become cold-blooded and excessively rational. If it were for my past life, even after a year, I would not have ignored this madman. Does becoming stronger come at the cost of conscience and passion? Knock, knock, knock. 3 gentle knocks on the door. Come in, Sakura. Without needing confirmation through magecraft, Shinji knew it was Sakura. Only she would be polite in the entire Matou household, thanks to her mother Aoi's teachings. The newly installed wooden door opens a crack, revealing Sakura's head. Brother. What's the matter? Shinji's expression softened. Dinner time is approaching, and today I tried my hand at cooking Canadian cuisine that I just learned, Sakura said with her innocent and pure smile. Since she was young, she has been interested in cooking and enjoyed learning from her mother and servants in the Tosaka household. Now that the servants in their households had been dismissed, she willingly took on the task of cooking. Sakura, you're amazing. Shinji walked up to his sister and gave her a thumbs up. What about Dad and Uncle? Dad and Uncle went out in the morning and haven't returned yet. They called half an hour ago and asked me to tell you that they're stuck in traffic and will be an hour late. Upon hearing Sakura's reply, Shinji could not help but chuckle. Traffic jam. How could there be a traffic jam on the intercity highways between small Japanese cities in '94? If he guessed correctly, this was probably because Uncle Korea was lost in his thoughts, watching over his beloved, and lost track of time. He would have to start his confrontation with Tokiomi Tosaka once he returned. As for their father, he was probably sleeping in the back seat of the car. Recently, he seemed to have been involved with some secular conglomerates and was ambitiously working on a big project. He was up late last night working on the project proposal, yawning when he went out with Uncle Korea. If he did not have to pick up materials along the way, he would still be in bed right now. Well, it was not a great deal. Since Kodomine Kirii had not summoned his servant in advance, they were safe until nightfall. Seeing Shinji's silence, Sakura continued, Brother, I have set aside their portions for father and uncle. They just need to heat it when they come back, okay? Sakura, you're so considerate. Seeing Sakura growing healthy and happy every day, Shinji felt that it was worth killing the dirty Magus with his own hands. As long as he could save this girl, who was most deserving of love, it did not matter if he became cold-hearted. Has Justy-sama and Sensei also gone out? I couldn't find them. They have something to take care of and won't be back tonight, so there's no need to prepare a separate meal for them. Justies and Scathach are spiritual beings. Although they usually eat together with the Matou family, they have their independent rooms and do not need to eat or sleep as humans do. Okay, brother. Sakura obediently nodded. Great, let's go to the dining room then. I'm looking forward to your cooking, Sakura. Shinji wasn't a big foodie, but he was eager to eat the food his little sister cooked. Sakura gently closed the door to the workshop and followed her brother on small steps. The nightmarish memories became increasingly blurry due to Justy's magecraft, but the feeling of comfort never faded from her heart. It was like the comforting feeling she had when she was with her mother and sister but with a slightly different touch. Was this the feeling of having a brother? As she thought about it, Sakura's eyes and eyebrows lifted. Brother. Yes. Can we eat more today? Let's finish the portion for Justy-sama and Sensei too. Ah, that might be a bit challenging. I'll help too. Ahahaha, aren't you afraid of becoming a little chubby pig? I won't. / wow Sakura and Shinji having cute moments ahahaha. Chapter 17. The curtain rises. 3 months later, at the same time, in the same basement and with the same summoning ritual as 3 months ago, the only difference was the person conducting the ritual. The position that belonged to Shinji was now occupied by Korea. Tonight, he was solemn more than ever before. Not only did he prepare enough rune stones in advance, but he also wore the magecraft attire that he completed under Scathach's guidance. Until the designated time arrived, he silently recited the summoning incantation. In comparison, Shinji's attitude seems careless. He sat in the corner, bored, flipping through a newspaper absent-mindedly while occasionally stealing glances at the clock on the wall. The three hands of the clock were aligned, simultaneously pointing to the origin. Korea opened his eyes and, guided by the magic crest, activated the magic circuits. A similar ritual preparation took place in the underground workshop of the Tosaka residence, which also belonged to the Fuyuki Siddler. Ritual preparation was taking place. Silver iron of the earth, the contract of the stone, my ancestors, my teachers, I offer my respects to you, O ancient ones. The surging wind blocks the four walls, closing the gates in all directions. Manifest from within the crown, lingering at the three-way crossroads leading to the kingdom. Tosaka Tokiomi chanted the incantation aloud while drawing a magic circle using melted gemstone solution instead of fresh blood. The Tosaka family's magecraft originated from the gemstone magecraft of the second magician, the Old Man of the Jewels. The nature of this magecraft was transmutation, which allowed the transfer of one's magical energy into gemstones, which could be retrieved at any time. It also enabled the sealing of designated magecraft within gemstones to be activated when necessary. The advantage was that it could unleash power far beyond the limits of the magi themselves when needed. However, the drawback is the need for preparation and expenditure. The gemstones used in gemstone magecraft were not cheap, and only those with considerable wealth could afford them. The Tosaka family, responsible for managing the ley lines of Fuyuki City, had a considerable fortune. However, to prepare the gemstone solution necessary for this summoning ritual, Tosaka Tokiomi still exhausted his savings. That's why Rin ended up so poor later on. Two men clad in the black clerical garb were responsible for guarding the ritual. The younger man was Tosaka Tokiomi's disciple, one under Skathaka's surveillance, Kirii Kotomine. Risei Kotomine, the father of the young Kirii, was a priest affiliated with the church and served as the supervisor for the previous and current Holy Grail wars. The Holy Grail war had a separate system of supervisors, independent of the masters. The supervisors did not participate directly in the Holy Grail war but secretly monitored the actions of the masters and servants and handled the aftermath of the war, ensuring that the Holy Grail war did not affect the mundane world. If a master or servant violated the rules, supervisors had the authority to temporarily change the rules and take appropriate action. Furthermore, after the war ended, any command that the master had not used would be reclaimed by the supervisors. In theory, supervisors' positions were impartial and neutral, but since they were human, they had their motives. Risei Kotomine's motive was to utilize the rules to his advantage and ensure the victory of his ally, Tokiomi Tosaka, in the Holy Grail war. Risei stared unwaveringly at the holy relic placed on the altar, which was said to be fossilized skin shed by a serpent in the distant ancient era. At the thought of the heroic spirit that could potentially be summoned through it, Risei could not help but feel a sense of fear. Now he understands the reason for Tokiomi's confidence. As long as it was a servant, no servant could win against the heroic spirit chosen by Tokiomi. At the same time, in the snowy city of Germany, the last of the three great families, the Einsborn family, the artificial human lineage originating from Justies, had their headquarters. A pair of young men and women examined the completion of a magic circle drawn on the floor of the chapel. The men had a typical Eastern facial appearance, average height, and strong facial structure, belonging to the type that girls tend to like. The woman bore a striking resemblance to Justies, and could easily be mistaken for her twin sister. However, compared to the aloof Justies, this woman's expression is much gentler. The woman looked at a simple and rather crude summoning circle on the ground, which was somewhat surprising. Perhaps you'll be disappointed, but summoning a servant doesn't require such grandiose conjuring rituals. The men carefully inspected the pattern drawn with Makiri, ensuring that there were no distortions or blemishes, as he explained. Because, in reality, it's not the power of the Magus that summons the servant, but the power of the Holy Grail. As the master, my role is merely to serve as a link between the heroic spirit and this world and to provide them with the magical energy they need to materialize in this world. Seemingly satisfied with the completion of the magic circle, the men stood up and glanced at the catalyst placed on the central altar, which would be used for summoning. It was a golden base with a blue-lined scabbard emitting a faint shimmer that reflected barely visible inscriptions. With this, the great achievement was within reach. The summoning circles used by the three great families varied in complexity, some intricate, and others simple, but they were all prepared within their respective workshops. The other potential masters did not receive such favorable treatment. In the corner of Fuyuki City, there is a clearing deep within the dense forest. A small-bodied boy looked around cautiously, making sure that there was no one nearby. Once he confirmed the absence of others, he began preparing for a summoning ritual. Although the boy appeared nervous, his movements were swift, indicating that he had practiced several times before. Unlike the blood, gems, and mercury used by the three great families, the boy used freshly slaughtered chicken blood. Taking advantage of the warmth of the blood before cooling, the boy began his incantation. Close, 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 close. This procedure was repeated 5 times. But the overflowing moment must be broken. On that day, On different lands, incantations targeting different subjects were almost simultaneously recited. This was no longer a coincidence that could be called a mere chance. Proclaim. You, who are under me, I entrust my fate to your sword. In response to the Holy Grail's summoning, if you heed this will and divine order, answer me immediately. The sensation of magical energy coursing through his entire body, the chill and pain caused by the circulation of the circuits within his body, a sensation that no mage could escape. But at this moment, there was only endurance, only waiting. The incantation must not be interrupted. I swear here. I shall be the one who eradicates evil from this world. Compared to the others, Korea's incantation had 2 additional verses, thus, he endured more pain. It was his own choice, willingly paying a price to achieve victory. Cloud the vision of your eyes, and let your mind go wild. As the master of the chains that imprison the prisoner of madness, I am the one who controls these chains. Compared to training with his mentor, this pain was not worth mentioning. Korea gritted his teeth and continued the incantation. Enveloped by the 3 great commandments, from the wheel of restraint, O guardian of the scales. With this phrase as the conclusion of the prayer, the magical power within each of the potential masters reached its limit. Next, the summoning pattern is shimmered with brilliant light. Within that dazzling radiance, different figures manifested in the world. Some were clear and dignified, some were bold and unrestrained, and some were imposing exquisitely. Regarding the last one, an ominous magical power emanated from their entire being. Thus, the curtain of the Holy Grail war were lifted. Note. +1 bonus chapter if this work received every 100 power stone. +20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 18, Korea's Heart. As the storm of magical power accompanied the golden radiance, Scythe, who had lurked outside the workshop, immediately departed without hesitation. Moving at a speed comparable to a sports car under moonlight, the queen of the land of shadows clenched her lips tightly, desperately suppressing her fighting spirit. Yes, her fighting spirit. With just a glance, she confirmed the identity of that golden heroic spirit. As Shinji had said, it was indeed one of the strongest among all heroic spirits. Even with her current strength, she would not have enough chance of winning, even if she gave it all. However, this was not the reason for her retreat. Scythe never feared battle. By contrast, she enjoyed this. Even in defeat, she would have no complaints. She retreated decisively only because the blood of a warrior within her could no longer be contained. If she stayed any longer, she would forget the orders of her master and the wishes of her disciple. Once she had distanced herself enough from the Tosaka residence, she no longer felt the presence of the golden heroic spirit, and Scythe halted her steps. Allowing a cool night breeze to brush her cheeks, she exhaled slowly and activated her communication magecraft. Shinji, Tokiomi Tosaka has completed the summoning ritual. Understood. Shinji's response came almost simultaneously. Uncle has also completed the summoning. What are your plans next? Do you need me to come back? Scythe asks for a hint of scrutiny. Among the 3 disciples, Sakura was closest to her, but Shinji was the one she favored the most. This child was willing to endure hardships, had talent, and most importantly, was not as prone to impulsive actions as Siyu Chulin. If Shinji's performance during the Holy Grail War met her expectations, she would consider sharing with him a part of the wish entrusted to Siyu Chulin. No, it's fine, Shinji refused. Uncle's servant is also very powerful, and I am afraid he will not be able to control him. Besides, now that Uncle has become a master, he might be able to perceive both you and Justy's existence. It's better not to meet for the time being. All this time, both Justy's and Scythe had concealed their true names with special magecraft. The people of the Matou family believed them to be mysterious magi and did not consider them servants. Shinji hoped to delay the reveal of these trump cards for as long as possible. Understood. Under the cover of an empty night, Scythe exuded her charms freely. However, my little master, I must remind you that the blood of a warrior will never be extinguished. Each time it is suppressed, the next ignition will burn more fiercely. I know. Don't worry, sensei. Although I am not obsessed with the Holy Grail, I have no intention of handing it over to anyone else. There will be an opportunity for your warrior's blood to burn to the heart's content. Please bear with it for now, after all, the older the wine, the more fragrant it becomes. When Shinji uttered the last sentence, Scythe's charm peaked. Like aged wine, she was immortal and everlasting. Just as Scythe was about to end communication, Shinji suddenly had an idea. Sensei, would you be interested in having some appetizers before the banquet begins? What kind of appetizers? Scythe asked eagerly. Well, I am not sure, but let us meet with Lady Justice first. Fortunately, we might be able to catch an octopus. If luck isn't on our side, we might not even get a soup. Better than nothing, Scythe replied, blending back into the shadows. After cutting off contact with Scathach, Shinji let go of the newspaper shreds that had been torn apart by the magical storm. He carefully observed the servant that appeared in the summoning circle. The entire body was covered in jet-black armor, which seemed to be either twisted by magic or originally designed that way, with unnatural distortions in various parts of the armor. There were strange tassels attached to the back of the armor, trembling under surging magical energy. The owner of the armor had a pale face and his hair was slightly darker than the inherited hair color of the Matou family. From his appearance, he was a handsome man with a melancholic temperament who captivated countless women wherever he went. Unfortunately, the twisted expression on a man's face marred his handsomeness, and the madness shining in his eyes, devoid of any trace of reason, was terrifying. Servant Berserker, Shinji murmured to himself. Uncle, you have finally taken this path. Berserker is a relatively special class of the 7 classes of the Holy Grail War. This class grants the servant the mad enhancement class skill at the cost of stripping away their sanity, resulting in the highest base attributes among the 7 classes. Judging solely from servant status, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the strongest. The 2 extra verses in the incantation that Korea chanted were to bestow the mad enhancement skill upon the servant, fulfilling the summoning conditions for Berserker. In Fate/0, Zoken, to torment Korea further, manipulated him into summoning Berserker, as Berserker was the class that placed the greatest burden on the master. But now Zoken is already dead, and there is no one to manipulate Korea into summoning Berserker. However, driven by his obsession and desire to defeat Tokiomi, he still makes the same choice as before. Even with Sensei's guidance, my abilities as a magi are far inferior to those of Tokiomi. The master's abilities affect the servant's basic capabilities, and the master cannot match the Tokiomi. I can only find a solution through the servant. Korea's voice resolutely expresses his unwavering determination. He forced himself to activate a rune inscription despite his exhausted body. Rune magic and gem magic have many similarities. They both allow the activation of preset magic without consuming the magical energy of the magi. The rune stone that Korea activated at this moment was prepared in advance, with only one effect, to replenish the magi's magical energy consumption. Korea intended to use this method to address Berserker's excessive consumption issue. Is it worth it? Shinji sighed. It is. Korea's complexion quickly improved, as the initial rune had exceptional effects. Shinji seemed to realize something and appeared hesitant, but he gritted his teeth and said, Uncle, when I said those things a year ago, I wanted to motivate you to take over the family business. But in reality, even if you defeat Tokiomi Tosaka, Aoi-san won't marry you. Wisdom beyond your years, Korea calmly glanced at his nephew. I knew what you said long ago. Although I'm unwilling, Aoi has already given her heart and happiness to Tokiomi. I haven't had a chance since the day she agreed to be with him. Then why are you? You don't understand. Loving someone does not necessarily mean possessing them. I just hope she is happy. Korea's gaze softened like it had never before. Defeating Tokiomi is not about proving anything or gaining something. It is about making him realize that magecraft is not everything. He has many things more precious than magecraft. No regrets. No regrets. In the past, I was unable to protect her. By the time I gained power, it had already been too late. Perhaps this is fate. Uncle, you're such a fool. I feel the same way. So, don't follow my example. Of course, I have no interest in being a backup plan. Get out. +20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 19, Battle, Part 1. Although the main stage of the Type Moon world is in the realm of mysticism, it cannot be denied that compared to Magus and other mystical beings, ordinary people are the mainstream of this world. If the latter is a vast ocean, the former is a small river. The Fourth Holy Grail War occurred in 1994. According to data released by the United Nations, the global population is over 5 billion, with Japan having a population of 125 million. Japan's land area was 378,000 square kilometers, which had a population density even more exaggerated than that of China, the world's most populous country. In such a sea of people, searching for an ordinary person is similar to finding a needle in a haystack. Ryunosuke Uryu, who was targeted by Shinji, was an ordinary person, at least before becoming a master. The area of Fuyuki City is not large, and in terms of actual calculation, it may not even be comparable to a prosperous small town in China. However, many people live and work in these areas. The information provided by Shinji was vague, and there was no connection to the Matou family, making it impossible to use magecraft for searching. Justice took a day and 2 nights to investigate every corner of Fuyuki City. At this rate, it would take Justice for at least half a month to search for the entire Fuyuki City. Fortunately, Scathach's timely intervention has changed the situation. This queen, who stepped into the realm of gods, did not rely on powerful skills or profound magecraft, she relied solely on her instincts as a warrior. People emit different auras because of their different experiences in various environments. Well-read individuals exude a scholarly aura, former soldiers have a military aura, and those who have been killed carry a murderous aura. The so-called murderous aura may not be perceptible to ordinary people living in peaceful times, but it can never escape Scathach, who has experienced countless killings and reigns over the realm of death. Unlike Justice, who had to inspect each person individually, Scathach only needed to release her senses, capture the murderous aura, and then visit the source for confirmation. Finally, 2 days later, in the center of an upscale residential area, they found their targets. At this moment, Ryunosuke was preparing the ritual to summon a demon based on the records he found in an ancient book. The main material for the ritual was human blood, which was a large amount. For this purpose, Ryunosuke broke the rule of never killing twice in the same place and committed 4 consecutive murders in Fuyuki City. The first 3 attempts failed because there was not enough human blood, but this time, he killed 3 people in one go, finally gathering the necessary amount of fresh blood. The strong smell of blood makes Justice nauseous. She glanced at Ryunosuke, who casually modified the incantation and confirmed that his entire body was adorned with leopard-related decorations. She then activates her communication spell. At that moment, the breeze blew. To prevent discovery, the room was completely sealed off, and there was no airflow. In Ryunosuke's astonished gaze, the airflow quickly transformed from a gentle breeze to a fierce whirlwind, causing chaos in the entire living room. The magic circle drawn on the bed began to emit a faint phosphorescent glow. At the same time, the airflow in the room escalated into a dangerous tornado, causing the TV and vase in the living room to be swept up and shattered by the wind. The mist gradually rose from the center of the glowing magic circle, accompanied by faint sparks and splashes of lightning. Facing this unseen spectacle, Ryunosuke felt no fear. Instead, he quietly watched like a child filled with anticipation for magic tricks. His curiosity stemmed from his fascination with the unknown. Ryunosuke was a person with a heavy curiosity. He became curious about death and started killing, and now he was curious about demons and wanted to summon one. A glint is reflected in Ryunosuke's eyes followed by a thunderous roar. "I ask of you." A delicate and inexplicably enchanting voice gently emanated from the pervading mist and the wind ceased unknowingly. The magic circle that had previously emitted light was dimmed, and fresh blood on the bed turned black and dried up as if burned. Within the thin mist, a person who had just spoken suddenly appears before Ryunosuke. It was a smooth and youthful face with large, agile eyes and smooth cheeks that complemented his brown complexion, reminiscent of Munch's paintings. His attire was peculiar. He wore a loose robe on his slender body, adorned with a multitude of luxurious precious metal jewelry resembling a dark magician from a manga. "Summoner who has called upon me, summon me as a caster class and reveal your name to me. Who stands there? What kind of person are you?" Ryunosuke was somewhat unsure about how to respond. To his surprise, lightning and smoke from the summoning circle made of blood unexpectedly brought forth an ordinary person. Although he didn't know what to expect, at the very least, he had anticipated the appearance of an exaggerated monster. The current appearance of this ordinary human being made Ryunosuke feel frustrated. Although his attire was extremely peculiar, can one judge this man as a demon based solely on that? Ryunosuke scratched his head slightly and prepared himself to respond. "Well, I'm Ryunosuke Amamori, a freelancer. I have an interest in killing, and I like children and young girls." The man in the robe nodded, seemingly dismissing everything except the name. "Very well. The contract is established. I also have a long-standing desire for the Holy Grail. The key to paradise will undoubtedly fall into our hands, right?" "Huh." He did not seem to know what was going on immediately. Ryunosuke is confused. Indeed, there was a record of such things in the ancient book he found in the warehouse, but he only skimmed over the boring rules and skipped them. The ancient book was related to the Holy Grail War, but due to its poor preservation and the passage of time, many parts were illegible. Ryunosuke did not read it completely, he only read and practiced parts that interested him. With a distorted ritual, a distorted summoning chant, and possessing only inherited magic factors, Ryunosuke, a complete outsider, was able to complete the summoning ritual. It can only be said that he was an exception. Let's put aside these troublesome topics for now. Come. Ryunosuke waved his hand lightly and pointed with his chin at the child in the corner of the room, the final member of this family. "Anyway, as a greeting, what about that one over there? Should we eat him?" The strange man showed no expression. He did not look at Ryunosuke or the child, but silently took out a book from his robe. The book looked heavy and exquisitely bound, instantly recognizable as a valuable antique, and the kind of small prop often used by demons. Ryunosuke could tell at a glance the material used to bind the book's cover. Amazing. Is this made of human skin? Because Ryunosuke had once flayed a victim's skin to make a lampshade. However, because of his clumsiness in handicrafts, he faced too many setbacks and ultimately gave up. Now, seeing someone with the same intention, but who had produced a perfectly finished product, he could not help but greatly respect this man. The man merely glanced at Ryunosuke in response to his praise without making any statements. He slowly opened the book in his hand and agilely flipped through its pages, occasionally muttering a few words with unclear meaning. After completing this, the man lifted his head and a mist formed by magic filled the entire room. In the next second, the front door split into 4 or 5 pieces, and the Queen of the Shadow Realm emerged from the shadows. Their gaze met. +20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 20, Battle, Part 2. The first battle of the Fourth Holy Grail War began with the summoned servants, Assassin and Caster. As soon as Scathach sensed Caster's presence, she dispelled the primal rune used for concealment and abandoned her stealthy approach. Sneak attacks were not her style, she preferred direct combat like a warrior. Therefore, she did not interrupt the summoning ritual or attack Caster's master and even gave Caster time to prepare his magic. Since Shinji had said this was her appetizer, Scathach decided to approach the situation as pleased. Sensing the obvious otherworldly aura surrounding Caster, Scathach laughed, broke open the door, and launched an attack on the prepared Caster. At the entrance, Scathach reached up with both hands. On her left hand, she held a red longbow, while on her right hand, she gripped a similarly colored arrow. In the next second, the arrow tore through the air with a powerful force comparable to a sniper rifle. Caster, who had remained expressionless since appearing, finally showed a change in emotion. He was surprised. There was no doubt that the servant before him was an assassin, but her fighting style was nothing like an assassin. Instead, it resembled that of an archer. However, to even surprise, he didn't forget to defend herself. A very sturdy belt-like sash, or rather, an indescribable creature composed of countless snakes, or perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it an organ of a living being, extended from an unseen corner and precisely blocked Scathach's arrow. Flesh and blood scattered. Deep purple blood and magically infused flesh with corrosive properties burst from the impact of the arrow, adding an extra touch of eeriness to the already macabre room. Unfazed by this, Scathach regarded her previous arrow as a greeting and test, and she could tell that Caster's fighting style was worth her attention. Summoning magic, summoning monsters. With this conclusion in mind, Scathach initiated her second round of attack. Once again, the arrow is unleashed. However, this time, it was not just one arrow, it was 3 arrows. The 3 arrows attacked Caster from different angles like Barrett rifles equipped with guidance systems. The monster summoned by Caster unexpectedly shows remarkable resilience, enduring Scathach's arrow while remaining agile. It circled its master and used its body as a shield to block the simultaneous volley of the 3 arrows from Scathach. At the same time, the floor beneath Scathach suddenly collapsed, and 3 smaller but more agile tentacle-like monsters emerged underground, launching a counterattack against the enemy. Despite being surrounded by tentacles, Scathach remained calm and somewhat disappointed. She casually discarded her bow and grasped a purple katana from the thin air. With the swift flick of her wrist, she fiercely slashed, severing all 3 tentacles. Using the momentum from cutting the tentacles, Scathach's body turned into a wisp of smoke moving at an imperceptible speed. Just before the flesh of the monsters touched her own, she dashed towards Caster, who still stood motionless. Caster calmly turned the page of the human skin book on his hands. The mist formed from his magical energy suddenly thickened, causing the entire room to shake as if being struck by a tremendous force. Numerous thick tentacles, numbering in the double digits, extended from the ground, transforming into walls that protected Caster while recklessly demolishing the house. Cool. Awesome. You're so cool. Ryunosuke's entire being was captivated by the demons summoned by Caster. Ignoring his perilous situation, he shouted and screamed like a child. However, the poor child, the only one left in the house, had long since reached his limits and fainted. Scathach's strikes were swift, but Caster's speed was not slow. For every tentacle severed by Scathach, Caster summoned another one. Despite severing 10 tentacles in one breath, the walls that stood between the two showed no signs of diminishing. Realizing that using her blade was ineffective, Scathach did not persist in a direct assault but instead retreated with light footsteps. The monsters driven by Caster seemed unwilling to let go of this prey and swarmed towards Scathach, appearing like a chaotic dance of demons. Yes, that's it. Devour her, devour her. Ryunosuke loved demons and also had a fondness for young, beautiful women. When the two merged into one, his excitement would double, although from appearances, who would know that his summoned was a demon? Of course, Scathach did not comply with his wishes. With her right hand holding the blade and her left hand index and middle fingers close together, she swiftly traced a line of circular symbols in the air. In the instant the final rune formed, the dark house was illuminated by crimson flames. The tentacle, which was only a meter away from Scathach, became engulfed in the fiery light, burning until it turned into ashes. The screams of the monsters echoed in the crumbling house as Scathach crossed the final distance towards Caster and swung her sword, aiming for the latter's head. Caster, as a mage, generally does not excel in close combat. Being approached by an assassin meant that death was imminent unless it was someone like Scathach, who possessed multiple aptitudes. However, such individuals are extremely rare. However, the conventions are meant to be broken. This caster wasn't a traditional mage. Before the blade could reach him, he created a sword using the newly summoned monster and blocked Skathak's strike with this living blade. The sword was not as hard as a real blade, but it carried a comparable force. Caster was pushed back by the strike, and likewise, Skathak was pushed back by the sword, interrupting her attack. This turn of events indicated that Caster and Skathak possessed equal physical strength, both at the rank D level. Your magic may be lacking, but your swordsmanship is impressive, remarked Assassin, who was skilled in magic tricks. This was her first time speaking to the other servants. Thank you for the compliment, replied Caster, the melee combatant, with gentlemanly grace. Although I manifest as a caster, I indeed lack talent in magic. Comparatively, Miss Assassin is better suited for this class. Your perception is also commendable. Skathak switched her sword for a crimson spear, its flowing magical energy indicating a significantly higher quality compared to the sword and bow she previously wielded. Skathak was proficient in various weapons, but her greatest mastery lay in spears, which allowed her to reach the realm of gods. Let's end the warm-up here and bring out our true abilities, said Skathak. If possible, I would prefer for today to end here. Caster casually discarded the monster sword in his hand. The Holy Grail war has just begun. There's no need to determine life and death at this moment. Are you planning to escape? Skathak gripped the spear with both hands, and with the spear at its core, her magical energy formed a swirling vortex, emitting a distant humming sound. From afar, it resembled a burning flame. If you choose to interpret it that way, Caster closed the human skin book in his hand, emitting a dull sound. As if it were a signal of destruction, the remaining monsters in the house instantly exploded. The splattering of blood and magical mist obstructed Skathak's vision, and the resulting impact destroyed the foundation of the house. Amidst the continuous explosions, the house that held cherished memories of a family collapsed with a resounding crash. Plus 20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 21, Aftermath. Under the silver moonlight, amidst the ruins, Skathak held a red spear bathed in the moon's glow. Her face, veiled by a light fabric, turned towards the direction where Caster had departed, and her eyes, the same color as the magical spear, reflected a faint sense of regret. So, this was just an appetizer that awakened my desire for battle but couldn't satisfy it. With Skathak's exceptional agility at the A+ rank, it wouldn't be difficult for her to catch up to the departing Caster. However, she was unable to do so. This was not because she was afraid of falling into Caster's trap, but rather because it was a densely populated residential area. In the world of magecraft, there is a principle to maintain secrecy, not known by ordinary people, and to avoid causing a significant impact on the mundane world. The battles between servants bring considerable destruction to their surroundings, and Caster's fighting style, continuously summoning monsters, would likely result in the entire residential area being destroyed if they were to engage in combat here. The Matou family could not bear such consequences, and Skathak did not want to cause such great casualties. Only when she could no longer sense Caster's presence did Skathak retract her magical spear and turn her head, saying, "I appreciate your help. You can dispel the magic now." Suddenly, in empty air, golden magical particles dispersed like fireflies in the summer or fragments of scattered fireworks. A golden saint appeared at the center of these fireflies, and the magical energy dissipated. The sounds of the two servants' battle and the collapse of the house didn't awaken the residents nearby because Justice had set up a magic barrier to prevent vibrations. Whether it was vibrations of the earth or vibrations in the air, they were confined within the house and prevented from spreading. Justice had witnessed 3 Holy Grail wars and was well aware of the destructive power of servants. Justice glanced at the ruins before her and then looked at the monsters that were disappearing from the mortal realm as Caster left, asking, "How did it go?" Skathak smoothed her slightly disheveled hair and replied, "An inadequate caster, a foe used to pass the time. Next time, I'll kill him." Justice nodded and walked to a corner of the ruins using magic to gently move aside the debris, revealing the boy who had lost his entire family overnight and had no knowledge of what had transpired. A runic symbol was imprinted on the boy's back, protecting him from harm during the catastrophe. "How should we handle this child? For the battles of the servants, let Shinji support him." "He will take care of it," Skathak said, as she had already seen Shinji contemplating how to handle the aftermath since the beginning of the first servant battle. The only world line affected by Shinji's actions was the Matou families, and Ryunosuk, who had no connection to it, was unaffected. He summoned the final servant, Caster, as before. According to Justice, the opponent possessed a noble phantasm in the form of a book and could command tentacle-like monsters. They were also able to withstand a strike from Skathak. Based on these characteristics, the identity of the servant could be determined as Gilles de Rice. Gilles de Rice was a French marshal during the 100 Years' War, a national hero of France, and an ally of Joan of Arc, the savior of France. However, after Joan was captured, Gillis suffered a great mental blow and retreated his domains in Marsh Cooler and Tiffogs, where he immersed himself in studying black magic. As a result, he committed heinous acts against several children and was ultimately executed by burning, becoming one of the real-life prototypes for the antagonist character Bluebeard, Aoi-Su, in Western folklore. Gillis himself was not suited to the caster class, and the summoning ritual performed by Ryunosuke was a coincidence that resulted in an unexpected outcome. However, this accident created the worst combination for this Holy Grail war. Because of his experience as a French marshal and his glorious military achievements, Gillis possessed significant tactical knowledge. His timely retreat without engaging with Scathach proved this point. Although his strength as a soldier in historical records was not primarily in his combat ability, but in his financial resources, he fought alongside Joan of Arc as her comrade in numerous battles, both large and small, so his combat prowess was not lacking. Moreover, in other works of the Fate series, he manifested as a saber-class servant, so blocking a strike from Scathach would not be too difficult for him. However, that was all there was to it. Gillis' fighting style was relatively straightforward and his decisive techniques required prior preparation. In a direct confrontation, he does not stand a chance against Scathach. Shinji sighed and remarked, "Assassin started the first battle in the original world line, and now it's the same. The inertia of the world line is truly terrifying." He stopped paying attention to the battle and instead focused on considering its aftermath. He looked at the flowchart that he had written once again and came up with an idea. "Sensei, erase the memories of tonight from this child and also erase the memories of living with their family. Then, send this child to the vicinity of the church." Following Shinji's instructions, Scathach extended her finger and inscribed 2 new runes. The effect of these runes was slumber and forgetfulness. Without love and hate, the child would not feel pain. Without love and hate, this child with a tragic past would not experience any pain. As for seeking revenge and settling scores, Shinji would take care of them on the child's behalf. Regardless of whether the world line would change or not, he would not allow Ryunosuke Uryu to survive this Holy Grail war. It was not out of any saint's sense of responsibility, but simply because he despised individuals like Ryunosuke. // caster plot armor is good XD. Plus 20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 22, The Lost Command Spell. As one of the 2 major mysterious forces with worldwide influence, the Holy Church possesses terrifying power in both the secular and mystical world. Less than an hour after receiving a call from Justice, Father Risei completed the investigation and staged the scene as a fire incident. A few hours later, the morning newspaper and television stations began reporting a news story. Early this morning, a residential house in the northwestern part of Fuyuki City caught fire, resulting in the collapse of the building and the death of 3 people. Citizens are urged to be cautious of fire hazards. The newspaper arrived just in time for the Matou family breakfast. Having finished briefing everyone on the tasks at hand, Byakuya finally had a few days of leisure. He sipped his tea and flipped through newspapers. A fire, burning down the entire house. It's truly tragic. It seems like Fuyuki City hasn't experienced such a massive fire in many years. Sakura, displaying her ladylike manners, put down her utensils and wiped her mouth. "Don't worry, father. Our house will not experience such an incident. My brother and I will use the magecraft taught by Sensei to extinguish the fire." Byakuya smiled and said, "Sakura, you're truly dependable. We'll leave it to you, then." Shinji chimed in, "But Sakura, while extinguishing fires is important, fire prevention is even more crucial. Even a small fire can cause damage. Only when a fire doesn't start can there be no loss." "I understand, big brother." Sakura nodded earnestly. Among the entire Matou family, she admired her older brother, who was a year older than her. She listened carefully to everything he said and pondered over it. "I'm full." Korea, sitting opposite his brother, put down his chopsticks and stood up. "I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back before lunch." Byakuya closed the newspaper and casually asked, "Where are you going?" "To the scene of the fire," Korea said as he picked up his coat from the hanger behind him. Byakuya quickly understood his younger brother's intentions. "Do you suspect something is amiss with this fire incident?" "Yeah, every piece of news after the start of the Holy Grail war could be a disguise. Just to be safe, I want to verify it myself." Having summoned his servant, Korea was fully focused on. Shinji interjected, "I don't recommend Uncle going to the scene of the fire." Korea paused in his actions. "Why not?" Shinji calmly set down his utensils and said, "When I heard that news, I had the same thought. Other masters may also have the same idea. If Uncle goes to the scene, it might attract the attention of other masters. Moreover, if you return to the mansion, it will catch the attention of various parties." Byakuya also made a suggestion. "In that case, instead of going to the scene, let's go to the Fuyuki City Fire Department. I have business dealings with them. Korea, you and I will invite the chief of the department for a cup of tea." It has only been a few hours since the incident, so if it is a staged fire, there should be some loopholes in the procedure. If they don't cooperate, Korea, you can use magecraft to make them cooperate. Good idea. Korea's eyes lit up. Let's do that. Just as Byakuya and Korea were preparing to leave, Tokiomi Tosaka received a message from Father Risei. Based on the residual traces at the scene, it can be determined that one of the parties involved in the battle was Caster. The unidentified master didn't lie about that. However, before leaving, that master deliberately erased their information. The identity of the servant is unknown, as well as their skill in magecraft. The only thing that can be determined is that this person had set up a large-scale boundary around the area, indicating that they are a skilled and cautious magus. After listening to Father Risei's analysis, Tokiomi fell silent. After a while, he spoke, not into the communication gem, but to Kirii Kotomine, who stood in front of his desk. What are your thoughts? At present, the confirmed masters are you, my teacher, Korea Matou from the Matou family, Kenneth Archibald, a level 1 lecturer from the Clock Tower, and Kiritsugu Amiya, the son-in-law of the Einsburn family. When mentioning the last name, Tokiomi's eyes narrowed down slightly. He had long heard of this name, but detailed information had only been obtained from Kirii a few days ago. Kiritsugu Amiya, formerly a killing tool belonging to the Mages Association, was a notorious magus killer who excelled in using methods that went against the rules of the magus to hunt down other magus. He planted bombs in public places, shot down airplanes with many passengers, and carried out indiscriminate large-scale terrorist attacks. Although there was no concrete evidence, an analysis of the collected information indicated that it was most likely his doing. A man like this, however, had become the son-in-law of the Einsburn family, who never interacted with the outside world 9 years ago. This also caused a stir within the Mage Association. But the only people who saw through the truth behind this were the eccentric old monster, Zouken Matou, and the head of the Tosaka family, Tokiomi Tosaka. The Einsburn Magus, who were highly skilled in alchemy but lacked combat abilities, were the main reason for their failure in the past Holy Grail wars. To obtain the Holy Grail, they needed outside assistance in combat, and no one was more suitable than a Magus killer. Tokiomi Tosaka could understand such a choice, but he felt disgusted by Kiritsugu Amiya, who treated Magus as a mere tool without any sense of pride as a Magus. This disgust piqued Kirii Kotomine's curiosity. Kirii Kotomine composed himself and continued his analysis, saying, Korea Matou has only received magecraft training for 1 year and cannot set up such a large-scale boundary. Even if Kiritsugu Amiya had this ability, he would not have chosen to notify my father in this manner by evacuating the entire residential area. Lord Elmeloy is a proud man and wouldn't use such methods. Lord is an exclusive title for several ancient families that dominate the Mages Association. Kenneth Archibald is the 9th generation head of the Archibald family, one of those ancient families. He possesses the strength and reputation of befitting his status and is the most powerful magus of the Holy Grail War. That leaves us with one of the other 2 masters, excluding Caster's master. Just as I thought. It seems that a magus of considerable skill has joined this Holy Grail War. Tokiomi Tosaka was satisfied with his disciple's performance. As the overseers of the ley lines, every move we make is monitored by other masters. Therefore, Kirii. Yes, master. Kirii Kotomine respectfully lowered his head. I need you to gather as much detailed information as possible about the 2 masters. Yes, master. Watching Kirii Kotomine's departing figure, Tokiomi Tosaka let out a sigh. If only your command seals hadn't disappeared 2 years ago. Kirii Kotomine had obtained the qualification to participate in the war 3 years ago and was the first among the reserve masters to be branded with command seals. Tokiomi took him as his disciple, hoping to combine the powers of 2 masters to secure the Holy Grail. However, after studying under Tokiomi for a year, Kirii's command seals suddenly vanished, a fact that still vexed Tokiomi Tosaka. Perhaps the summoned servant was too powerful, and that's why the Holy Grail deprived him of the command seals. The timely voice of Risei Kotomine was sounded. Thinking of his servant, Tokiomi's mood improved. As long as he had him, the Holy Grail would undoubtedly be his. +1 bonus chapter if this work received every 100 power stone. +20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 23, Saber's arrival. The following days, everything remained calm and peaceful. The serial killer, Ryunosuke Uryu, disappeared without trace, seemingly leaving Fuyuki City. Shinji stayed indoors and did not venture outside of his home. Korea quickly returned home after visiting the fire department and did not go out again. The other masters did not engage in any noteworthy activity. Shinji continued his reclusive lifestyle, either training at home as per Scathacker's instructions, or playing games with Sakura. However, these were not ordinary children's games, they were runic rune-based decryption games designed by Scathatch. Anyone, be it an ordinary person like Byakuya or a magus like Shinji or Sakura, could play with similar rules. Over a few months, this game became an entertainment activity for everyone in the Matou household. You might think that the master's cautious actions were excessive, even cowardly. Shinji did not deny this, nor did the other masters, except for the madman, Ryunosuke. Although Magus possessed mysterious powers, they were still human beings. Their bodies were not much stronger than those of ordinary humans, they would bleed if their skin was cut, and they would die if they were fatally injured. The same could not be said for servants. Even the weakest servant possessed power far surpassing that of the humans. If we consider countless ancient monsters and non-human entities that can directly confront servants, their number does not exceed double digits. Therefore, the primary objective of the Holy Grail War was not victory, but self-preservation. If they die, everything will be lost. Without a guarantee of self-preservation, the masters concealed themselves in the shadows and collected information through various means. Tosaka Tokiomi gathered information through his disciple, Kirii Kodomine, and channels of the church. Korea acquired information through his brother, Byakuya, and his growing influence in the secular world. Kenneth relied on his familiar, while Shinji utilized the characteristics of the assassin class and Scat-Hack as bug-like abilities. Only Assassin possessed the ability to freely roam the city without being noticed by other masters, thanks to her class skills. As for Shinji's trump card, Justice, she had already left Fuyuki City and headed towards the nearest airport. She was going there to meet someone, a crucial figure in the current Holy Grail War, someone who should theoretically be her clone, an artificial human. The Einsburn family constructed the system of the Holy Grail War. In addition to being the core of the system known as the Greater Grail, Justice's body served as a necessary device to stabilize the magical connection between the Greater Grail and the material world. This device was known as the Lesser Grail. The Magus outside of the three families competed for this Lesser Grail. The Holy Grail War, which stemmed from the pursuit of the Grail that can grant any wish, was, in a sense, a deception. The provision of the Lesser Grail was usually handled by the Einsburn family, specifically through the production of artificial humans created by Einsburns. Essentially, these artificial humans were magical instruments with human forms, and their blueprints and prototypes were based on Justice. However, Justice did not trust Einsburn lineage. Their violation of the rules during the Third Holy Grail War led to the corruption of the Holy Grail. This was why Justice, after manifesting in the material world, deliberately concealed her existence instead of contacting the Einsburn family. The meeting was just her observation from the shadows, not revealing her presence. As an invisible spiritual being, Justice effortlessly passed through walls, bypassed security checks, and entered the tarmac, which only staff members were allowed to access. Although F Airport was located in western Japan and served several surrounding cities, its area was not particularly large because of the technological limitations of the 90s. Justice found a vantage point with a good view and waited quietly. According to the information she obtained through suggestive magecraft, Einsburn's chartered plane was supposed to arrive around noon. This information is accurate and complete. At approximately 1 p.m., a small passenger plane descended from the sky and landed smoothly on the runway, bearing a distinctive Viral logo on its fuselage. This logo represented a renowned Italian airline that operated domestic and international routes in Central and Western Europe while also providing charter services for VIPs. It should be this one. Combining the information collected by the Matou family in advance, Justice locks onto her target. The speed of the plane on the runway gradually decreased until it reached a complete stop. A few minutes later, a young woman dressed in pure white emerges from an aircraft. She wore a white fur hat, a white coat, a white knee-length skirt, and her fair silver hair complemented her snow-white skin. She looked like a pure white princess straight out of a fairy tale perfectly suited for the chilly winter season. The woman, whose appearance was strikingly similar to that of Justice, looked up at the gentle afternoon sunlight with a relaxed smile on her face, seemingly saying something. Behind the woman, a young, petite boy follows closely. In terms of appearance alone, the boy was no less impressive than the woman in front of him. His golden hair was simply styled, and he wore a sleek black suit that exuded a sense of sophistication and gallantry, perfectly complementing the pure white woman who smiled and looked at him. If the woman was a princess from a fairy tale, then the boy was her knight. If there were anything discordant, it would be that the boy's suit seemed slightly thin. It would be easy to catch a cold dressing like that in winter. However, Justice knew that the boy wouldn't have such concerns because he wasn't human, he was a servant, a manifestation of a heroic spirit in the present world. Having detached herself from the Holy Grail system, Justice, a mere ghost attached to a human, couldn't confirm the servant's class like she could with the system's support. Fortunately, the vigilance of these two individuals wasn't particularly high. From the movements of the woman's lips, as she turned around to speak to the boy, Justice learned the servant's class, Saber, the highest-rated class among the 7 classes. It was the class that most masters participating in the Holy Grail War desired. As soon as Justice confirmed the servant's class, she retreated into the airport lounge. She waited until she was certain that her magical presence wouldn't be detected by Saber before initiating communication magecraft. Shinji, the Einsburn family has arrived, and Saber is accompanying her. What are your thoughts on meeting your sister? Shinji asked with a smile. As an artificial being created based on justice, she was considered her sibling in human society. I have no particular thoughts. I'm just here to confirm if she can utilize the functionality of the Lesser Grail, Justice replied with an emotionless tone. Shinji sighed in resignation and said, well, take your time to confirm and stay safe. The sister walking on the tarmac had an innocent smile, while the older sister, hiding in the airport lounge, seemed indifferent, like two opposite poles. +1 bonus chapter if this work received every 100 power stone. +20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 24, Justice Confusion. The artificial humans of the Einsburn family possess a calamity-level beauty, despite their efforts to dress as casually as possible, relative to ceremonial attire, such as the heavenly robe of feathers or the ladies in the Fate/Grand Order. However, regardless of what they wear, such beauties are destined to attract attention wherever they go. When these beauties walk alongside equally extraordinary and otherworldly beautiful young men or women, their combined charisma becomes exponentially stronger. Throughout their journey, they are treated no differently than celebrities walking on the streets. Regardless of gender, people of all ages turn their heads and pay attention to them. If it were not for the youth's intimidating aura and piercing gaze, exuding an aura that keeps others at a distance, someone would likely have approached them for conversation or autographs. Benefiting from this situation, Justice could freely observe the two without worrying about being discovered. Before parting ways with Scathach, she reminded Justice that skilled experts had a very keen perception and could easily sense the gaze of someone secretly observing them. Therefore, caution must be exercised during observation. Unless the target is conspicuous, it is best not to stare directly at them, let alone show hostility. Saber is among those who are particularly conspicuous. The arrangements made by the Einsburn family are thoughtful. There is a dedicated car waiting as soon as they leave the airport lounge, directly taking them to Fuyuki City. Following Shinji's advice, Justice has prepared vehicles in advance using suggestive magecraft, allowing her to track the targets in sections and at different levels. Although spiritual bodies can ignore many physical limitations, she cannot ignore distance. Justice is not a servant, and cannot run as quickly as a car. Therefore, modern tools are the best choice. Shinji is not a traditional magus like Kenneth or Tokiomi Tosaka, and he does not adhere to magecraft above all else. Justice is an artificial human and does not possess the pride of a magus. In a sense, this pair resembles a partnership between the contracted Saber and Kiritsugu Amiya. When Justice returned to Fuyuki City, the sun began to set, and the night approached. She got out of the car at the station square, and a few dozen meters away was the group with Saber, who seemed like a commander inspecting the battlefield and observing every detail around. On her side, a woman dressed in pure white looked at everything with a curious and naturally radiant smile, a brightness that Justice had never possessed. Isn't it a bit too relaxed? Veal. Irisveal's syllables were more numerous than Saber's, making it more difficult for Justice to identify, but after hearing Saber call her name multiple times, Justice could roughly determine the pronunciation. From their first meeting, Justice felt completely unable to understand this little sister, this junior. From Irisveal, Justice saw many reflections of herself, such as staying within the Einsburn castle before being activated, isolated from the outside world, and therefore fascinating everything in the outside world. Due to the artificial humans' lack of complex human emotions, they could be described as inexperienced or naturally innocent. However, Justice could not understand whether Irisveal's emotions were too intense. In her impression, whether it was the other artificial humans in the family or the previous head of the family, they were all cold and machine-like, even when their personalities were influenced by their servants. None of them displayed emotions as intense as Irisveal. She would find joy and laugh out loud over small things little by little. Perhaps, influenced by Irisveal, Justice's emotional fluctuations became more apparent. I think she is prepared for what's to come. Unlike Justice, Shinji could understand Irisveal's feelings. She knows that soon she will become the Lesser Grail, and her personality will disappear. That's why she emphasizes the present. While her body can still move, she wants to explore and see more of the world. While her personality is still intact, she wants to experience things she has never done before, so that when her personality disappears, she won't have any regrets. Lady Justice, you wanted to witness the birth of the Greater Grail, and didn't want to leave any regrets, so you preserved your personality. Miss Irisveal is the same, but she doesn't have your ability, so she chose this path. Is that so? With Shinji's voice echoing in her ears, Justice's eyes fixed on the aimless wandering of Saber and Irisveal, a black and white duo. She seemed to grasp something, yet at the same time, it felt like she grasped nothing. Saber and Irisveal walked along the streets, occasionally stopping to smile and gaze at the shining windows illuminated by the sunset, or curiously observe the displays in shop windows. However, they only looked and never entered any of the stores. Is this enough? Justice seemed to ask Shinji, or perhaps herself, or even Irisveal, who was destined not to hear. I cannot answer your question, nor can they do so. The only one who can provide an answer is yourself. Shinji's voice shifted from hesitation to determination, as if he had made a certain decision. Justice Lizrick von Einsburn, you should follow your thoughts and seek your answers. As for the Holy Grail War, my teacher and I will handle it. Is that okay? Justice's body trembled. There's no such thing as okay. Didn't you want to save humanity? How can you save humanity if you don't even understand human hearts? Shinji laughed, though Justice couldn't see it. She was certain that this smile was just as pure as Iris feels. Thank you, Shinji. Justice's voice was soft, but it was the first time Shinji felt a sense of peace in his heart. No need to thank me. I'll be waiting for your return. Shinji pushed open the window of the room, watching the lingering light of the setting sun swallowed by the horizon. +1 bonus chapter if this work received every 100 power stone. +20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 25, Going Out. The night has come. There is a different atmosphere in the air, as if it carries the weight of impending storms, making one feel a sense of oppression in the chest. The dining table at the Matou household was also filled with silence. Everyone eats food quietly without the usual lively conversations. I'm full. I won't be coming back tonight, and maybe not even tomorrow. Being the first to finish eating, Korea nods at everyone, grabs his coat, and heads towards the basement. Yes, the basement. As one of the 3 families participating in the Holy Grail War, the Matou family was highly likely to be monitored by other masters. Therefore, a month ago, Korea dug a secret tunnel in the basement, allowing them to enter and exit the Matou household without being noticed. I'm full too. Shinji is the second to finish eating, following the same procedure as Korea. However, he does not go to the basement but returns to his room. Ah, big brother, wait for me. Sakura follows closely behind Shinji, leaving Byakuya alone in the empty dining room, lost in thought for a while before sighing. They're all so secretive. Even if the Holy Grail War began, we would still enjoy meals. I am the most unruly person in my household. Oh well, if you won't eat, then I'll eat. However, after only a few bites, Byakuya's movements slowed. It was so hard to finally have a semblance of a home. Please do not get into trouble, I'm begging you, Korea, Shinji. In Shinji's bedroom, Sakura holds onto his arm. Big brother, are you planning to go out like uncle? Shinji denies, no, it's just that I'm really tired today and want to rest early. You're lying. Sakura exposes, I know, you're going to participate in that Holy Grail War. Shinji turns around and looks unwaveringly at his sister, who now has the same hair and eye color scheme as himself. Currently, Sakura is no longer a girl with black hair or sapphire eyes. She transforms into the unique appearance of the Matou family, with purple hair and purple eyes. It wasn't the result of the inhumane crestworm modification like what Zoken did, but rather, it was Scathatch who gradually changed Sakura's appearance over 2 months using runes. This was to display Sakura fully integrated into the Matou family and to ease the Tokiomi Tosaka. It also satisfied Shinji's desires. In his memories, the Matou Sakura he knew had always been a soft, purple-haired girl, while the black-haired, green-eyed Sundara was characteristic of Tosaka Rin. Why do you think that? I saw it. Sensei suddenly disappeared, just like Uncle's silent servant, Sakura weakly spoke. Uncle also mentioned that Sensei and Justy-sama gave him a strange feeling, not quite like humans. And, it's been several days since Sensei and Justy's returned. Shinji's body stiffened, and he remained silent. Sakura held onto her brother's hand, her frail yet determined appearance tugging at one's heartstrings. Ultimately, Shinji could not resist his sister's gaze. He forced a bitter smile and used his free hand to gently rub Sakura's foreheads. Ah, I thought I did a good job keeping it a secret. Turns out, you all had suspicions. Should I feel like a failure, or should I say it's no wonder you're my family? Big brother. Never mind, after tonight, Uncle should be able to recognize Lady Justy's true identity, so there's no need for me to continue hiding. Shinji gently freed his sister's hand and walked over to the window. You're right, I am indeed participating in the Holy Grail War. I made an agreement with Lady Justy's a long time ago. Sakura clung to the corners of Shinji's clothes. But, big brother, it's very dangerous. Shinji smiled softly at his sister. It's okay. Compared to the training with Sensei, the Holy Grail War is nothing. Sakura's grip on Shinji's clothes tightened more and more. Then I want to go too. I am also Sensei's disciple. The smile on Shinji's lips became even softer. If you leave, who will protect father? Father doesn't know magecraft, so what will we do if a bad person breaks in? Sob. Sakura hesitated. On one side was her brother and the other was her father. She didn't know how to choose. Shinji extended his pinky finger. Little Sakura, you protect father, and I will protect uncle. Let's support each other, okay? Sakura looked at her brother's face and then at his hand. Finally, she nodded. Okay, big brother, let's pinky promise. Pinky promise. If someone lies, they have to swallow 1,000 needles. Their pinky fingers were interlocked, and their thumbs touched. Having reassured his sister, Shinji draped a brown cloak over himself with one hand and pushed open the window with the other. In the next second, his body floated lightly and out of the window, soaring into the sky. Sakura waved vigorously at her brother, who was flying higher. Big brother, do your best. The sound was blocked by a barrier and could not be reached. However, Sakura's heartfelt message had long been conveyed to Shinji's heart. The frigid night wind pierced through, but Shinji, suspended in the air, paid no mind. Due to their physiological differences, Skathaka's training for Shinji focused more on warrior aspects rather than magecraft. In warrior training, physical fitness is of utmost importance. Over the past 3 months, Skathak has relentlessly honed Shinji's physique using various methods. By now, typical changes in weather would have had little effect on him. Under the cover of the night, Shinji rode the wind, heading west until he reached the banks of the Unforeseen River, before turning north. The Unforeseen River was the main water source of Fuyuki City, flowing through the city from south to north before finally merging with the sea. On one side of the river mouth was the seaside park, renowned for its beautiful sea view and pristine white beaches, a popular destination for leisure and entertainment among the city's residents. Unfortunately, it was winter and nighttime, rendering the beach deserted and even couples on dates reluctant to approach. The only exceptions were Irisveal, accustomed to the cold of the northern lands, and Saber, whose nature as a servant defied measurement by human standards. When Shinji arrived, Irisveal was frolicking in seawater barefoot and was completely unconcerned about the temperature in the single digits. Her smile carried innocence that belied her age. Observing Irisveal in this state, Shinji understood why she had caused such a disturbance in Justy's heart. The two were like two sides of a mirror, similar backgrounds, similar experiences, similar destinies, and similar choices. However, their attitudes were opposite. Silently descending from the air, Shinji hid himself in the shade of the trees at the edge of the beach, where Justy's was hiding. Perhaps our encounter can change each other's fate, who knows? Shinji. Justy's remained intangible, but Shinji still sensed her differences. It was as if tiny cracks appeared in her icy heart, subtle yet prominent. Shinji shook his head at Justy's and whispered, "No need to say anything, just watch." Before the words fully settled, Saber suddenly grabbed Irisveal's arms and pulled her closer, instantly replacing the warm atmosphere with a sense of solemnity. It's about to begin, Shinji's body tensed. The second battle. +1 bonus chapter if this work received every 100 power stone. +20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 26, Spear and Sword, 1. The area adjacent to the eastern part of the seaside park was a street lined with warehouses. This area also functions as a harbor facility, separating Fuyuki City from an industrial zone further east. By nightfall, there are hardly any people here, and dim streetlights only enhance the sense of emptiness. Unmanned cranes are neatly arranged along the seaside, resembling giant dinosaur fossils, which makes people feel somewhat uneasy. It's a suitable place for a duel, said Shinji, who was the first to enter the warehouse street, securing a prime spot to observe the battle. Justy's faintly sensed the magical aura around her and made judgments. Someone has erected a barrier. It should be the master of the opposing servant. They've concealed the true battleground to separate ordinary people from the Holy Grail war. That's the conventional approach. Magus must adhere to the rule of not exposing their actions to the public. Only the two lunatics from the caster group disregarded it. However, these barriers have different functions. If they have also employed reconnaissance techniques within, it could become troublesome, just in case. As Shinji spoke, he adjusted his cloak, and his body became engulfed by black mist. When the mist dissipated, the purple-haired, purple-eyed child vanished and was replaced by a handsome young man with black hair and black eyes, bearing a faint resemblance to Shinji. This was Shinji's appearance in his previous life, and perhaps it was one of the reasons why he could seamlessly enter this world without experiencing rejection from a new body. From the shadows, a graceful figure emerges silently. It was Skathak who had hurried over upon receiving the message. Skathak, who could perceive causalities, cast a contemplative gaze at Shinji, who had altered his appearance, and murmured, "Kuni, Hades' cloak." Shinji received a gift from his ancestor, Perseus, over a year ago, granting him the ability to wield Perseus' noble phantasm. Perseus was a renowned hero in Greek mythology and the origin of the constellation Perseus. It is said that he obtained blessings from the Olympian gods and possessed several noble phantasms throughout his life, one of which was a cloak borrowed from Hades, king of the underworld. The cloak's primary effect is disguised. By consuming magical energy, the wearer's appearance can be altered. By expending a significant amount of magical energy simultaneously, it can even achieve temporary invisibility, completely erasing sound and scent. In mythology, Perseus used this treasure to stealthily approach Medusa and while she slept, decapitated her. Shinji dares to venture out and closely observe the battle between servants by relying on the magical properties of the cloak. "They're here," Justy's voice interrupted Scathacka's thoughts as she looked downwards. Saber and Iris Veal walked confidently along the wide four-lane road, akin to duelists bravely accepting a challenge. The enemy stood boldly in the middle of the road, with their distinctive attire and strong magical presence, indicating their extraordinary nature. It was a man with well-defined features, a prominent nose, stern eyebrows, and rugged facial contour. His delicate lips gave the impression of strictness and self-restraint, while his gentle and melancholic eyes exuded a strong masculine charm. In particular, a captivating teardrop-shaped mole beneath his left eye enhanced his gaze. His choice of weapons was eye-catching. He held a long spear of approximately 2 meters in his right hand and a shorter spear of about 1/3 of its length in his left hand. "A rare selection of weapons," remarked the seasoned master of weaponry, Scathach, her eyes lighting up as she focused on the dual spears. Shinji asked, "What do you mean?" Scathach explained that, when utilizing the length of a spear to its fullest potential in various battle situations, it is common to employ a combination of detachable short spears. By wielding one long spear and one short spear simultaneously, it serves not only as a disguise to confuse the opponent but as a true master who wields 2 spears, Shinji interjected, eagerly anticipating this line. The 2 spears were wrapped from the hilt to the blade in a cloth resembling charm, concealing their true appearance. Undoubtedly, this measure was taken to hide the true names of the noble phantasms. Noble phantasms were the trump cards of servants and were not revealed until the decisive moment. Finally, someone has arrived. Throughout the entire day, everyone who passed through the city chose to hide like turtles, but you were the only one who succumbed to my temptation, a fierce warrior, praised the servant wielding the dual spears in a deep yet clear voice. He did not assume a combat stance, but calmly addressed Saber. "With such a strong fighting spirit, you must be Saber, correct?" "Indeed," Saber replied with a cold and resolute expression. "You must be Lancer." Lancer spoke with a hint of regret. "It's disappointing that we cannot exchange names with the opponent we are about to engage in a fight to the death. It feels confining." Saber agreed with this sentiment, and her icy expression softened slightly. "It is an unavoidable situation. We are not fighting for personal glory. I assume you have also pledged your spear for the sake of your master." Exactly, Lancer didn't appear as someone about to risk their life in battle. Instead, he wore a relaxed wry smile. This slightly melancholic expression only added to his charm, elevating his appeal to women at an indescribable level. Both Iris Veal, with her natural beauty, and Justice, with her aloofness, were captivated momentarily. "Enchanting magic." 2 artificial beings from the Einsburn family spoke simultaneously. Justice seemed puzzled, whereas Iris Veal displayed anger. "It's incredibly disrespectful to married women, Lancer. Due to special adjustments, artificial beings from the Einsburn family possess twice the resistance against enchantments compared to ordinary people. This allowed them to regain their sense quickly. If it were any other woman, they might have already fallen into his spell." In response to Iris Veal's protest, Lancer can only offer a wry smile and shrug his shoulders. "I'm truly sorry. It is an innate ability, almost like a curse, that I cannot escape from no matter what. Blame it on my birth, or perhaps blame it on your being a woman." "Such narcissism," Shinji sneered, partly jealous and partly disdainful, as he pursed his lips. "My sensei has much greater charm than you. Why didn't she say anything like that?" "Quiet down," Scathach flicked Shinji's head with her finger, her mouth slightly upturned, betraying her true feelings. Saber snorts and stares coldly at Lancer. "You're not hoping that I'll show mercy because of your looks, are you, Lancer?" "If that's the case, it's truly disappointing," Lancer shook his head. "So, Saber's resistance against magic as a knight-class servant is truly exceptional. Well then, if I were asked to kill a woman enchanted by my appearance, I could not bear shame. I'm glad that the first person I encountered has courage." "Oh. So, do you prefer a fair and honorable duel?" "It is fortunate to meet a heroic spirit who possesses the spirit of a knight," Saber replied with a smile, exaggerating her expression. It was a transparent and fierce smile that only warriors destined for death could comprehend. "Then let's begin." Lancer lifted the long spear resting on his shoulder, twirled it in his hand, and assumed a fighting stance. He raised his left hand while holding a short spear. The 2 spears, like wings, spread out and swung in a posture that had never been witnessed in battle. Saber also unleashed her surging fighting spirit. The intense magical power stirred up a whirlwind-like airflow in the surroundings, enveloping the body of the petite girl. In an instant, her entire form was clad in silver armor, and magical power transformed into her armor and gauntlets. This was her true appearance and battle form. "Saber." Iris Veal nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and called her name. Influenced by the intense fighting spirit emanating from the two warriors, she keenly perceived that she had no place to interfere with this battle. Not only Veil, but Shinji, Justice, Scathach, and anyone else watching knew that there was no room for anyone other than the servants to intervene in this battle. However, Veil did not want to become a bystander. Be careful. While I can assist you with healing magecraft, I should not get involved in anything else. Saber nodded before she could finish her sentence. I'll take care of Lancer. However, I'm concerned about his master refusing to reveal himself. There may also be a scheme at play. Stay vigilant. The storm of the fighting spirit intensified, even affecting Shinji and his group, who were positioned at a higher vantage point. Saber's emerald eyes emitted a fearless radiance. Veil, I trust you to watch my back. Feeling Saber's determination and trust, Veil's fighting spirit soared. Understood. Saber, bring me victory. Yes, I will. Saber took a firm step forward, the sound of her footplate hitting the ground mirroring her resolute gaze. Toward Lancer, toward his twin spears. P.S. Special skill for Scathach in swimwear. Coastal Crisis, A+. Depends on how much attention she accidentally attracts at the seaside. Unlike a beach flower, it even draws attention far beyond mere infatuation. Just by taking a stroll, Scathach can create chaotic situations at the beach. +1 bonus chapter if this work received every 100 power stone. +20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 27, Spear and Sword, 2. The battle unfolding in the warehouse district was unusually intense. It was a brutal duel that had become extinct in the modern era, occurring only at a distant time when myths had not yet faded away. A knight clad in armor and warrior wielding twin spears clashed fiercely amidst the sharp edges, creating sparks that filled the air. Although it was a confrontation with ancient weaponry, the collision of magical power and the accompanying powerful airflow seemed capable of obliterating everything and rivaling modern firearms. It was as if the weapons held by the two servants were not mere spears and swords, but explosive charges. Their feet, pounding the ground, shattered the earth beneath them. The pressure generated by the weapon swings severed the street lamps. Even with magically enhanced visual perception, it was challenging to keep up with their movement. One can only gauge the intensity of the battle from the occasional remnants left in their wake. The metallic exterior of the warehouse walls cannot withstand the onslaught of intangible and tangible spears. It peeled off and distorted as if it were a mere tin foil torn away by shock waves. The wind whispered. In the face of a space that defied the laws of the world, the surrounding air emitted a nervous lament. A wild storm raged through a deserted shopping street, leaving destruction and chaos in its wake. A mere melee battle between the two combatants would be sufficient to demolish the entire street. This was the grand spectacle of the Holy Grail War, a recreation of the world of myths and legends. Thunder shattered the sky and powerful waves crashed against the earth, blurring the line between fantasy and reality. This was the battle between servants. Veil was shocked, Shinji Matou was enthralled, Scathach's warrior blood surged higher and higher, and even Justice, who had witnessed 3 Holy Grail wars, was still in awe. Shinji, close your eyes. Your vision has reached its limit, Scathach suddenly spoke. Yes, sensei. Without hesitation, Shinji closed his eyes. He could barely perceive the movements of the two servants thanks to the enhancement of his magecraft. Such a technique placed significant strain on his eyes, and prolonged use would surely damage his vision. However, I can't help but feel a bit reluctant to miss out on such a battle. Upon hearing his disciple's words, Scathach's eyes showed a clear satisfaction. She extended her index finger and traced a rune on Shinji's forehead. Any worthy warrior would not want to miss out on such a battle. Your mindset proves that you are one step closer to becoming a qualified warrior. So, consider this a reward, Scathach said. Soon after, the movements of Saber and Lancer became clear in Shinji's mind. Unlike before, when he could only perceive a vague outline, this time it was vivid and precise. Regardless of whether it was their swift footsteps or their fluid motions, everything was crystal clear. This is how the world appears in Scathach's eyes. Servants could be considered special familiars, and theoretically, the magic that could be applied to familiars would also work on servants, such as sharing senses. However, servants possessed independent consciousness and personalities, and most resisted such magic. Shinji had never asked Scathach for such a favor, so he was surprised when she voluntarily offered it today. Just as the excitement and novelty began to rise, Scathach interrupted his thoughts. Focus your mind. Currently, these two are in a highly empathetic state. Whatever Shinji was thinking, Scathach could sense it. The reverse was also true. Scathach took this opportunity to provide live commentary on her disciple. Observe and do not let the intensity of the battle blind you. The fight is still in the probing stage. Saber's attacks may appear fierce, but they are cautious. She is vigilant against both spears because she does not know which one is Lancer's trump card. Lancer is a heroic spirit known for his skill with spears, so, naturally, his noble phantasm would be a spear. Lancers are well aware of this. He has inscribed runes on his dual spears to conceal the true nature of his noble phantasm and avoid detection. A spear is primarily a long-range weapon, and very few people would wield it with just one hand. Saber believes that one of Lancer's dual spears is a disguise. She aims to determine which is Lancer's true spear based on his fighting style. The techniques he employs with his preferred weapon and those used to deceive opponents will have distinct differences between reality and illusion. Once she unveils this deception, Saber's chances of victory will greatly increase. However, she has not yet concluded because Lancer's proficiency with both the long spear and the short spear is profound. The coordination between the two is seamless. In a swift motion, Lancer brandished a spear in his right hand, charging straight ahead. The sweeping blade of the spear unleashed a wide-range attack, exhibiting no compromise in power and speed compared with wielding it with both hands. No, precisely because he used only one hand, there were numerous techniques absent in two-handed spear techniques. The spear thrust unexpectedly toward Saber from an unconventional angle. However, long spears still have limitations. Due to its length, it inevitably revealed openings during attacks. Seizing this opportunity, Saber planted her left foot firmly on the ground and leaped forward, intending to capitalize on this gap and strike Lancer. Unfortunately, before Saber's attack could fully unfold, it was thwarted by Lancer's use of a short spear in his left hand. The opening left by the long spear was swiftly filled by the short spear, leaving no room for defense. "What's the matter, Saber? Your attack is not impressive enough," Lancer taunted. Saber had not landed a single effective attack since the beginning of the battle. Using two spears simultaneously, without a single feint, his coordination is flawless. "This man truly lives up to the name of being a dual wielder, in every sense," Scathach remarked. "I'm also skilled with dual weapons, so I can see it, but I wonder if Saber has noticed." Scathach's excitement grew. In contrast, Shinji remained increasingly calm. "Nevertheless, Lancer is still at a disadvantage." "You're right. Being able to see that proves that my teachings were not in vain." Scathach's voice carried a hint of joy. "Lancer may be more focused on offense, but in reality, he is struggling to handle every one of Saber's attacks. That's only natural because Saber's sword is an invisible sword. A large amount of air around the sword is gathered and enveloped by magical energy, causing the air around the sword to refract light, making it completely invisible. While this doesn't have a significant impact on their noble phantasms, its effect is pronounced in close combat. Even if one can deduce Saber's attack trajectory through her movements, the invisible sword's length, width, and style cannot be perceived accurately, leaving one unable to make precise counters and only able to watch as numerous opportunities slip away, because you don't know if it's an opportunity or a trap. Despite Lancer's martial skills being on par with Saber's, he is still being suppressed by Saber precisely because of this invisible sword. Invisible air, the term came subconsciously to Shinji's mind, and with it, a question arose. "If it were you, Sensei, facing Saber, how would you fare?" Scathach did not hesitate to respond to this. "Initially, I would also be at a disadvantage due to the invisible sword, but after a few rounds, I would be able to discern the sword's style. However, because of the differences in physical attributes, I might not have gained the upper hand. Most Saber's attributes are at a rank or above, while most mine's are only at D rank. In the face of absolute power, the efficacy of skill is weakened." Shinji fell silent. If he was stronger, Scathach, who was supposed to be his servant, would not be burdened by low attributes. +1 bonus chapter if this work received every 100 power stone. +20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 28, Spear and Sword, 3. The duel between Saber and Lancer continued. If they had initially held back and tested each other's strength, it could now be said that the battle between the two had reached an intense state. Of course, such reservations were only within the context of servants. The aftermath of their probing attacks left a trail of destruction on the road with terrifying imprints everywhere. 2 warehouses collapsed on the roadside, and the asphalt on the road was upturned like farmland. Surveying the battlefield in this state, one could not help but feel as if it had just experienced a major earthquake. Yet amidst the ruins of the battlefield, Saber and Lancer stood facing each other, unscathed, their minds calculating their next moves. Neither group showed a hint of fatigue. As Shinji was fully engrossed in the duel and completely captivated by it, Scathach, who was providing visual support, suddenly looked away. "Sensei. There are other guests." As soon as the words were spoken, the scattered gazes quickly converged and were fixed upon a figure lurking in the shadows. Due to the lighting conditions, the features were unclear, but Shinji could still discern the person's identity based on their overall characteristics. Thin, tall, wearing a black coat, equipped with a sniper rifle and an infrared scope. It was Emiya Kiritsugu, the mage killer. In this Holy Grail war, he was the true master of Saber. Iris Veil was merely a front, a decoy designed to divert attention from various parties. Kiritsugu's strategy was incredibly effective, to the point where even Tosaka Tokiomi had to overturn his previous assumption that Emiya Kiritsugu was Ainsburn's master. If Shinji didn't know the plot, he would naturally assume that Iris Veil was Saber's master. The compatibility between Saber and Iris Veil was simply too good. Iris Veil trusted Saber, and Saber's guardianship over Iris Veil was genuine without any falsehood. Anyone would believe that they were more than just a master and servant duo. It was precisely because of this that the Saber x Iris Veil ship was born in Shinji's previous life. With everyone's attention focused on Iris Veil, Kiritsugu could freely unleash his abilities as a mage killer and employ various means to assassinate the other 6 masters. Since he was present, then. As soon as this thought arose, Scathatch had already shifted her gaze, focusing on a woman on the other side of the warehouse street, standing in opposition to Kiritsugu Emiya from a distance. With refined facial features and an attractive figure, she could be called a beauty. However, the coldness emanating from her slender eyes gave off a sense of distance, making one feel rejected from the miles away. Her aura and presence are somewhat similar to those of Justice. The woman held an assault rifle in her hand, and her crouched posture contained explosive power that ordinary people could not reach. If Kiritsugu Emiya is a venomous snake, she is a cheetah. Maya Hizo, Kiritsugu Emiya's female assistant and partner. Maya was not her real name, it was the name she used when Kiritsugu obtained a fake passport. She was a woman whom Kiritsugu had rescued on the battlefield when she was young and had an extremely heavy past. Regarding herself as a part of Kiritsugu, she was a woman who put Kiritsugu at ease. From a worldly perspective, one could consider her as Kiritsugu's mistress, but in reality, Maya, Kiritsugu, and even Kiritsugu's wife, Iris Veil, didn't mind. It was not up to others to gossip or criticize their relationship. Oh. Impressive insight. You noticed my gaze, Scathatch remarked. On Scathatch's line of sight, Maya Hizo suddenly rolled to the ground, covering behind the stairs at the top of the warehouse, with only the muzzle of her gun visible. By observing the scene, Shinji scratches his cheek. Sensei, does your concealment technique include isolating the heat emitted by the human body? No, it doesn't, Scathatch replied. In that case, our presence has been detected. Infrared night vision scopes rely on thermal imaging emitted by the human body. Either we change our position or prepare to block bullets. Before Scathatch could respond, Justice reminded them, people are hiding in the lower left corner, in the warehouse behind us, and on the jib of the crane. While Scathatch and Shinji were observing, Justice prepared for wide-ranging magical detections. The person in the warehouse is Korea. He has the runestones I made for him. The runestones that Korea considered his trump card contained Scathatch's magical imprints and aura. When someone approached a certain distance, Scathatch sensed it. Aside from the Korea's location, Scathatch's gaze moved quickly. In the lower left corner, between the shipping containers, there was a bitter-faced man in a black cassock with a serene aura. It's Kotomine Kirii. It seems that even without assassin, he still obeyed Tokiomi Tosaka, participating in the Holy Grail War and personally entering the battlefield from the very beginning. On the jib of the crane, wearing a blue-colored mage's attire, meticulously styled lemon-colored short hair, and a confident smile on his lips, there was silver liquid at his feet, resembling a mercury ball. Kenneth Archibald L. Malloy. He is the master of Lancer, the strongest mage in this Holy Grail War, and goes by the nickname Lord Kenneth. In addition to Shinji and the rider group on the bridge over the Unraya River, 6 out of the 7 masters of this Holy Grail War either personally appeared or sent proxies to the scene. If they were to use all means and reveal their trump cards, they would likely force at least 2 masters to retreat. However, considering that the 2 most troublesome groups could not be dealt with, and his safety could not be guaranteed, Shinji ultimately abandoned this tempting idea and decided to continue observing his current position. Lancer brandished his spear filled with killing intent but spoke to Saber in a light-hearted tone, a duel without announcing our names holds no honor. In any case, I want to pay my respects to you, Saber. Until now, not a single drop of sweat has been shed. You truly are a heroine among women. No need for modesty, Lancer, Saber swung her sword and smiled. Although I don't know your esteemed name, to receive such praise from someone with such remarkable spear skills is an honor for me. I gratefully accept it. Both of them were confident in their abilities, so when they encountered a true opponent, they showed respect. Both of them were not only solitary warriors but also admired each other as heroic spirits. This was precisely the charm of the Holy Grail War. However, not everyone understands how to appreciate this charm. The game ends here, Lancer. An unfamiliar voice echoed through the empty warehouse street, and from the tone of command directed at Lancer, it was not difficult to determine that the speaker was Kenneth, Lancer's master. Saber and Iris Veil lifted their heads, trying to locate the owner of the voice, but because it came suddenly, they couldn't determine its source. Do not waste any more time, that Saber is a formidable enemy. I permit you to use your noble phantasm and end this swiftly. Kenneth's words struck a chord with every onlooker. The noble phantasm is a servant's trump card, their ultimate technique, and this battle finally reached its decisive moment. Understood, my master, Lancer replied with a respectful tone, simultaneously changing his stance. Casually, he threw the shot spear in his left hand to the ground, and naturally, everyone assumed it was the Lancer's noble phantasm. The enchantment on the long spear in Lancer's right hand slowly unraveled, revealing a deep crimson spear. The blade was wrapped in a completely different magical power from before, as if it were an ominous mirage. Indeed, the blood will be spilled by this spear next. Lancer held the spear with both hands, assuming the conventional stance of a spearman charging forward. Saber, did you use magic to gather wind and make your sword invisible? Saber did not answer, only lowering her body and carefully anticipating Lancer's movements. I see. Lancer didn't expect an answer from Saber either and continued, do you have no choice but to make your sword invisible? In other words, that sword would reveal your identity. Unfortunately, Lancer, Saber remained unfazed, focusing on capturing every movement of Lancer. You cannot know the true form of my sword because the outcome will be decided before that. Is that so? Lancer approached with an immensely heavy pressure step by step. Saber, allow me to force that invisible sword of yours to materialize. +1 bonus chapter if this work received every 100 power stone. +20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 29, Spear and Sword, 4. Lancer was the first to make a move. Compared to the flashy and ever-changing techniques he had used before, this straight strike felt sluggish. It seemed as if he had no anticipation of Saber's next move or even any intention to defend against her counterattack. Saber naturally blocked the thrust of the spear with her sword, lightly and skillfully. But this seemingly harmless strike. An anomaly occurred. From the point of contact between the spear and the sword, a whirlwind suddenly emerged without any warning. At the center of the whirlwind, a faint golden light is shimmered. Ah! Saber exclaimed in surprise and took 3 steps back. However, Lancer remained calm and composed, showing no intention of pursuing her. The sword you concealed has been exposed, Lancer gloated in a whisper, while Saber remained silent. Among the parties involved, only Scythe and Shinji understood what had happened at that instant. Scythe relied on her keen eyesight and wisdom, while Shinji relied on his knowledge as a time traveler about the plot and settings. The wind was emitted from Saber's sword, or more precisely, from one of her noble phantasms called invisible air. Noble phantasms generally have 2 types of effects. One is to unleash a deadly power while shouting their true name, and the other is to utilize the inherent attributes of the weapon itself as a noble phantasm. Saber's invisible air belongs to the latter category, and Lancer's long spear falls into the same category. When Saber's sword clashed with Lancer's spear, compressed air within the invisible air, which was distorted to refract light, was released. Lancer caught a glimpse of the exposed edge of the true sword within the damaged invisible air. His previous words were evidence that his spear had torn through the invisible air. I have seen through the blade of your sword. I won't be deceived by you again. Lancer roared as he charged forward. Indeed, as he said, each subsequent strike was a deadly attack devoid of any unnecessary movements, each calculated with precision. Saber could only do her best to block each attack with her sword. In an instant, the image of a golden sword flashed in the air. The continually leaking air pressure gathered into a powerful hurricane, forcefully blowing Saber's golden hair away. There was no doubt that it was a red spear that nullified the invisible air. In the ongoing battle, the once invisible noble phantasm was almost completely exposed. However, the techniques employed by a single spear were not as difficult to deal with as the dual-wielding style. Although Lancer was a skilled spearman, the techniques he used with the long spear were ordinary techniques that Saber had seen before, making it relatively easy for her to parry and counter. During the battle, Saber keenly detected a flaw in Lancer's movements. The next strike was aimed at Saber's abdomen, but she was clad in sturdy armor. This spear strike would not be blocked, but by relying on the hardness of her armor, she could withstand his attack. This was a perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Without hesitation, Saber swiftly changed her grip on the sword and thrust it towards Lancer's shoulder, disregarding the spear tip that grazed her side, intending to wound Lancer severely with a single strike. That's not a flaw, it's a trap. Saber made a mistake, Shinji sighed as he observed. It's not necessarily a mistake. Saber just didn't understand the effects of that spear. Scythe crossed her arms. Was it carelessness or impatience? As they spoke, the sword and spear clashed. At a critical moment, Saber retracted her sword, swiftly turned her body to the side, and performed a flip on the ground. Blood stains appeared on Lancer's spear, and evidence of blood was drawn from Saber's waist. Having narrowly escaped Lancer's pursuit, Saber immediately stood up to continue fighting her opponent. However, her face was filled with a pained expression, which she could not hide. Saber. Iris Veil immediately used magic in an attempt to heal the wound on Saber's side. Thank you, Iris Veil. I'm fine. Your healing magic is effective, Saber said while holding her injury, but it seemed that the pain from the wound had not completely subsided. Looks like it's not so easy to hand me victory, huh? In these words, Lancer shows no traces of disappointment. By contrast, he became increasingly excited. Saber gritted her teeth and touched the area where the spear had cut her, only to be astonished she couldn't feel the wound. Her armor remained intact without any damage. Have you finally realized? That spear does not cut through the atmosphere but through magical energy. Anything woven with magical energy will be nullified when it comes into contact with the spear. Scythe spoke and Saber arrived at the same conclusion. The noble phantasm, which seemed to have little destructive power, proved quite troublesome for most servants. The quality of a servant's equipment mostly depends on the magical energy and spells attached to them, but Lancer's spear can render them all ineffective. Your armor is generated by magical energy. If you're relying on it to protect you, you'd better give up on that idea, Saber. Before my magical spear, being fully armored was no different from being completely naked. What a lousy line, Shinji snorted. It's no wonder he ended up in such a situation with such frivolous words. In the face of Lancer's mocking words, Saber scoffed, I can take off my armor so easily. It will only be a burden for me. The silver armor wrapped around Saber was suddenly scattered in all directions. Irisveal was dumbfounded, while Lancer narrowed his eyes. A piece was not left from the chestplate to the gauntlets and leggings. Saber automatically dispelled her armor. The armor fragments lost their supply of magical energy and gradually dissipated as smoke. Shinji supported his chin and exclaimed, Saber having an average A-rank attribute is no surprise, but Lancer having the same A-rank attribute is shocking. In comparison, it's better than Sensei who has average D ranks. Undoubtedly, the evaluation of being worse than Lancer received immediate retribution as Scathach slapped Shinji, knocking him to the ground. If you keep daydreaming, I'll throw you down there. Agreed. Justice expressed her approval with an expressionless face, and it's worth mentioning that certain aspects of her are C or C+. Down below, Saber dressed in lightweight clothing resumed the battle. Without armor constraints, Saber's attributes received a significant boost. Her strength, speed, and agility increased by 60% compared to before. Shinji knew that Saber had activated her skill, Mana Burst. Mana Burst, gathering a large amount of magical energy in her weapon and limbs, Saber can release the magical energy as needed, instantly enhancing her physical abilities. Although she appeared to be a delicate young girl, Saber could wield the large sword with ease and fight like a true power-based warrior thanks to this skill. The amplification caused by Mana Burst is proportional to the magical energy used. With the dissipation of the magically generated armor, Saber can use her entire body's magical energy to combat. Logically, she would experience such a significant increase. It is a true case of trading defense for offenses. From the disadvantage of being forced to remove her armor, she turned it into an advantage by abandoning it. This was her method of dealing with anti-magic spears. If I can't defend myself, then I'll have to strike you before getting struck. Be prepared, Lancer. Determination shone through Saber's beautiful face, as it synchronized with the roaring magical energy. Are you planning to go all in? Your decisiveness and bravery are truly admirable. Lancer, like a matador facing a bull, provocatively moved sideways. However, I must say, you've miscalculated, Saber. +1 bonus chapter if this work received every 100 power stone. +20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 30, Spear and Sword, 5. Thanks for supporting this book everyone. Smiley face. 100 power stone achieved. / bonus chapter. Saber showed no sign of weakness. Well then, let's give it a try. See if you can block my next attack, she replied. Both were experts, capable of predicting each other's movements through changes in magical energy and muscle tension. Despite declaring their determination to win, they maintained a standoff and were unwilling to move too easily. Until Lancer's right foot stepped into a patch of sand. The intense battle between the two caused the asphalt on the road to ripple, revealing the soft layer of sand beneath. Lancer's leg sank into the sand, momentarily immobilizing him. Saber had no intention of giving Lancer a chance to regain his footing. An explosion shook the air, and the once invisible golden sword was now gleamed in the night sky. This was the second function of the Wind King's barrier. When the barrier was released, the restrained atmosphere was unleashed like a weapon, a one-time attack. However, Saber did not treat it as a weapon but as a propulsion device. The air liberated from the golden sword propelled Saber. By using her entire body's strength to release magical energy, her body is transformed into a supersonic projectile. This was Saber's plan, to break Lancer's predictions with triple the speed and unleash a decisive victory with a single swing of her sword. In this state, Saber does not intend to hold back. Even if Lancer's counterattack inflicted heavy damage on her, she was prepared to take his life at that instant. Facing Saber's high-speed charge, Lancer seems to give up on intercepting her. His red spear remained motionless, while the only thing moving was his right leg trapped in the sand. The small opening that Saber caught was intentional, and it led her to her current position, the spot where Lancer discarded his short spear earlier. "This is your mistake," Lancer revealed a triumphant smile as he kicked the sand beneath his feet. However, what flew into the air was not just sand, but also the short spear Lancer had thrown away moments ago. The blade of the spear was aimed directly at Saber's direction, and the runes on the short spear were undone, revealing its golden body emanating a chilling magical aura. Yes, indeed, a spear is typically a two-handed weapon, but this does not mean that it can only be wielded with both hands. Though rare, history has witnessed heroes renowned for their dual wielding of spears, such as Dongping, the dual spear general among the famous 108 outlaws of Liangshan, as well as Skathak, who stood by Shinong's side, and the one standing before Saber. More importantly, the heroic spirit's noble phantasm is not limited to just one. Saber's biggest mistake in this battle was her preconceived notions and conclusions about Lancer before the fight even began. With such assumptions, she disregarded Lancer's exquisite dual spear technique, only to step into the trap that he had set. Unfortunately, this realization was too late. Saber's body couldn't stop, and Lancer's spear wouldn't stop either. Both could only await the decisive moment when victory or defeat would become clear, perhaps a moment that would determine not just the outcome, but also life and death. The fierce wind raged. Life and death are intertwined. In the fleeting moment, as Saber and Lancer brushed past each other, crimson blood blossomed in the air, vibrated, and then dissipated in an instant. Saber, who had charged forward, came to a halt, and at the same time, both individuals turned around. They stood upright, unwavering in their will to confront each other, the two servants still standing. In the second split, before the outcome was determined, Saber's trajectory for the assault deviated slightly. As a result, the short yellow spear that appeared poised to pierce Saber's chest ended up stabbing her left arm. Similarly, Saber's golden sword gently veered away from Lancer's vital spot and the blade pierced Lancer's left arm. Coincidentally, both of them were injured in the same area. "So, you're unwilling to surrender victory to me like this? Very well, your indomitable spirit is commendable." Lancer wore a wistful smile as he stared intently at Saber, seemingly making an effort to ignore the wounds on his elbow. And true to form, Lancer's wound healed as if replaying the film, without anyone touching it, and even the trace vanished. Kenneth's voice resonated as the wound disappeared. "Why waste time talking there? Fool, you didn't manage to deliver a fatal blow." "I deeply regret it as well, my master." Lancer moved his fully restored left hand, and his gaze at Saber became even more piercing. In contrast to Lancer, Saber's dignified beauty does not hide her pain and restlessness. "Irisveil, please heal me." The floating spear in midair and the sword gripped tightly by Saber in both hands naturally differ in power. Judging by appearance, the wound on Saber's forearm from the pierced short spear could be considered a minor injury compared with Lancer's wound. However, "I've already done it. I used magic, so why?" Irisveil's expression was more distressed than Saber's. "The healing should have taken effect by now, Saber. You should be fully recovered." While remaining vigilant against Lancer and not daring to relax, Saber continued to look at the wound on her left arm. The wound did not bleed much and appeared to be a minor injury, however, the tendons had been severed. Among the 5 fingers, the most crucial thumb could not move, thus, Saber could not grasp the sword handle with sufficient grip strength. Everyone can sense the fluctuations of Irisveil's magical power, undoubtedly a high-level healing magic. However, Saber's forearm remained unhealed, and her left thumb appeared motionless, similar to a congenital disability. Lancer paid no attention to Saber nor did he launch an attack. He confidently bent down and picked up a yellow short spear that had fallen to the ground with his left hand. "It's impressive that you understand that armor is useless against my Gi dirge, Rose of Piercing Crimson," Lancer said without hesitation as if he had determined that there was no need to hide it anymore, revealing the true name of his noble phantasm. "But abandoning your armor was too impulsive. Otherwise, you could have withstood Gi bid, Yellow Rose of Mortality." As Lancer explained, he raised the red long spear in his right hand and the yellow short spear in his left hand, spreading them like wings. This posture was the same as when the battle began. It was not a deceptive stance but a unique killing technique mastered by the warrior after intense training. "I see, it's a cursed spear that inflicts wounds that cannot be healed. I should have realized it earlier," Saber said with a hint of regret. "The spear of striking crimson, the spear of cursing yellow, and the tear mole in the right eye that can bewitch maidens, the renowned, radiant visage of the Fianna Knights, Diarmuid Ue Duibni. I never expected to have the honor of facing you." Diarmuid Ue Duibni, also known as Diarmuid Adana, is an important figure in Celtic mythology and ancient Irish Gaelic stories, particularly in the Fenian cycle. His legends were passed down to this day in the Irish region. That's the wonder of the Holy Grail War. However, I am the one who is more honored. If there is someone who can sit on the throne of heroes across time and space, they would never mistake that golden sword. Having revealed his true name, Lancer showed no signs of regret. Instead, he narrowed his eyes with refreshing expressions. To have a showdown with the famous King of Knights and even gain the upper hand. It seems that the heavens have not abandoned me yet. The King of Knights refers to King Arthur, the most famous figure in Celtic legends. In full, his name is Arthur Pendragon. In Romanized form, Arthur is expressed as Arturius, and in its feminine form, it is Artoria. Considering Artoria Pendragon's female identity, her story, along with the Knights of the Round Table under her command, is renowned worldwide. King Arthur and the radiant-visaged Diarmuid Ua Duibni both belong to the Celtic tradition. Diarmuid predates King Arthur slightly in time, but when summoned as servants, they are granted knowledge of modern times by the Holy Grail. Therefore, Diarmuid knows of King Arthur's legends, who later brought honor to his homeland. So now that we know each other's names, we can finally have a proper knightly battle. Or perhaps you'd prefer to find out after I've injured your hand, Saber. Don't jest. It would be an insult to me to be concerned about such a minor injury. Saber decisively asserted, and once again, she enveloped herself in her magical energy, donning her silver-white armor. Although it would only waste her magical energy against the Lancer's rose of piercing crimson, it would still be useful against the yellow rose of mortality. At the same time, the invisible air gathered, and the golden sword disappeared. Despite being overwhelmingly disadvantageous, Saber's face showed no signs of despair. By contrast, she grew even more resolute. Both Lancer and Saber wore expressions of delight, encountering a worthy opponent. One of them cleverly used the noble phantasm to catch the opponent off guard, displaying astonishing battle wisdom. The other person blocked the surprise attack of the yellow rose of mortality, sacrificing their left arm. Their exceptional adaptability was commendable. Their shared adherence to the code of chivalry adds a sense of mutual respect between them. Prepare yourself, Saber. This time, I will emerge victorious. That's something you can only say if I haven't already won, Lancer. As they boldly and provocatively exchanged words, they predicted each other's deadly techniques, cautiously probing each other step by step. The warrior's smiles, unique to fighters, elicited a sigh from Scathach. It's a pity that such exceptional warriors will fall here. If only I had arrived a little earlier. It's not too late to join now, Shinji proposed. The Holy Grail War has just begun. There's no need to eliminate someone so early. Shinji. His partner, Justice, glared at him disapprovingly. They had agreed that they would obtain the Holy Grail and evolve further. Wasting the opportunity to defeat their enemies without reason was unacceptable to her. Calm down, Lady Justice, Shinji waved his hand and looked up at the sky. Even if I don't intervene, others will. In the sky, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. +1 bonus chapter if this work received every 100 power stone. +20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 31, Spear and Sword, 6. Thank you at Tsukihime Xtella for joining my Patreon, smiley face. The cold, clear, tense air was suddenly shattered by thunderous sounds. Everyone on and off the battlefield was drawn to the sound and looked up at the sky in the southeast direction, easily identifying the source of noise. A flying object streaked across the sky in a straight line, heading straight towards them, leaving behind purple sparks of lightning in the night sky. It was a chariot. Judging by its appearance, it was an ancient chariot with two fronts. Instead of being pulled by horses, muscular and imposing bulls with rippling muscles, such as waves, were harnessed to the chariot. The bulls hooves trod on emptiness, pulling the magnificent and luxurious chariot. The chariot was not simply floating in the air, its wheels rumbled, and beneath the bulls' hooves, there was no earth, but lightning. Every time the bulls' hooves and the chariot pressed against the empty sky, purple lightning flashed from its spiderweb-like antennae, creating a deafening roar that lifted the atmosphere upwards. The magical power unleashed by the lightning eruption could rival the full force of Lancer and Saber's most powerful attacks. Only Servant's noble phantasm could exhibit such strangeness and release such immense magical power. There was no doubt that this was the intervention of the third servant, appearing in the midst of Saber and Lancer's confrontation. Saber and Lancer wore tense expressions, silently staring at the chariot that had suddenly arrived. Their masters also experienced panic due to the appearance of the intruder. If the immense thunderous aura enveloping the figure belonged to a heroic spirit, it could be a semi-divine thunder god. If it was a thunder god associated with bulls, the first that came to mind was Olympus's supreme god. Of course, the chariot itself could not be considered a heroic spirit, but even as a subsidiary of one, it undoubtedly possessed a powerful noble phantasm. After menacingly hovering in the air above Lancer and Saber, the chariot, with its feet treading on lightning, gradually slowed and landed on the ground. It positioned itself between the two confronting heroic spirits, effectively blocking their blades and spearheads. As it landed, the dazzling lightning dissipated, revealing the figure of a giant man standing majestically on the chariot driver's platform. For some reason, Shinji's mind conjured a classic phrase from a past life, with a mighty roar from the sky, "I, lousy, make a brilliant entrance. Both of you, sheathe your weapons before me." This calm and composed command rivaled the thunderous sound he emitted when flying in the sky. His piercing gaze seemed to possess the power to force the confronting blades and spears to retreat. Lancer and Saber were both renowned heroic spirits that were not easily intimidated by mere roars. However, this newly arrived heroic spirit did not appear to attack them. His purpose seemed to be to disrupt their confrontation. Although they did not understand his intentions, both instinctively chose to remain steadfast amidst the ever-changing situation. After dampening the momentum of Lancer and Saber, the robust owner of the chariot continued to speak in a stern tone. "My name is Iskandar, the King of Conquerors, and I have manifested in this Holy Grail war as rider." Everyone, including the servants and their masters, was left dumbfounded. On the battlefield of the Holy Grail war, it was highly unusual for a servant to voluntarily reveal their true identity, as the true name held strategic importance. Yet Ryder had done just that, openly and without hesitation, much like revealing one's cards in a game of Fight the Landlord. The difference, however, was that in Fight the Landlord, revealing your cards doubled the stakes, whereas in the Holy Grail war, disclosing your identity offered no advantages. Only someone who is either foolish or truly confident can take such a risk. "Even if I reveal my true name, you can't do anything about it." That was the implicit message conveyed by Ryder's calm demeanor, as perceived by the now composed onlookers. The most restless person among them was a young boy who shared the chariot with Ryder. The boy had short hair that reached his ears, and their delicate face obscured any trace of gender. His trembling legs seemed somewhat cowed, like a prisoner captured by Ryder's sheer strength. However, the command seal on the back of his left hand revealed his identity as one of the participants in the Holy Grail war, Ryder's master. "What are you even thinking, you fool?" The master of Ryder resembled a hamster challenging a big cat, feigning boldness, as he questioned Ryder while tightly gripping Ryder's coat. Unfortunately, the hamster's carefully constructed bravado was shattered with a single blow from the big cat's head, leaving behind silence. Ryder glanced at Lancer and Saber on both sides and asked, "I am aware that all of you are engaged in battle for the sake of the Holy Grail. Before clashing, I had a question to ask. Would you like to join my army and relinquish Holy Grail to me? In doing so, I will consider you my comrades, and together we can experience the joy of conquering the world." It was an absurd proposition. Saber was so taken aback that anger failed to surface, while Lancer, facing him, stood there in a daze, unsure of how to respond. Iskandar, the King of Conquerors, undeniably ranked among the greatest heroic spirits in world history. He conquered lands that placed him second only to rulers like Genghis Khan and Temujin, surpassing even Attila the Scourge of God. His legend revolved around the conquest of the largest empire over the shortest period. In his short life of a mere 33 years, he left behind an indelible legacy of conquest. There was no one in human history like him, with such an ardent ambition to conquer the world. But so what? Even with these achievements, how did this alter the current situation? Emerging suddenly, openly revealing his true name, and demanding respect without engaging in combat, it seemed as though he had no intention of participating in the Holy Grail war. Such a scenario has not been encountered before. Has the world ever been conquered by such a fool? Such thoughts crossed the minds of more than one individual. "He's not a fool, he's forthright, and I admire that," was Skathaka's evaluation. "I appreciate your audacity in divulging your true name, but I'm sorry, I cannot accept your proposal." Lancer shook his head with a wry smile devoid of amusement. His gaze, sharp as a sword and brimming with power, clashed with the disdainful gaze of the King of Conquerors, igniting sparks. "I will only offer the Holy Grail to my sworn new liege, to whom I have pledged my loyalty in this lifetime, and it certainly isn't you, Ryder." "Speaking of which, did you interrupt our duel with Lancer just to utter these tiresome words?" Saber continued Lancer's query. Her expression, unlike the elegant Lancer's, lacked even a trace of a smile. For someone as serious as her, Ryder's proposal itself was highly displeasing. "King of Conquerors, your jests have gone too far. This is an intolerable insult to a knight." Lancer and Saber simultaneously directed hostile glares at Ryder. Ryder appeared to display a hint of difficulty on his face as he made murmuring sounds, unconsciously using his pinky finger to clean his ear. His unrestrained actions exuded a sense of helplessness, yet his majestic posture remained unshaken. This emperor was an astonishing heroic spirit, radiating an overwhelming presence. After a moment, Ryder releases his finger and reluctantly speaks up. "Can we negotiate the terms?" "Enough already." Lancer and Saber rejected in unison. Disappointment filled Ryder's face and Saber appeared even more disappointed. "Let me reiterate. I am also the King of Britain. Regardless of which king it may be, I cannot bow down and submit." "Oh. The King of Britain." Ryder seemed to become intrigued by Saber's proclamation, raising an eyebrow. "That's quite surprising. I never expected the renowned King of Knights to be a little girl." Well, King of Conquerors, would you care to test the sword in the hands of this little girl? While lowering her voice, Saber raised her sword. Her left hand lacked the strength to firmly grip the weapon, with her 4 fingers merely resting on the hilt. However, the aura emanating from the trembling blade carried greater solemnity than when she faced Lancer. It appears that negotiations have reached an impasse. What a pity, truly regrettable. Ryder furrowed his brow, let out a long sigh, and muttered with his face downturned. At that moment, he noticed the resentful gaze directed at him from below. Ah, it hurts, ah. Amidst the pain swelling on his forehead, regret was the most wretched feeling. The young boy's plaintive cries reverberated through the air. What should I do? You keep talking about the conquest, but in the end, it only breeds contempt. Do you truly believe you can defeat Saber and Lancer? Confronted with his master's question, the robust servant laughed heartily, devoid of any trace of guilt. No, there's a saying, isn't there? Actions speak louder than words. Actions speak louder than words is not your true name, is it? The infuriated boy, with his feeble fists, began to strike Ryder's breastplate repeatedly, as he sobbed. Without considering the content of the conversation, it is easy to draw comparisons to a scenario where a girl becomes angry with a boy. It's no wonder that many people refer to the boy as the princess. Due to the boy's actions, the tense atmosphere inexplicably relaxed, but it quickly froze again when a resentful voice, close to the ground, sounded. I see, so that's how it is. I was wondering who mysteriously stole my holy relic, only to discover that it was you, Waver Velvet, seeking to participate in the Holy Grail War. It was Lancer's master. He had only spoken twice before, once urging Lancer to use his noble phantasm and to heal him. Now, for the 3rd time, he was questioning Ryder's master, Waver, about his intentions for being there. The tone was completely different from before, filled with immense anger and unmasked murderous intent. Shinji was well aware of the situation. Waver, Ryder's master, was a student of Kenneth, Lancer's master. However, unlike Kenneth, who came from a prestigious lineage, Waver hailed from humble origins, and the Velvet family was only in its 3rd generation. In the 1st generation, Waver's grandmother was merely a mistress of a magician, learning rudimentary magic through whispered teachings at the bedside. The 2nd generation mother inherited magic to the extent of understanding the importance of treasuring precious memories. It was only in Waver's generation that they pursued magic earnestly. However, whether it was the number of magic circuits or the quality of the magic crests, they remained extremely crude. Nevertheless, Waver held deep admiration for magic. After the deaths of both his parents, he spent his entire inheritance gathering enough money for admission and entered the clock tower penniless. A magician's magic circuits are largely determined by the bloodline, and the strength of inherited magic crests generally corresponds to the number of generations passed down. Waver Velvet was highly dissatisfied with this bloodline-based hierarchy in the world of magic and spent several years writing a thesis on the subject. However, his mentor, the so-called genius Kenneth L. Malloy, tore up the thesis with just a glance. This incident dealt a significant blow to Waver's self-esteem and motivated him to participate in the 4th Holy Grail War. By chance, Waver stole the heroic spirit relic, Iskandar's cloak fragment, that Kenneth prepared, and he went to Fuyuki City to summon Ryder. Waver had no specific wish to participate in the Holy Grail War, he simply wanted to gain recognition from others by accomplishing this feat. However, Waver did not anticipate that even though the relic was stolen, Kenneth, the magical aristocrat, managed to obtain a new relic and summoned Lancer, standing against Waver. What a pity. I hope to bring joy to this delightful student. Waver, as a mere mortal like you, you should have lived a peaceful life befitting a mortal. The caustic voice seems to possess magical power, causing Waver to feel dizzy and disoriented. The long-standing authority and dazzling aura of his mentor pressed him down, leaving him breathless. It seems I should give you a special extracurricular lesson, teaching you about the mutual slaughter among magicians. I will reveal to you the true horror and pain without holding anything back. Consider it an honor. The gaze filled with killing intent made Waver, who still harbored fantasies about the future while residing in his ivory tower, realize for the first time the cruelty of the world of magicians. Waver trembled with fear, too terrified to spare a thought for the humiliation brought upon him by these words. At that moment, something gently yet firmly embraced young boy's trembling shoulders. He stood alone and quivered fear. Hey, magician, it seems you want to take this boy's place and become my master, am I right? Ryder directed his question towards Lancer's hidden master, his face twisted with a malicious and pitying smile. If that's truly the case, it's utterly laughable. The person who can become my master must be a warrior capable of fighting alongside me on the battlefield. A coward like you, who doesn't even dare to reveal yourself, is simply not qualified. Silence fell, and the atmosphere grew extremely awkward. The anger of the unseen master permeated the night air. Shinji couldn't help but chuckle to himself, remarking, what a great emperor protecting his princess. Suddenly, Ryder erupted into boisterous laughter and his voice echoed into the empty night sky. Hey, are there others here? Those who lurk in the darkness, spying on us. Saber and Lancer wore surprised expressions. What's happening, Rider? Saber inquired. Facing Saber's question, the Conqueror King smiled broadly and raised his thumbs. Saber and Lancer, your uninhibited battle is truly magnificent. The heroic spirits drawn to the resounding clash of your swords are not just me alone. Rider wanted his thunderous voice to reach every corner of the surroundings, and he shouted once again. Poor souls. Truly pitiful. The heroes gathered in Fuyuki. Witnessing the spirit and valor displayed by Saber and Lancer here, do you not harbor any aspirations? With such worthy true names but only peeping in secret, how pathetic. Your names as heroic spirits are weeping. After a hearty laugh, Rider tilted his head slightly, and his expression was fearless. Finally, he scans his surroundings provocatively. Heroic spirits summoned by the Holy Grail, gather here now. Those cowards who still hide their faces will inevitably suffer the humiliation of being conquered by me, the King of Conquerors, Iskandar. Mocking the entire crowd to the maximum level, Shinji silently remarked. I'm sorry, Shinji, Scathach suddenly severed their empathetic connection. Whether as a queen or warrior, she could no longer stand idle. Shinji opened his eyes and smiled at Scathach, a trusting look in his eyes. No need to apologize. I have never intended you to fight as an assassin. Go, sensei, and let the aura of the Queen of Shadows remain undiminished. As you wish, my little master. Scathach's unmatched elegance melded with the darkness of the night. P.S., however, Emperor Iskandar was defeated by Attila. Well, Attila is an adorable girl, after all. Rough guys have no rights. P.S.2, at this moment, Iskandar could indeed defeat Saber and Lancer without any pressure. +1 bonus chapter if this work received every 100 power stone. +20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 32, Gathering of Six, Part 1. Thank you at Surge1301 for joining my Patreon. Smiley face. Oh no, this is not good, murmured Kirii, hiding among the containers. The same words were echoed in a magic workshop of the Tosaka family. Tosaka Tokiomi, who witnessed most of the battle on Warehouse Street and heard Rider's mockery, thought of one heroic spirit who would never ignore Rider's provocation. After Rider's roar subsided, golden radiance appeared. The excessively dazzling light made everyone involuntarily squint, but there was no surprise in the hearts of those present. Following this, the fourth servant to appear tonight made their presence known. The first impression this servant gave was that of shining gold. Armor that seemed to be crafted from pure gold, golden hair that stood upright, golden ornaments. Aside from the white skin and red eyes, there was nothing but a sea of gold, dazzling to the point of making one dizzy. The golden servant stood on top of a lamppost 10 meters above the ground, looking down upon everyone below with an unabashedly arrogant gaze. Shinji, Waver, Kenneth, and Emiya Kiritsugu, the four masters, immediately recognized the identity of the newcomer, Archer, the final member of the 3 knight classes, alongside Saber and Lancer. Those who consider themselves kings without knowing their place, thinking they can rule the world overnight, and now there are 2 of them who suddenly appear. As soon as he spoke, the golden heroic spirit disdainfully curled his lip, revealing his contempt for the 3 servants confronting him. Archer's arrogant attitude and tone mirrored Rider's arrogance, but they were fundamentally different. Rider's voice and gaze lacked the same ruthless coldness as that of Archer. Rider seemed surprised as if he had not expected someone with an even stronger attitude than himself. He scratched his chin in puzzlement. Even if you speak out of turn, I, Iskandar, am still renowned throughout the world as the one and only Conqueror King. Ridiculous. The true heroes worthy of being called kings are only me, alone, in heaven, and on earth. The rest are nothing more than mediocre imitations. Archer straightforwardly declared something even more insulting than before. Saber grew angry, while Rider appeared taken aback. Just as Rider was about to say something in response, someone beat him. Only in heaven and on earth. It seems that your definition doesn't include this particular queen. The red container directly opposite Archer was covered in dark shadows as if crawling with ink. Even under the direct light of the lamppost, it remained blurry. The shadows gradually dispersed with a deep yet melodious female voice, revealing the 5th servant within. If Archer represented gold, she represented shadows. If Lancer is considered a white knight in the hearts of countless women, then she is the dream lover of numerous men. She lacks Saber's resoluteness, Archer's arrogance, and Rider's grandeur. However, the regal aura hidden behind her elegance and intellect is no less than that of the previous 3 kings. With a calm and composed tone, she addressed every master and servant present, whether in the light or shadows. I am Scathach, the queen of the land of shadows, hailing from the Celtic realm. Due to certain specific reasons, I have manifested in the Holy Grail war as an assassin. Is she the queen of that mystical realm? Saber and Lancer were well aware of Scathach's name. She was an existence even older than the two, existing only in legends during their active eras, a figure that inspired awe and fascination. Just like when Ryder introduced himself, no one doubted Skathak's identity. Although they did not know why this immortal legendary female warrior had taken the role of servant in the Holy Grail War, her unique demeanor could not be faked. Things are getting more and more interesting. After Ryder's initial surprise, he shifted his gaze away from Skathak and looked at Archer using a more teasing expression. So, how do you see this otherworldly queen, Archer? Humph, still just a mongrel. Archer maintained his arrogant attitude, but the condescending look in his eyes noticeably diminished. Since you're so confident, how about introducing yourself first? If you're also a king, you shouldn't be afraid to reveal your name, right? Ryder half-teased, half-provoked. Archer's reddened eyes burned with even more arrogant fury, as he stared intently at the towering figure before him. Are you questioning me? How dare a mere mongrel question me, the king? From a logical standpoint, Ryder asking for Archer's true name made sense, but Archer saw it as a great disrespect. The golden heroic spirit began emanating murderous intent. To have the audacity to meet me and yet not know who I am, such foolish individuals can only atone with death. After Archer made this declaration, the flames of eerie nature slowly rose on both sides of him. In the next instant, weapons, swords, and spears emerged in the empty sky, adorned with dazzling brilliance and emanating unmistakable magical power. These were not ordinary weapons. Noble phantasm. Could it be that Archer did not even bother with basic probing and went straight for his trump card? Everyone unaware of Archer's true identity felt surprised and perplexed, except for Matou. Saber, Lancer, Rider, and Assassin had already identified their masters, and the caster group, who did not adhere to the rules of the mage world, clearly intruded. Archer's identity as a master was about to be revealed. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. In the darkness, Matou's bloodshot eyes, filled with years of hatred, leaked laughter. The long-awaited moment had finally arrived. A year of training as if his life depended on it, all for this day. Tosaka Tokiomi. He was both Aoi's husband and Sakura's father. The man who trampled upon the happiness of the mother and daughter. He obtained everything that Korea desired and scorned everything that Korea desired. This fueled Matou's anger and resentment, which could not be extinguished. Now was the time to avenge past humiliations. The seething resentment in his chest transformed into a sword, and the moment to challenge that man had come. Even if doing so wouldn't win Aoi's heart, even if it was just self-consolation, even so, I will. Kill him. Destroy Archer. Before Archer unleashed his noble phantasm, a surge of unexpected magical power swept from an unknown source. Amidst the gaze of astonishment and confusion, the rising magical power gradually solidified into a defiant figure. This figure stands about 2 blocks closer to the sea than the battlefield where Lancer and Saber fought. Yes, his presence can only be described as a shadow. The man was tall, broad-shouldered, and entirely covered in armor. However, it was different from the silver armor that tightly enveloped Saber's body or the luxurious golden armor of Archer. The man's armor was black. It had no intricate decorations or polished colors. Darker than the shadows accompanying Skathak, an extreme black akin to hell itself, even his face was covered by a helmet. In the deep crevices of the helmet, one can only see the fiery brilliance emanating from his burning eyes. There was no doubt about it. It's a servant. +1 bonus chapter if this work received every 100 power stone. +20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 33, Gathering of the Six, Part 2. However, what kind of heroic spirit could possess such an ominous figure? The radiant elements that the revealed heroic spirits were completely absent in this Black Knight. Artoria, Armuid, Iskandar the Conqueror, and the Golden Archer, whose names were unknown, all had their splendor, something to boast about as heroic spirits. The legends and honors created by the admiration and longing of people are essential elements of their noble fantasies. But the newly appeared Black Knight lacked those elements. Not only did he lack the glory of a heroic spirit, but he also exuded a chilling negative aura. Rather than calling him a heroic spirit, it would be more accurate to call him a vengeful spirit. Conqueror, aren't you going to try to subjugate him? Lancer stared at Black Knight without daring to be complacent, but he could not help but taunt Ryder in a mocking tone. Ryder furrowed his brow upon hearing it. Subjugate him, Even if I wanted to, he's not the kind of guy you can reason with. The only thing emanating from Black Knight was undiluted killing intent. Even the whirlwind generated by his magical power seemed to be a lament of resentment, sending shivers down one's spine. Berserker was aware of this. The volatile aura filled with danger could only bring to mind a mad heroic spirit. In that case, kid, what class would you say that guy falls into among the servants? Upon Ryder's question, Waver could only shake his head blankly. I don't know. I can't tell at all. What's the matter? You're at least my master, so you should be able to discern his strengths and weaknesses, right? Once someone becomes a master who forms a contract with a heroic spirit, they are granted the ability to see through the parameters of other servants. The Holy Grail War invites heroic spirits to participate and bestows this special ability only upon the masters. Proxy masters, such as Veil, cannot possess this ability. Ryder's master, Waver, can compare the differences in abilities between Ryder and other servants and then formulate strategies to tilt the battle in their favor. At this point, Waver identified the parameters of Saber, Lancer, Archer, and Assassin. However, I just can't figure it out. That black guy, clearly he's a servant, but I can't gather any information about him. Upon hearing Waver's desperate explanation, Ryder furrowed his brow and once again stared at Black Knight. The black armor showed no distinctive features or personalities. There was nothing that could hint at his identity, or rather, the more they looked, the less clear it became, and the more blurred it was. Not only Ryder, but also Saber, Lancer, and Veil, who watched attentively, noticed this. Regardless of how carefully they observed, they could not accurately capture his face. Similar to a projected image that was out of focus, the outline of the black armor always became vague. Sometimes 2 or 3 overlapping figures would appear, creating an illusion. This figure not only affected their vision but also interfered with Master's perspective. It seems we have another troublesome enemy. Saber heard Veil's murmured words and nodded. That heroic spirit seems to possess a special ability or curse that can obscure his attributes. Shinji, hiding in a high place, glanced at Saber, who was on high alert as if facing a formidable enemy, and then looked at his uncle's berserker. He secretly muttered, "If you can't even recognize your subordinates, I wonder how you became a king." Shinji was well aware of Berserker's abilities and identity, which was why he made such a sarcastic comment. Berserker's true name was Lancelot, the former first knight of King Arthur's Round Table. His martial prowess surpassed King Arthur himself and he made great contributions to the Arthurian dynasty. He was known as the Knight of the Lake, and in another world, internet users preferred to call him the Knight of the Long River. However, Lancelot's most famous story was his tragic love affair with Queen Guinevere, which led to the downfall of the Arthurian dynasty. Such a master-servant pair with a complex entanglement of gratitude and resentment, and King Arthur could not even recognize him. In reality, Shinji knew that this was not Saber's fault. It was one of Lancelot's noble phantasms, for someone's glory. It manifested the exploits of Lancelot, concealing his identity and achieving victories while adventuring incognito. This allowed him to hide his own identity and abilities, even transforming into any other heroic warrior who could establish achievements. However, because of Berserker's class skill, Mad Enhancement, the noble phantasm was weakened and could only obscure his information with black smoke. In a sense, it was a convenient noble phantasm similar to the harp from Perseus that Shinji obtained. Speaking of which, Uncle takes risks. After finishing his sarcastic comment about Saber, Shinji shifted his target to Korea. To think he chose this moment to bring out Berserker. In such a chaotic situation, even if we join forces, it will be difficult to achieve significant results. In the battle with multiple servants, a single misstep could lead to a total loss. The warehouse street currently gathered 6 servants, excluding Castor, and each of them had their plans. Saber and Lancer staked their honor as knights and agreed to a decisive battle to the death. Naturally, they targeted each other as their primary objective. However, this was done under the assumption of a one-on-one duel without any interference. With so many people involved now, the most likely choice for the 2 honorable knights was to join forces against others and determine the victor later. Ryder has yet to identify his opponent. His goal was to understand all the participants in the Holy Grail War. However, since he had decided to reveal himself, he prepared himself to accept challenges from anyone. Archer looked at Ryder and Saber with evident hostility. Both claimed the titles of the King of Conquerors and the King of Knights, which seemed to greatly displease the golden heroic spirit. In particular, the provocative was Ryder, making him the prime target of Archer's attacks. At this moment, Berserker appears and causes disruption. It was highly likely that he would face a collective attack from others, making it an unfavorable choice from any perspective. Should we say that hatred blinds the eyes, or should we say that love makes people blind? Suddenly, Justice, hiding in her spiritual form behind Shinji, uttered these words. Huh. Shinji turns his head, giving Justice a puzzled look. What's wrong? It's nothing, Shinji shook his head. I just didn't expect you to say something like that. The influence Miss Veil brought to you is quite significant. Perhaps, Justice replied. I don't know if this influence is a good thing or a bad thing, but I feel like I'm becoming more like a person. Is that so? That's good to hear. In Justice's whispers, Shinji closed his eyes once again, and a smile unconsciously formed on his lips. Whether or not the Holy Grail was purified, Shinji did not care. What he cared about was Justice. If he could resolve her inner conflicts, what did it matter if he lost the Holy Grail War? +1 bonus chapter if this work received every 100 power stone. +20 advanced chapter in Patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 34, Goldie vs. Blackie, Part 1. The standoff between the 6 servants, each on high alert, was quickly broken. It was broken by Archer and Berserker. The Black Knight stared chillingly at Archer, who stood on a street lamp. In contrast, the golden heroic spirit locked onto the Black Knight's gaze with precise accuracy. His crimson eyes showed no doubt or confusion, only a pure killing intent as he looked down on Berserker. Who permitted you to gaze upon me? You mad dog. For someone of lowly status to cast such a dirty and contemptuous gaze upon someone of noble birth was an unbearable humiliation. In Archer's eyes, the insolent Berserker was even less forgivable than Ryder, who claimed himself to be king. However, to Shinji's ears, this statement could be bluntly translated as, "What are you looking at?" Blackie. The Black Knight remained silent, continuing to meet Archer's gaze with his scarlet eyes, as if saying, "What are you going to do about it, Goldie?" Archer narrowed his eyes, emanating a tremendous killing intent. The floating swords and spears around him changed their direction of attack. The tips of the blades and spears were aimed directly at the highest priority target, Berserker, with a clear message, "Try looking at me one more time." Berserker responded with action, "Go ahead and try." The floating swords and spears around Archer changed their direction of attack. The tips of the blades and spears were aimed directly at the highest priority target, Berserker. "Believe it or not, I'll cut you down." "Well, this is Shinji's imagination, but in reality," Archer said. "At least let me enjoy your shattered form, you mongrel." Accompanied by this stern declaration, the spear and sword flew through the air. Without contact, weapons that appeared out of nowhere were launched. That is why he became Archer. However, to the other heroic spirits, this method of using noble phantasms was extraordinary. To the heroic spirits, noble phantasms were like their own children, and recklessly throwing such important weapons as stones was seen as too hasty. Nevertheless, the destructive power was undeniably enormous. The road surface was blown up as if a bomb had exploded, and the asphalt turned into scattered dust, covering the entire field of vision. Everyone holds their breath. In the hazy dust, the long black shadow flickered into view. Berserker was still standing. He moved his foot slightly, and the ground beneath him cracked and turned into fragmented rocks. The spear and sword thrown by Archer, with the spear trailing slightly behind, missed the target. The sword, which should have been in front of and aimed at the target, did not cause any damage. Why? Because that sword is in Berserker's hand. Is that guy Berserker? Lancer whispered nervously. Ryder responded softly, although he lost all rationality after going berserk, he is indeed an impressive warrior. What exactly happened? Waver was confused. In that round of attack and defense, no master had seen the process clearly in the blink of an eye. Why? Don't you understand? Ryder watched with relish but didn't forget to answer the master's question. That black one effortlessly caught the sword flying towards him and used it to deflect the subsequent spear. The seemingly simple description revealed Berserker's formidable strength and his response to Archer's boastful words, "Don't believe it." Noble phantasms only become the exclusive weapons of their respective heroic spirits. Even if they end up in the hands of other heroic spirits, they cannot be used flexibly. Being able to accurately repel the spear that was chasing right after it with a non-native noble phantasm, he demonstrated a skill that was hard to believe. However, Archer was not astonished, but furious. All expressions vanished from his handsome face, leaving only a chilling killing intent frozen at 0 degrees. "How dare you touch my treasure with your filthy hands? Do you want to die that badly? You mongrel." Radiance shimmered once again around Archer. Surrounding his majestic countenance, a new set of 16 noble phantasms suddenly appeared behind him. Not only were there spears and swords, but also axes, hammers, spears, and some strange and grotesque weapons whose purposes and nature were unknown. All weapons were polished to a mirror-like brightness and exuded immense magical power. Each weapon embodied an undeniable sense of mystery, they were truly noble phantasms. How is this possible? Waver unintentionally uttered these words, and the other servants and masters shared the same thought. A heroic spirit's noble phantasm is not limited to just one, some heroic spirits also conceal 3 or 4 superweapons of comparable power. However, there is a limit to the number of noble phantasms one can possess. The Golden Archer, upon using his noble phantasms, released them one by one like an endless arsenal, using them all at once. Moreover, since his battle with Berserker, he has never used the same noble phantasm twice. Among these 16 noble phantasms, one caught Shinji's attention. It was a sickle blade with a dark handle made of unknown wood and a curved silver blade resembling a crescent moon. There were no additional decorations on the entire noble phantasm, making it inconspicuous compared with the surrounding magnificent weapons. Shinji noticed this solely because this particular noble phantasm was identical to that of the noble phantasms he possessed. The true name of the noble phantasm was Harp, also known as the Sickle of the Serpent Hunter. It was forged by Hephaestus, one of Olympus's 12 gods. Perseus used it to sever the head of Medusa, who had transformed into a monster, and Shinji also used it to destroy the physical body of Zouken Matou. Plus 1 bonus chapter if this work received every 100 power stone. Plus 20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 35, Goldie vs. Blackie, Part 2. At Archer's command, the floating array of noble phantasms in the void rushed towards Berserker, vying with each other to strike him down. The thunderous roar shook the air, and the constant explosions of light appeared to sweep through the entire night sky. The destructive power unleashed by these noble phantasms was immense, resembling the carpet bombing in modern warfare. It was difficult to believe that they were merely throwing swords and weapons. The noble phantasms descended like lightning strikes, their momentum seemingly capable of obliterating Berserker's location, and even the entire block. However, Berserker, the target of the attack, showed no signs of faltering. The onlookers were astonished, and their jaws dropped in disbelief. They realized that they were witnessing a tense standoff with a formidable enemy, and felt an imminent sense of crisis. However, the current scene was a completely unexpected one. The sense of surprise brought about by the previous assault not only intensified but also did not dissipate. Berserker first extended his left hand to catch the first spear flying towards him. With his right hand holding a sword, he skillfully and gracefully parried about each consecutive incoming noble phantasm. His tactical finesse was exquisite. Although the noble phantasms were taken from Archer, Berserker wielded them unhesitantly. The noble phantasms seemed to be extensions of his hands. He effortlessly and freely utilized them, giving the impression that he was commanding the treasured items that he had used and cherished for years. Of course, this was also due to Lancelot's skills and noble phantasms. The ability to take away noble phantasms is called the Knight of Ownerless Swords, which manifests as a noble phantasm based on the legend of Lancelot defeating opponents with a tree branch when he didn't have a sword. It grants complete domination to anything that falls into his hand. The skill of proficiently wielding non-native noble phantasms is achieved through the skill, Inexhaustible Training, which represents Lancelot's unparalleled martial arts training during his lifetime. It allows him to integrate his mind, technique, and body into perfect harmony, enabling him to unleash tremendous combat prowess without being influenced by mental factors. Relying on this skill, even in his berserker state, Lancelot could display his original combat skills. Both the offense and defense of the two sides go beyond the norm. If Gilgamesh can be likened to a big spender who lavishly uses items, then Lancelot is undoubtedly a veteran player who excels in technical prowess. While the big spender has a lot of items, the skilled player can seize ownership of those items and use them. While everyone else was watching, Shinji continued his sarcastic commentary in a relaxed tone. The big spender recklessly throws items, resulting in the skilled player capturing more and more items, becoming increasingly powerful. If the big spender doesn't bring out the maximum quantity of items that the skilled player can handle all at once or change their battle strategy, there's no doubt that the skilled player will have the upper hand in this clash. As Shinji said, Berserker faced Archer's relentless onslaught of noble phantasms, without conceding an inch. Moreover, each time a more powerful noble phantasm approached, Berserker would discard the current one in his hand and seize the incoming new one. The noble phantasms kept swapping in his hands. Amidst the devastating thunderous roar, the final of the 16 noble phantasms was also knocked down to the ground. In vacuum-like silence and swirling dust, only Berserker stood unyielding. Everything around him, including the warehouse, streets, and surrounding buildings, collapsed. The Black Knight gripped a battle axe in his right hand and a single-edged curved sword in his left. The remaining noble phantasms were scattered at Berserker's feet or embedded in the surrounding debris, and none pierced through his black armor. Berserker casually raised the two remaining noble phantasms in his hand and hurled them towards Archer. Perhaps there was no specific target in mind, or perhaps he did not intend to hit when he threw them, but the axe and the curved sword struck the pillar of a street lamp where Archer stood, instantly splitting the steel-reinforced pillar into 3 sections, such as tofu. Before the iron pillar could crumble into pieces, the golden heroic spirit leaped gracefully and landed on the ground as if nothing had happened. "You mad dog. Do you think you can stand on the same ground as I, who should be looking down upon you from the heavens?" Archer exclaimed. The nonchalant demeanor of the golden heroic spirit seemed to be only an outsider's perception. At this stage of the battle, Archer's anger had reached its limit, deeply etched in his furrowed brow, turning his beauty into fierce countenance. "For this disrespect, not even 1,000 deaths will suffice as an apology, you wretch standing there. I will tear your body into 1,000 pieces." Having witnessed this scene, Kirii Kotomine immediately relayed a message to Tokiomi through his familiar. Gilgamesh is serious. He intends to further unleash the treasures of the king. Tokiomi unconsciously clenched his right hand. To continuously use deadly noble phantasms in front of everyone's eyes is truly reckless. "Sensei, please make a swift decision," Kirii's determined urging voice reached Tokiomi's ears through their shared auditory perception. Gritting his teeth, Tokiomi stared at the command seal on the back of his right hand. "I invoke the power of the command seal." King of Heroes, please calm your anger and retreat. In the instant when the red radiance of the command seal illuminated the workshop, Archer's gaze, filled with fury as he stared at Berserker, suddenly shifted direction. His line of sight turned towards the southeast, where the hilly area of Shimoimacho and the upscale residential street were located, including the Tosaka family mansion. Do you, a petty individual, think your advice can make me retreat? You certainly have some nerves, Tokiomi. Archer disdainfully raised the corners of his mouth and muttered these words in a lowered voice. The countless noble phantasms that surrounded him, as well as those that Berserker had knocked down and discarded, immediately disappeared, concealing their radiance. You've been granted a lifeline, you mad dog. Although Archer's face still bore an expression of indignation, the killing intent in his crimson eyes had subsided. His proud demeanor remained unshaken and, despite not being in a high position, his attitude of looking down upon others never wavered. You wretches, vanish before our next encounter. I want to see only true heroes when we meet again. With his final arrogant words spoken, Archer disappeared without a trace. His golden armor lost its substance, leaving behind only a faint residual glow before it was swallowed by the darkness of the night. It seems that the master's personality is not as resolute as Archer's, Ryder muttered. Ryder's murmurs marked the end of the confrontation between the King of Heroes and the Black Knight. No one had guessed the outcome, except for Shinji. Shinji knew very well that Tokiomi had spent countless resources and efforts to obtain the fossil of the world's first shedding snake skin as a holy relic, all to summon the strongest servant, Gilgamesh. Indeed, Gilgamesh was worthy of his title as the strongest, but because of his overwhelming array of noble phantasms, the Holy Grail assigned him to the Archer class, known for their powerful noble phantasms. In addition to his formidable arsenal, the Archer class possessed a unique characteristic, the class skill, independent action, which greatly reduced the servant's reliance on the master. Generally, when a master dies, the servant will disappear from this world within a few hours if they don't replenish the necessary magical energy for materialization. However, with the independent action skill, a servant can remain in the world for days, even without a master, and the higher the skill level, the longer they can stay. Gilgamesh's arrogant personality and his A-ranked, independent action skill led him to disregard his master completely. Although Tokiomi served Gilgamesh as his subordinate and managed to establish a certain level of cooperative relationship, Gilgamesh remained entirely independent and followed his whims. At this time, their values clashed significantly. Gilgamesh considered himself invincible and held no regard for the other servants. In his eyes, punishing those who showed disrespect for the king was the most important thing, even if it meant exposing certain information. Those mongrels were not worthy of his full power. However, Tokiomi holds a different view. Abiding by the traditional principles of a Magus, he valued rationality and caution, believing that he should not reveal his trump cards too early, especially when dealing with enemies like Berserker, whose true nature was unknown. To restrain Gilgamesh, Tokiomi chose to exercise his absolute command authority over servants, command spells, of which he had only 3. However, what Tokiomi considered advice in his eyes, Gilgamesh saw it as disrespect. This created a rift between the two, who had previously maintained a relatively harmonious relationship. If this rift were not mended and allowed to continue spreading, it would eventually cost Tokiomi's life and lead to a series of hardships for the Tosaka family. Should I save Tokimi, considering Sakura's feelings? Or should I remain indifferent, considering my uncle's position? Shinji whispered to himself, stealing a glance in the direction where Kirii was. +1 bonus chapter if this work received every 100 power stone. +20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 36, Rampaging Lancelot. Thank you at Kane.Hero Commissars for joining my Patreon, smiley face. Archer's departure brought relief to many, but it was still not a time of relaxation. Berserker, who was equally as threatening as Archer, now stood in front of everyone. His eyes emitted an infinite radiance within the gaps of his armor. Perhaps having lost his initial opponent, he aimlessly wandered into the void and then discovered new prey, igniting once again. His eyes, filled with resentment, locked onto Saber, causing a chill to run down her spine. Ah! It was a voice that seemed to surge from the ground. It was like a monster wreaking havoc and cursing. It was a mournful groan filled with resentment, devoid of meaningful words. Everyone had heard Berserker's voice for the first time. Ah! The Black Knight, like a human-shaped curse, swelled with killing intent and charged toward Saber, clad in silver armor. Rampage. Witnessing the scene, Shinji's complexion turned slightly pale, as he rapidly contemplated. The existence of servants in the present world relied entirely on the supply of mana from their masters. Among them, the spiritual form consumed the least amount, while materializing and performing actions and battles gradually increased mana consumption. Berserker, being one of the 7 servant classes, consumed the most mana. Even if his uncle had prepared rune stones to store mana in advance, it might not have withstood such consumption. The contract between the master and servant in the Holy Grail War was extremely demanding. If the master could not generate enough mana, it would forcefully drain the master's vitality until exhaustion. Lancelot's devotion to his liege, Artoria, was extraordinary. His uncle had only recently graduated as a novice and could barely manage him. If things continued like this, his uncle's body. Thinking up to this point, Shinji knew he could no longer stand by and watch. Lady Justice, go to my uncle's location and help him suppress the out-of-control berserker. You should be able to do it. There is a way, but, Justice's voice carried obvious hesitation. In his youthful state, Shinji displayed a decisive demeanor that matched his appearance. He gently raised his hand behind him and said, "That's enough. Once you regain control of berserker, immediately take my uncle and leave. We can talk when he's rested." "I understand. As for Einsburn, I will ask my sensei to follow them." In response to Justice's concerns, Shinji calmly replied by silently adding a sentence to his mind. "There is more than one act in tonight's grand spectacles. How could I miss it?" "Understood." Justice's distinctive voice, along with her presence, quickly receded and disappeared from Shinji's perception. Korea smiled in a warehouse on the side of the battlefield. Despite looking exhausted and worn, with a face that lacked the usual freshness and cleanliness, it did not dampen his soaring spirits. The fruits of his desperate efforts and the release of years of suppressed resentment and anger made Korea's mind tremble. "Ha ha ha," he chuckled. "I did it." "Humph, ha ha ha," he laughed dryly. "Finally, I made an arrogant Magus, a person who looked down on ordinary people, made a fool of himself." "Ah ha 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 ha," he burst into laughter. "This was the beginning. I will slowly shatter your arrogant facade, Tokiomi Tosaka." The unrestrained and excessive laughter triggered protests in Korea's lungs, and the tingling sensation in his nerves gradually restored his calm. At this moment, he realized that something was wrong. It was not just his lungs protesting his brain, every part of his body was protesting, rebelling against the draining of his life force. The few traces of magical energy within his body had long been depleted, and the master-servant contract had begun to extract his life force. The battle for tonight ended with the retreat of the archenemy archer. There was no reason to endure the pain and continue fighting when other servants were free to kill each other. Just as Korea was about to let out a sigh of relief, Berserker locked onto his next target, Saber, and charged towards her. At this moment, Korea himself was in the most wretched state. "Stop. Come back, Berserker," Korea shouted to his servant, conveying his worry and anxiety. Such a simple command, issued from the position where Korea stood, could easily reach Berserker. However, the Black Knight showed no reaction and instead became more excited, thirsting for his master's magical energy. "Berserker. Stop it." Trembling, Korea reached for a rune stone to replenish his magical energy and regain control over Berserker, but the intense pain rendered his hands powerless. He was unable to manage a simple squeezing motion. The pain intensified and his body trembled uncontrollably. Korea could not maintain his stance and fell to his knees. The rune stone slipped from his grasp and hit the ground, producing a crisp impact. "No, I must use a command spell." There is no room for hesitation. Before being engulfed by the torrent of pain, Korea desperately concentrated on his fading consciousness. "By the command spell, I order." However, the characters he struggled to squeeze out were interrupted by a sudden surge in magical energy injected into his body. The rune stone did not hit the ground, instead, it was picked up just before impact and crushed. The magical energy generated and stored by Korea returned to his body, replenishing the consumption of Berserker and gradually alleviating the pain in the master's body. Korea, who had finally regained control of his body, struggled to lift his head and look towards the familiar figure. Justice-sama. Berserker, with the ferocity of a wild beast, kicked the asphalt on the road's surface and advanced towards Saber. His eyes focused solely on Saber, his entire body filled with a dark aura of killing intent. Needless to say, Saber did not dare careless and immediately gripped her sword, assuming a defensive posture. Shoo! Berserker, with his terrifying momentum close to the ground, threw his weapons towards Saber's head. Fearlessly, Saber blocked Berserker's attack with her invisible sword. However, when she saw the true nature of the weapon, she was dumbfounded. It was an iron pillar, the remnant of a street lamp near Archer's previous location, picked up by Berserker, and used as a weapon. By grasping approximately 2-meter-long broken pieces of iron, Berserker pressed them against Saber's sword with astonishing force, as if holding a spear. However, what was truly surprising was not Berserker's strength but the fact that the so-called weapon was nothing more than a pile of iron scraps. Saber's hidden sword, concealed within the Wind King's barrier, was the pinnacle of all noble phantasms, an unparalleled and supremely powerful weapon capable of cutting through iron like mud. If there were any weapons with the strength to contend against Saber's sword, they would only be the noble phantasms of other heroic spirits. However, Berserker was now facing Saber, with nothing more than this iron pillar. The iron pillar had already turned black, and red streaks resembling the veins of the leaves wound around it spread layer by layer. The ink-like black and branch-like red colors originated from Berserker's hands. Starting from the areas gripped by the black armored hands, the black and red colors spread throughout the entire iron pillar, like a spider's web. This was Berserker's magical energy infused with murderous intent and hatred, the magical energy of the Black Knight. This type of magical energy permeated the entire iron pillar using Berserker's hands as a medium. Saber, Lancer, Rider, and Assassin understood Berserker's noble phantasm effect simultaneously. Obtaining ownership of a noble phantasm is just one use of Knight of Owner. Another use is to bestow the attributes of a noble phantasm of rank D onto an object in hand, achieving a qualitative change known as reinforcement magecraft, taken to the extreme. Although there was no audience, Shinji continued to mutter himself and his imagination ran wild. If Shiro Amiya's attribute was not a sword but reinforcement, he may have reached this level. In theory, with infinite magical energy, Lancelot could invert and grab Earth, turning the entire planet into his noble phantasm. That's why he's one of the 4 heavenly kings of Type Moon. Indeed, even with the limitations of magical energy, Lancelot still possessed nearly infinite noble phantasms and martial skills to wield them, which was his strength. The second strike. The third strike. Berserker continued to press Saber relentlessly using his beautiful spear-throwing technique. Saber could only defend passively, her left hand gripping the sword hilt devoid of strength. The wounds were caused by Lancer's noble phantasm, Gi-Balg, once again throbbed with pain. With only her right hand swinging the sword, Saber fought back with great difficulty supported by magical energy. However, her swordsmanship was far less agile. However, in the face of Berserker's fierce and relentless attacks, Saber, in her weakened state, found it increasingly difficult to sustain herself, let alone counterattack. Saber. Irisveil called out urgently. Beads of anxious sweat appeared on the forehead of the King of Knights. +1 bonus chapter if this work received every 100 power stone. +20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 37, The 4 Heavenly Kings of Type Moon. Simultaneously, Shinji realized that he was being targeted and locked on by both a sniper rifle and an assault rifle. With a moment's thought, Shinji understood that it was Saber's true master, Amiya Kiritsugu, who couldn't restrain himself and wanted to eliminate him, the master of assassin, together with his assistant, Maya. It was not just a one-on-one fight between Saber, 3 other servants were watching closely. In a battlefield where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, the worst-case scenario was clearly at a disadvantage. At this moment, by assisting Berserker, it would be easy to defeat Saber. Then, after dealing with the exhausted Berserker, Assassin, Lancer, and Rider could defeat the 2 enemies with minimal consumption of magical energy. This would kill 2 birds using 1 stone. However, for Amiya Kiritsugu, Saber's master, this was something that could never happen. He had to break free of this predicament. The equipment carried by Kiritsugu and Maya was specialized for human combat and was not sufficient to intervene in battles between servants. In this case, killing the masters of other servants to cause chaos and create an opportunity for Saber to escape became a predictable choice. If possible, Kiritsugu wanted to kill Berserker's master. However, this person was even more cautious than the other masters, and his location had not yet been confirmed. He could only settle for the second best option, killing Assassin's master. Servants who have lost their masters can form new contracts with other masters. Likely, other masters would not want to miss such an opportunity. Once the situation becomes chaotic, it would be much easier to either escape or take advantage of confusion. Why was it determined that the one observing from a high place was Assassin's master? It was simple. In the scope, just now, 2 people were captured, but now there was only 1 left. The disappeared thermal signature matched Assassin. Why does not choose to kill Lancer's master? There were 2 reasons. First, Shinji was closer to the 2, making it more convenient for a joint surprise attack. Second, based on the words spoken by Lancer's master when Waver appeared, it could be deduced that he was the renowned genius, Lord Elmeloy too. He was not an easy opponent. Does he choose the soft persimmons to squeeze? Correct judgment. Shinji remained motionless, as if unaware of the imminent threat from below, continuing to calculate in his mind. Not attacking immediately, I suppose they don't have confidence in a single decisive blow. If the assassination fails and gives me a chance to recall Assassin, it would only worsen an already terrible situation. The master's command seals had been used beyond compelling servants. One was to expend 1 command seal to disregard distance and forcibly summon the servant to the master's side. Berserker's assault was in perfect accordance with his Berserker class, ferocious and violent. However, supported by the skill, Eternal Arm's mastery, his attacks maintained a certain order. The relentless strikes of the Iron Pillar spear left Saber completely defenseless. Who exactly are you? Saber, her forehead damp with sweat, fiercely pushed back Berserker's Iron Pillar spear and took the opportunity to catch her breath. The Black Knight, of course, ignored Saber's question and swung the Iron Pillar with sharp momentum. The The subsequent strike could be called a masterstroke as if it aimed to completely crush Saber's small frame. However, that strike did not land on Saber. The iron pillar, measuring approximately 2 meters long, split in the middle and fell from the air. This was a pseudo-noble phantasm endowed with noble phantasm attributes by Berserker, sturdy enough to compete against Saber's noble phantasm. However, it was effortlessly shattered by a red light that flashed in the dark. Lancer stood with his back to the astonished Saber. This beautiful spearman, adopting a posture to protect Saber, who had just been his enemy, confronted Berserker. Let the mischief end here, Berserker. Lancer aimed the tip of his anti-magic red rose spear with his right hand at the Black Knight, declaring war in a cold tone. The anti-magic red rose could sever magical energy, rendering the enhanced pseudo-noble phantasm useless as nothing more than scrap metal. Witnessing the scene, Shinji's memories of his former life as an otaku once again took the upper hand. The two great titans clash, as the world-ending duo confronts Gaia's control. Naturally, Lancer did not hear Shinji's thoughts and continued to issue his declaration of war. Saber and I already have an agreement. If you continue to cause trouble without reason, I won't sit idly by. Lancer. Although it was a fight to the death, Saber moved deeply after hearing Lancer's words. This spearman, heroic spirit, is faithfully believed in the same knightly code. However, not everyone agreed with Lancer's actions. Lancer, what are you doing? Now is the perfect opportunity to defeat Saber. A stern voice questioned sharply. It was Lancer's master who was displeased with the situation. However, Lancer unexpectedly displayed a serious expression that did not match his usual demeanor. I, D'Armwood Ua Dubni, will definitely defeat Saber, staking my honor. However, for now, I want to show you how I deal with rabid dogs. What do you think, my master? I command you with a command seal. Interrupting Lancer's passionate declaration, Lancer's master issued a command in a colder tone. Protect Berserker and kill Saber. The air on the battlefield froze under tension. A command seal was an absolute order for a servant, and no matter how great a heroic spirit was, it was difficult to defy a command seal. Lancer lost the power to exercise his own will freely. The tip of the red spear changed direction, emitting a low hum as it attacked Saber. Two magical spears, one long and one short, brushed past the retreating Saber in succession, cutting through the air. Without even looking back, Lancer wielded the two spears in his left and right hands, attacking the target behind him. This astonishing spear technique, with its fluid and versatile movements, is the essence of Lancer's skills. Lancer. Saber shouted, but halfway through her words, she suddenly couldn't speak. When Lancer turned around, his face was filled with a bitter expression of humiliation and anger, conveying the emotions of the heroic spirit D'Armwood better than any eloquence. Lancer, whose body was bound by command seal, no longer belonged to himself personally. He was nothing more than a cold and ruthless machine as a heroic spirit. All the skills and abilities honed by the heroic spirit D'Armwood, regardless of his personal beliefs, were now being controlled at will and used solely to carry out the supreme commands of his master. Saber, also a heroic spirit, understood Lancer's sense of regret. Beside Lancer, Berserker approached step by step. Although the situation changed, Berserker's target was Saber alone. He picked up an iron pillar that had been split into two by Lancer's red spear, which was then combined into a long spear held in front of his chest. Although the shape of the makeshift noble phantasm slightly changed, it was still convenient to use. Saber was at a loss. If her left hand had not been injured, perhaps she would have found a way out. But now, dealing with Berserker alone had already pushed Saber to the limit of her abilities, and adding Lancer to the equation made it impossible for Saber to have any chance of victory. Saber, I'm sorry. Lancer lets out a pained murmur and steps forward. Contrary to Lancer's expression of self-disgust, the magical power concealed in the two spears, exuding a killing intent, wafted through the air, like rising heat. Beside Lancer stood the Black Knight, still silent, but the density of his murderous aura was increasing. The black mist and densely intertwined red veins covered the fragments of the iron pillar, turning them into monstrous weapons even more terrifying than swords, and using them to intimidate Saber. Saber stared intently at those noble phantasms, then glanced sideways at Irisveil, and made eye contact with her. Irisveil, I will find a way to hold them off. Take advantage of this opening and at least get yourself away from here. Try to run far. +20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Patreon member goal 2020ths, 3 chapter/day, achieved. Chapter 38, Conclusion of the Second Battle, Part 1. The atmosphere grew heavily with killing intent, but there was a missing target in the lock-on against Shinji. It is not difficult to understand the reason for this. Kenneth had used a command spell, which meant that unless Saber died or Kenneth gave the command to stop, Lancer would not cease his attacks. In this situation, whether Shinji lived or died would not affect the fact that Saber was surrounded. Killing Kenneth and severing Lancer's sources of magical power became the top priority. To prevent Shinji, this unpredictable element, from interfering, it was reasonable to have someone assigned to restrain him. Kiritsugu's judgment was undoubtedly correct in that regard. However, from Shinji's perspective, it was all in vain because Assassin, assist Saber. Just before Kiritsugu and Maya left their hiding places and launched their attacks, Shinji's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. As you wish, my master. A streak of red light was cut through the night sky. It was the tip of a lance-like weapon that flashed like lightning, leaving behind a beautiful trail. The path of the lightning was precisely calculated, slicing through a flat arc and simultaneously passing through Lancer and Berserker's bodies if they continued along their original route. Both Lancer and Berserker were top-class heroic spirits. Although red lightning was swift, they were already on guard because of Shinji's words. At the critical moment, they halted their steps, narrowly evading Scathacker's attacks. The red lightning streaked past them, piercing straight into a shipping container beside the street with a piercing wail. It was a red spear, with half of its shaft buried inside the container, leaving only its rear end exposed. Illuminated by the streetlights, it reflected a soft glow, capturing the attention of every servant. The owner of the red spear moved almost as quickly as that of the spear. Before Lancer and Berserker could react, Scathach had reached the edge of the container and smoothly drew out her own noble phantasm, showcasing her speed that surpassed most other servants, despite being hindered by Shinji, an inexperienced master. Her agility still reached A+, a speed at which even top-class sports cars would struggle to match. Are you out of your mind, Assassin's master? Kenneth's voice turned sharp with anger and incomprehension. This is a perfect opportunity to defeat Saber, the strongest servant. Yes, you're right. Shinji's disguised voice remained steady, devoid of any fluctuations that could reveal his emotions. If we're lucky, we might even be able to take care of Berserker at the same time. Since you know that, why not join me now? Kenneth's anger subsided, and his words took on a persuasive tone. I refuse. Shinji interrupted without hesitation, fueling Kenneth's anger. Why? Because my master is not someone like you, driven by selfish motives. It was not Shinji who answered Kenneth but Scathach. She aimed her crimson spear, resembling the fangs of some ancient behemoth, at Lancer. He possesses the heart of a warrior, and you have disgraced this knightly battle with your dishonorable methods, Lancer's master. Unreasonable. His voice trembling and the sound of clenched teeth could be heard. If you can, then try it. A mere assassin, Lancer, what are you waiting for? Attack. Kenneth's voice was interrupted once again, this time by Ryder. What about me? Assassin's words are exactly what I want to say. The front hooves of the two oxen pulling the chariot relentlessly struck the ground, and their hooves were enveloped in rolling purple lightning. Amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, a brawny man with a fiercely intimidating smile intimidated an unseen master. This was Iskandar's noble phantasm and the origin of his rider class, Gordius Wheel, Conqueror's Supremacy, that tramples the far distant. The noble phantasm consisted of two components, the chariot Gordius Wheel, dedicated to Zeus, and the oxen Bucephalus that pulled the chariot. The Gordius Wheel was originally a sacred object used for Zeus worship. It appeared in the famous scene of the Gordius knot in the legend of the Conqueror King. When the wheel rotates, it produces thunderous sounds and emits lightning attacks. The flying hoof thunderous ox, on the other hand, served as the chariot's motive force. It is said that Zeus, the supreme god who governs lightning, transformed into a mighty bull in the past to seduce Europa, hence, the ox became a divine beast connected to Zeus. The thunderous roars and shouts heralded the decision of the king of conquerors. Lancer's master, have Lancer retreat. If you continue to disgrace him, I will assist Saber in completely crushing Lancer. If anger could materialize, Kenneth's anger could envelop the battlefield. However, this anger was completely extinguished by the following scene. Berserker, who was relentlessly pursuing Saber like a mad dog, unexpectedly dropped the pseudo-noble phantasm from his hand and disappeared into spiritual form. Yes, he ran away. He ran away without any warning. Kenneth was dumbfounded, and so was Lancer. Saber, Iris Veil, Kiritsugu, Maya, Waver, Kirii, and Tosaka Tokiomi were all dumbfounded. Only Scathach and Shinji looked thoughtfully toward the warehouse. It seemed that with the help of Justice, Korea successfully regained control over Berserker and took advantage of the opportunity created by the confrontation between various parties to quickly retreat. Well. Shinji coughed deliberately twice to ease an awkward atmosphere. Now it's just Lancer left. Should we continue? Lancer's master. Retreat, Lancer. Tonight, we stop here. With a 3-to-1 advantage, Lancer had no chance of winning, so Kenneth promptly issued a retreat order. Upon hearing the command, Lancer breathed a sigh of relief and put down his spear. Thank you, Your Majesty, the Queen, and the King of Conquerors. Upon hearing the words of a beautiful spearman, Scathach and Ryder were satisfied. The former put away her spear, saying, "It's nothing. I just don't want a first-class warrior to leave the stage too soon." The latter waved his hand boldly, saying, "Existences like you are what make the battlefield beautiful." Lancer once again expressed his gratitude to assassin and rider with his gaze, then nodded to Saber. Saber also nodded in return. There was no need for words, and they mutually confirmed their duel. The duel would take place at another time. After confirming this, Lancer disappeared into spiritual form. +20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 39, Conclusion of the Second Battle, Part 2. After the devastating storm had disrupted the battlefield, silence descended. The sound of waves crashing against the cliffs and the distant clamor from the streets began to subtly embellish the night sky. It seemed that with Lancer's departure, the bounded field isolating them was lifted. Saber looked at Ryder with an extremely complex gaze, this being the initial intruder who had interrupted her duel with Lancer. "What exactly brought you here, King of Conquerors?" "I don't know, I didn't think too much about it." In response to Saber's question, the towering servant shrugged indifferently, as if it didn't concern him. "Reasons, plans, those troublesome things are for future historians to ponder. As heroes, we just need to act freely, with passion, and charge across the battlefield. That's not something a king should say." Saber's response was resolute and tinged with disappointment. The Night King believed in chivalry, which was far removed from the King of Conquerors' reckless abandon. Ryder sniffed and ignored Saber's provocative look. "Every king's path is unique. As a king, I am different from you, and from the Queen of the Land of Shadows. Or do you insist on determining who is right?" "That's exactly what I hope for." Here and now, Saber stubbornly swung her invisible sword. "Don't be so obstinate, little girl." Scathach casually extended her right hand but accurately caught Saber's invisible blade, and with a forceful twist of her wrist, Saber's sword was deflected to the side. A qualified warrior does not fear a strong enemy, but should not recklessly provoke one when not in peak condition. While lecturing her junior, Scathach seized the opportunity to grab Saber's left wrist. In battle, even if Saber was injured, Scathach wouldn't have been able to catch her wrist because of Saber's rather broken skill, Instinct, Rank A. Instinct is the ability to instantly determine the most suitable action for oneself in battle. At Rank A, it reaches the realm of predicting the future, allowing Saber to predict trajectories through sound and intuition, evade attacks from firearms, and ignore visual and auditory obstructions to a certain extent. Relying on this skill, Saber had once gained the upper hand in her melee with Lancer, even negating Lancer's meticulously calculated fatal strike. However, as this was not a battle and Scathach's actions were not hostile, Saber's movements were a beat slower, allowing Scathach to seize her left hand. "Assassin." Saber's brows furrowed, her face as cold as ice. "Don't speak, and don't move." Scathach pulled Saber's left hand open, her eyes glowing with mystical brilliance as she gazed through the magical armor at the wound on Saber's forearm. "The Sea God's curse, at the level of divine authority. If I were manifested as a caster, I could resolve it, but now I can only alleviate it somewhat." Under Saber's wary gaze, Scathach's left hand swiftly moved over Saber's magical armor, inscribing primordial runes. The special effect of D'Armwood's demonic spear, Gi-Bid, originated from the rune spell attached by the sea god, Manannan Mac Liar. Scathach's primordial runes were the precise antidote, though limited by her current class. She could not wield the divine-level runes necessary to fully dispel Gi-Bid's curse. The primordial runes took effect quickly, and the pain that had been plaguing Saber gradually subsided. Though her left thumb was still unresponsive, her left hand was in a much better condition than before, when it was almost completely useless. Saber moved her left hand and solemnly gave Scathach a knightly salute. "Thank you very much, assassin." "It's nothing. This is a reward for your outstanding battle with Lancer. Didn't I say it before? I appreciate excellent warriors. True strength lies in following one's path." Archer, Ryder, and Scathach herself all adhered to this principle. She gave Ryder an apologetic look. "Sorry, King of Conquerors, for interrupting your conversation. You can continue now, whether it be fighting or chatting. I won't interfere anymore." "No problem. I had no intention of fighting tonight. As the King of Conquerors, I would never take advantage of others' weaknesses." Ryder smiled gently and raised his fist. "Saber, settle things with Lancer first. No matter who wins, I'll be happy to face the victor. So, Saber and Assassin, we'll part ways for now. When we meet again, I hope you can still make my blood boil. Boy, don't you have anything suitable to say?" The last remark was directed at his master, Waver. I. Waver emerged from his crouched position in the chariot, trembling and unable to form a complete sentence. Ryder sighed helplessly. "You're my master, at least show some courage. Just say a few cool lines like the protagonists in war movies. You're not like this when we're alone. How about this?" Shinji leaped from his hiding place, landing accurately beside Scathach, and half-jokingly spoke to Ryder. "I'll say a few lines and Mr. Velvet can choose one." Ryder stroked his chin, looking at the stiff waver alongside Shinji. "Ahem, let's start with something arrogant. Wahahaha, the Holy Grail will be ours, so you might as well give up now. Or, next time we meet, I'll show you that the Holy Grail is meant for the strong." This kind of cool and flamboyant statement matched Ryder's personality. He shook his cloak, waving his hand as if to capture the feeling. "I like this one. What do you think, boy?" I object." Waver weakly responded, "Are there any other options?" "Then let's go with something milder. The green hills remain, the clear waters flow forever. I look forward to our next exciting duel." Although the phrasing differed slightly between Japanese and Chinese, Shinji conveyed the meaning well. He always thought this kind of statement, paired with a respectful gesture, was very classy, pretentious. However, Waver was still dissatisfied. Is there something even milder? Shinji's patience ran out, and he frowned and pulled his mouth. "Listen, kid, the Holy Grail war is still a war. You need some spirit. The person beside you conquered a vast empire spanning 3 continents. Don't undermine his momentum." "All right, fine. I'll choose that one." Perhaps the King of Conquerors gave Waver courage, or maybe Shinji's banter eased his tension. He took a deep breath and shouted. "The green hills remain, the clear waters flow forever. I look forward to our next exciting duel." Why does this feel a bit off? Is it the grammar or something else? "Don't worry about those details." Shinji waved his hand dismissively and gave Waver a thumbs up. "Next time, servants will fight servants, and masters will fight masters. I look forward to facing you, Waver Velvet." Waver's scream echoed clearly through the night. Ryder laughed heartily, pushed his master back into his seat, and then tightened the reins on the 2 divine bulls. The bulls, symbolizing Zeus's thunder, bellowed, shooting lightning from their hooves as they raced towards the sky. "Farewell." With the rumble of thunder, Ryder's chariot soared into the southern sky. Scathach nodded to the 2 ladies, and her body merged with the shadows of the container. "Master, let's retreat as well." "Yes, it's time." "Saber, Miss Irisveal, we will meet again soon." Shinji pulled his cloak, his figure becoming fainter until he disappeared completely, leaving behind just one last statement. "You 2 up there, can you please stop pointing your guns at me? I mean no harm." Chapter 40, Caster Poor Eyesight. In the deep mountainous area of Fuyuki City, further west, the national highway stretches westward with its back facing the city lights. Waiting ahead on the road is an undeveloped forest. Crossing the county border along this road, the national highway quietly winds into the distance. Although it is a 2-lane road, there are hardly any signs of oncoming cars on the sparsely lit national highway. In late night hours, the national highway seems forgotten and engulfed in silence. Amid this quiet night, a silver beast races forward. A Mercedes-Benz 300 SL, with its elegantly streamlined body, exudes an air of nobility, while the roar emitted by its side-by-side 6-cylinder engine is as mighty as a wild beast. Surprisingly, the person driving this classic car at speeds exceeding 100 km per hour is none other than the lady, Irisveal, who appears to be a wealthy noblewoman. Objectively speaking, driving at 100 km per hour on a national highway is not particularly fast, but the road on which the Mercedes-Benz races is winding and twisting, with cliffs on one side. To take corners at such speeds requires either exceptional driving skills or a reckless daredevil. Unfortunately, Irisveal falls into the latter category. Through the windshield of the sports car, one can see the excitement and madness filling Irisveal's delicate face. It is a stark contrast to her usual elegance and grace. Her right foot moves back and forth between the brake and accelerator, her left foot occasionally stomps on the clutch, and her hands swiftly switch between the steering wheel and gear lever. She appears incredibly skillful, but as soon as she enters a corner, the entire car begins to drift, with the constant danger of flying off the cliff. Saber, seated in the passenger seat, is drenched in cold sweat, feeling more pressure than when facing the relentless attacks of Lancer and Berserker. Scathach, who is monitoring from above, is at a loss for words, once again experiencing the meaning of the phrase, "looks can be deceiving." Scathach gained fame in the BC era, at least 2,000 years ago, and has observed countless people over the years. She rarely misjudges, so Irisveal managing to surprise her even slightly speaks volumes about her strength. After disappearing from Saber and the others' sight, Scathach and Shinji didn't go far at all. Instead, they hid in the warehouse where they had previously taken refuge, secretly monitoring their movements. Saber and Irisveal left the warehouse district and boarded the Mercedes-Benz sports car prepared by Kiritsugu Amiya, speeding along the national highway. Kiritsugu Amiya and Maya Hizo, on the other hand, discreetly boarded a Toyota and headed to the city center. Shinji and Scathach split up, with Shinji following Kiritsugu Amiya, and Scathach following Saber, who is also a servant. As a side note, they investigate the Einsburn family's stronghold at the request of Justice. With Scat Hacka's original runes and her excellent A+ agility attribute, she silently maneuvers through the forest, dangling behind the sports car without entering Saber's perception range or losing sight of the target. Suddenly, Scat Hacka's body trembles, and she missteps a few times, causing her to hide behind a large tree. Her red eyes shift, focusing on the spot where the sports car is about to pass, right in the middle of the national highway. Standing, a tall man is wearing an ancient luxurious robe, adorned with dark material embellished with deep red patterns resembling blood. His unusually large pupils easily bring to mind nocturnal creatures. Scat Hack is not unfamiliar with this man. She and this man initiated the first battle of the Holy Grail War. He is the seventh servant, Castor. I see, so that's why he said this route wouldn't be peaceful, she whispers from behind her veil. Irisveal and Saber in the sports car also notice this person. The screeching sound breaks the silence of the forest, and the Mercedes tires skid on the asphalt, emitting a puff of white smoke. The doors of the Mercedes-Benz open upward like wings, and Saber exits the car first, keeping a vigilant eye on the Castor before her. Castor smiles at Saber for an unknown reason. It's not the smile of a generous warrior ready to die in battle but rather the expression of joy, as if long-lost brothers have reunited. His face radiates an immaculate smile. Just as Saber is puzzled, Castor makes an even more bewildering gesture. Castor respectfully lowers his head, kneeling on the asphalt road as if he were a subject presenting himself before a king, and says, "I have been waiting for you, your highness, the holy maiden." Saber is completely confused. As King Arthur, she has naturally received the homage of others, but all those who kneel before her always address her as King Arthur, not as the holy maiden. Irisveal, who had gotten off the Mercedes, hid behind Saber, who was on high alert, and quietly watched Castor. "Saber, do you know him?" Irisveal asked. "No, I have no recollection," Saber replied. Seemingly having heard the whispering between Saber and Irisveal, Castor raised his head and said, "Oh, how could this be? Have you forgotten me?" Saber's expression turned cold in response to his increasingly irrelevant words. "There's nothing to remember or forget. This is our first meeting. Perhaps you've mistaken me for someone else." Oh. Castor whimpered as if deeply saddened, clutching his hair. The joyful expression he had been wearing moments ago suddenly transformed into an incredibly disheveled and pitiful look. The change was so abrupt it could be described as erratic. "It's me. I am your most loyal servant, Gillista Rice. I have always prayed for your resurrection, eagerly awaiting the miracle and the day when I could see you again. I came here for that purpose, Jean." "Gillista Rice," Saber murmured, trying to make sense of the situation. This was the third servant who revealed their true name in front of Saber and Irisveal. Although they were unsure of his intentions, Castor didn't seem to be deceiving them. However, at this moment, Saber only wanted to dispel the misunderstanding. "I don't know your name, and I have never heard of Jean either," Saber stated firmly. Upon hearing Saber's response, Castor became even more confused. "How could it be that you have forgotten everything? Have you forgotten your life before?" Saber started to feel annoyed by this unclear situation and looked at Castor solemnly. "Since you have revealed your name, I, out of knightly courtesy, shall tell you my true name. My name is Artoria. I am the son of Utherpendragon, the king of Britain. In this Holy Grail War, I manifest as Saber." Castor continued to stare blankly at the girl in front of him, who stood proudly with her chest held high and confidently revealed her name. After a moment of silence, he cried out in a voice filled with disbelief. Oh. Ah." Castor, while desperately wailing, began to pound the ground uncontrollably. How tragic, how lamentable. Not only has she lost her memories, but her sanity is also in turmoil. It's despicable. How despicable. Oh God, why are you so cruel to my holy maiden? Are you done making a scene? It's disgusting, Saber rebuked loudly. She felt an intense sensation of disgust, completely different from fear, as if she was being stalked by something repulsive, causing her hair to stand on end. Just as Castor was preparing to continue his grandiose speech, a low, feminine voice sounded from above. "Saber, step back." Saber's passive ability, instinct, immediately kicked in, and she pulled Irisveal as they jumped onto the hood of the car. Before the two of them could steady themselves, they heard the sound of several sharp objects tearing through the air. The ground in front of the vehicle was devastated as if it had been bombarded by artillery shells. Amidst the swirling dust and sand, a queen with a red spear in hand and dressed in a tight black outfit rose to her full height. +20 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 41, Saber and Jean. Bonus. Assassin. Irisveal exclaimed, her hands instinctively grabbing onto Saber's clothes. Saber patted Irisveal's shoulder but didn't draw her invisible sword. She simply asked, "The Queen of the Land of Shadows, what brings you here?" "I'm not here for you," Scat Hack replied. Scat pointed her spear forward, surrounded by the remains of defeated monsters. Castor used them as shields, blocking Scat attacks. Castor is my prey, and he is the target my master must kill. I've been searching for him these past few days. You wouldn't want to steal my prey, would you, Saber? Do not interfere with me and my saint, assassin. Before Saber could respond, Castor's roar filled with immense anger broke through the dust. If Saber truly is that saint, Jean, I wouldn't be surprised. But unfortunately. At this point, Scat eyes revealed a hint of mockery and 2 parts of sympathy. While Saber and Jean are very similar, she is ultimately not the Jean you loved. Similar? How similar? Irisveel's curiosity was piqued by Scat words, and her question echoed Saber's thoughts. Even Castor momentarily suppressed his anger. Scat tilted her head to the side, pondering for a moment before answering. They hold similar historical positions, one as the savior of France, the other as the noble king who saved Britain. Their appearance is also quite alike, especially their faces, it's almost identical. I observed that Saint through clairvoyance over 600 years ago, and if my memory serves me right, the only difference between you two is the color of your eyes. But the most similar aspect is your essence, both of you possess resolute characters and pure hearts. I see. Saber nodded thoughtfully, her face losing some of its coldness. She addressed Castor with utmost seriousness. I don't know anything about you and that saint, but I'm sorry, I am not your saint, Saber said. Strangely enough, upon hearing Saber and Scat words, Castor didn't show any hint of disappointment. Instead, he had a face filled with happiness and intoxication. Oh, my saint, your tenderness is still so intoxicating. But please rest assured, even if your heart has been clouded by the unfairness of the gods and you have lost your memories, you are still you. I will break free from the shackles of the gods and save you. Castor had completely gone mad. This conclusion was reached by Saber, Irisveel, and Scat all at once. This guy hadn't heard a word of what Saber and Scat said, or perhaps he had no intention of listening from the beginning. For his saint, he casually formed his conclusion based on his fantasies and firmly believed in it. Castor, under the domination of this idea, couldn't hear anything else. It seems there's nothing more to say. Scat shifted from holding her spear with one hand to holding it with both hands. The already cold temperature in the mountains became even more bone-chilling. Saber, Irisveel. Scat didn't need to say any more. Saber already understood her intentions. May fortune favor you, Queen of Shadows. After saying that, Saber pulled Irisveel into the sports car, skillfully shifted gears, and started the engine, driving away. Compared to the newbie driver, Irisveel, Saber with her A-ranked riding skill, capable of handling almost any mode of transportation, was the true expert driver, skilled and experienced. Wait, Jean. Your opponent is me. Castor reached out his hand, wanting to stop them, but Scat forced him back with her spear. He could only watch in despair as his vision of the goddess drifted away. It wasn't until the pure white sports car disappeared into the night that Castor turned around, glaring at Scat with intense hatred in his eyes, as if he wanted to crush her. It's all because of you, it's all because of you. You servant of the gods, you villain who hinders my reunion with the saint. You've already separated us once, and now you want to stop us again. Die, die, die. Anger and hatred transformed into substance, emanating from the noble phantasm in Castor's hand, giving birth to countless monsters that did not belong to this world. The first die sounded, and small monsters formed by countless sea anemones and corals appeared, accompanied by black magical mist. The second die sounded, and enormous tentacles resembling octopuses emerged from the ground, thrashing wildly. The third die was indescribable, an unspeakable abomination descended from the sky. It was not a creature belonging to Earth but rather an insane and terrifying entity originating from the dark cosmos. The demons danced wildly. Faced with a scene that could drive ordinary people to madness, Scat heart was not filled with any negative emotions. Instead, a genuine sense of joy radiated from within her. The magical energy materialized and flowed slowly through Scat crimson spear, giving the illusion of flames burning from a distance. Finally, I can have a proper fight. With a breath, the corner of her veil was lifted. In that instant, the closest circle of small monsters to Scat all burst, as if they had been filled with explosives, resulting in a martial arts spectacle with limbs and flesh flying everywhere. Amidst the nauseating debris, Scat fused herself with the spear, becoming like an arrow shot from a siege crossbow, mercilessly crashing into Castor's horde of monsters. The grim fate of their comrades did not cause the other monsters to retreat. Driven by their summoner, they advanced one after another, flooding Scat field of vision like a tidal wave. Scat remained undaunted. No matter how numerous the rabble, it would not pose a threat to a true powerhouse. The demonic spear pierced, and a tentacle burst. The demonic spear swept horizontally, causing 5 small monsters to fly in disarray. The demonic spear struck repeatedly, inflicting considerable damage upon the repugnant creature. In just a few minutes, dozens of monsters had fallen under Scathac's spear. However, compared to the massive army of monsters, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Monsters with severed tentacles continuously sprouted new ones at the points where they were severed. Destroyed monster remnants gave birth to new, identical monsters. What's more troublesome was that the spreading pool of filthy blood continued to produce new reinforcements. Under the relentless summoning, the distance between Scathach and Caster did not diminish, instead, it grew increasingly distant. Oh, you lapdog of the gods, be consumed by my anger. In the endless darkness, the humanoid demon wielding the human skin grimoire let out a piercing and grating scream. It was as if it came from hell. P.S. I am not a lapdog of the gods, I am a godslayer. Shinji. Chapter 42, Spear of Death. After a brief encounter several days ago, Scathach had already learned that Caster excelled in summoning magic and was prepared for the possible onslaught of magical creatures. In general, the best way to deal with such magic is to kill the summoner before they can fully prepare. However, Scathach would not employ such a method. She enjoyed every battle and would not resort to stealthy ambushes like other assassins. She would give her opponent ample time to display their techniques, even if those techniques could cause her harm or defeat. She had no regrets. Scathach had originally planned to use her extraordinary spear skills, as she had done countless times in mythological times, to kill Caster by piercing his heart. However, the number of magical creatures summoned by Caster was simply too great. Relying solely on the power granted to her by the Holy Grail as a servant, she couldn't break free from the entanglement of these creatures, let alone kill Caster. Die, die, die. Use your flesh and blood as the sacrifice to awaken Jeanne d'Arc. Watching the struggling figure amidst the sea of magical creatures, Caster raised his hands high, his eyes bulging as if they could fall out at any moment. Jai Thai. As if echoing the voice of the summoner, the cluster of magical creatures let out a collective roar. They emitted strange and eerie sounds, expressing either joy or hatred, as they charged towards the center of the encirclement. Scathach furrowed her brows, an unusual expression for her, as she continued to destroy the creatures with her dominant spear skills that defied her physical stature. She sighed softly. I don't dislike the persistence that surpasses family, friendship, and love, but, when jealousy, madness, and hatred mingle in these emotions, they become rather ugly. The creatures fell like wheat, whether they were small sea demons, medium-sized tentacles, or large monsters. None could stand against Scathach's spear. In that instant, there was a brief vacuum in the creature's attacks. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Scathach swung her spear heavily, striking the ground with tremendous force. The solid and sturdy national highway collapsed and sank under the impact as if it were nothing for a heavy truck to crush. The initiator of this spear, Scathach herself, leaped high into the air, propelled by the force of the Earth's rebound, reaching a height of over 10 meters. This height was far beyond the reach of the horde of magical creatures. Struggling in your dying moments. Wouldn't it be better to just die obediently? Caster raised his head and snorted contemptuously, swiftly flipping through the pages of his human skin book. The sea of blood churned, and the demonic mist surged. Countless creatures covered in thorns, resembling bats to some extent, swarmed out, emitting piercing screeches as they attacked Scathach in midair. It's you who's damned, Caster. The queen of the land of shadow danced in the sky, her presence akin to that of heavenly soldiers and generals descending. She maintained an attitude of ease as if she didn't even consider the massive army of magical creatures summoned by Caster a threat. Casually tossing the crimson spear in her hand upward, she then turned her head downwards, feet pointing towards the sky, executing a standard bicycle kick maneuver seen in football techniques. Gi-Balg alternative, piercing spear of death. She weaved the words in her mouth, calling upon the true name of her noble phantasm. The surrounding space groaned and creaked like a lament. Legend has it that the queen of the land of shadow bestowed upon her greatest disciple, Cuchulainn, a magical spear. When thrown, the spear would transform into countless arrows that tracked the enemy, known as Gi-Balg, piercing spear of death, a cursed noble phantasm. Of course, the one Scathach was currently using was not the one bestowed upon her disciple but an older version of the same model. Although it was an older version, its power was not inferior to the newer version. This was a devastating blow, like the weight of a thunderbolt. It was impossible to evade, relentlessly pursuing its target no matter how many times one tried to dodge. It was difficult to withstand. With this spear, Scathach had defeated countless formidable enemies, never tasting defeat. This is truly a deadly strike. Scathach hooked the tip of the magical spear with her toe and kicked it downward towards Caster. Infused with magical energy, the spear split into 2, then 4, then 8, multiplying within the blink of an eye to create dozens, even hundreds, of spears. The army of demonic bats in the air was the first to be targeted. They were pierced by the myriad of spear shadows before they could even let out a cry, reduced to fragments. With the aerial forces annihilated, it was now the turn of the ground forces. Caster sensed the danger, and his bulb-like eyes contracted. He quickly commanded his summoned creatures to tighten their defenses, while he took shelter beneath the largest monster, preparing to withstand Skathak's deadly strike in this manner. The Spear of Death, its true name unleashed, reached its utmost limit in an instant. The spear shadows pierced through Castor's proud army of magical creatures, creating a violent storm and unimaginable high temperatures. Rather than spears, they were more like magical bullets. Each spear shadow was akin to a howitzer shell, and the release of its true name was equivalent to the simultaneous firing of 100 cannons. Except for a few special noble phantasms, most of the abilities possessed by heroic spirits can be classified into three categories: those that target individuals, those that target armies, and those that target cities. The strength of a noble phantasm is unrelated to its category, it merely emphasizes different aspects. Those targeting individuals focus on a single person, those targeting armies emphasize range, and those targeting cities emphasize destructive power. Skathak's piercing Spear of Death was precisely an army-targeting noble phantasm, making it ideal for dealing with Castor's strategy of summoning a horde of magical creatures. You summon an army, and I annihilate it with a single spear. This is Skathak's tactic. The storm and the intense heat continued to pierce, engulf, evaporate, and scatter the magical creatures. In an instant, the entire road was cleared of the army of monsters, except for the largest one that Castor used as a physical shield. Its twisted, enormous body had been severely damaged by the dense rain of spears, and even the resilient magical creature couldn't withstand the assault of an army-targeting noble phantasm. It was on the brink of death. At the core of the rain of spears, the main body of the magical spear was like a streaking comet that tore through the sky, completely ending the lives of the monsters, and delivering the final blow to this barrage of magical bullets. Woo! Even though the corpses of the magical creatures obstructed her path, Castor's agonized screams were still clearly audible. Judging from his vigorous voice, it could be determined that the spear did not end his life. Skathak inwardly muttered, "What a pity." Her body, in a free-falling state, inexplicably changed direction and swiftly charged toward Castor's location, its speed comparable to the earlier barrage of magical bullets. This was the result of her skill, wisdom of the Land of Shadows, utilizing mana release to convert the instantly released magical energy into physical force, altering the direction of descent. Piercing Spear of Death couldn't kill you, so I'll make up for it with another strike. Skathak shows no mercy even to her disciples, let alone enemies. Her violet-colored greatsword materialized and mercilessly cleaved through the body of the magical creature. Beneath the enormous body of the monster, there was an irregular 1-meter-wide space, and Castor, who should have been hiding there, disappeared without a trace. Using the tentacle monsters to create an escape route underground is not a bad tactic. Skathak crushed the corpse of the magical creature with one hand and retrieved her spear with the other. Her eyes focused on the hole in the ground while simultaneously opening a communication spell between her and Shinji. She multitasked efficiently and methodically. "Shinji, what do you think we should do?" Chapter 43, Tracking. Chase. Shinji said just one word. Understood. Upon hearing Shinji's response, Skathak immediately began to track the traces left by Castor. Judging by their decisive actions, this master-servant pair seemed to be in sync. What about Saber? Aren't we going to search for the Einsburn family's stronghold? Regarding this question, Shinji was prepared. Once we have a general direction, things will become easier. The reason why the Einsburn castle remains undiscovered by the outside world is that it is surrounded by a large-scale boundary. This boundary might deceive magi from all over the world, but it won't fool someone like Lady Justice. Let's discuss it tomorrow. The urgent matter at hand is to find Castor's base. I just saw the news, a serial killer struck in the neighboring town. There's no doubt it was the doing of these two lunatics. If we find their base sooner, we might be able to save more lives. I understand. I will find their base. Sensing the coldness hidden in Shinji's voice, Skathak raised an eyebrow with a touch of admiration. How are things on your end? Everything is going smoothly. I have already reached the destination. Shinji, who was hiding among the crowd, calmly lifted his head and squinted his eyes, gazing at the most famous hotel in the entire Fuyuki City, the K Hotel. This is currently the tallest building in Fuyuki City, offering the best view of the city. Not only does the K Hotel have the highest elevation, but its hardware facilities and software services also rank first in Fuyuki City. It can be considered the shining star of the hotel industry and was naturally chosen as the residence and temporary base by the noble Lord of the Clock Tower, Kenneth. A month before his arrival, the vassals of the Acibulid family had already reserved the top-floor presidential suite, reflecting their wealth and power. The so-called nobles are mostly like this. Unbeknownst to Shinji, who was complaining, Kenneth was not pleased with the presidential suite in the best hotel. True nobles couldn't stand it when something originally mundane was adorned with luxury to feign high status. That's exactly what the K Hotel was like, without any historical background or cultural heritage. At best, it was nothing more than a luxurious pigsty dressed up with lavish decorations. In Kenneth's view, even the seemingly modest local folk customs would be much better than these unremarkable displays of extravagance. Not far from the K Hotel, which Kenneth scorned, was a construction site. Soon, it would surpass the K Hotel and become the new highest point in Fuyuki City. It was called the Fuyuki Central Tower, the name of the soon-to-be-completed skyscraper. Only from there could one effectively monitor every move on the 32nd floor of the K Hotel. Shinji didn't choose to take the stairs but flew directly to the top floor through a corridor specially reserved for elevators. Flying belongs to a high-level secret technique in magecraft, and at Shinji's current level, he couldn't even achieve levitation, let alone flight. His ability to fly freely still relied on the noble phantasm inherited from Perseus. In Greek mythology, the god of fire, Hephaestus, lent Perseus a pair of winged sandals that allowed him to freely soar through the air. It was with these sandals that Perseus entered and left the island where Medusa resided. Now, these sandals were on Shinji's feet. Rather than calling them shoes, they were more like ornaments tied around his ankles, with a white feather wing attached to the inner and outer sides of each foot. Driven by mana, the constant flapping of the two pairs of wings lifted Shinji's body rapidly, bringing him directly to the 40th floor, which had not yet been topped off. Lit by the moonlight above and the lights below, Shinji found a position diagonally across from the terrace of the presidential suite and used a telescope he had prepared in advance to monitor every move on the opposite side. Whether it was due to post-war relaxation, intentional provocation of the enemy, or absolute confidence in his defensive systems, Kenneth hadn't even drawn the curtains. He was leaning on a single-person sofa, holding a glass of red wine in his hand. The heroic spirit, whose true name was Diarmuid Ue Duibni, knelt beside his feet, while a young woman with short red hair stood by the side of the sofa, crossing her arms. The two men and one woman seemed to be arguing about something. Shinji carefully recalled the plot of Fate/Zero. If he remembered correctly, Kenneth should be reprimanding Lancer, and the woman, Kenneth's fiancée, Sola Ui Nuatari Sofiari, was speaking up for Lancer and mocking Kenneth. Kenneth believed that Saber, who possessed the highest overall capabilities among the 7 servant classes, should be prioritized as the primary target and eliminated as soon as possible, regardless of the means used. Lancer, who adheres to the principles of chivalry, sees things differently. Since he made a knight's oath with Saber, he believes that they should settle matters using knightly methods. The clash of their values arose because Kenneth is Lancer's master, to whom he has sworn loyalty. Therefore, Lancer can only silently endure his lord's reprimands without arguing back. Sola Ui couldn't stand by and spoke up for Lancer. However, her words wounded Kenneth's dignity, prompting Lancer, who is fiercely loyal to his master, to stop her. Although Sola Ui ceased her sarcastic remarks, her unusual attitude aroused Kenneth's discontent and suspicion. His fiancée, who usually mocks him, showed great tenderness towards Lancer, even blushing when looking at him. If Sola Ui were an ordinary person, one could explain it as being charmed by Lancer's charisma. However, Sola Ui, like Kenneth, comes from an ancient lineage of magicians. Even without inheriting magic circuits, she would have the ability to resist the charm of charisma. Unless, she intentionally chose not to resist. Reminded of the tragic love story of Diarmuid and his superior's wife eloping, Kenneth felt as if a thorn had been pierced into his heart. Just as Kenneth was lost in his thoughts, a jarring fire alarm suddenly sounded without warning, interrupting his thoughts and catching Shinji's attention as well. The fire alarm indicated the occurrence of a fire, and the entire building went into a state of tension. The staff swiftly evacuated the hotel's occupants, and people orderly left their rooms, gathering in the square in front of the hotel for refuge. Interestingly, as more and more people left the hotel, there was no sign of sparks or black smoke visible on the exterior of the building. Shinji pondered for a moment and dialed the hotel's emergency assistance number on his mobile phone. The hotel staff informed him that the fire was small, but the locations of the fires were scattered, indicating possible arson. Just as I expected, the third act of tonight's performance. Shinji glanced at Kenneth, then looked down below. Finally, he flicked his finger, causing the latest model of a Motorola phone to spin in his palm. Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, who will be the ultimate winner in the end. Chapter 44, Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Except for the eccentric outsider, Ryunosuke, none of the other masters are fools. They either hide in plain sight like Waver, blending into inconspicuous residences and using riders' high mobility to carry out their operations, or they establish workshops like Shinji, fortifying their bases as much as possible. Kenneth, as a noble ruler, undoubtedly belongs to the latter category. Although he hasn't been in Fuyuki City for long, he has thoroughly transformed the entire K Hotel. This transformation is not material but refers to the strengthening of magic. In Kenneth's own words, a 24-layer bounded field, 3 magic furnaces to replace guard dogs, dozens of fiends and specters, countless traps, not even the underground sewers have been overlooked, and a portion of the corridors has been transformed into another realm. In other words, we can freely compete with our secret arts without worrying about affecting the outside world. So, let our guests have a good tour of my magic workshop. Even from a distance of over 100 meters, Shinji could discern the satisfaction on Kenneth's face, indicating his confidence in his workshop. Based on Scat Hacker's reconnaissance over the past few days, Kenneth's workshop's defensive capabilities are second only to the fully reinforced Matou mansion, enhanced by the original rune, and similar self-extension workshops established by Justice using her noble phantasm. It is enough to rival the ancestral workshop that prideful Zouken Matou boasts about, solely in terms of magic defense. Yes, the discussion is only about defense against magic, without considering other aspects. The majority of magicians in the world subconsciously ignore or even scorn technology. In their eyes, the occult and magic reign supreme, while science is nothing more than the struggle of untalented ordinary people and not worth mentioning. As a representative of traditional magicians, Kenneth also shares this belief and arrogantly assumes that all magicians share the same view as him. He has never considered pure physical defense or the possibility of being attacked by ordinary people. And so, he met a tragic fate. Before the satisfaction could fade from his face, he felt a violent shaking, as if the world was spinning. Soon, the sound of reinforced concrete crumbling echoed through the night sky, creating a tremendously terrifying atmosphere. The hotel collapsed. The towering high-rise hotel, over 150 meters tall, maintained its upright position but collapsed as if being sucked into the ground. Due to the inward collapse of all the exterior walls, not a single fragment flew outside. Only the dust generated from the collapse engulfed the surrounding streets. This was an incredibly skillful demolition technique, controlled demolition, a sophisticated explosive technique used primarily to destroy large high-rise buildings. By targeting load-bearing walls and critical pillars, the building is forced to collapse inward due to its weight. The technique employs a minimal amount of explosives to achieve destruction. No sound of the explosion was heard and minimal impact on the surroundings. It's simply art, Shinji remarked sincerely, putting down his binoculars. It is said that Kiritsugu Amiya was a master of all explosive techniques throughout history and across cultures. Today, I have witnessed firsthand that he truly deserves the title of Explosion Master. He has indeed realized the concept that art is an explosion. Although he hadn't seen Kiritsugu Amiya in person, Shinji was certain that he was the director behind this grand spectacle. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled you are, you still fear a kitchen knife, and no matter how impressive you are, a single brick can bring you down. Who needs magic when you can dismantle it from the outside without even entering the workshop? Let's see what you can do then. Shinji dared not forget the teachings of the Matou family, and Kiritsugu Amiya, the magician assassin who valued efficiency above all else, operated on the same principle, but he took it to even greater extremes. If Shinji were to launch an attack, at best, he would only destroy a few floors. Kiritsugu Amiya, on the other hand, would bring down the entire skyscraper with a direct explosion. Every building in Fuyuki City that served as a stronghold for magicians was listed in Kiritsugu Amiya's destruction plan, and the Fuyuki-kei Hotel was one of them. Kiritsugu had obtained the building's blueprints in advance and identified the optimal locations for setting explosive charges. With thorough preparation, the actual operation would take less than an hour. Based on Kiritsugu Amiya's assessment, the 32nd floor where Kenneth was located would collapse due to the chain reaction caused by the controlled explosion. It would be equivalent to a free fall from a height of 150 meters to the ground. No matter how strong the magical barriers were, they would be powerless against such destructive force, unable to protect those inside the building. Kiritsugu Amiya was like a praying mantis, meticulously planning and hunting, and Kenneth was the cicada he had set his sights on. To ensure the cicada's demise, Kiritsugu Amiya had even arranged for his assistant, Maya, to be stationed at a specific location for sniping. If Kenneth attempted to escape the 32nd floor using magic, Maya would take the shot immediately. The location chosen by Maya for the sniper attack was right beneath Shinji's feet, the observation deck on the 38th floor of the Fuyuki Central Tower. Using the Hades Cloak of Invisibility to approach the high level of security, Shinji successfully infiltrated from the 40th floor to the 38th floor. At this moment, Maya was reporting to Kiritsugu through her earpiece. The target hasn't made any movements and hasn't escaped outside the hotel. Although she had just witnessed a devastating destruction, there was no trace of excitement in her voice. By now, the K Hotel had completely collapsed, signifying the end of Maya's surveillance mission. She took the bullet out of the gun that hadn't even had a chance to be fired, placed it in a briefcase, and then slung the sniper rifle back on her back. She stood up and walked down the stairs. Suddenly, she sensed something unusual. It wasn't just a general sense of strangeness but a more ambiguous change in the atmosphere. Both Maya, a seasoned soldier, and Shinji, who had transformed compared to his past self, could feel the air changing. It was killing intent. Seems like you're quite perceptive, miss. Behind Maya, who had stopped in her tracks, a deep and stern male voice rang out. The voice reverberated through the empty steel and concrete structure, making it impossible to determine its source. Maya didn't answer or make any vocal inquiries. She calmly used her sharp intuition to locate the person and drew the 9mm pistol from her waist. In this time and place, anyone other than Kiritsugu Emiya was an enemy, and there was no need to show mercy. Humph, it's good to see you're prepared. The man hidden in the darkness spoke as if mocking, slowly emerging from behind the pillar where he had been hiding, exposing himself to Maya's line of sight and the barrel of her gun. The man before her was dressed in a black cassock, exuding an inexplicable aura of dignity and oppression. Chapter 45, The Aureole and the Slingshot. This man, Shinji knew him. He was the target of Shinji's current mission, Kirai Koto Mine. Due to his background and experiences, Kirai Koto Mine had an unusual obsession with the Magus killer, Kiritsugu Emiya. In the original timeline, Kirai Koto Mine detected Kiritsugu's presence by installing cameras on his familiar and has been keeping a close eye on him ever since. After Kiritsugu's death, he transferred this attachment to Kiritsugu's adopted son, Shiro Emiya. Now, in a similar vein, Kirai personally infiltrated the warehouse district and sensed the presence of a kindred spirit. The outcome of the battle in the warehouse district gave him the perfect opportunity. The curse effect of D'Armwood Ua Duibni's yellow rose was evident. While the other 6 servants remained unharmed, Saber had her hand sealed early in the war, which was extremely disadvantageous. For the current Einsburn camp, the top priority was to eliminate Lancer, who was the source of the curse. That's why Kirai lurked in Kenneth's stronghold, quietly awaiting the arrival of the attacker. The mantis targets the cicada, but the Aureole targets the mantis, and that Aureole is Kirai Koto Mine. Although the person he was waiting for here wasn't Kiritsugu Emiya but someone else, Kirai Koto Mine could ascertain that this woman was acting under Kiritsugu's instructions and was the key to finding Kiritsugu Emiya. Maya quickly scanned Kirai Koto Mine, who seemed completely defenseless and firmly engraved his features in her mind. A member of the church. Why would he appear here? No, this reaction is not right. Maya's response brought a strong sense of dissonance to Shinji. Just as Kirai was obsessed with Kiritsugu, Kiritsugu held a considerable caution towards Kirai, and even his 2 women were hostile towards Kirai. Maya Hizo couldn't possibly not know Kirai Koto Mine, but she doesn't seem to be affected herself. What is going on? Even in the face of Maya's gun, Kirai showed no signs of unease and calmly said, "Miss, the person I'm looking for is not you. I just want you to answer me one question, where is the person who should have come here in your place?" Before he could finish speaking, Maya's gun rang out, firing 3 shots in succession. Although the 9mm military pistol was not weak in terms of power, it wasn't particularly strong either. Therefore, to effectively harm an opponent, a 3-shot burst to the abdomen was crucial. Compared to the tiny lethal point that could cause instantaneous death, targeting a more easily hit area for debilitating injuries was considered more effective in the art of killing, and it was a shooting principle. However, the bullets didn't hit the internal organs beneath Kirai's cassock but the hard concrete ground. Kirai Koto Mine's evasive action, despite its incredible speed, wouldn't be faster than the supersonic speed of the bullets. The reason why this situation occurred was that he had preemptively anticipated Maya's thoughts before she pulled the trigger and acted in advance. More than his agility, it was Kirai Koto Mine's tactical judgment that was truly astonishing. Anticipating the moment when Maya would shoot, calmly evading the gunfire, it was an ability that surpassed ordinary people, whether in the mundane or mystical world. Not only that, in that instant when the person flipped and dodged, it wasn't Kirai but Maya. Her right hand was stained with blood, and the handgun that should have been held in that hand dropped to the ground with a metallic sound. Her astonished gaze fixed on the pillar she had been leaning against just moments ago, where a blade gleamed with a chilling light, firmly embedded in the pillar. The thin blade, over a meter long, evoked thoughts of the weapon used in fencing. As a sword, its hilt was very short. Black key. Shinji, hiding in an elevator corridor, narrowed his pupils. This was Kirai Koto Mine's signature weapon, exclusively used by the executors of the church. In a certain money-grubbing mobile game, the black key was shamelessly turned into 3 different craft essences, flooding the gacha pool, and was mocked by countless players as the Lonely 9 Keys, a symbol of bad luck. The weapon that scratched Maya's right hand and knocked her handgun away was this very black key, thrown by Kirai while evading the bullets. At this moment, Shinji was immensely grateful for the hellish training he had received from ScatHack. Without that training, he would probably be unable to even follow Kirai's movements. After all, Kirai Koto Mine was one of the most skilled executors in the church, and there were very few humans who could surpass him in martial arts. Although it was a weapon thrown by hand, it had the power to pierce reinforced concrete pillars. Nevertheless, it only knocked down Maya's handgun without any intent to take her life. Using such force deliberately was likely aimed at both disarming the opponent and breaking their spirit, preferably to capture them alive. After all, Maya had not yet answered Kirai's previous question. Not bad skills. Quite agile, I must say. After completely seizing the initiative following the reversal of offense and defense, Kirai leisurely walked over and spoke. Once again, he had another black key in his hands. The blade of the black key was entirely composed of semi-solidified magical energy, and when carried, one only needed to hold the small sword hilt. No one knew just how many black keys Kirii carried beneath his voluminous cassock. As one of the basic weapons used by executors of the church against heretics, the black key naturally possessed considerable power. However, its usage was relatively challenging, requiring a practitioner with highly skilled techniques to proficiently wield its power. Kirii Kotomine was impeccable in this regard. Even as the church's ultimate combat force, surpassing the monsters gathered in the burial agency, he excelled in the usage of the black key. Maya Hizo was neither a mage nor a warrior. She was merely a soldier who had lost her handgun, and she didn't have enough time to assemble her sniper rifle. In front of Kirii Kotomine, she had no means of resistance. It would probably only take a few dozen seconds for Kirii Kotomine to capture her alive. She had no chance of escape or even the opportunity to commit suicide. The vast disparity in combat abilities was despair-inducing. Maya's ears twitched slightly as if she had received some form of communication through her earpiece, but she didn't respond. Shinji knew that it wasn't that Maya couldn't respond, rather, she chose not to. It was a message from Kiritsugu Amiya, and she didn't want this dangerous man to approach Kiritsugu. At the same time, Kirii Kotomine slowly approached Maya. The outcome had already been decided. Not so fast. It's about time, Shinji said. Shinji held his breath and reached into his cloak, retrieving a toy. Yes, to most people, it appeared to be just a toy. The main body had a matte finish, with a shape resembling the letter Y, and elastic rubber tubing was attached to the split ends. Indeed, it was a slingshot that many boys loved to play with during their childhood. The praying mantis catches the cicada, but the yellow oriole is behind. Little did they know, the slingshot was waiting below. Whether or not the yellow oriole could achieve its goal depended on whether Shinji's slingshot strike complied. Chapter 46, Shinji's slingshot. Slingshot. It is not only Shinji's designated code name but also his weapon. Unlike the various treasures obtained from Perseus, this one is personally designed by him, belonging exclusively to him as his mystic code. In the eyes of those who truly love slingshots and study them, slingshots are not toys for children but works of art. Constructed using modern materials and technology, these powerful composite slingshots possess superior accuracy and stability, rivaling firearms in terms of lethality. A composite slingshot powered by rubber tubing, with a little training, can effortlessly hit a target with a 1 cm diameter from a distance of 50 meters. Up close, it can easily pierce an adult's palm. The soul that occupies Shinji's body was a slingshot enthusiast even before the time of his transmigration. He crafted 3 composite slingshots and gained some fame within the community. Therefore, when preparing weapons for himself, the first thing he thought of was a slingshot. In his previous life, limited by materials and machinery, Shinji was unable to create more advanced composite slingshots. However, things were different in this life. With the wealth and influence of the Matou family, he easily obtained the materials and machinery he desired. It must be admitted that Japan is much more advanced than any country in the world in terms of machinery. The segmented bow body cast from a titanium alloy, the elastic network consisting of 48 strands of metal wire twisted and combined, and the professionally mounted laser sight on the frame would leave the slingshot enthusiasts from his previous life dumbfounded. What's even more insane is that after the slingshot's components left the workshop, Shinji asked Justice and Scathatch to perform secondary modifications on it. Justice, hailing from the Einsburn family, the world's top alchemist lineage, processed the materials in such a way that their strength and durability reached an exaggerated level. The primordial runes, specially added to the slingshot by Scathatch, were the most crucial factor that earned the slingshot the label of insane. Runes, in their original form, could be engraved on materials such as wood, stone, metal, and shells, providing passive protection or activating magical effects. Countless divine weapons in European mythology were adorned with runic symbols, whether it be D'Armuid Ua Duibni's twin spears or Scathach's magical spear. Although the materials used by Shinji could not compare to these legendary treasures, with the skilled craftsmanship of Justice and Scathatch, this slingshot still reached the level of a low-grade noble phantasm. In the darkness, a sudden red laser beam appeared, almost instantly hitting Kirii in the back. In the next second, Kirii's body began to move rapidly. Instead of approaching Maya, who was within arm's reach, he used unique footwork to evade the laser lock-on and approached Shinji's hiding place. At the same time, the blades flickered, and Kirii unleashed 2 black keys in a mere 0.3 seconds. A person who can use laser targeting and has appeared here is most likely Amiya Kiritsugu. Kirii made this judgment without hesitation and promptly changed targets. Kirii's speed ensured that the black keys flew faster than slingshot. If his reaction was even slightly slower, the black keys would pierce through his body. However, Shinji, who had thoroughly studied Kirii, was already prepared for this move and changed his position when Kirii turned around. The 2 black keys pierced through Shinji's previous location, flew out of the building, and disappeared into the night. This outcome further solidified Kirii's judgment. The person who appeared was indeed Amiya Kiritsugu. If it wasn't him, who else could easily dodge his black keys like that? Kirii swiftly moved forward, flicking his wrist and simultaneously drawing out 6 black keys. 3 in his left hand, 3 in his right. At this moment, Shinji's counterattack began. The projectiles, nearly identical to bullets in terms of speed and size, a result of the dual modifications by Justice and Scathatch, gave Shinji's composite slingshot a destructive power that rivaled or even surpassed firearms. Depending on the tension of the elastic network, the projectiles varied in power, with the lowest setting equivalent to a police handgun and the highest capable of matching a large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle. With magically enhanced vision and the predictive skills taught by Scathatch, Shinji successfully anticipated Kirai's movement trajectory. 2 shots were fired simultaneously. One hit the chest, the other hit the abdomen. The supersonic projectiles surpassed Kirai's reaction speed and accurately hit their target, just as Shinji had predicted, causing intense sparks upon impact. The problem lay in Kirai's clothing. He was wearing a habit that was not an ordinary priest's robe but the standard equipment of an executor, similar to the black keys. The entire habit was made of thick fibers and was meticulously adorned with protective charms specially made by the church for executors, providing extraordinary defense. However, Shinji's intention was not to directly penetrate the defense but, at the moment the projectiles were deflected, a silver rune appeared on their surface. The magical power contained within the projectiles detonated along with the rune, causing 2 small explosions. Rune-infused bullets, known as rune bullets, possess dual physical and magical damage, making them another combat-oriented, magecraft equipment, used by Shinji. This was also the most important reason why Shinji chose the slingshot as his weapon. The versatility of the slingshot, capable of firing projectiles of different sizes and shapes with various attached runes, made it more suitable compared to firearms with fixed calibers. The flames from the rune bullet explosions illuminated the dark corridor, revealing the expression on Shinji's face. No excitement, only solemnity. The protective power of the habit and Kirai's physical resilience exceeded Shinji's expectations. The fact that the rune bullets, which took him hours to craft each, didn't cause any damage to Kirai was unexpected. Amidst the flames, a figure wearing a black robe suddenly approached at high speed. Enhance, legs. The incantation was not in Chinese or Japanese but in the Gaelic language of the God era, a magical language bestowed by Scathatch. It was a derivative magic using rune symbols and happened to be the type of magic that Shinji excelled in. With the aid of magic, Shinji leaped sideways in quick succession, avoiding the opportunity for confrontation with Kirai. Only his disguised features, such as his black hair and East Asian skin, were revealed, as he continued to play the role of Amiya Kiritsugu. He had deliberately chosen to rescue Maya when she was in danger to create this kind of misunderstanding. A black-clad executor, a church executioner, pursued behind. Although it was only a moment, Kirai had already locked onto the target's position. The 6 black keys, divided into 3 volleys, were thrown consecutively, taking a total of 1 second, showcasing even more exquisite skill than the 0.3-second single-throw technique. The 6 black keys, divided into 3 groups, pursued, restrained, and intercepted. This was just the beginning. Everything Kirai did was to narrow the distance between himself and Shinji, preparing for his ultimate technique, the Bajikwan. Chapter 47, Shinji vs. Kirai. Chinese martial arts, vast and profound, have various styles and techniques constantly emerging. But when it comes to which style is most revered by foreigners, especially the Japanese, there is no suspense, the Bajikwan. Whether it's in the 2D world or the 3D world, the Japanese have a great fondness for Bajikwan, and Kirai is no exception. After 6 years of cultivation in Bajikwan, he has reached the realm of seeking the Tao. Kirai learned from his father and has profound expertise in Bajikwan. After undergoing training as an executor, Kirai has surpassed his father in the aspect of using Bajikwan to kill. In the realm of Chinese martial arts, there is a saying, with Tai Chi, there is peace in the world, with Bajikwan fist, the universe is determined. This demonstrates the fierceness and dominance of Bajikwan. Shinji was certain that if struck by Kirai's fist, even with prepared protective magic, it would be difficult to escape death. He must not let Kirai get close. As Shinji continued to charge forward, he infused magic into the slingshot in his hand. Justice incorporated a design similar to the church's black keys when modifying the slingshot, allowing it to generate semi-solid entities composed of magic. Combined with the Y-shaped frame, it looked like a peculiarly shaped short knife. Legend has it that Perseus' sickle, used to slay the Gorgon, also had a curved and straight blade. When constructing the technique, Justice deliberately incorporated the appearance of ancient Greek short knives. Enhance, arms. With Shinji's low chant, the solidified magical blade collided with the magically generated sword edge. The force from the sword's edge was incredibly strong. If Shinji hadn't secured the handle with a fixed band around his arm, the short knife would have immediately slipped out of his hand. Although he managed to hold onto the short knife, Shinji still paid a heavy price with a dislocated wrist. Ignoring the pain, Shinji stumbled forward, taking advantage of the opening he had finally created. How could Kirai let his prey slip away when they were within arm's reach? He changed his breathing pattern and took a step that covered a distance equivalent to 5 or 6 steps for an ordinary person. This was a footwork technique that allowed him to silently glide across the ground and close in on his enemy. It was called active steps and was one of the dangerous secret techniques of Zouken. Makiri, who had already adjusted his body to its optimal state, slid like a grim reaper, rapidly shortening the distance between them. In a few more seconds, he would catch up. At that moment, Shinji's right thumb flexed and flicked, launching a silver bullet backward. Before Makiri could react, the silver bullet exploded in midair. The dazzling white light, brighter than the midday sun, passed over Makiri's raised hand, filling the entire 38th floor. Makiri, who was at the forefront, had his vision stolen by the intense white light. He grunted, halted his steps, and transitioned from an aggressive attacking stance to a defensive one. At the level of mastery he had reached, even if temporarily deprived of sight, Makiri could rely on his hearing and sense of breath to continue fighting. Shinji inwardly sighed with regret. If Makiri continued to pursue, Shinji could have used the effects of his cloak and scythe to gain a significant advantage. However, Makiri, with his vast combat experience, remained calm and left no room for Shinji to exploit. Truly a formidable boss of the Fate/Stay Night world line. As expected, he's impressive. Finally, Shinji took one last look at Makiri, who had assumed a balanced stance, one hand on the black keys and the other clenched into a fist for offense and defense. Then, he turned around and jumped down from the elevator entrance. Maya, who had been injured by Makiri, had long taken advantage of the opportunity presented by Shinji and Makiri's battle to leave this dangerous place. With her understanding of Emiya, she knew that the reinforcement was not him. His marksmanship did not require the use of close-range night combat equipment like the laser sight Shinji revealed. By the time Makiri regained his vision, he was the only one left in the entire Fuyuki City Center building. This powerful executor didn't rush to leave. Instead, he carefully smoothed out the wrinkles on his cassock and then walked to the spot where Shinji had first appeared, observing and contemplating. Before long, it seemed he had discovered something. He swiftly sidestepped to a nearby pillar, perfectly mimicking Shinji's movements and footsteps when evading the black keys. Sidestepping was just the beginning. Makiri then proceeded to imitate Shinji's rolls, counterattacks, deflecting the black keys, and throwing flash grenades, almost perfectly replicating each action. Except for the use of a slingshot to launch silver bullets, which Makiri mistakenly interpreted as firing a handgun, everything else was imitated with remarkable accuracy. Finally, Makiri stood at the elevator entrance where Shinji disappeared, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. Every move has been replicated, but something feels off. Emiya. Makiri wasn't the only one troubled by Shinji's deceptive tactics. Emiya, who had just converged with Maya, was also vexed. Upon hearing the unusual situation through his phone, Emiya hurried to the vicinity of the central building, intending to provide support to Maya with smoke bombs and magic. However, he discovered that Maya had already escaped. Kiritsugu's expression mirrored that of Makiri when he learned about the incident from Maya. Why would the executor of the church target me? And why did that mysterious person save you? Insufficient information to judge. Maya knew that Kiritsugu was addressing himself, but she still provided an answer because she was a part of Kiritsugu. Investigate. Activate all intelligence networks for investigation. Especially that executor. I have a feeling that he will be the greatest threat in this Holy Grail war. Even without knowing Makiri's identity, Emiya still regarded him with utmost concern. They were like two opposite poles of a magnet, mutually hostile yet mutually attracted. In a separate room, Shinji listened to the fading voices of the two, once again confirming that Emiya was unaware of Makiri's existence. He deduced his conclusions based on the information revealed by Kiritsugu and Maya. Kiritsugu was a thorough pragmatist, and his goal was to win the Holy Grail war. Everything he did revolved around that core objective. Due to the interference of the butterfly of time, Makiri, despite being a potential master, was overlooked by Kiritsugu and kept hidden. On the other hand, Makiri, as the son of Rise and a secret assistant to Tosaka Tokiomi, had long known of Emiya existence and had developed an interest in him, leading to tonight's grand performance. Shinji didn't know that if he hadn't intervened, would Kiritsugu still be able to save Maya at the critical moment, just like in the original timeline? Would the situation have become uncontrollable? Fortunately, there are no ifs. The cause caused by the butterfly was offset by the butterfly itself, and the world line returned. The next encounter will see both sides fully prepared. With these thoughts in mind, Shinji couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile, only to be interrupted by the pain in his wrist, resulting in a peculiar expression. The mantis catches the cicada, but the oriole is behind. The slingshot is underneath. In the end, the cicada isn't dead, the mantis remains, and the oriole is unharmed. My slingshot has also passed the test. Is this a happy ending? Shinji gritted his teeth and used magic to heal his injured wrist. Ugh, not happy at all. It hurts like hell. Check out my new work in Patreon, Fate, Dream Journey. Chapter 48, The Caster Group Must Die. Shinji had watched several important fights that he should have seen. The Mystic Code, Divine Gunblade, and Rune Magic Bullets, tailored specifically for him, had successfully passed the tests. Exhausted from a night of running around, Shinji intended to go home and get a good night's sleep. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. No, it wasn't that things didn't go as planned, but rather that he found things to do for himself. Although Shinji's heart had gradually hardened since entering the world of magecraft, he had not lost the principles and compassion he established over 20 years in his previous life. He could not tolerate murderers like Ryunosuke, who pursued the art of death, nor could he tolerate Caster, whose true name was Gilista Rice, sacrificing humans for their wicked and lost demonic arts. Knowing that the Caster group would self-destruct in a few days, he still sent Scathach to relentlessly hunt down these two bastards. Perhaps Scathach, burdened by her role and master, might not be able to kill the Caster group, who excelled in summoning and had various means of escape. But as long as Scathach kept chasing them without relenting, these two bastards would be too busy running for their lives and wouldn't have time to kill. It would be good if even one potential victim could be spared. This idea became even more resolute after Scathach's empathetic vision revealed the situation inside the Caster workshop. In the heavy darkness, as thick as blood, only a flickering candle was present. The long table, where the candlestick was placed, was stained with blood. The source of the blood was the 3 rows of brightly glowing flesh on the table. They were intestines, human intestines. On the bright red, wriggling intestines, numerous pins were stuck. On the cross above the table, a recently deceased young girl was bound. Her lower abdomen was cut open, and her disemboweled organs were scattered on the floor. Traces of black magecraft still lingered on the girl's body. Healing and regenerative magecraft, numbing pain magecraft, all to prevent her from dying too quickly. When I broke into the workshop, I faintly heard Caster's master saying that he wanted to make her a human instrument, Scathach explained. Scathach's words ignited Shinji's anger to its peak, and the combination of anger and nausea caused his stomach to churn uncontrollably. Damn it, Ryunosuke, Gilista Rice, you both deserve to die. Sensei, are there any survivors? There are still 11 children locked up in the dungeon. I asked, and they were taken by Caster from a neighboring town. Originally, there were 14, but 3 of them have already been tortured to death by Caster and his master. Perhaps Shinji's emotions influenced Scathach, who had already graduated from the mortal world, as her voice carried a hint of coldness. 3 more lives and all of them were children with promising futures. Shinji forcibly suppressed his inner anger and urge to vomit, and with a hoarse roar, he said as if only by doing so could he vent his anger. Sensei, you continue to pursue and kill those 2 bastards. No matter how much magical energy it takes, I will find a way to supply it. I have only one request, don't give them another chance to kill. I understand. Sensing Shinji's determination, Scathach nodded faintly. I will contact the church and have them handle the aftermath. If they fail to handle it properly, we will take care of them. Makiri and Father Rise, as humans, had strong combat abilities, but compared to heroic spirits, especially powerful heroic spirits like Scathach, they were still no match. When Scathach got serious, it would be effortless for her to kill them. Shinji had always been cautious in his actions, prioritizing his safety, but this time, he couldn't bear it any longer. Although attacking neutral supervisors was a violation of the rules and would result in retaliation from all masters once discovered, Shinji was confident enough not to leave any evidence. Since you have made such a resolution, I should also make a corresponding decision. Scathach severed the empathetic connection with Shinji and used her magical spear to carve a rune on the floor of the workshop, symbolizing pursuit. Once again, Father Rise was awakened by a late-night phone call. The voice coming from the receiver was unfamiliar, but the way of speaking was not unfamiliar. Assassin's master, the mysterious Magus of unknown origin. Why are you letting Caster and his serial killer rampage unchecked? Isn't it the duty of the supervising master to oversee the actions of the servants and ensure they don't have a negative impact on society? How did you become a supervisor? Surprisingly, the young-sounding master on the other end of the line didn't hold back in accusing Father Rise, but Rise, wearing the garb of a priest, remained calm and responded in a composed manner. We are currently investigating this matter. As a supervisor, it is imperative to maintain absolute fairness and justice. Without sufficient evidence, it is inappropriate to exercise the authority of a supervisor at will. Doing so would be an insult to everyone involved. Upon hearing Rise's response, the anger seemed to diminish on the other end of the phone. If you want evidence, I can provide you with enough evidence. My servant has discovered Caster's hideout deep in the underground waterway, which flows upstream from the mouth of the Unmiai River. The workshop has been cleansed of emotions. You can send someone to investigate. I apologize for not describing the details, but it's a scene straight out of hell. I hope that after seeing it, you can make the right judgment. After uttering these words, the other party unilaterally terminated the communication. Risei, the priest wearing the cassock, silently hung up the receiver and lowered their head in contemplation. Based on the previous contact, it was evident that this Magus possessed a sense of justice as a regular person while also exhibiting the caution and resourcefulness expected of a Magus. The fact that they described the scene as hellish indicated that the actions of Castor's group were truly abhorrent. With these thoughts in mind, Risei's expression grew grim. Starting this month, a mysterious serial killer known as the Demon of Fuyuki City had been continuously reported, employing unusually brutal methods. There were already 4 cases associated with the killer within the city, and the most recent one involved the cruel murder of an entire sleeping family. Although the police in Fuyuki City had established a special task force and mobilized all available officers in the surrounding areas, there had been no progress. They were still stuck at a stage where they couldn't even confirm the appearance of the suspect. However, considering the church's latent influence, uncovering the truth behind Castor's group and the serial grotesque murders wouldn't be difficult. The problem lay in what to do once the truth was revealed. There is nothing inherently strange about servants attacking humans. As spiritual entities that exist on magical energy, servants not only obtain magical replenishment from their masters but can also gain strength by absorbing the souls of humans. In cases where masters are incapable of providing sufficient magical energy, they sometimes compensate for the deficiency by offering sacrifices to their servants. Even in this Holy Grail war, the occurrence of such sacrifices was within Risei's expectations. It was an understandable practice, as Magus exists outside the bounds of logic and ethics. They are willing to sacrifice innocent ordinary people as long as it is done in secrecy and concealed from public knowledge. However, open and blatant killings, especially those causing such a significant commotion, were unacceptable. Magic originates from mystery, and the Holy Grail war must be conducted in secrecy. This is an unchanging rule for all participants. No one would welcome individuals who attract attention to themselves in such a conspicuous manner. Originally, Risei had intended to follow the usual protocol and issue a warning to the Castor faction, hoping they would restrain themselves. However, before the warning could be delivered, the actions of the Castor faction became increasingly reckless and disregarding consequences. It seemed that he needed to take action as soon as possible, just as the Master of Assassin had suggested. Before doing so, he would have to contact his ally, Tokiomi Tosaka, who secretly governed Fuyuki City, as well as his son, the most exceptional proxy, Kirii Kotomine. With these thoughts in mind, Risei donned his priestly attire, realizing that he would have no time to rest tonight. Check out my new work in Patreon, Fate, Dream Journey. Plus 50 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 49, The Church Assembly. Chapter 49. Risei Kotomine acted swiftly, and before dawn, he successfully located Castor's secret workshop based on the directions provided by Shinji. The scene inside was indeed as Shinji had described, resembling a hellish sight. If an ordinary person had witnessed it, they would likely have vomited. Even Risei, a resolute clergyman, felt a sense of disgust. But Kirii Kotomine was different. He not only did not feel repulsed but rather found the scene before him strangely alluring, stirring his appetite. Yes, it was as if his favorite Chinese dish, mapo tofu, was laid out before him. It was Kirii's favorite dish, with its irresistible combination of numbing, spicy, fragrant, and hot flavors, one of the few things that made him truly feel alive. No, it was even more enticing than mapo tofu, evoking an irresistible feeling in Kirii. It was a sensation he had never experienced since he could remember. I am drawn to the corpses, to the blood. Impossible. The thought arose, only to be immediately denied by Kirii himself. As an executor, he had killed many people with his own hands, and he had seen countless corpses and blood. He had never experienced such a feeling before. So, why now? Kirii looked at the lifeless body that had turned cold and was astonished to find that the uncontrollable desire he had felt just moments ago had vanished as if it had all been an illusion. Lord. Confused, Kirii chose to pray to his Lord, as he had done countless times before. Naturally, he received no response, and Kirii was not surprised or taken aback. He had grown accustomed to it. If prayers were effective, he wouldn't have been living like a walking corpse until now. Prayer was merely a means for him to numb himself. After completing everything, he reported everything he had seen to his father and teacher. Risei Kotomine was furious. Tokiomi Tosaka was furious. Counting the victims in the workshop, more than 20 people had lost their lives. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the assassin faction, the death toll would have exceeded 30. This situation couldn't be resolved with warnings and punishments alone. Castor and his master had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Dealing with servants could only be done by relying on other servants. And so, a specially designed magical pulse from the church spread throughout Fuyuki City. Every master heard this signal. It was the church's summons to all the masters. 1 hour later. A heavy, gloomy atmosphere hung over the congregation of the church's followers. Risei Kodomine, as the host, looked at the dense miasma before him and sighed helplessly. No masters appeared at the Fuyuki church. Instead, 6 familiars gathered here. Yes, 6 of them. Except for Ryunosuke, caster's master, who couldn't see the magical signal, the other masters sent their representatives. None of them cared about maintaining a friendly facade with the church. It also meant that Kenneth, who should have died in the explosion incident, was still alive. Originally, I had prepared some small talk, but since no one is here, I'll get straight to the point. After a brief opening, the old priest continued speaking, facing the empty pews, no humans, as the audience. The Holy Grail War, which grants the wishes of its participants, is now facing a grave crisis. Normally, the Holy Grail only bestows power upon those who pursue it and the heroic spirits. However, there is a traitor among them. He and his heroic spirit disregard the noble cause of the Holy Grail and use the power granted to them to satisfy their shallow desires. It has been confirmed that Caster's master is the perpetrator behind the recent series of murders and abductions in Fuyuki City. He commits crimes using his servant but leaves the crime scenes untouched, without attempting to conceal them. I believe I don't need to explain what consequences such a flagrant violation of secrecy rules can bring, you all understand. Although the familiars showed no reaction, Risei Kodomine could sense that the masters on the other end of the familiars were undoubtedly shaken. Just like Tokiomi in the morning, it was a normal reaction for Magi. He and his servant are no longer just personal enemies for each of you but a common enemy that threatens the summoning of the Holy Grail. In this exceptional situation, I will exercise the authority of the Overseer and temporarily alter the rules of the Holy Grail War. All masters must immediately cease their battles and do their utmost to eliminate Caster. Those who eliminate Caster and his master will be rewarded with additional command spells. As he made the declaration in a serious tone, Risei rolled up his right sleeve, revealing his arm. Though his muscles had aged, it was still evident that he had strong arms in his youth. From his elbow to his wrist, his arm was covered in tattoo-like patterns. No, it shouldn't be called a tattoo. Any master of the Holy Grail War would know what it was at a glance. These are the unused command spells from masters who were eliminated in past Holy Grail Wars. For all of you, these markings hold immeasurable value. I can transfer these prepared command spells to anyone based on my judgment. Seeing this evidence, no one doubted the authority of Father Risei as the Overseer. He had kept the unused command spells, which belonged to past masters, under his care. Roughly counting, there were over 10 markings. It is worth mentioning that although these engraved markings on the master's bodies possess powerful energy, they are ultimately a form of consumable physical enchantment. Therefore, they can be transplanted or transferred through the use of incantations. If one person accomplishes the task, the reward will be given to that individual. However, if it is a collaborative effort involving multiple people, each person contributing will be rewarded. As long as Caster is confirmed to be eliminated, the Holy Grail War will immediately resume. Risei Kodomine finished speaking and lowered his sleeve, concealing the markings that would drive every master crazy. Now, if anyone has any questions, please speak up, of course, limited to those who can speak. The 6 familiars that came here didn't appear to be high-level familiars capable of human speech. Risei Kodomine's intention was clear, to dismiss them. However, he didn't expect that there would be a familiar who spoke up. Cough, mic, testing. For more chapter, please vote, smiley face. Chapter 50, Conversation between Uncle and Nephew. When someone confidently predicts the development of a situation and writes a script, there often appear to be opposite or significantly different results. This gives the person a feeling of being slapped in the face, which is referred to as face slapping. In the case of Risei, he firmly believed that a familiar spirit couldn't speak human language and issued an order to leave. However, he was immediately faced with a familiar spirit that could indeed speak human language, which was a classic example of face slapping. And the person who was face slapping was none other than Shinji, who had already spoken to Risei twice over the phone. Ahem, testing, I am the master of assassin, an outsider, and mysterious Magus. Can you hear me, esteemed supervisor? Risei, who had been face slapped, wasn't angry. He simply looked at the familiar spirit in front of him with an astonished gaze. Rather than calling it a familiar spirit, it would be more appropriate to say it was a small alchemical puppet. The size of the puppet was similar to that of a house cat, and so was its appearance, except it lacked fur. Instead, it had a shell that emitted a faint luster, made of some kind of crystalline material. Shinji's voice was coming from inside the crystalline cat's belly. I can hear you, Master of Assassin. Do you have any questions? Perhaps due to a delay in the transmission of the voice, there was a moment of silence before any feedback was received. No specific questions, just wanted to provide information on the caster group. Upon hearing Shinji's words, Risei exclaimed in surprise. Although the current goal was to eliminate Caster, the relationship between masters was not one of cooperation but competition. For them, the battle against Caster was just a small episode, and their true objective was to come out victorious in the subsequent chaotic battles. Everyone desired to obtain more command spells. However, if the enemy also obtained the same thing as oneself, then there would be no advantage. Therefore, for these masters, it was better to individually take down caster and monopolize the advantage, rather than working together with others to obtain command spells, even though the latter was a simpler method. In Risei's view, it would be considered good enough if masters didn't interfere with each other, so why would someone willingly provide information out of goodwill? Let me make this clear first. I don't oppose you providing information, but I won't give you any additional command spells for it. Furthermore, if the information you provide is incorrect, I will punish you. Is that acceptable? Risei's conditions were undeniably strict, but Shinji responded without hesitation. No problem. I just don't want to see the caster group continue their outrageous behavior and insult the dignity of the Magus. That's all. Besides, the information I've gathered is not much. Those who are interested in the information about the caster group can stay a few more minutes, and those who aren't can leave now. Not a single familiar chose to leave, and all eyes were focused on the crystalline cat. Without delay, Shinji presented the prepared information. The true name of caster is Gillista Rice, the inspiration for the fairy tale character Bluebeard. I don't need to say much about his deeds, you can easily find that information. Caster specializes in black magecraft, particularly in summoning and commanding monsters. He can effortlessly summon a large army of monsters. The master of caster is named Ryunosuke Kiryu, a young man in his 20s with orange hair. He wears clothes with leopard patterns and is a macabre serial killer. While he possesses magical potential, he is not a mouse. It seems he accidentally activated a summoning ritual and became a master. That's all the information I can provide. If the esteemed supervisor has no further questions, please allow me to leave. No. The information provided by Shinji coincided with what the church had already known, and it was even more detailed. Risei had nothing more to add. A commotion could be heard in the darkness. The sound of chairs being moved, people standing up, and departing voices mixed, then gradually faded away. The notification from the supervisor had been received, and the additional information had been acknowledged. There was no longer any reason to stay here. From this moment on, the competition had begun. At the same time, in the Matou family's underground workshop, Shinji placed the black box he held in his hands and said to his sister, who was seated in the center of the rune magic circle, "You've worked hard, Sakura. Release the shared sense." "Okay, big brother," Sakura nodded gently, and the runic symbol floating on her forehead slowly disappeared. There was also a symbol on the crystalline cat's forehead, establishing a resonance that allowed the master and familiar to share their senses. Indeed, the crystalline cat was not Shinji's familiar, but Sakura's familiar. Shinji supplied magical energy to both Scathach and Justice while reserving a portion of his magical energy for combat. He had no extra magical energy to create and control a familiar. Therefore, after receiving the signal from the church, Shinji asked his sister to send out her familiar to attend in his place. For every sentence Risei spoke, Sakura repeated one by one. The voice directed at the crystalline cat was transmitted through the high-tech communication device installed in its body. The black box in Shinji's hand served as the transmitting end. By the way, Sakura had more than one familiar. In addition to the crystalline cat crafted using the alchemy magecraft taught by Justice, there was also a water elemental rat created using the Matou family's water attribute magecraft. This rat, along with the crystalline cat, went to the church together as a familiar for Korea. Berserker consumed more magical energy than Scathach and Justice combined, so Shinji certainly wouldn't burden Korea any further. Korea glanced at Sakura, who was diligently controlling her two familiars as they returned home along different routes, and quietly gestured to Shinji, "Follow me." Shinji understood his uncle's intention. Ever since he stepped into the house, he had been waiting for Korea to approach him. The uncle and nephew entered adjacent rooms, with Sakura in the alchemy workshop and the underground training ground in the other. Korea lit a lamp, Shinji closed the door, and everything proceeded just like during their usual training sessions. Korea asked expressionlessly, "Sensei is assassin, the true name is Scathach." Shinji answered expressionlessly, "Yes." "You are the master?" "Yes." To make Korea believe, Shinji rolled up his sleeve, revealing his command spell. "Is Justice-sama affiliated with the Einsburn family?" "Yes." A year ago, when Justice-sama appeared and killed Zoken, summoning the servants 3 months ahead of schedule, was all of that planned. Including my participation. As Korea spoke, his face grew paler and eventually turned almost iron gray. Shinji could understand his uncle's attitude. Anyone who discovered that they were being used and kept in the dark by their own family would be angry. Killing Zoken was planned, but the rest wasn't. Neither I nor Justice can foresee the future. No one knew if you and I would qualify as masters within a year. All we could do was strive to qualify for participation as much as possible and prepare for it. If we can't participate this time, we'll wait for the next opportunity. Upon hearing Shinji's explanation, Korea's expression softened slightly. "Do you want the Holy Grail?" Yes. To fulfill a wish. No. Shinji shook his head. What we want is the Holy Grail itself. The current Holy Grail is no longer an all-powerful wish-granting device. Shinji's statement piqued Korea's curiosity. What do you mean? Well, it's a long story, Shinji replied. But it's okay, we have a whole day. Korea walked to the rest area in one corner of the training ground, took out 2 cups, poured water into each, and it seemed he was in for a long discussion. Check out my new work in Patreon, Fate, Dream Journey. Plus 50 advanced chapter in patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 51, The Origin of the Holy Grail War. Shinji took a sip of water, moistening his throat, and began to recount the details that only a few people knew. Let's start with the origin of the Einsburn family, the founders of the Holy Grail. Listen to me from beginning to end without interrupting, and ask your questions after I finish. The predecessors of the Einsburn family were disciples of the third Magus, and they established a workshop that has continued since the first year of the Western calendar. They attempted to replicate the miracles of their master but couldn't achieve it themselves. As an alternative, they created individuals identical to their master and had those individuals reproduce the magic. After nearly 900 years of futile efforts, they finally created an artificial being known as the Winter Maiden, Justice Lizrit von Einsburn. She was created purely by chance, and although she possessed the same abilities as her master, the Magi were not pleased. Lady Justice's birth was a random occurrence unrelated to their skills and efforts, even though she reproduced the third magic. This was an outcome that they could not tolerate after enduring more than 900 years of setbacks. So the Magi began to use their technical systems to create artificial beings that surpassed Lady Justice. In the end, they concluded. Even if humans could create something surpassing humanity, they couldn't create something to save humanity. They accepted this fact. Perhaps, if the miracle of Lady Justice's birth hadn't occurred, they wouldn't have faced such setbacks. The Magi succumbed to the limitations of their talents. Some left the castle, while others ended their lives. Although the artificial beings created by the remaining Einsburn members were abandoned by their creators, they continued to operate the workshop, which was established for the redemption of humanity and the reproduction of miracles. Since then, all the artificial beings created by the Einsburns have been based on Lady Justice, and the workshop officially became the Einsburn family, a family of artificial beings. 500 years after the departure of the Magi from the Einsburn castle, a prototype of the broad-spectrum operating device for the third magic, which Lady Justice used, was created. Unlike the former third Magus, Lady Justice had insurmountable flaws. Her magic was like intricate weaving, requiring several years to save a single person, but it was impossible to achieve the salvation of all humanity. At the same time, although Lady Justice herself would not age, she would die due to her frail body and therefore couldn't leave the castle. Due to her intellectual and spiritual immortality, she would never grow. Objectively speaking, it was like living the same day repeatedly. Although leaving the castle would free her from the same day, anything that happened outside the castle would signify a slow death for Lady Justice. The Einsburn family concluded that it was impossible to recreate Lady Justice. To preserve the precious prototype that had only one chance, they changed their plan to mass-produce miracles like her. Even Lady Justice herself, after decades of effort, was unable to fully utilize the complete third magic. Despite having a larger magical formula, her body could not save the majority of humanity all at once. The idea was to break down her magical circuits and replace them with a human universe created through the displacement of magical formulas. This idea became the Greater Grail. However, the Einsburn alone were unable to initiate such a project. They were mere puppets, lacking the technology to survive outside and unable to withstand the complexity of human society. The Greater Grail, which reproduced the third magic, required a human who understood it and cooperated. So, in the year 1800 AD, the Winter City, a place where artificial humans were continuously created, received a visitor, Matou Zoken, also known as Makiri Zolgen, a magus dedicated to eradicating all the evils of this world and the malignancy of humanity. Don't be surprised, uncle. Everyone has ideals, and Zoken is no exception. It's just that the passage of time eroded his soul, turning him into a monster. Killing him was a kind of release. I don't know by what means, but Zoken persuaded the Einsburn family, and Lady Justice, who had been in a state of stillness, walked out of the Einsburn castle for the first time and broke free from her eternity. They arrived at Fuyuki City, the weakest point of influence for the Mages Association, and made contact with the Tosaka family, a native Japanese Magi lineage. Through Zoken as the one who understood, and the Tosaka family as the cooperators, the Einsburns began constructing the Greater Grail. However, when they started manufacturing the Greater Grail, new problems arose. The Greater Grail could be built, and the core could indeed be created, but activating the Greater Grail required an enormous amount of magical energy. For this reason, Zoken and the Tosaka family devised a plan to collect magical energy. Within the lands controlled by the Tosaka family, there was a ley line that connected to an endless source of magical energy, which is the city beneath our feet, Fuyuki City. Zoken and the Tosaka constructed large-scale rituals to draw and store mana from the ley lines until they accumulated enough to activate the Greater Grail. This storage cycle takes 60 years. To utilize this magical energy, in addition to the massive magic circle on the surface, two necessary conditions were required: the key to open the magic circle and a pathway to control and export the magical energy. The key to opening the magic circle is the soul of the servants. The Holy Grail War, where the 7 servants fight each other, is actually to create the key that opens the magic circle. The pathway to control and export magical energy is the Lesser Grail, created by the Einsburn family based on Lady Justice. Although the Einsburn cannot reproduce Lady Justice, they can still create a Lesser Grail with similar capabilities. You have already seen the Lesser Grail of this Holy Grail War, which is Irisveil von Einsburn, the Saber Guardian. Whenever a servant dies, their soul is absorbed by the Lesser Grail. When a certain number of deceased servants is reached, the key is completed, and the artificial human serving as the Lesser Grail becomes the conduit for magical energy, a magical container shaped like a golden cup. In simpler terms, Lady Justice is the appliance, Fuyuki's ley lines are the power source, Irisveil is the wiring board, and the soul of the servants is the switch. However, only the 3 families involved in the creation of the Holy Grail system know this truth. The other participants are kept in the dark, and they are only competing for the Lesser Grail, which is the switch. From the beginning of the framework to the completion of the system, it took a total of 10 years. The first Holy Grail summoning ritual was conducted in the form of cooperative summoning. However, after the Holy Grail was connected to the source of magical energy, the situation evolved into a power struggle between the Tosaka and Einsburn families, the Matou family, and ended in immediate failure. After that, the 3 major families formed the Holy Grail Alliance and established the rules that are still in use today. They called upon other Magus and made them kill each other for the sake of the Holy Grail. Except for themselves, all the Magus capable of summoning heroic spirits were considered obstacles, and it was enough for them to die in battle. It is a cruel but efficient method. From the perspective of the 3 major families, it is beneficial to legally dispose of Magus other than themselves. That is the origin of the Holy Grail War. In 1815, the First Holy Grail War began. Due to the lack of formal rules beforehand, the masters had a weak understanding of their role as participants. On the other hand, because there were no command spells like the ones we have now, there were cases where the servants did not obey orders. As a result, the Holy Grail summoning in this war failed before the ritual took shape. In 1875, the Second Holy Grail War began. Learning from the failure of the First War, the 3 families established detailed rules this time. Makiri Zouken, who changed his name to Matou Zouken, settled in Japan and created the command spell system that could force servants to obey. However, for various reasons, this Holy Grail War still failed. In 1935, the Third Holy Grail War began. This war was the largest in scale, with the Church sending supervisors and the involvement of the Japanese military and the Nazis from Germany, making the battle intensify unprecedentedly. The Einsburn family withdrew in the first round, but unwilling to accept defeat, they illegally summoned the 8th servant, Avenger. However, they were still defeated, and Avenger's soul was absorbed by the Greater Grail through the Lesser Grail. The name of Avenger is Engramenu, a collective embodiment of the world's evils, a kind of collective desire. Therefore, when he entered the Holy Grail, it was equivalent to making a wish, and the Holy Grail, which truly had the power to grant wishes, accepted it as a wish and activated its effect. The Greater Grail itself was also contaminated by Engramenu, and its original colorless power became a vortex of malignant force, only capable of fulfilling wishes through destruction. For example, if I made a wish to become the king of Fuyuki, the Holy Grail would fulfill my wish by killing all the citizens of Fuyuki except for me. The consciousness of Lady Justice preserved within the Greater Grail, or rather, her ghost hopes to purify the contaminated Holy Grail. Through a fortuitous encounter, she made a contract with me, allowing her to leave the corrupted Greater Grail and manifest in the world using my magical power as a vessel, similar to a servant. I became a master and was able to summon a servant in advance because Lady Justice made some adjustments when making the contract. My knowledge and experience were also obtained when making the contract. In the latter half of the sentence, Shinji lied. He considered this place as his home and didn't want to cause any friction between him and Korea. For more chapter please vote, smiley face. 100 stone equals 1 chapter. Chapter 52, the conversation continues. After listening to Shinji's account, Korea fell into silence. He didn't doubt the truthfulness of what Shinji said. As soon as Shinji started speaking, Korea knew that he was telling the truth. He was simply shocked by that segment of history that spanned 2,000 years, starting from before the Common Era. The executor of miracles, the mysterious third magic, the grand ambition to aid humanity, the plan of 1800, the alliance of the 3 major families, the war that occurs every 60 years. Just the thought of his involvement in all of this made Korea experience an indescribable mix of emotions, ranging from excitement and bitterness to fear and worry. Of course, there was also the surge of hot-bloodedness that comes with being a man. After Shinji finished recounting the origins of the Holy Grail War, he didn't say anything more. He simply drank his water silently, waiting for his uncle to digest everything he had heard. Korea possessed a determination that ordinary people didn't have. When faced with a problem, he rarely got caught up in indecision or evaded it. Instead, he would quickly analyze the problem, decide what he needed to do, and never regret his choices. When he was young and wanted to leave the Matou family, he immediately ran away from home and was never heard from again. A year ago, upon hearing that Sakura was going to enter the Matou family, he rushed back immediately, even willing to sacrifice himself to save her from the worm's nest. When he learned that Shinji would participate in the Holy Grail War a year later, he decided to take the role of the Matou family's master and defeat his archenemy, or at least, that's how he saw it. When he knew that Sakura would inevitably enter the world of magecraft, he grew up in the shortest amount of time and supported the Matou family, which was on the verge of decline after losing its only Magus. Therefore, Shinji firmly believed that when Korea learned the truth, he would quickly come to understand it because it sounds like it doesn't have much to do with me. This was the first thing Korea said after his silence, revealing the truth after dispelling the fog. I knew Uncle would say that. Shinji was not surprised at all by his uncle's response. No matter how profound things were hidden behind the Holy Grail War, they had little to do with Korea. He was just a Magus who had recently shed his novice status, lacking the pride and persistence of traditional Magus. The origin, magecraft, and all that were too distant for him. He only wanted to live each day well, silently watching over Aoi and Rin from afar, pouring all his efforts into Sakura. That alone brought him happiness. I'm telling you all this because Uncle should know everything, as the heir of the Matou family's Magus lineage. The head of the Ainsburn family, Act, and the head of the Tosaka family, Tokiomi Tosaka, know it, and of course, you should know it too. Although Shinji's father, Byakuya Matou, was the family head, only Korea, who inherited the Matou family's magic crest, was qualified to know the truth. The world of magecraft ultimately did not belong to his father, Byakuya, an ordinary person. Sakura was still too young, but it wouldn't be too late to tell her in 10 years. The reason it wasn't mentioned before was that Shinji didn't yet understand Korea and Korea himself wasn't mature enough. But now, Korea had inherited the magic crest and become a Magus, participating in the Holy Grail War. Since he had seen Iris Veal, who looked identical to Justice Lizric von Einsburn, and witnessed Skathaka's entrance as a servant, it was time to reveal the truth. More importantly, the decision to conceal the identity of Lady Justice and Sensei was mine. I hope that after knowing the truth, Uncle won't harbor any resentment towards Sensei and Lady Justice. I consider them as family. Upon hearing Shinji's words, Korea also expressed his stance. Our family has come this far thanks to Sensei and Lady Justice. Regardless of who they are or what their motives may be, I will always be grateful. I believe that my elder brother and Sakura share the same sentiments. Our family is different from other cold-blooded Magus lineages. Chapter 53, Shinji's Plan. As for the Holy Grail itself, which is known as the wish-granting device, being all-powerful doesn't mean it can do everything. In a sense, the Holy Grail can be seen as money. If you're interested in buying a house, you inquire about its price, pay the money, complete the procedures, and obtain the house. If you're interested in a person, things become more complicated. If the person is materialistic, you can use money to win them over. But if they don't lack money, you'll have to find other ways to captivate them. If your approach is wrong, you won't succeed. However, you need to come up with that approach yourself. The Holy Grail can only assist you in shortening the process, it can't bypass the process and provide immediate results. Shinji certainly had goals and desires, but whether it's a goal or a wish, if there's a method to achieve it, it can be accomplished without the Holy Grail, relying on his power and the power of the Matou family. According to what you're saying, I don't currently have any wishes that I want the Holy Grail to fulfill. Korea's thoughts were the same. The Holy Grail, which Magus yearned for, turned out to be a disappointment in front of them, which was both laughable and frustrating. But just because you and I don't have any wishes doesn't mean the servants don't. Sensei has a wish to break free from her eternity through the Holy Grail and die like a human. What about Berserker? Berserker doesn't need it, Korea shook his head at Shinji. I have seen his dreams and know his wish. He desires to be punished by King Arthur, to seek redemption, and because of that, he has fallen into madness. Shinji, you should have guessed his true name by now. Of course, Shinji replied. How could Shinji not know? Even without the memories of his past life, he could deduce the answer based on the information he currently had. Widow who, Knight of the Lake, Lancelot, the first Knight of the Round Table. King Arthur has manifested as Saber, and once I defeat Archer, who is loyal to Tokiomi, I will let Lancelot face Saber and seek forgiveness on his own. Korea's plan didn't exceed Shinji's expectations. As for Lancelot, once he and King Arthur both manifested in the present world, he no longer needed the Holy Grail. The only question to consider was how to defeat Archer. Regarding this matter, Shinji had already pondered it before the current Holy Grail war began and had formulated his theory. Uncle, I don't mean to discourage you, but your berserker, although powerful, is not a match for Archer. If Archer gets serious, he can end the Holy Grail war overnight. Are you not joking? Korea stood up abruptly, his face filled with immense shock. This blow was 10 times greater than finding out that his nephew was a master and his mentor was an assassin. Uncle, please calm down and let me explain. Shinji pressed his hands down, gesturing for Korea to sit back down, and then he stood up to pour him a glass of water. It is your wish to defeat Tokiomi, and as your nephew, I naturally support you wholeheartedly. When Tokiomi summoned Archer, Sensei was monitoring nearby and also learned Archer's true name, Gilgamesh, the king of heroes from ancient Uruk, the protagonist of one of humanity's oldest epics, the original heroic spirit. 2/3 divine, 1/3 human, he was born as a king to maintain the connection between gods and humans, but in the end, he made the choice for humanity and severed ties with the gods. The mysterious retreat and departure of the deities began with him. He is truly a top-tier servant, one of the strongest heroic spirits. Uncle has also witnessed his method of attack, the relentless bombardment of noble phantasms. Just that alone is enough to annihilate 99% of the heroic spirits. Lancelot belongs to the remaining 1%, but Lancelot's defense against noble phantasms depletes Uncle's magical energy. In such a state, how long can Uncle continue? And besides, everyone can see that Gilgamesh hasn't even gotten serious yet. We don't know how many noble phantasms he can unleash at once, nor do we know if he's hiding any other trump cards. To avoid arousing unnecessary suspicion, Shinji only made deductions based on the available information without directly revealing all the intelligence, indirectly attributing the information source to the all-knowing Skathatch. However, even so, it still made Korea's heart sink like it was in an ice cellar. A year of desperate training, a year of endurance, summoning Berserker at the cost of increasing burdens, wasn't it all to defeat the detestable Tokiomi? Could it be that his efforts were truly in vain? Could it be that he really couldn't compare to Tokiomi? Could it be that he truly couldn't realize his wish? His heart gradually grew cold, and the fervor slowly lost its warmth. Just when Korea felt lost and disoriented, as if he had lost everything, Shinji's next words reignited his confidence. However, Gilgamesh has a fatal weakness, pride. He is too arrogant, calling everyone mongrels and showing complete disregard for others. His attitude towards battles is filled with condescension and mockery from a superior position. I believe that in his eyes, taking a mongrel seriously would be an insult to him. Interestingly, he insults Lancelot, calling him a mad dog, making him sound even worse than a mongrel. If we can use this to our advantage, there might be a chance for victory. Uncle, don't you think Gilgamesh and Tokiomi have similar attitudes? Gilgamesh looks down on Lancelot, and Tokiomi looks down on you. So, what do you plan to do? Is there even a need to ask? Korea clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh without feeling any pain. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Of course, I'll deliver a powerful blow right to their arrogant faces. Shinji, help me. I want to punch him. That's what I've been waiting to hear from you." With a satisfied smile, Shinji finally got what he wanted. Korea's hatred towards Tokiomi ran deep, deep enough to overshadow his rationality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Lancelot appear in the complicated situation where the 5 servants were mutually restraining each other and provoking Gilgamesh. What's worse, looking at the outcome alone, Lancelot forced Gilgamesh to retreat, which inflated Korea's confidence rapidly. Shinji didn't want Korea to be blinded by the current victory. He wanted to make Korea understand Gilgamesh's strength and approach the situation with a calm and cautious mindset, rather than causing chaos like a mad dog, as he did in the original timeline. In the Holy Grail War, the most hated are the ones who recklessly trample upon the rules, destroyers, and the second are the ones who disrupt the distinction between friend and foe, meddlers. The world line has already shifted, and Shinji couldn't guarantee that Korea's continued recklessness wouldn't result in a backlash from the masses, just like what happened to Castor. On that day, the double master advantage of the Matou family would be completely lost. The advantage of having 2 masters becomes more apparent in the later stages of the war, so in the early stages, conflicts need to be minimized as much as possible. In Shinji's plan, it would be best to wait until Castor is besieged and killed, until Saber and Lancer clash, and until one of Archer and Rider falls. Only then would Skathatch and Lancelot truly unleash their power. Of course, those were all matters for later. The immediate priority was to eliminate Castor. Chapter 54, The Cunning Castor Group. Shinji's decision to publicly disclose information about Castor was purely out of desperation. After a night of chasing, he regretfully realized that relying solely on Skathatch was not enough to kill Castor. The combination of the former French marshal and the criminal genius may not have overwhelming strength, but they were cunning enough. After losing their workshop, Castor and Yuri Ryunosuke became more cautious in their actions. Caster reduced the scale and frequency of his magecraft usage, while Ryunosuke employed skills that had never been suspected by the police, such as erasing traces and setting up false leads. In the end, they managed to escape Scathatch's pursuit. Scathatch only knew that the two hadn't left Fuyuki City but couldn't pinpoint their exact location. Although Scathatch, as a servant, was far less powerful than her true form, her experience of over 2,000 years remained. The fact that they could elude her pursuit indicated the troublesome nature of this extremely wicked duo. Now, Shinji couldn't sit still. He didn't want to say anything grandiose like, every day delayed could result in more victims. He simply didn't want to witness the scenes he saw last night again. To kill the caster group as soon as possible, he needed more masters to get involved. At this point, the church issued a signal, and Father Risei's judgment did not disappoint Shinji, but it wasn't enough. Most masters with a background in magecraft were cautious, prioritizing their safety and not easily taking action without sufficient certainty. Under normal circumstances, after a supervisor changes the rules, the first thing to do is gather information about caster, understand their data and fighting style, and then consider the timing to intervene. However, caster has only clashed with Scathatch so far, and the other masters have no relevant information about caster. If they want to obtain information, they can only send their servants to probe. And this probing not only exposes caster's strength but also the strength of the vanguard servant. Which master would be willing to bear this risk? The worst-case scenario is that no one wants to stick their neck out, and they keep dragging on while caster and Ryunosuke continue their crimes. After all, in the eyes of most Magus, the lives of ordinary people are worthless, and it doesn't matter if a few die. This is not what Shinji wants to see. The sooner caster and Ryunosuke die, the better. Therefore, he needs to step up his game, by directly exposing the information, first, to reduce the time masters spend gathering information, second, to avoid unnecessary suspicion, and third, to create the impression of being foolish to other masters, making them underestimate him. With enough information, Kenneth, who has already used up one command spell, will certainly take action. Waver, who still possesses the enthusiasm and sense of justice of a young person, won't fall behind either. And Tosaka Tokiomi won't miss this rare opportunity, not only from the perspective of a local overseer but also with deeper calculations in mind. Archer, possessing the skill, independent action, at a rank, is the servant least inclined to follow the master's orders. If he feels like it, he will act; if he doesn't feel like it, he won't. To make Archer do something, Tosaka Tokiomi can only advise him as a vassal or use command spells. To make Archer retreat last night, Tosaka Tokiomi had already used one command spell, leaving only 2. Compared to 6 enemies, it's too few. He needs more command spells to counterbalance Gilgamesh. The only ways to obtain command spells are either by taking them from other masters or being bestowed by the overseer. However, this additional bestowal cannot be done openly and cause public outrage. Both of them need a suitable excuse. Caster's violation happens to provide the perfect excuse. As long as Archer can deliver the final blow to caster, Father Risei can then bestow all of his remaining command spells to Tokiomi. With so many command spells in hand, Tokiomi Tosaka can regain control as the master without having to tolerate Gilgamesh's whims. Of course, there are always variables in things that haven't happened yet. If caster dies at the hands of another servant, Father Risei would still bestow additional command spells, though he never mentioned how many additional command spells would be given. Shinji is well aware of the calculations between Risei and Tokiomi. He certainly won't sit idly by while Tokiomi gains such a huge advantage. The coercive power of command spells on servants varies depending on the specific nature of the command. The more specific the command, the stronger the coercion. For example, Kenneth's command to Lancer, help Berserker and kill Saber, is an order that Lancer cannot disobey and must follow. Conversely, the more vague the command, the weaker the coercion. Instructions like, absolute obedience to the master, can be exempted if the servant resists even slightly. In addition, the coercive power is enhanced with each use of a command spell. The coercion of 2 command spells is stronger than that of 1, and 3 command spells are stronger than 2. By this logic, if Tokiomi possesses a dozen or more command spells, even a loose command like, absolute obedience to the master, can be achieved, and even the mighty heroic spirit Gilgamesh would be unable to resist. How terrifying would Gilgamesh be if he were always obedient, following orders, and in a state of constant seriousness? Shinji can't help but shudder at the thought. If it comes to that, he can only rely on Scathatch, burdened by the assassin class, Lancelot, who can restrain the king's treasure, and King Arthur, who has regained Excalibur. Perhaps they would have some chance of success. Under no circumstances can they allow Gilgamesh to become like that. Shinji believes that Gilgamesh himself wouldn't want to become that way either. So, it's time to make a move. His and Berserker's mission is to keep a close eye on Archer and prevent him from landing the final blow. And finally, Saber. As a seasoned Type Moon fan, Shinji considers himself to have a good understanding of Saber. However, the control of the situation is not in Saber's hands but in the hands of his master, Kiritsugu Amiya, the person Shinji finds most difficult to comprehend. Shinji admires his pursuit and fears his methods. Luckily, Shinji has one more ally, Justice, the founding ancestor of the Einsburn family. She has already found the Einsburn's base of operations. With her presence, Shinji doesn't have to worry about Kiritsugu Amiya backstabbing him while dealing with Caster. Chapter 55, Investigation Report on Kirai Koto Mine. Located more than 30 kilometers west of the city center of Fuyuki City is an area characterized by a national highway that runs through the mountainous region, far away from human settlements. On both sides of the highway, there is a dense and verdant forest that seems to have been forgotten amidst the wave of residential development that swept through the area. This area is shrouded in many mysteries. At first glance, one might mistake it for state-owned land, but in reality, it belongs to a privately owned foreign company whose existence is uncertain. If one were to diligently collect information about this land, one would initially come across some strange urban legends. According to legend, deep within this lush forest, there is a dreamland castle. Of course, this is nothing more than a boring ghost story. While the forest remains undeveloped, it is not far from Fuyuki City and can be reached by car in about an hour. If there were such a peculiar castle, it would surely cause a sensation. There have been several attempts in the past to survey the land in this primitive forest, but no traces of man-made structures have ever been found. However, every few years, someone brings up this legend again. Before children embark on adventures with half-hearted excitement or lost hikers, a magnificent stone castle suddenly appears in dense fog. According to the legend, this castle is an incredibly mysterious mansion that appears completely uninhabited, like a ruin, yet it is impeccably clean, not at all like an abandoned place. No one takes this legend seriously. At best, it is merely published on a page of some third-rate magazine's summer-themed supernatural special when they have nothing else to write about. Only a very small number of magi know that this castle truly exists. Every 60 years, it welcomes a new master and becomes the magical castle, serving as a stronghold during times of war. The castle is heavily guarded by illusions and magical barriers, making it an extra-dimensional space that is virtually impossible to be discovered by the outside world, except under rare circumstances. Those who know the true origin of the castle refer to the deep forest surrounding it as the Einsburn Forest. At that time, the Holy Grail War was taking place in Fuyuki City. The head of the Einsburn family, Jubstachite von Einsburn, did not want to establish a base on the territory directly controlled by their arch-rivals, the Tosaka family. Therefore, he used his wealth to purchase the nearest spiritual vein, turning it into the Einsburn family's stronghold. This happened on the eve of the Third Holy Grail War, a period of great tension just before the outbreak of the Second World War. It is said that he used the entire vast primitive forest as the boundary, isolating it from the outside world, and converted a secondary castle from the Einsburn estate to be located there. This demonstrates the astonishing financial resources and deep commitment of their family. Ironically, it was the Tosaka family that worked tirelessly as intermediaries for land purchase and carried out covert operations in the area. The isolation effect of the boundary is unquestionable. Without SCAT-hack tracking Irisfield's general range and direction, it would have been difficult for Justice to find the exact location of the forest, even if she had stayed in Fuyuki City for several more years. In addition to isolation, the boundary also has a warning function. Once someone enters the boundary, the person controlling the boundary becomes aware of it. However, because the foundation of the boundary lies in the magecraft and alchemy of the Einsburns, Justice took some time to find a way to bypass the warning mechanism. She managed to infiltrate the castle without alerting anyone. Both the interior and exterior of the castle were meticulously cleaned, with the entrance hall, main hall, and corridors adorned with vibrant flowers, making it hard to believe that no one had lived there for 60 years. In the meeting room of the castle, Justice sighed repeatedly upon seeing her doppelganger. A long rectangular table occupied most of the room, with Irisfield and Amiya Kiritsugu sitting on opposite long sides. Saber and Maria stood behind each of them, motionless and silent as statues. The silent atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive. A map of Fuyuki City lay on the table, and beside it were neatly arranged files containing information on various masters and servants. One of the files was held in Irisfield's hand, which was likely the reason for her sighs. Kirai Koto Mine. Yes, this was the information gathered by Amiya Kiritsugu about the executor who attacked Maya last night with utmost speed. The son of Supervisor Kirai Koto Mine, the disciple of Tokiomi Tosaka. Born in 1967, he accompanied his father, Risei Koto Mine, on pilgrimages to holy sites since childhood. In 81, he graduated from the St. Ignatius Theological Academy in Marseille, skipping 2 grades and even ranking first. He truly is an impressive individual. Kiritsugu nodded with displeasure at the assessment of his wife. If he continues like this, he is likely to become a cardinal. But he suddenly gave up the opportunity to stand out and voluntarily entered the Holy Church. Why would he sabotage his future and choose to join the internal organization of the church when there are better and more options available? Although the Holy Church carried the name of the Church, it was only a part of the entire Vatican, a secret organization within the Church dedicated to achieving special purposes. Is it because of his father's influence? Both he and his father belonged to the eighth sacrament of the Holy Church. The relics that possess sanctity, such as the remains and blood of saints, the nails from the crucifixion of Jesus, and the 30 pieces of silver obtained by Judas, are called holy relics. The covert organization that exists to recover and manage the scattered holy relics around the world is the eighth sacrament. Upon hearing Irisveel's opinion, Kiritsugu shook his head. If that were the case, he would have joined the eighth sacrament from the beginning. However, before joining the same department as his father, he went through 3 transfers and was even appointed as an executor. He was only in his teens at that time. This job cannot be done without considerable determination and resilience. It is the bloodiest department of the Holy Church, responsible for the extermination of heretics. It can be said to be the nest of slaughter and demons. Being bestowed the title of executor means he has undergone brutal training as a human weapon and is a first-class killer. From this perspective, Kirii Kotomine and Emiya Kiritsugu were quite similar. Kiritsugu, in his previous role, was a Magus killer, an executor on the side of the Mages Association. Perhaps he is an obsessed believer. There are examples of young people being overly superstitious due to their pure faith and naive thoughts. Kiritsugu shook his head for the 3rd time in response to Irisveel's remark. I don't think so. If that were the case, his record over the past 3 years would be inexplicable. If his faith were pure, he wouldn't have joined the Mages Association. Even if he is more loyal to the organization relative to the doctrine and follows the Church's orders, his attitude towards magecraft is too serious. Irisveel continued reading the information and came across a summary of Kirii Kotomine's abilities. It mentioned his accomplishments in alchemy, spirit manipulation, summoning, divination, and healing magecraft, surpassing even his mentor, Tokiomi Tosaka. This Kirii Kotomine is indeed a bit strange, but is he worth your attention? Although he seems to be talented in many areas, he doesn't possess any exceptional skills. And it's precisely this point that makes me increasingly concerned. Kiritsugu patiently explained to Irisveel, who couldn't understand. He delves into each type of magecraft to a level just one step away from mastery and then immediately abandons it without any attachment to pursue another kind. He treats his painstakingly acquired knowledge as garbage. He has chosen a much more intense way of life than others, yet there is no sense of passion in his life. This man is dangerous. Kiritsugu reached this conclusion, and after a moment, he added. A terrifying individual, more terrifying than the Tozekas and the Einsburns. Seeing her husband's solemn expression, Irisveel instinctively clutched her clothes, and Maya's gaze became increasingly dangerous. This terrifying man has set his sights on the most important men in their lives. Chapter 56, The Little Princess of the Matou Family, Part 1. Shinji received the message from Justice half an hour later. Within the Einsburn Forest's bounded field, Justice couldn't use any magecraft, as it would trigger the Boundaries alarm system, which was under the control of Irisveel. Therefore, after the strategy meeting ended and Kiritsugu and Irisveel whispered to each other under the moonlight, Justice left the bounded field to contact Shinji. Do you care more about your arch-nemesis, Kirii Kotomine, than Castor? Upon hearing this message, 8 words formed in Shinji's mind, unexpected, yet within reason. His attention had been solely focused on matters related to Castor, naturally assuming that the other masters held similar thoughts. But he had forgotten that for Kiritsugu Emiya, Kirii Kotomine, who openly showed hostility and was already aware of his existence, posed a greater danger than Castor. The year-long gap had caused Shinji to forget some irrelevant details. He forgot that in the previous timeline, the focus of this meeting was not on Kirii Kotomine but on how to deal with Castor. The chivalrous king of knights, Artoria Pendragon, naturally believed in taking the initiative to quickly eliminate the indiscriminate killer, Castor. On the other hand, the efficiency-oriented assassin, Kiritsugu, believed that there was no need to concern themselves with Castor, as there would naturally be other masters handling it. He even proposed using the fact that Castor sees Saber as the Saint Joan of Arc as bait to lure Castor out, without engaging in direct combat, to find an opportunity to assassinate the master of any servant interested in Castor. This shameless, despicable, and vile behavior, spoken in the language of the King of Knights, greatly disgusted Saber. The ideological opposition between the master and servant had finally transformed into a visible conflict, leaving even the mediator, Irisveel, helpless. Although the conflict between Saber and Kiritsugu had been present from the beginning, both had exercised a certain level of restraint. However, the Castor incident acted as a catalyst, igniting all the underlying tensions at once. But now, things were different. The unexpected appearance of a dangerous opponent attracted the attention of everyone in the Saber camp. Faced with a life-threatening crisis, all other issues had to be put aside. The conflicts between the master and servant not only remained unresolved but also intensified due to this crisis. This was also the influence brought about by Shinji, the interloping time traveler. Of course, Shinji wouldn't pay attention to these minor details even if he knew about them. As long as it didn't affect the outcome of the war, he wouldn't mind. If he had free time, he would rather spend it playing with his sister. Since the Matou family had entered a state of wartime readiness, Shinji hadn't had the chance to play with his sister for several days. Although the responsible Sakura didn't cling to him like other children and even took the initiative to take care of household chores, Shinji could see the loneliness in her eyes. Today, with some rare free time, Shinji decided to spend the day playing with his sister. "Hey, our little princess of the Matou family, I wonder if I have the honor of accompanying your highness for some outdoor fun." Shinji, dressed in sportswear, awkwardly performed a gentlemanly gesture towards his sister, who had just finished practicing magecraft. It didn't seem to match at all. Sakura's eyes brightened but quickly dimmed again. But we still have martial arts training later." "Cancel it," Shinji answered without hesitation. "The instructor isn't here, so I'll make the decisions." "And dinner?" "We'll eat out. I'll treat you to something delicious. Let father and uncle take care of themselves. Two adults shouldn't have trouble with a simple meal, right?" Upon hearing Shinji's words, Byakuya, who was reading the newspaper in the living room, twitched his mouth. Looking up, he saw Kariya sitting across from him with the same expression. Byakuya muttered quietly, "This brat is becoming more and more disrespectful towards his elders." Kariya nodded. "Indeed. Just like you were when you were in your teens. Why is it turning to me?" Kariya was taken aback for a moment, then quickly countered, "I admit that about myself, but the tendency for leaps in thought is something Shinji inherited from you." Byakuya stroked his chin and pondered, "You're right. Wait, we seem to have gone off topic. What I originally wanted to ask was how we're going to solve the dinner issue." "It was you who started the off-topic discussion," Kariya confirmed once again the fact that Byakuya and Shinji were father and son. "Let me handle dinner. After being on my own for so many years, I would have starved to death if I couldn't cook." Upon hearing his younger brother's words, Byakuya threw the newspaper aside and slumped onto the couch. "Ah, well, I'm just a helpless mess when it comes to taking care of myself." "Good to know," Kariya replied, not offering any comfort and instead adding insult to injury. Byakuya sank further into despair. On the other side, Sakura continued to raise questions, only to be countered by Shinji point by point. The Holy Grail War. Currently in a ceasefire. Brother needs to rest. Brother is in great shape and can knock out a cow barehanded. Brother is lying. No, I'm not lying. We're going to a farm outside the city, and brother will perform the one-punch cow for you. Maybe not, because if brother does that, the cow will end up dead, and that's just too cruel. Today, Princess Sakura is in charge, and I shall obey her orders." Shinji once again performed a mock bow, causing Sakura to giggle uncontrollably. "So, Princess Sakura, where would you like to go?" "Anywhere is fine. Wherever brother takes me, I'll go." Sakura tilted her head and pondered for a moment before blurting out, "I want to go to the park, and I want to see the big bridge. Mom said you can see very far and it's beautiful from the bridge. Can we go?" "Of course, we can go. Didn't I say today Princess Sakura is in charge? Brother is the best." Upon hearing her brother's words, Sakura smiled with joy and threw herself at Shinji, hugging his arm. Shinji lovingly ruffled his sister's hair while playing the role of a loyal knight. "Princess Sakura, you must maintain your composure." Sakura tried to hold a serious expression, imitating the demeanor of her sister, Rin. "Brother, let's go." Shinji held his sister's hand and walked out of the house. "Princess Sakura, we're setting off from the palace." Chapter 57, The Little Princess of the Matou Family, Part 2. Regardless of whether it's the Tosaka family or the Matou family, they are both wealthy families. Usually, they either have their elders drive them or they use private cars for transportation. They rarely use public transportation. For Sakura, starting from waiting for the bus at the station, it's a whole new world for her, constantly asking Shinji questions. "Brother, is this the bus stop?" "Yes, it is." The bus stop displays the route and the stops. We choose the route based on the information provided at the bus stop. Shinji, who came from an ordinary family in his past life, is familiar with this aspect. The public transportation rules are similar across different countries, and Shinji has also studied the map of Fuyuki City in detail for the Holy Grail War. He stood in front of the platform signboard for a little over a minute and found the desired bus. "We'll take this sightseeing route. The next bus will arrive in 6 minutes. Let's wait for a while." "Yeah, brother, you're amazing." Sakura looked at her brother's profile, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "What's so amazing about this? Taking a bus is nothing special. Even Sakura can do it," Shinji chuckled. "If taking a bus is considered amazing, then what about those adults who take the bus to and from work every day? Do they defy the limits of the sky?" "I don't care, brother is amazing." Sakura held Shinji's hand and acted spoiled. When children use this privilege, no reasoning can prevail. All right, your brother is amazing. But remember, our little princess is the greatest. Shinji laughed and said, while the people waiting for the bus at the platform also cast friendly glances at them. Since it wasn't during rush hour and it wasn't a popular route, the sightseeing bus was empty with few passengers. Shinji and Sakura chose a double seat and sat side by side. Sakura sat by the window with an upright posture, showing good manners. Her pair of purple eyes involuntarily gazed outside the window, seemingly attracted by the receding scenery. Shinji lazily leaned against Sakura's side, listening to the station announcements on the broadcast, while secretly planning today's itinerary. It's currently 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It will take 20 to 30 minutes by bus to reach the park. Sakura's bedtime is 9 o'clock, and they need to be home before 8. Public park, Fuyuki Bridge, the nearby shopping street, and finally, dinner at a famous Chinese restaurant nearby. It's one of the businesses in which the Matou family has a stake. The manager and head chef are authentic Chinese people, and the flavors are genuine. To avoid any issues due to their young age, Shinji had already made a phone call, ensuring that the restaurant would accommodate them. As they thought about it, they arrived at the public park station. The station was less than 20 meters away from the park entrance. The weather was nice today, with warm sunlight shining on the lawn. A group of children around Shinji's age were running around on the grass, seemingly playing a game similar to tag, and bursts of laughter could be heard from time to time. Their faces were carefree, their smiles pure and untainted, something Shinji had long lost, something Sakura had almost lost. At that moment, Shinji had a sudden realization. He had been thinking about things with the mindset of an adult, forgetting how he had spent his childhood and what children truly yearned for. With my adult mindset and this weird obsession in my heart, it's fine, but Sakura's childhood should have these kinds of memories, rather than being consumed by magecraft. His current approach was no different from those parents in his previous life who enrolled their children in various interest classes and tutoring sessions from an early age. They did it for the sake of their children but overlooked their children's feelings. After the Holy Grail War ended, at the very least, he would take Sakura out to play for 1 to 2 afternoons every week. And every once in a while, they would go on a family trip so that she wouldn't have any regrets when she grew up. With these memories, Shinji wouldn't have to worry about Sakura losing herself and becoming like Zouken Matou, consumed by obsession, after entering the mysterious world of magecraft. We are humans first, and then magi. Not being a human. Well, he could graduate from this world like his sensei did before worrying about that. Sakura. Brother. Can we play with them? Sure, but I've never played this kind of game before. Sakura shyly lowered her head. The Tosaka family was considered a prestigious family in the local area, and even though Sakura wasn't the heir of the Tosaka family, she never had the chance to play with children her age. It's very simple, I'll teach you later. Shinji took his sister's hand and ran towards the group of children of the same age. Hey, what game are you playing? Can we join you? The world of children is far less complicated than the world of adults, simple and straightforward. Let's play together. Okay. How do we play? 2 people are it, and the rest run away. We decide by rock paper scissors. It's as simple as that. After a few rounds of playing, the children became acquainted with each other. When they grow up, they might find this kind of game boring, but for children, playing like this for an entire afternoon is no problem at all. At this moment, Shinji and Sakura's advantage became apparent. After going through their mentor's rigorous training, their physical stamina far surpassed that of children their age. While others were exhausted, they only had slightly flushed faces, causing a wave of amazement. The girls surrounded Sakura, and the boys surrounded Shinji. It seemed effortless, and the 2 of them became the kings and queens of the children. Watching Sakura's timid yet incredibly happy expression, Shinji felt that it was all worth it. Happy times always pass by so quickly, and before they know it, the sun is about to set. One by one, the parents of the children came to pick them up, leaving only the siblings from the Matou family. Shinji asked his younger sister, "Are you tired?" At this moment, Sakura had lost her delicate appearance and replied, "Not tired." Shinji pointed towards a nearby bridge and said, "Let's go to the bridge and watch the sunset." Okay. Princess, let's go. When it comes to Fuyuki City, there are a few places that can't be missed, and one of them is Fuyuki Bridge. Legend has it that this bridge is one of the strongest structures in the world, with an EX level of durability, capable of withstanding bombardment from various noble phantasms without breaking. It has been chosen as the battlefield for many servants' decisive battles. Of course, everyone knows that it's just a joke. The Fate series of novels and games skipped the description of the scene, and the anime production team took a shortcut, which led to this kind of gag. After Shinji's on-site investigation, the bridge was not as exaggerated as the jokes made it out to be, but the scenery on the bridge was indeed beautiful. No wonder Ryder likes to sit on the bridge and enjoy the view. The moist sea breeze brushed against their cheeks, and the horizon was infused with the lingering glow of the setting sun. Looking into the distance, everything was bathed in warm red hues. The red color spread far and eventually connected with the sea on the horizon. The orange-red evening glow and the deep blue sea had a distinct contrast, yet they created a sense of harmony. As time passed, the setting sun gradually sank below the sea's surface, and the red and blue colors gradually dimmed, merging into the darkening sky. Nightfall arrived. The sky grew dim, but the ground didn't lose its brightness. Artificial lights were gradually illuminated, creating a scenery that was completely different from daytime. The 6-year-old Sakura didn't know how to describe such a scene with words. In her mind, there was only one word. It's beautiful. Chapter 58, Caster's Tactics. Plans always change. Shinji estimated that he would be home before 8 o'clock, but when he arrived, it was already close to 8:30, which displeased Korea. Nightfall is the best cover for mysteries. When night falls, it means that the servants and masters will transition from hiding to being active. Although Korea knew that Shinji's strength and experience made it unlikely for anything to go wrong, he couldn't help but worry. It was an instinct for a parent, something that couldn't be changed. As the siblings entered the house, Korea initially wanted to reprimand them. However, when he saw Sakura's joyful expression, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but in the end, he said, "It's getting late, so go take a bath and go to bed early." "Ah, it's already this late." Sakura glanced at the wall clock in the entrance and sheepishly stuck out her tongue. She hastily bid Shinji and Korea good night and hurriedly returned to her room. "She seems a bit livelier than usual." Korea listened to the sound of slippers hitting the floor and looked at Shinji with a puzzled expression. Shinji shrugged. She played with a group of kids in the park, about the same age as her. They got a bit wild and forgot about the ladylike manners Auntie Aoi taught her. "Well, it's not a big deal." "Indeed, it's not a big deal," Korea agreed wholeheartedly. "As long as Sakura is happy, that's enough." "Sounds like a silly dad," Shinji muttered under his breath. "I heard that," Korea glared at his nephew, not amused. "Now, tell me, why did you come back so late?" Though Korea was not married, he knew that no responsible parent would leave their child unattended after sunset. "It's not Sakura's fault. We found something on the way, and it took some time," Shinji said, pointing downwards, indicating that they should talk in the underground workshop. A few minutes later, the sealed room-protected underground workshop was opened. Korea's face darkened, and his brows furrowed. "So you're saying you found the monsters summoned by Caster in the nearby underground waterway?" Shinji's expression was no better than Korea's. "Yes, I wouldn't mistake those aquatic monsters that resemble jellyfish. I asked Sakura to use her basic magical detection to scan roughly, and there are at least 50 of these monsters in the residential areas underground." 50. This is troublesome. Upon hearing this number, Korea's complexion worsened. Indeed. These monsters don't have impressive combat abilities, and a single monster doesn't pose a significant threat to a magi. The problem lies with ordinary people. They can't deal with summoned monsters, let alone this quantity. Shinji's expression suddenly changed. The blood visibly drained from his face, and veins bulged on his forehead, making him look terrifying. "What did you say?" Korea was startled by the inexplicable roar, and he quickly asked, "What's going on?" Shinji took several deep breaths, trying to keep himself calm. The latest information from Sensei. To the west of Miami City, traces of magical energy have been detected in half of the underground waterways, and the total number of monsters exceeds 4 digits. Korea's initial reaction was disbelief. Summoning magecraft requires a considerable amount of magical energy. Even Lord Elmeloi II or Tosaka Tokiomi wouldn't have enough magical energy to waste on summoning so many servants, let alone an irregular master. We haven't received any reports of people being killed by the police today. How did Caster manage to do this? That's not Caster's magical energy, but the ability of Caster's noble phantasm. In the 2 encounters, Sensei deduced that Caster isn't summoning the monsters using his magical energy but relying on noble phantasm. His grimoire, Prelatize Spellbook, is a magical energy reactor that can activate the highest level magecraft, the grand ritual of the highest rank, regardless of the magi's magical energy. Caster's sole noble phantasm is called Prelatize Spellbook. It contains forbidden knowledge about ancient evil gods that existed before the birth of humanity. Its continuous automatic large-scale summoning has been evaluated as an A+ rank noble phantasm. Given enough time, Caster can summon thousands of monsters, let alone 1,000. And because they are aquatic monsters, summoned in the water and hidden underground, it is difficult to detect them due to multiple barriers. Even Sensei and the other servants active on the surface haven't noticed the changes beneath their feet. This situation is getting desperate. Shinji sighed heavily, his heart burdened. He wouldn't regret his actions against Caster's group because it had indeed saved some lives that might have been lost. However, Caster's behavior was ultimately caused by him, and he needed to take responsibility for it. We can't waste any more time. We can't let Castor continue summoning. I will immediately go and clean up the underground waterways. Saying this, Shinji took out a fresh map from a nearby bookshelf. It was a detailed map of Fuyuki City's underground waterways, which had been obtained through connections with the police. Originally just an accessory to the police map, it unexpectedly came in handy now. I'll go too. With Berserker here, we can clean up faster. Korea drew a large circle on the map, covering 1/3 of Fuyuki City with the Matou family as the center. I'll take care of this area. If the monsters are as weak as you say, my magical energy will be enough to last until dawn. Shinji hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. I'll leave that area to you, uncle. It's frustrating to be led around by Castor, knowing that it's just a distraction. Let them have their moment of triumph for now. Once Sensei finds them, we'll take back everything. With interest, Korea patted his nephew's shoulder and reassured him. By the way, should we inform the church? They are the ones who changed the rules, they should be the ones dealing with this. Let's just inform them symbolically. I don't think they'll be of much help. Only 2 people from the Holy Church were stationed in Fuyuki City, Kodomine Kirii and Kodomine Risei. Kodomine Kirii was a warrior, not a magus, and had poor compatibility with the magical creatures summoned using magecraft. Purely mysterious creatures needed to be dealt with using mysteries, and physical methods were less effective. Kodomine Risei, on the other hand, was more suitable for this kind of work. However, he didn't care about the lives of ordinary people, and his attention was currently focused on Tokiomi. It was more reliable to hope that Tokiomi would give up his aristocratic elegance and dignity and go into the underground waterways. After dividing their respective areas of responsibility and making copies of the underground waterway maps, the uncle and nephew set out separately. Korea had Berserker, with the highest parameters, by his side. With Berserker's incredible A-rank strength, he didn't need to use noble phantasms or other skills. He could simply tear apart the monsters with brute force. Korea's approach was as straightforward and brutal as his servant's fighting style. Using preset detection runes, he followed the fluctuations of magical energy to find his targets. Berserker would materialize, tear apart the monsters with his hands, and then dematerialize. The entire process took less than 3 seconds, minimizing magical energy consumption. That's why Korea said he could last until dawn. Shinji couldn't be as effortless as Korea. Even with magical reinforcement, his strength was barely at the E rank, roughly on par with the cannon fodder monsters. However, he had Perseus, Harp, a scythe blade that surpassed the rank of Caliban and other noble phantasms. It was far beyond what the monsters could withstand. The effect of Harp, which prevented wounds from healing, also effectively countered the monster's regenerative abilities. It was because of this trump card that Shinji didn't recall Scathatch and chose to act alone. Chapter 59, Castor's Visit. It turned out that Shinji's choice was right. After realizing that the monsters had disappeared at an astonishing speed, Castor, who had been lying low for a day, finally began to take action. Although Castor carefully concealed his traces, Scathatch still managed to find some clues. Castor left the city and moved in the southeast direction. As soon as Shinji received this information, he immediately guessed the destination, Einsburn Forest, where Saber was located. Castor had an inexplicable obsession with Jeanne d'Arc, and since he believed Saber to be Jeanne, how could he give up his dream and his wish because of this small obstacle? The wretched also have their pitiful aspects. Hearing Shinji's analysis, Scathatch let out a sigh. But I won't forgive him just because he's pitiful. As he spoke, Shinji swung his scythe blade, cutting a lurking monster in the water into 2 pieces just as it was about to launch a surprise attack. In any case, he must die. Sensei, I can't leave right now, so I leave everything to you and Justice. Understood. A firm will is a prerequisite for being a qualified warrior, and you have taken another step towards being a warrior, my little master. After saying that, Scathatch severed the communication magecraft and leaped down from the rooftop of an apartment building. In the garage next to the apartment, there was a black motorcycle parked. It was the vehicle that Shinji provided for Scathatch, and she had been using it to travel around the city for the past few days. Accompanied by the exhilarating roar, the dark figure shattered the silence of the night. Scathatch's movements were swift, but Castor's movements were even faster. Before the former had left the city, the latter had already infiltrated Einsburn Forest. Castor was still alone, dressed in a black robe with crimson patterns that resembled blood, faintly visible in the dark jungle, emanating an ominous aura. This scene was captured by the Einsburn's barrier and presented on a crystal orb placed in the center of the meeting room, through the hands of Iris Veil. Is that Castor? It was the first time Kiritsugu had seen Castor, and Iris Veil nodded in response. Where is he located? In the northwest direction of the castle, less than 2 kilometers away. It seems that Castor has no intention of venturing further into the forest. This answer brought a sense of regret to everyone in the meeting room. They knew that the Einsburn barrier was divided into 2 layers, the outer layer served as isolation and early warning, while the inner layer had defensive mechanisms. Castor's current position was at the border of this barrier. If Castor advanced further into the inner layer of the barrier, Veil could utilize the power of the barrier to assist Saber in battle. However, as if he had seen through Veil's intentions, Castor stopped his steps at the outer periphery of the barrier. His beast-like eyes slowly lifted, meeting Veil's gaze on the edge of the crystal orb. He had sensed the surveillance coming from the castle. Castor politely raised both arms in a somewhat comical and ridiculous gesture of a gentleman. Gillista Rice has come to pay a visit. The surface of the solid crystal orb began to tremble, and a voice came through from the monitoring location. I hope I can have the chance to meet the beautiful St. Jean d'Arc. Veil hesitated, and so did Kiritsugu. Saber's left hand was injured, and they were concerned about leaving her alone to face Castor without any external support. Castor seemed to have seen through the thoughts on the other side of the crystal orb, and he spoke with a tone that combined remorse and arrogance. Due to the obstruction of the detestable dog of God, I don't have much time. If you cannot make up your mind, I will have to resort to more forceful means. Please don't mind. As he spoke, he produced a thick book in his hand. The cover of the book was damp, shimmering with light, and it had a piece of human skin attached to it. Tremendous magical power emanated from the human skin book, transforming into a substantial mist that rapidly spread in all directions. Castor began flipping through the book. With each page turned, a grotesque monster emerged from the magical mist. Amidst the rustling sound of flipping pages, an army of monsters quickly took shape. Among them were over 100 cannon fodder type sea demons. As Castor's guards, there were 8 tentacles. Castor's summoning showed no signs of stopping. Through the summoning channel opened by the prelatized spellbook, an even greater fluctuation of magical power was brewing. This surge of magical power shook the large-scale Einsburn barrier that had been in operation for 60 years, making the individuals inside the castle, including Saber, aware of the danger. This is the magic book left to me by my ally. With this book, I have obtained the spells to command a demonic army and freed myself from the wretched god's restraints. What do you think, Jean? No army gathered in Orleans in the past could compare to this magnificence. Castor burst into laughter as if celebrating his victory. Everyone knew they couldn't allow Castor's summoning to continue unchecked, or else not only Saber herself but also the other people in the castle would be in danger. Master, please give the order. Saber stared at Veil, ready for battle. At the same time, Kiritsugu nodded towards his wife. Saber, go defeat Castor. Yes, understood. The response from the King of Knights was unusually brief. Just as Saber transformed into a gust of wind and rushed forward with an unstoppable momentum towards the battlefield, the Einsburn forest welcomed its second wave of visitors for the night. It was a master and servant pair. The master wore a blue mage robe, with meticulously groomed lemon-yellow short hair. Even while walking in the wilderness, he held his head high, exuding powerful confidence, Kenneth Archibald L. Malloy. The servant wore a form-fitting grayish-blue suit that outlined a slender yet athletic figure. His handsome face, coupled with a teardrop-shaped mole at the corner of his eye, had an irresistible charm for naive girls. His true name was D'Armwood Ua Dubney. After escaping from the explosion created by Kiritsugu, the two relocated their base to an abandoned factory. The factory was located near a national highway, and Kenneth happened to witness Castor's attempt to stop passing vehicles through his suggestive actions. As a result, they followed Castor to the Einsburn forest. Kenneth glanced at the mist that had already spread around him, then turned towards the direction of the castle and spoke slowly. Lancer. Lancer knelt on one knee. Deal with Castor. Yes, my master. Chapter 60, Tentacles, Bonus. Shinji found himself in trouble. A big trouble. Along the way, he had already slain over 30 monsters with his scythe. None of the monsters could withstand the sharp edge of his crescent serpent scythe. He had expected the knight's work to continue in this manner, clearing the area until it was completely cleansed. However, hidden among these rank-and-file soldiers was a leader. A dark snake-like entity, countless snakes intertwined together, covered in suction cups the size of raindrops. It was about 5 to 6 meters long, with its tip as thick as Shinji's calf and its base even more robust than Shinji's body. Yes, it was a tentacle, the summoning creature that Castor favored the most. The base of the tentacle was hidden beneath the sewage, while the flexible tip lunged towards Shinji, disproportionate to its size. Fortunately, Shinji reacted quickly, reinforcing his legs with magecraft and evading the tentacle's attack range just in time. As he looked at the wall that had been partially demolished by the tentacle, a chill ran down Shinji's back. This thing has at least C-rank strength, possibly even B. Its pure power surpasses Sensei's whip kick. If it lands a hit on me, I'm done for. Before he could wipe away the cold sweat from his face, the tentacle launched its second strike. Shinji dared not resist and continued to retreat, complaining as he did so. Hey, I'm not a magical girl, I'm not to your taste. Stop staring at me. However, this creature, far older than humanity itself, couldn't understand a word Shinji was saying. It only knew to follow its instincts and prey on the target ahead. As a tentacle, it only had two methods of attack, striking and entwining. But compared to Shinji's overwhelming strength, these two simple attack methods were filled with an awe-inspiring sense of oppression. The so-called fighting techniques only came into play when the power gap between the two sides was not significant. If the power difference was too great, no amount of technique would be of any use. Harp was a melee weapon. While it inflicted wounds on the tentacle, Shinji himself would also be harmed by the tremendous force of the tentacle. The slingshot and rune bullets didn't have enough killing power, and the damage they caused would quickly regenerate. Other attack methods required some preparation time, so all Shinji could do was dodge, dodge, and dodge. However, the narrow environment of the underground sewer restricted Shinji's movement severely. Shinji ran, jumped, rolled, crawled, and even used techniques like leveraging off the walls, although he wasn't proficient in them. Still, he couldn't escape the relentless pursuit of the tentacle. What should he do? What should he do? Shinji's mind raced, and suddenly, darkness fell before his eyes. Oh no, it's a dead end. Behind him, the thick tentacle lashed out like a long whip towards Shinji's back. Shinji wasn't the only one entangled by the tentacle. 50 kilometers away from him, Saber was also ensnared, not by one, but by 5 tentacles. One bound her left hand, one bound her right hand, one wrapped around her left leg, one coiled around her waist, and the last one wrapped around Saber's neck, oozing sticky mucus that carried an unpleasant odor, smearing Saber's face. Considering Saber's combat strength, her usual attire in a suit, the ability to change armor in an instant, and the eternal attribute of perpetual youth, it perfectly matched the portrayal of a magical girl in anime. It wasn't difficult to understand why she ended up in this sorry state. Well, the above was purely speculative. Saber ended up in such a terrible situation because Castor had made thorough preparations. During the grand performance of All 6 Servants on stage last night, although Castor didn't participate directly, he used a magecraft similar to Irisveil's observation magecraft to remotely watch from his workshop. And it was because of this that he found what he sought, the Holy Maiden. Because of this, he was able to intercept the car carrying the Holy Maiden on the national highway. Because of this, he gained knowledge of the Holy Maiden's attributes and combat style. On the contrary, Saber had insufficient knowledge about Castor, only knowing his true name and expertise in summoning magecraft. One side came prepared, while the other hastily engaged in battle. The result was predictable, the rhythm of the fight was completely controlled by Castor. If someone had asked Saber before the Holy Grail War began who she was most confident in defeating head-on among the servant classes, her answer would undoubtedly be Castor. Because Saber, as one of the 7 servant classes, had the highest resistance to magic. With the class advantage, the magical resistance of the Girl Knight King, whose true name was Artoria, reached an insanely high rank of A. This meant that she could ignore grand sorceries and ritual spells, and even the highest-ranked magi of the present era couldn't directly harm her with magic. For Castor, whose primary weapon was magic, there was no doubt that this was a disadvantage. However, the current Castor was different, he was a magus skilled in summoning demons. Magical resistance was a passive skill that only came into effect when someone used magecraft against her as the target. If the magecraft didn't target Saber, her magical resistance wouldn't come into play. Therefore, Saber couldn't prevent Castor from summoning monsters from another world. Once the monsters were summoned, they would materialize and possess a threat different from magecraft. The teeth and claws of these monsters had the same attacking power as swords, and Saber had to rely on her sword and body to face them. If her body was in perfect condition, Saber, who was known as the strongest in close combat, wouldn't care about mere monsters. However, Saber was injured at the moment, and confronting an endless army of monsters proved to be a challenge beyond her current capabilities. Facing the continuously attacking tentacles of the monsters, Saber didn't retreat a step and maintained a swift attacking stance. Whenever Saber swung her invisible sword, monsters in the air were cleaved into 2 pieces. Both the tentacles and the monsters couldn't withstand a single strike from Saber. However, the monsters kept coming like waves, one after another, without giving Saber a chance to catch her breath. Slowly, Saber fell into a passive defensive predicament. Saber killed monsters quickly, and Castor summoned monsters just as fast. As one monster fell, a new one would be born, endlessly. These monsters surrounded Saber layer after layer. Saber's invisible sword and the continuously summoned monsters entered a stalemate. The control of the battle fell into Castor's hands. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to win, instead, he systematically deployed the forces needed to counter Saber. Castor exhausted Saber's stamina with the monsters, waiting for the moment when Saber became exhausted and couldn't keep up with the monsters' attacks. That's when he could obtain his coveted Holy Maiden. Saber, who had experienced a lifetime of battles and possessed the broken skill instinct, had long seen through Castor's tactics. Initially, she planned to break through with her swordsmanship and momentum. But when she realized that Caster's summoning speed was comparable to her killing speed, she was already heavily surrounded by monsters. She couldn't advance or retreat and could only switch from offense to defense, accompanying Caster in a battle of endurance to see who would give in first. When Saber felt a dull pain in her left hand and her strength waning, she finally understood the principle of Caster's noble phantasm, Prelatize spellbook. It was an independent summoning noble phantasm that didn't require Caster's mana, she simply couldn't outlast Caster. It was the worst situation, but Saber didn't give up. Her emerald eyes remained firm. The King of Knights from Britain could die in battle but would never surrender. Chapter 61, Shinji's battle. Looking at Saber in this state, a look of trance and reverence appeared on Caster's face. How nostalgic it is, Jean. Everything is just like the past. You haven't changed, indeed. The noble fighting spirit and dignified soul are undeniable evidence of your identity as the Holy Maiden Jean. In that case. Caster's voice shifted from gentleness to anger, turning into an interrogation. Why? Why haven't you awakened yet? Do you still believe in God's protection? Do you think miracles will come to save you in this desperate situation? It's truly sigh-inducing. Have you forgotten the Battle of Campine? Have you forgotten how the trap set by God brought you down from the pinnacle of glory to the depths of destruction? After enduring so much humiliation, are you still content being a puppet manipulated by God? Saber seemed to have had enough of Caster's ramblings. It seemed like she found an opening and was preparing to launch an assault against Caster. Just at that moment, a tentacle pierced through from below the monsters, cunningly hooking Saber's ankle. Before Saber could cut off the tentacle, 4 more tentacles emerged from under Caster's robe, respectively locking Saber's hands, waist, and neck. Accompanying the tentacles were the surrounding monsters, whose numbers had already exceeded the limit that Saber's mana burst could blow away. Everything was under Caster's control as the beautiful, Holy Maiden was ensnared in the web formed by the monsters. At the critical moment, a flash of red and yellow lightning passed by, repelling that strange group. In front of Saber, who had been released from her restraints and was gasping for breath, a slender figure dressed in a blue-gray bodysuit appeared. How unsightly, Saber. If your sword isn't any sharper, the title of the King of Knights will weep. This extraordinarily beautiful man directed a dazzling glance at the stunned Saber. It was precisely because she possessed anti-magic abilities that she could withstand that bewitching gaze. In contrast to the blazing intensity of his spears, the smile of Lancer appeared incredibly refreshing. Lancer, why? Caster was much more surprised than Saber. Who are you? Who allowed you to interrupt my affairs? That's what I was going to say, you wicked being. Lancer stared coldly at the enraged Caster, pointing the front end of his left-hand spear at him. Saber's head is the metal on the tip of my spear. Nonsense. 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 Caster grabbed his scalp, bulging his eyes and making strange sounds. It was my prayers, my Holy Grail that brought her back to life. She belongs to me. Every piece of her flesh, every drop of blood, even her soul, they are all mine. Lancer was not overwhelmed by Caster's aura. He shrugged his shoulders and sighed deeply. Listen carefully, Caster. I have no interest in obstructing your love affair. If you insist on making Saber yield to you, go ahead and do it. But it was me who wounded Saber's left hand. In other words, only I have the right to exploit that weakness. I will not allow you to dismiss me, D'Armwood, and defeat Saber, who can only use one hand. If you don't step aside, my spear will take the place of Saber's left hand from now on. The handsome warrior spoke with resolute determination, stirring Saber's emotions. Lancer, you. Saber, please don't misunderstand. Lancer used his gaze to stop Saber from saying more. I came to help you today because I received an order to defeat Caster. I believe that cooperating in battle is the best approach. What do you think? Lancer's explanation wasn't the real reason for him coming to rescue Saber. The most efficient tactic would be to flank the enemy while Caster was fully focused on Saber and launch a surprise attack. Saber didn't ask him why. She simply nodded at Lancer, who had a smile playing at the corners of his mouth and stood at his right side. She no longer paid attention to her left side, as now she had her most trustworthy left arm. Let's get this straight. Even if I only have my left hand, I can still take down 100 of these small fry. Humph, that's nothing. Today, just pretend I'm your left hand. The 2 heroic spirits bantered with each other and charged towards the gathering monsters. Their swords and spears cleaved through the numerous tentacles that extended from all directions. Saber was rescued by Lancer and escaped the predicament, but things weren't going so well for Shinji. In the underground sewer at midnight, where no one would come, he had to rely on himself. Shinji didn't have time to observe the ground beneath him. He quickly lay down on the ground, and the tentacles brushed against his back, causing the airflow to tremble at the back of his head. The wall in front of him was undoubtedly crushed and cracked by the tentacles brimming with tremendous power. However, unlike many classic scenes, it didn't reveal any hidden secret doors. The wall was solid, with endless sand and soil behind it. The shattered cement fell onto Shinji's head, but he didn't have time to cry out in pain. He planted his hands on the ground, exerted force, and stood up. At the same time, the tentacles retracted, and the pointed tips of the antennae curled backward like a python, entangling Shinji. Shinji didn't dodge because he was surrounded by tentacles on all sides, with no way to escape. He tightly gripped the harp in both hands, his pale lips moved slightly, and an almost inaudible voice slipped through his clenched teeth. A magical storm howled, and the brilliance of prana shone unprecedentedly, illuminating the nearby underground sewer as bright as day. At the center of the storm, where the brilliance was the most dazzling, a golden shield appeared out of thin air. In Greek mythology, the king of the gods, Zeus, had a shield made of goat skin. Although the shield was made of goat skin, it was filled with magic. Almost all magic in the Age of Gods was considered true magic. Even Zeus' symbol, thunder, couldn't harm the shield. Later, Zeus gave the shield to the goddess Athena, who then lent it to the great hero of ancient Greece, Perseus. The name of the shield was Aegis. A divine shield that could withstand even Zeus's thunder couldn't leave any marks on the shield, but the power contained in the tentacles couldn't be nullified by the divine shield. The tentacles tightened more and more, tightly entwining Shinji and the lower half of his body protected by the divine shield. Within a few seconds, Shinji could hear his bones protesting. If it were an ordinary child, they would have cried loudly long ago. But Shinji didn't cry. Not only did he not cry, but he also laughed because he had finally bought enough time. He lifted his left hand, which was difficult to move, and pressed it against the smooth inner side of the shield. In an instant, the shining surface of the divine shield seemed to be covered in shadows, its brilliance dimmed. The source of the shadows was a face. Exquisite, as if carved from the finest obsidian, the face of a woman. The woman's eyes were tightly closed, her expression serene, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Scales grew on her forehead and cheeks, and her hair was composed of vivid, lifelike snakes. The woman's name was Medusa, and her severed head became the greatest glory of Perseus's life. Chapter 62, Shield of Athena. Argos king Acrisius learned from an oracle that he would be killed by the son of his daughter Danae. To prevent this fate, he imprisoned Danae in a bronze tower. Zeus transformed into a golden rain and met with Danae, and she gave birth to a son named Perseus. After Perseus was born, Acrisius placed him and his mother Danae in a box and cast them into the sea. Zeus protected the mother and son drifting in the sea, guiding the box through storms until it finally washed ashore on the island of Seriphos, near the coast. On the island, there were two brothers, Dictys and Polydectes, who ruled over Seriphos. Dictys was fishing by the sea when he saw a wooden box floating in the water. He quickly pulled it ashore. Back at home, the two brothers felt great sympathy for the abandoned and distressed people, so they took them in. Dictys' older brother Polydectes fell in love with the beautiful Danae, Perseus's mother. He was determined to send Perseus away to prevent him from interfering in his plans with Danae. However, Perseus saw through his intentions. At a banquet hosted by Polydectes, Perseus volunteered to bring him a gift. Polydectes maliciously requested the head of Medusa, the youngest of the three Gorgon sisters known as the snake-haired Gorgon, who had a reputation for her ability to turn people into stone. Medusa was once a beautiful goddess but was cursed by Athena and transformed into a being with a snake's body, a head full of snakes, bronze scales on her skin, golden wings on her back, and the power to turn anyone who looked into her eyes into an ugly monster statue, though the definition of ugly was subjective. Anyone who has seen Medusa's image knows that she was actually quite beautiful, whether in sculptures or the illustrated cards of Fate/Stay Night. Interested friends might want to take a look at the sculptures that have been passed down to this day. They are really quite beautiful. Perseus, young and full of vigor, fearless and determined, accepted the challenge. He prepared himself and embarked on his journey. The gods blessed this brave young man. Athena wanted to completely get rid of Medusa and secretly planned everything. Hades lent him a cloak, Athena lent him a shield, and Hephaestus lent him winged sandals and harp. With these treasures and his wit and strength, Perseus successfully beheaded Medusa. Even after her death, Medusa's severed head still retained its petrifying ability. To avoid being petrified, Perseus placed Medusa's head in a bag he carried with him and presented the trophy to Athena. After Perseus's death, Zeus elevated him to the heavens, becoming a constellation of heroes. This well-known legend was sublimated into an immensely powerful noble phantasm. Shinji used the harp, forged by Hephaestus, to kill the monsters summoned by Castor. The part of Medusa's head that petrifies and seals the swarm of insects is called the pertifaying eyes, known as Cybele. The bag that holds the majority of Zoken's sealed soul is called the bag of monster heads. The means of flying through the night is the winged sandals borrowed from Hephaestus. The ability to change appearance and hide one's form is the cloak borrowed from Hades. The shield borrowed from Athena is used to fend off tentacle strikes. Like Iskandar's chariot, it is part of a combined noble phantasm and the only means of victory that Shinji finds. Legend has it that after Perseus returned the shield and presented Medusa's head, Athena affixed Medusa's severed head to the center of the shield, transforming it from a purely defensive shield to a versatile offensive and defensive noble phantasm, truly making it Aegis and shifting its designation from Zeus's shield to Athena's shield. Because the act of embedding Medusa's head was personally done by Athena and not part of Perseus's legend, Perseus's noble phantasm still separates the head from the shield. Petrification is a gradual process that occurs from the outside to the inside. The highest level of petrification is Medusa's petrifying eye, which takes about 10 seconds to petrify a large volume of tentacles. Medusa's eye is the most consuming among the listed noble phantasms, requiring Shinji to concentrate his entire body's magical energy. At this time, he cannot use magecraft to enhance his physical abilities. 10 seconds is enough time for the tentacles to partially petrify and crush him. To achieve victory, Shinji intentionally allows the tentacles to entwine him and manifests the shield regardless of the depletion of magical energy. Under the protection of the shield, Shinji buys enough time and successfully recreates the legend of Athena's shield. Now, the shield that belongs solely to the goddess of wisdom and war, Athena, is complete. Gorgon, the monster queen with snake hair, Medusa, awaken. The golden radiance emitted by the shield instantly dims the underground waterway, just like the shadow that covers the center of the shield. Everything seen through the golden snake's eyes is covered in green and gray, accompanied by a faint crack sound. Under the petrifying eye Cybele, anything with a magic power rank of C or below is unconditionally petrified. The foremost tentacle monster begins to turn to stone from its outer layer, and the petrification quickly spreads to its mouthparts and body. At this moment, the tentacle monster is still unaware of the danger and continues to tighten. The consequences of the friction and compression between the partially petrified and not very hard parts of the tentacles and the divinely crafted shield can only be one thing: complete collapse, turning into stone debris scattered on the ground. A few seconds later, the tentacles in front of the shield are destroyed. The skill of entwining is most effective when it is continuous, but one uncontrolled section of the entwined tentacles naturally unravels. The crisis is over, and it's now Shinji's turn to counterattack. He disregards checking his injuries and immediately retracts Athena's shield, launching a series of side strikes with his other hand. Since he has obtained Perseus's noble phantasm, he naturally wants to make good use of it. Half of Shinji's learned martial arts are related to scythes. Through the long years, Scathatch has mastered the use of all weapons in the world, including scythes. Under her guidance, Shinji has made significant progress in using the scythe. He no longer swings it recklessly based solely on his strength and the special effects of the noble phantasm, but now knows how to hook, pull, tease, cut, and combine various basic movements into a continuous combo. This combo starts by using the outer blade of the harp to diagonally cut from the upper right to the lower left, followed by a hook and a pull with the inner blade, and finally ends with a horizontal slash. In the blink of an eye, the tentacle monsters that have been wreaking havoc and destroying a large area of the underground water network are torn apart. The effects of refraction of longevity deprive the tentacles of their regenerative abilities, and their fate is only one: destruction. Chapter 63, Cherish your life, stay away from Lancer Lucky. After everything was done, Shinji finally had a chance to catch his breath. The highly tense nerves in his body relaxed, and the feedback from various parts of his body was presented one by one in his mind. My ribs, 4 of them are cracked, cough cough, my lungs and liver have been compressed to a certain extent. Among Scathach's warrior teachings, there was a special program called body control, which Shinji privately referred to as torture. From the first day of training, Scathatch would inflict injuries on different parts of Shinji's body in various ways. In addition to toughening his physique and training his resistance to impact, she also wanted Shinji to remember various types of pain and accurately assess his condition. In Scathach's view, a qualified warrior must have full control over their physical condition to make the most accurate judgments in battle. Over time, Shinji no longer needed modern instruments or magecraft to examine his body. He could determine his injuries solely based on the feedback transmitted through his nerves to his brain. Hey, compared to Sensei's hellish training, this is nothing. This level of injury can be healed with the healing runes Sakura made. Shinji found a relatively clean corner, leaned against the wall, and took out 2 rune stones from the pouch where he stored them. He attached one rune stone to the nearest location to the wound and crushed the other one forcefully. There are 2 ways to use rune stones: stable activation for continuous release and crushing for one-time use. Shinji used the first method to heal his bodily injuries and the second method for wide-ranging detection. The emerald green rune representing life steadily released the power of healing, bringing a soothing coolness that alleviated Shinji's pain and gradually repaired the damage to his body. The colorless rune representing detection shattered in an instant, emitting an invisible magical energy that, when encountering foreign magical energy, created special fluctuations and fed back to Shinji. The detection radius was 1 kilometer, serving as a small-scale radar for the mysterious aspects. After the rune shattered, for 1 minute, Shinji received no feedback, indicating that there were no magical energy fluctuations within a radius of 1 kilometer. It seemed that this tentacle creature was a standalone boss without any accompanying minions, so there was no need to worry about being attacked for the time being. With this thought in mind, Shinji released the materialization of Harp. Although it was one of the two noble phantasms with the least consumption, Shinji, who also supplied magical energy to both Justice and Scathatch, had gotten used to being thrifty. If he saved a little, they would have more magical energy to use. This unspoken appreciation was exchanged for the concern of the two contracted servants. Just a few minutes after Shinji sat down, he received a communication from Justice and Scathatch. Shinji, your mana consumption is abnormal. What exactly happened? Not much, I encountered a tentacle summoned by Caster and had to exert some effort to deal with it. Shinji's tone sounded relaxed as if he had simply moved a slightly heavy stone. Since it was already resolved, there was no need to worry. That was his thinking. Is that so? The trembling tone indicated that Scathatch had already seen through Shinji's pretense of ease, but she didn't expose it. As long as you're okay. On the other hand, Justice seemed visibly relieved. She truly believed it. Regardless of the reactions of the two women, Shinji's matter had concluded. The real deal was happening in the Ainsburn forest. How is the situation on your end? The battle has been going on for some time. Caster is currently fighting against Saber and Lancer. Although Justice's response was only one sentence, it allowed Shinji to deduce the course of events. Just like in the original timeline, Caster's target was indeed Saber, and his whereabouts were discovered by Lancer or Kenneth, leading them to the Ainsburn forest. Due to their shared target and the affinity between knights, Saber and Lancer formed an alliance. I'm still on my way. It will take about 10 to 15 minutes. Scathatch's response made Shinji's evaluation of the Caster group rise even higher. Misleading and delaying Scathatch's footsteps, trapping himself and Korea in the underground sewer, these were all strategies employed by the Caster group. Being able to reach this point, I have to say, you've done well. But the higher the praise, the less likely we are to let you go. Shinji's gaze turned cold, and he was about to urge Scathatch to pick up the pace when he heard Justice continue. Lancer's master, Kenneth, invaded the castle from the front. Maya accompanied Irisveal in retreat, leaving Emiya Kiritsugu to deal with Kenneth. Shinji quickly asked, which side are you following? Neither. I'm currently at the core of the castle. From here, I can see everyone within the bounded field. The castle was the core of the bounded field, and only by being in the castle could one have maximum control over the bounded field. Irisveal had left the castle, allowing Justice to gain partial control over the bounded field. The reason she could stay in contact with Shinji within the bounded field was because of this. Wise judgment. Inform me immediately if anything goes wrong on either side. Sensei, hurry. Combining the plot of the Fourth Holy Grail War, Shinji had come up with many bold ideas, and tonight was one of them. If everything went smoothly, he and the Matou family might gain a significant advantage. Shinji closed his eyes, and the figures of Kenneth and Emiya Kiritsugu alternated in his mind. The curve of his smirk resembled that of a mischievous fox. The highest rank in the clock tower hierarchy, the brand rank Magus, Lord Kenneth L. Meloy Archibald. At the clock tower, the headquarters of the Mages Association, Magus are assigned a rank corresponding to their abilities. There are a total of 7 ranks, from highest to lowest: Grand, Brand, Pride, Phase, Cause, Count, and Frame. Kenneth's rank, Brand, is the second rank. However, due to the strict criteria for the Grand rank, very few Magus achieve it, and it is rarely seen at the clock tower. Therefore, Brand is often considered the de facto highest rank, and it is the highest rank that most lords can reach. Kenneth is highly regarded by his family, allies, and school, and is considered one of the most qualified Magus to challenge the Grand rank. He can be said to be one of the strongest Magus in the clock tower, not counting those ancient monsters who have lived for countless years. The pride of the Mages Association, an existence that countless Magus can only look up to for their entire lives, has encountered an assassin specially trained by the association to deal with magicians. I can only say that your luck is as bad as your servants, both rated E. Living in this world, how would you know the saying, from ancient times, Lancers are blessed with E-rank luck, and from ancient times, Lancers are miserable? This misery doesn't just apply to the Lancers themselves, but it also affects their masters. Perhaps your original luck wasn't E, but the moment you formed a contract with a Lancer, your luck assimilated into E. Unless you're someone like Constantine or Zhao Yun, who have absorbed all the luck of Lancers as the chosen ones, or a master so powerful that no curse can kill them, no one can resist the misfortune of a Lancer. Don't you see? Even Artoria, who had A-rank luck as a saber, was killed by Mordred after changing into a Lancer. Oh wait, she didn't die, it was close though, otherwise, there wouldn't be the story of fate. In short, cherish your life and stay away from Lancers, excluding the destined ones like the protagonist. But then again, if Lord Kenneth doesn't do something foolish, how would I have the opportunity? P.S. I reiterate that the heroic spirits do not have classes. Medusa can only use one noble phantasm at a time due to the limitation of the rider class. Shinji obtained all the noble phantasms that embody the legend of Perseus, and as long as his mana can sustain the full armament, it is not impossible. PS2, Medusa's mystic eyes of petrification can affect not only living beings but also inorganic objects. In Fate/Grand Order, in the 7th chapter, during the Revenge Order, the Demon King Medusa's eyes of petrification were fully activated, petrifying Leonidas along with his noble phantasm. PS3, come on, let's sing together, 56 brothers, 56 swipes, 56 masters shooting, bursting with power, 56 holy swords, firing together, Lancer is dead, Lancer is dead, Lancer is dead. Here, the masters refer to Chiron, the centaur master who trained many heroes such as Achilles and Heracles. Chapter 64, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 1. Since Lancer appeared, it was not difficult to anticipate Kenneth's plan to attack the castle. Whether it was Shinji, who was familiar with the story, or Kiritsugu, who had hunted many magi, they both knew that these guys, to put it nicely, prioritized reason over emotions, but to put it bluntly, they were selfish and self-serving. For Kenneth, who had already used up one command seal, the reward proposed by the supervisor for subjugating Castor was something he wanted to obtain no matter what. However, even if they were to defeat Castor here, it would mean forming a common front with Saber. The Master of Einsburn should also be given additional command seals, which was not what Kenneth wanted to see. Therefore, Kenneth decided to leave Castor to Lancer and personally infiltrate the castle. He intended to eliminate Saber's master and seize the command seals for himself. Although this was the stronghold that the Einsburn family had managed for many years, Kenneth had full confidence because he was the head of the Archibald family, the most renowned genius in the clock tower who had achieved the brand rank at a young age. How could a mere artificial family that was self-isolated and not skilled in combat stand in his way? Doesn't it sound arrogant? But this was Kenneth's most genuine thought. Even though there were surveillance cameras set up throughout the castle and magical visual perception granted by the bounded field, Kiritsugu, and Justice could still sense Kenneth's infiltrating arrogance that had seeped into his bones. Justice, who remained in a spiritual form, unconsciously frowned. Lancer's master reminded her of several examples that Scathach had mentioned, people who were arrogant and complacent, ultimately defeated by their opponents. As she watched Kiritsugu, who had an expressionless face and silently tidied up the table and prepared his weapons, Justice became more convinced of her judgment. Suddenly, she reached out and lightly touched her brow. Since when did she start frowning? And since when did she start analyzing people's psychology and feeling pleased or dissatisfied about it? It must have been influenced by Shinji, but it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Do you not find it ridiculous for an artificial being who doesn't understand humans to claim to save them? Those were the words Shinji said when he first met Justice. At that time, she couldn't understand. But now she understood it to some extent. At this moment, Kenneth had already arrived at the front gate of the castle. Even as a prestigious family head like him, he held a high regard for the Einsburn family's ancient castle. Compared to luxury hotels simply constructed with money, this quaint Nordic castle suited his taste much better. After dealing with the Einsburns, it wouldn't be bad to take over this castle as a new stronghold. As for the abandoned factory where he had been hiding before, Kenneth would never admit that it was his base. His beloved fiancée, Sola, had mocked him many times for it. Thinking of this, Kenneth's possessiveness grew even stronger. That's decided then. I'll try to minimize the damage to the building as much as possible. Kenneth smiled arrogantly, raising a test tube with his gloved right hand and slowly pouring the silver liquid onto the ground. Fervor, me sanguis. Boil, my blood. The incantation to activate the spell began, and the seemingly 100 milliliter solution started expanding rapidly as soon as it left the test tube, eventually swelling into a silver sphere with a diameter close to 1 meter. This was Kenneth's trump card, as well as his proud creation. It was also one of the mystic codes that Shinji desired the most. The mystic code was called Moon Spirit Marrow, a unique combat mystic code created by Kenneth combining his feng shui dual attribute and his expertise in fluid manipulation magecraft. The essence of the silver sphere was specially treated mercury, and Kenneth could freely manipulate this mercury. The mercury had no fixed shape and could be molded into any form. Self-disciplined defense. Automatic target acquisition. Automatic attack. As Kenneth chanted softly, the blocks of mercury vibrated on the surface as if in response and followed him as he approached the castle gate. Scalp. Behead. At Kenneth's command, a portion of the mercury sphere suddenly transformed into long, thin strips that extended upwards. Then, the mercury strips violently struck the gate like a whip. Just as it was about to impact, the mercury whip compressed into thin, razor-sharp mercury blades only a few micrometers thick. Under the sharpness of the mercury blades, the heavy door latch was sliced in half like tofu, and the gate toppled inward with a heavy sound. Mercury was a very heavy liquid substance at normal temperatures. When it moved at high speed under high pressure, it possessed a powerful momentum. Moreover, Makiri could be freely transformed into various shapes like whips, spears, and knives. Its sharpness could even surpass that of lasers. In the face of moon spirit marrow, no matter how sturdy the material was, whether it was titanium alloy or diamond, it couldn't withstand the Makiri blades unless it had been similarly enhanced with special mysteries. After clearing the obstacle in front of him, Kenneth leisurely walked towards the main hall of the castle. The crystal chandelier in the hall emitted a dazzling light, and the polished marble floor was flawless. The air seemed unusually calm, with only Kenneth's presence and no one coming out to greet him. This was to be expected. As soon as they sensed Kenneth's presence, Iris Veil had left the castle under the protection of Maya. Only Kiritsugu remained to face the enemy. With Kiritsugu's ruthless style of action, how could he foolishly engage in a confrontation with Kenneth? And even now, Kenneth didn't know who his opponent would be, or rather, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Kenneth Archibald, the ninth head of the Archibald family, is here. Kenneth declared loudly in the empty hall. Magus of the Einsburn family, I stake my life and honor on the Holy Grail. I have come to settle our score. No one responded, as if they didn't anticipate a duel with Kenneth. If Shinji saw this scene, he would sneer and shake his head, saying, Lord Kenneth, you've chosen the wrong place. If he didn't come looking for trouble with the Einsburns but entered the Tosaka residence in this manner. Tosaka Tokiomi, a traditional Magus who values elegance and pride, would undoubtedly appear and face Kenneth with dignity. If it were the Matou family. Well, except for Zouken, if you can break through the gate, you win. P.S. There are differences between the anime and the original novel. In the novel, Kenneth's moon spirit marrow is directly stored in a pottery jar, totaling 10 liters. Dear readers, 10 liters. Director Kenneth carrying around something like that instantly makes his coolness level plummet. In the anime, they changed it to using a test tube, which matches Director Kenneth's status better. Chapter 65, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 2. Kenneth sighed contemptuously, striding heavily toward the center of the hall. Just as Kenneth reached the center of the hall, the 4 vases placed in the corners of the hall suddenly emitted a roar and shattered. Flying out from the explosion were not shards of porcelain, but countless metal beads. These metal beads flew towards Kenneth like bullets. This was not a magical mechanism but a purely physical weapon. The Claymore Personnel Anti-Personnel Mine, also known as the Directional Mine or Bouncing Betty, was a directional anti-personnel mine, also known as an anti-infantry mine, developed and produced by the U.S. military during the Vietnam War in the 1960s. The M18A1 had 3 detonation modes to choose from: command mode, remote detonation, victim-operated mode, and time delay mode. The one set up at the castle gate was in victim-operated mode, using a primitive yet effective tripwire as the mine's triggering device. This was a terrifying weapon invented to wipe out entire infantry groups. When the mine exploded, it released over 700 steel balls with a diameter of only 1 or 2 millimeters. The steel balls would fan out in all directions, turning the personnel within range into sieves. Of course, this was under the assumption that the target wasn't a magi. In the instant that the 2,800 steel balls shot toward Kenneth, the spot where he stood was enveloped in a silver semicircle. The Makiri sphere that was originally beneath his feet instantly transformed into a semicircular shape. A watertight Makiri film surrounded Kenneth, and although its thickness was less than a millimeter, it gained the strength of steel under the enhancement of magical energy. The barrage of bullets emitted by the mine didn't hit Kenneth at all. Instead, they were all bounced back to various parts of the hall, instantly wreaking havoc and destroying the castle's facilities. This was the automatic defense mode of Moon Spirit Marrow. When Kenneth was threatened, this preset magecraft automatically responded, instantly deploying a powerful defensive membrane. With its reaction speed, it could even defend against bullets. When the K Hotel collapsed, it was this defensive membrane created by Moon Spirit Marrow that protected Kenneth and Sola. The versatile Makiri, capable of transforming between offense and defense, could be both Kenneth's sword and his armor. Humph. As Kenneth undid the defensive membrane and surveyed the devastation around him, he didn't hide his disgust for such methods and couldn't help but recall the attack that occurred last night. Even without analysis, it is clear that among the masters of the remaining 6 groups, the only one who wants to eliminate Kenneth more than anyone else is the Saber's master, the Einsburn family. However, Kenneth didn't believe that the Magus from the Einsburn family, whose history was longer than the Archibald families, would resort to such despicable tactics. But now, he couldn't help but lose his faith. The explosive expert who used deplorable methods to destroy Kenneth's workshop last night was now lurking in this city. Have you fallen to such a state, Einsburn? Kenneth sighed, burning with anger. Whether the one who set up this mechanism was Saber's master or not, he couldn't forgive the Einsburn family for defiling this sacred ritual and tarnishing the dignity of the Magus. Well then, this is no longer a duel, it's an execution. After regaining his resolve, Kenneth marched deeper into the enemy's territory. Do you remember the 3 verses Kenneth chanted before breaking down the door? The first verse of the automatic defense had already been activated when it resisted the anti-personnel mine. The second verse began operating when he uttered the word subjugation. Countless threads suddenly stretched out from the surface of the spherical moon spirit marrow, like a metal sea urchin spreading out numerous flowing spikes, extending through various gaps in the castle. It was like a spider casting a large web to catch its prey. Automatic target acquisition. Using the Makiri sensitivity to changes, it captured fluctuations in the air and variations in heat, thus detecting the target's presence. The castle wasn't equipped with air conditioning, and the nighttime temperature was below freezing. The human body's temperature ranges between 36 to 37 degrees Celsius, creating a noticeable heat difference. The body's normal physiological functions, such as respiration and heartbeat, would cause disturbances in the air. Moon Spirit Marrow captured these characteristics and fed them back to Kenneth through magic. Are you there? Scalp. Cut. In an instant, the Moon Spirit Marrow converged back into a spherical shape from its net-like form, and then instantly compressed into a thin sheet, slicing through the ceiling of the castle's first floor. Then, under the pressure of magic, the Moon Spirit Marrow spread out, extending countless tentacles like a flat silver jellyfish. The tentacles of the jellyfish grabbed hold of the circular incision, carrying Kenneth's body as it ascended to the second floor. The Moon Spirit Marrow had cut through the floor of the conference room, just as the automatic target acquisition had indicated. Kenneth saw a tall, slender man wearing a trench coat, Emiya Kiritsugu. The surprised expression on Kiritsugu's face satisfied Kenneth. He stared at the men before him with a mocking gaze, saying triumphantly, "Found you, you filthy rat." Kiritsugu, embodying the spirit of a killer who didn't wait for the enemy to finish speaking before attacking, immediately pulled back the gun's bolt and began shooting. The machine gun Kiritsugu used was the Calico M950 submachine gun, known for its full auto capability, high firepower, large magazine capacity, good accuracy, and strong self-defense and assault capabilities. However, these advantages couldn't penetrate the Moon Spirit Marrow's automatic defense. Without Kenneth having to operate it himself, the Moon Spirit Marrow formed a protective film in front of him, completely neutralizing the power of the 9mm bullet rain. Scalp. Cut. Just as Kiritsugu finished firing his bullets, Kenneth proclaimed his death. With his words, 2 mercury whips flew toward his prey in a pincer attack. However, just as the command was given, Kenneth exclaimed in surprise. At the moment the 2 mercury whips were about to hit their target, the enemy evaded the whip attacks with an almost unbelievable speed and swiftly leaped beneath the Moon Spirit Marrow where Kenneth stood, in the hollow space created by the mercury blades. The enemy's speed was so fast that even his movements couldn't be seen clearly. No matter how one thinks about it, this shouldn't be a level of physical technique that an ordinary person could exhibit. Recalling the incantation the enemy uttered before moving, time manipulation, double XL. Combined with Kenneth's extensive knowledge of magecraft, he saw through the method Emiya Kiritsugu was using. Creating an inherent barrier within oneself to manipulate time, huh? It seems you have some understanding of magecraft. You, a despicable person who resorts to such lowly means despite being influenced by magecraft, will experience your incompetence through death. The intensity of the killing intent in Kenneth's heart grew stronger and stronger. If it were just an ordinary rat, it would be somewhat tolerable, but he absolutely couldn't tolerate the behavior of someone who insulted Magus while being a Magus themselves. Ire, tracking eradication. Kenneth flipped the lapel of his coat and jumped down to the first floor, followed by the slowly descending Moon Spirit Marrow, which had reverted from its jellyfish form. The Mercury, receiving the command, scattered with its thin tendrils and began searching the entire first floor once again. The Mercury quickly provided feedback. Kenneth, who followed the tracking route from behind, revealed a sadistic smile at the corners of his mouth. Have you found him? I'm curious to see how far your body can escape. Please vote for more chapter, smiley face. Chapter 66, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 3. The magecraft used by Emiya Kiritsugu, known as time manipulation, is certainly not as simple as Kenneth described it, having only some understanding of magecraft. It is an advanced form of magecraft with a complex ritual structure and a high level of difficulty in its usage. The Emiya family, from which Kiritsugu hails, has dedicated generations to the study of time manipulation magecraft, with Kiritsugu being the 5th generation heir. The Emiya family's time magecraft is a ritual designed to cast powerful spells, creating a separation between the inner space of a specific area and the external flow of time, allowing for the manipulation of time at will. It belongs to a unique category of magecraft called reality marble, which is a magical structure that blends the real world with the caster's mental landscape. This particular form of magecraft is considered the closest to actual magic and has been included in the Mages Association's list of forbidden spells. Once the inherent boundary is activated, the surrounding space undergoes a complete transformation into a different landscape, effectively creating a closed parallel world within the existing world. Other artificially created parallel worlds, apart from naturally occurring extensions such as spirits, are eliminated by the natural order. Therefore, maintaining the reality marble requires immense energy and resources. For Kiritsugu, who seeks tactical preparedness for survival on the battlefield, this type of magecraft is not particularly useful. To make the most efficient use of it, he independently developed an application method that allows him to perform time manipulation spells on a very small scale with higher efficiency. To make it easier to deploy the inherent boundary, Kiritsugu limits its range to within his own body. Conceptually, separating the innate physical body from the external world presents the lowest difficulty and minimizes interference from the outside world. Within this minimal-scale reality marble, Kiritsugu adjusts a few seconds, showcasing his unique magecraft, time manipulation. While evading Kenneth's attacks, Kiritsugu doubled the speed of his blood flow, the combustion of hemoglobin, and the movement of his muscle tissue, effectively unleashing physical abilities far surpassing those of an ordinary person. However, as Kenneth mentioned, this magecraft has one drawback: it places a tremendous burden on the caster's body. Manipulating time inevitably introduces discrepancies in the flow of time both inside and outside the reality marble. After the reality marble is lifted, a natural force compensates for this temporal discontinuity, known as the world's correction. This force of correction applies to the altered party, in this case, Kiritsugu's reality marble, which means his physical body is compressed and distorted to match the original flow of time. The burden on the body accelerates the heartbeat, increases blood flow, and intensifies respiration, making it even more difficult to escape the pursuit of the mystic code, volumen hydrodrum. Therefore, from Kenneth's perspective, the enemy's actions are nothing more than a desperate struggle, unable to change the inevitable fact of his impending defeat. Thus, Kenneth doesn't rush to pursue Kiritsugu. He maintains a calm and composed pace befitting a noble, walking along the corridors of the castle, guided by the path indicated by the volumen hydrodrum. Kenneth firmly believes that the enemy cannot escape his grasp and that it won't be long before he crushes this rat. The encounter with the rat happens much earlier than Kenneth had anticipated. At the corner of the corridor, just as Kenneth turns, Kiritsugu leaps out from behind a pillar, swiftly firing his M950 micro Uzi. At this moment, the distance between Kiritsugu and Kenneth is no more than 1.5 meters. Kiritsugu successfully evaded the volumen hydrodrum's automatic target acquisition, stealthily lurking right under Kenneth's nose, launching a sudden attack against him. Only Justice, who possesses a god's eye view, could see the entire process. After Kiritsugu escaped from the conference room, the volumen hydrodrum once again spread its target acquisition network. However, having observed the network once before, Kiritsugu had already analyzed its detection patterns and found a way to counter it. Since the volumen hydrodrum captures the vibrations in the air and the changes in heat, Kiritsugu decides to lower his body temperature and slow down his heartbeat. Kiritsugu's innate time control not only accelerates the flow of time within his body but can also slow it down. Time alter, triple stagnate. The flow of time within his body reduces to 1/3 of normal, and correspondingly, his bodily functions slow down to 1/3 as well. The accelerated heartbeat and rapid breathing caused by the side effects of double XL, quickly dull, and due to the stagnation of metabolism, his body temperature rapidly decreases, cooling to a level similar to the outside temperature. As the volumen hydrodrum's target acquisition network flows around Kiritsugu, it fails to detect anything, leading to a cognitive error in Kenneth's perception. Kenneth naturally assumes that the corridor is safe, believing that the enemy has temporarily taken refuge in the castle's depths, beyond the reach of the target acquisition network. As a result, Kenneth, who is unprepared, falls victim to an attack. Although caught off guard by the sudden assault, the volumen hydrodrum still displays its accuracy and defense. The instantaneously deployed defense barrier nullifies the power of the bullets completely, appearing no different from when Kiritsugu first fired. "Fool, that won't work on me." Kenneth, hiding within the defense barrier, sneers mockingly. However, he is unaware that his opponent, whom he mocks, not only sees through the automatic target acquisition but has also identified the weakness of the automatic defense. Before the magazine of the M950 ran empty, Kiritsugu's empty right hand drew the single-shot pistol from his waist. Looking at the thicker barrel of the pistol compared to the M950, Justice inexplicably recalled a certain story she had come across while passing the time. She couldn't remember the details of the story, but one line at the end left a deep impression on her. "Dawn has arrived." The gunshot resounded like muffled thunder. At the same moment, Irisveal, who was retreating deeper into the forest, felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her entire body stiffening. Of course, she wasn't struck by lightning, nor was she affected by the sound of the gunshot. The reason she found herself in this state was that a new enemy had intruded upon the boundary. "Madam." The guardian, Mia, halted her steps and looked at Irisveal with surprise. "There's another new intruder right ahead of us. If we continue like this, we'll run into them." "Understood." Maya calmly nodded. "Then let's go around from the north." Irisveal didn't immediately respond. She was using her magical vision to observe the physical characteristics of the intruder. Jet black attire, a tall and imposing figure, short hair, and a serious expression, identical to the photo she had seen during the day. "It's Kodomine Kirii who has come." Mia's expression changed. Normally an emotionless woman with a face as cold as ice, revealing no hint of her inner feelings, she suddenly displayed obvious restlessness and anger. Behind that restlessness and anger lay her wariness and sense of crisis towards Kodomine Kirii. Irisveal, while realizing this, also saw through Mia's inner thoughts. Miss Mia, Kiritsugu's order to you is to protect my safety, right? Yes, but what? That man, under no circumstances should he be allowed near Kiritsugu, right? After Irisveal mischievously smiled and pointed out her thoughts, Mia fell silent for a moment. Madam, you. How coincidental. Our opinions align. Kodomine Kirii can be said to be the greatest threat to Kiritsugu. The two of us will stop him here. Is that all right, Miss Mia? After a brief moment of hesitation, Mia nodded with a strange expression. I apologize, but please be prepared, madam. It's fine, don't worry about me. Your only task is to fulfill your mission, not because it's an order from Kiritsugu, but because it's a mission you feel the need to complete. Understood. At this moment, Irisveal completely grasped the situation and understood Mia's thoughts. The two women who cherished Emiya Kiritsugu from the depths of their hearts reached an agreement. As the deadly battle approached, Irisveal couldn't help but laugh. Mia, who was adjusting her firearms, glanced at her with a surprised expression. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Irisveal shook her head. I just find the human heart truly remarkable. The main wife is the main wife, successfully subduing the concubine. Yes, the human heart is indeed remarkable. You too, your actions have surpassed the capabilities of my prototype. Justies, who remained in the conference room, let out a soft sigh. Have you become human, Irisveal von Einsburn? Please vote for more chapter, smiley face. Chapter 67, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 4. As a former partner during Kiritsugu's time as an assassin and mercenary, Mia had natural tactical skills. After the previous battle, Mia knew that Kirii possessed extraordinary black key-throwing techniques and superhuman reflexes. Engaging in confrontation with such an opponent was not advisable, they had to rely on traps. Mia and Irisveal's knowledge of Einsburn Forest provided the best advantage for setting up traps. With Irisveal's assistance, Mia successfully found a suitable terrain and set up two mechanisms, with Irisveal having control over the bounded fields. With a single command from Irisveal, an M950 pistol, and a Steyr August assault rifle would automatically fire at the designated positions. Mia hid beneath the first mechanism and aimed to deliver a fatal blow to Kirii with her HNK WA-2000 semi-automatic sniper rifle. The HNK WA-2000 was the world's most advanced and highest-performing sniper rifle. With a total length of approximately 90 centimeters, excluding the magazine, it was about 65 centimeters long. It used .300 Winchester Magnum ammunition and had an effective range of up to 1,000 meters. With a unit price of $12,000, only 154 rifles were produced due to its high cost, and one of them belonged to Emiya Kiritsugu. Before leaving the castle, Kiritsugu entrusted this renowned rifle to Mia, who shared the same purpose as him. The two of them had used this rifle to eliminate over 100 targets, including proficient underworld experts and magus skilled in various secret arts. Mia believed that Kirii Kodomine would be the next enemy to fall under the barrel of this gun. Kirii Kodomine's movements were incredibly fast. Almost in an instant after Mia took her position, this tall and indifferent man appeared. His aura was calm and unhurried, as if unaffected by his high-speed movement. His footsteps were steady, no different from walking on a twisted and knotted forest floor. His composure only strengthened Mia's determination to kill. In a matter of a few breaths, Kirii arrived at the ambush point chosen by Mia. Mia held her breath, her HNK WA-2000 steady in her hands. She trusted Irisveal and believed in the woman chosen by Emiya Kiritsugu. Irisveal did not disappoint her. The timing of the M950 firing was impeccable. Even seasoned veterans might not be able to evade such an attack. But the executors of the Holy Church were different. Engaging in combat with heretics and creatures beyond humans, they were much stronger than ordinary soldiers. Faced with the unexpected gunfire, Kirii quickly dodged the first volley and calmly determined the enemy's position, throwing two black keys. The black keys pierced into a tree trunk, producing crisp sounds. None of them hit their mark, and Kirii seemed somewhat surprised by the result, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the Steyr August assault rifle opened fire from Kirii's left side. At the critical moment, Kirii Kodomine performed a ground roll maneuver, narrowly avoiding the second round of gunfire. As expected of one of the top executors, Kirii maintained his composure and swiftly retrieved 4 black keys. 2 in his left hand, 2 in his right hand, he simultaneously threw them in 4 different directions. These were not aimless probing throws but rather a response to the sense presence. Unfortunately, these 4 presences were also illusory, created by Irisveal utilizing the properties of bounded fields. Just as Kirii released the black keys and before he could draw new ones, Mia pulled the trigger. The .300 Winchester Magnum bullet, concealed by Irisveel's illusion, traveled almost without any killing intent from the position already eliminated by Kirii, accurately piercing through hundreds of meters to hit Kirii Kotomine's spine. With the destructive power of the HNKWA 2000, Mia was certain that the target's spinal cord had been penetrated. Kirii Kotomine's reaction was just as Mia had imagined. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before collapsing on his back, without convulsions or painful moans. Mia stood up from the sniping point, aiming her M950 at the fallen Kirii, cautiously approaching. "Miss Mia, you can't." Irisveel, who had detected the trap a step earlier, warned her, but it was already too late. Kirii, still lying on his back, merely swung his arm and threw a hidden black key. That black key, flying in a low trajectory, tore through Mia's right leg, taking away her opportunity for the next move. Kirii jumped up like a mechanized spring, launching a fierce charge toward Mia. Undeterred, Mia pulled the trigger. But Kirii only protected his head with both hands and did not attempt to dodge. The executor's cassock blocked the bullets from the M950, firing at a rate of 10 rounds per second, and his well-trained muscular armor completely protected his bones and organs from the impact of the bullets. Mia realized that Kirii was fully equipped with bulletproof gear and immediately dropped the M950, drawing a tactical combat knife from her thigh. In contrast to its resistance against bullet fibers, the knife was susceptible to being easily cut. If the gun was ineffective, close combat was the only way out. As the barrage ceased, Kirii once again pulled out a new black key in each hand and launched a cross-slash towards Mia. Despite the injury to her right leg, Mia showed no signs of slowness and deflected the consecutive strikes with the hefty blade of her combat knife. Although the length of the black keys exceeded that of the tactical combat knife, they were ultimately blades designed for throwing after reinforcement. In close combat, Mia's tactical combat knife, with its agility, held overwhelming superiority over the unbalanced black keys due to its extremely short handles. Having identified her advantage, Mia fiercely charged forward in a semi-reckless posture. Black keys were difficult to defend against at such a close distance, and even if she received a counterattack, the chances of sustaining a serious injury were low. Kirii also caught Mia's right-hand dagger with a black key in his right hand, seemingly planning to counter with the length of the blade. However, sword shadows, intermingling with the dagger, thrust toward him. Mia, who was prepared for this, easily evaded the counterattack. She simply tilted her head slightly and avoided the tip of the black key. Like that, she broke into the enemy's embrace. But just when Mia believed victory was within reach, she was captivated by an unexpected move from Kirii. Amidst his sudden thrust, he released his weapon, which meant that his right hand had never intended to pierce Mia with the black key from the beginning. Fingers bulging with veins, like a pair of tiger pincers, grabbed hold of Mia's right hand. Kirii's body bent down as supple as a snake, slipping beneath Mia's right arm. In the next instant, as if carrying an injured person, he supported Mia's right arm from behind his shoulder. Mia, who was powerless, finally understood. This executor's ace, who made Kiritsugu feel threatened, was not using the black keys but rather the Chinese martial art, Bajikwan. Regret filled Mia's heart for her hasty retreat from the previous night. If she had observed a little longer, perhaps she wouldn't have fallen into this trap. But everything was already too late. There was no regret medicine in the world. Amidst of deadly despair, Kirii pressed his side tightly against Mia's waist. With a strike of his left elbow aimed at Mia's solar plexus and a beautiful kick to support her standing leg, he executed the most distinctive technique of Bajikwan, the Lai Mendingzhou, inside gate elbow strike. After her hand holding the dagger was caught, all the movements were completed in an instant, truly capturing the essence of Bajikwan. Mia couldn't even perform a proper breakfall and fell heavily to the ground. Due to the intense impact, Mia even felt an illusion that her limbs had completely detached, and her entire body was paralyzed and unable to move. In her consciousness, she only felt the intense pain in her chest from the elbow strike, with at least 2 ribs broken. Although just a single strike rendered Mia incapable of fighting, Kirii did not stop there. Kirii's target was only a Mia Kiritsugu. Now that he had found the location of his target, he had no attachment to Mia. Just as Kirii clenched his fist, preparing to deliver the final blow to Mia, he witnessed a scene that made him doubt his own eyes. A snow-white-haired artificial human with eyes like rubies emerged from the hidden forest, standing in confrontation with the terrifying executor. Chapter 68, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 5. This idiot. Whether it was Saber in danger, Kenneth's attack, or the appearance of Kotomine Kirii, the usually indifferent Justice finally couldn't sit still. Irisveel was the lesser grail of this Holy Grail war, and her existence was more important than the 7 masters and servants. If she encountered any problems, even if the Holy Grail war ended, the Holy Grail summoning ritual would fail. Irisveel absolutely couldn't have any issues. This was what Justice thought as she left the castle, abandoning her prime observation spot and heading straight for Irisveel's location. Driven by an inexplicable sense of urgency, she forgot to inform Shinji, forgot that the Lesser Grail didn't need Irisveel to be alive, and even her specially adjusted body wasn't necessary. All that was needed was to preserve her heart to prevent any impact on the ritual. At this moment, Justice didn't realize that Irisveel's importance didn't stem from being the lesser grail but rather because she possessed the human soul and emotions that Justice desired. Equally anxious was Mia, who was heavily injured and unable to move. Previously, they had agreed that during the confrontation with Kodomine Kirii, Irisveel would only provide covert support and must not reveal herself regardless of the circumstances. Mia was well aware that if she failed, Irisveel, who had no combat experience, would be no match for Kodomine Kirii. "Madam, you can't." Ignoring her injuries, Mia coughed up blood as she tried to stop Irisveel. Kodomine Kirii lowered his clenched fist and expressionlessly observed this sudden confrontation with the artificial human. He couldn't understand Irisveel's actions. In his view, Irisveel was Saber's master, the core of the entire Einsburn faction, and someone who must be protected at all costs. If she died, the Einsburn would repeat the same mistakes of the previous Holy Grail War. According to Tosaka Tokiomi's account, the Einsburn family, due to their heavy emphasis on alchemy, was not adept at combat and always withdrew from the Holy Grail War early. Given their hiring of the mercenary Emiya Kiritsugu, they should have reflected on that humiliating experience. So, why would the master of the Einsburn family appear alone before Kodomine Kirii with the female guard lying on the ground? Wasn't that seeking death? "Woman, perhaps you'll find it surprising, but I didn't come here to defeat you." It sounded like a low-level lie that no one would believe, but it was Kodomine Kirii's genuine sentiment. His purpose was to confront Emiya Kiritsugu on the battlefield, and compared to that, everything else was inconsequential. "I understand very well, Kodomine Kirii." Kodomine Kirii was surprised that Irisveel believed him. "I know your purpose, but it's impossible. You won't reach Emiya Kiritsugu." "We will stop you right here," said Irisveel in response to Kirii's words, feeling puzzled by her confidence. Was she ignorant, or did she have something to rely on? Taking advantage of her opponent's hesitation, Irisveel drew out a concealed weapon from her coat sleeve. Well, it couldn't exactly be called a weapon, it was just a bundle of soft metal wire. "Madam, this man is an executor, a skilled hunter of heretics. He's not an opponent that can be dealt with using ordinary magic," exclaimed Mia, who was crouching on the ground, enduring the pain. Irisveel responded with a calm smile. "Kiritsugu taught me more than just driving. He taught me how to live, not as a puppet, but as a human being." In front of the speechless Mia and the astonished Kirii, Irisveel infused magic into the metal wire. The extremely thin wire unraveled from its bundle, and like a living organism, it began to flow between Irisveel's fingers. No one knew that Irisveel's rank as a Magus was higher than her husband, Emiya Kiritsugu. No one knew that Irisveel had long since acquired her combat style by learning from her husband, who had always been involved in battles, and through her determination to live together with him. Shapiest Laban. Form of life. With a 2-verse incantation, she swiftly weaved the magic. This was Irisveel's mystic code, metal form manipulation. It was a mystic code unparalleled in the world of magecraft. Silver threads crisscrossed and formed intricate patterns. They intertwined and combined, giving shape to a complex 3-dimensional object that resembled a woven craftwork, with fierce wings, a bird's beak, and sharp claws. It was an exquisite silver wire artwork modeled after an eagle. No, it was more than just a replica. Kai. Issuing a high-pitched screech reminiscent of a metallic blade slicing through the air, the silver wire eagle took flight from Irisveel's hand. It was an artificial life form created on the spot using alchemy, a weapon imbued with life by Irisveel, who was currently facing a life-or-death situation. The silver wire eagle flew with a bullet-like trajectory, far exceeding Kirii's expectations. It narrowly missed him with its attack, but its razor-sharp beak grazed his nose. After the first attack missed, the silver wire eagle immediately hovered above Kirii's head. This time, it swooped down with its hooked claws aimed at his face. However, for an executor like Kirii, this was not an attack he couldn't handle. Fearlessly, he used his powerful fist to strike back at the eagle. Descending rapidly, the eagle couldn't change its trajectory. Kirii's fist directly hit its abdomen. To Kirii's surprise, the eagle transformed back into shapeless silver wires upon being struck, entwining around his right fist like a vine. Despite immediately attempting to pull it off with his left hand, the silver wires wrapped around that hand as well. The silver wires that had just been soaring in the form of an eagle now bound Kirii's hands like handcuffs. Faced with this predicament, Kirii only snorted and rushed towards Irisveel. Having engaged in countless battles with magi in the past, he wasn't concerned about his hands being restrained. As long as he got close, he could launch a decisive kick and determine the outcome. "You're too naive." Irisveel scolded and infused more magic into the silver wires. A bundle of silver wires extended from the entangled strands that bound Kirii's hands and swiftly moved through the air like a snake, entwining around nearby tree trunks. Now even Kirii couldn't defend against it. In the moments when he lost his balance and tried to stabilize himself, the silver wires tightly wrapped around the tree trunk, continuously dragging Kirii. Eventually, they securely bound his wrists to the tree trunk. The diameter of the tree trunk exceeded 30 centimeters, making it impossible for a human's strength alone to break or uproot it. This fearsome executor was finally completely immobilized. However, it wasn't a time for celebrating victory. Under Kirii's physical strength, Irisveil was gradually losing the hard-fought advantage she had gained. Under normal circumstances, Kirii's hands should have been severed by the pressure of the silver wires. But his muscles, honed to be as strong as steel, were far more resilient than Irisveil had imagined. Her silver wires were on the verge of breaking, strained to their limits. To reinforce the metal and prevent it from snapping, she had to continuously exert all her magical power. "Mia, please, hurry." The one holding the key to victory was Mia, who was crouching on the ground. Irisveil had exerted all her strength to bind Kirii, and the only one who could deliver the final blow to him, unable to move, was Mia. She didn't need to get close enough for a kick that Kirii could reach. A single shot to his exposed head would be enough. Kirii was unable to protect his head with the sleeve of his bulletproof vest like before. Having caught her breath for a moment, the injured Mia regained enough sensation in her hands and feet. Groaning in pain from her broken ribs, she slowly moved toward the discarded M950 pistol. The outcome was determined by the endurance contest measured in seconds. Despite the pain from the magical circuit, Irisveil gritted her teeth and persevered. Mia picked up the gun and fired. As long as she maintained the strength of the silver wires until then, they could eliminate the threat posed by Kirii Kotomine. However, they underestimated the terrifying nature of Kirii Kotomine and Bajiquan. Irisveil, who did not know Chinese martial arts, believed that binding Kirii's hands to a tree would render him defenseless. But Kirii, a highly skilled martial artist, had weapons all over his body. Kirii firmly planted his feet on the ground, causing the tree trunk to shake violently. The deafening sound made Irisveil shudder. This was the sound produced when one used their full strength to punch the center of a tree. The sound of impact rang out again, different from before. This time, the sound of the tree cracking mixed with it, sending shivers down one's spine. Though she couldn't see what was happening, Irisveil, who controlled the silver wires, understood through touch that a massive crack had appeared in the tree trunk, right where the silver wires were entwined, directly below Kirii's hands. Kirii, with his hands pressed against the tree bark, was forcefully striking the trunk with the palms of his hands. Chinese martial arts didn't rely solely on the strength of the arms or wrists. It utilized the power of the feet planted on the ground, the rotation of the waist, the twisting of the shoulders, and the movement of the arms and wrists, channeling the explosive power of the entire body into a single punch, delivering a blow that surpassed ordinary imagination. In necessary situations, it was not impossible to deliver power from parts other than the arms, known in Chinese martial arts as inch power. The third sound of impact reverberated through the forest, louder than before, and the tree emitted its final mournful cry. The broken fibers snapped, and the tree, which served as a support for the silver wires, collapsed. Kirii calmly freed himself from the silver wire encirclement and used his hands to tightly grip the wires, tearing them apart section by section. Irisveil felt a strong sense of exhaustion from the feedback of her shattered magic and fell to her knees. Looking at the despairing eyes of the two women, Kirii, with the demeanor of a victor, took a step forward and reached for the M950 that Mia was about to pick up. He casually smashed the resin frame with his foot like an iron hammer. "You bastard." After a disdainful glance at Mia, who was still unable to get up and muttered with hatred, Kirii kicked her in the abdomen without any interest. Mia flipped over and fell to the ground, motionless and unconscious. Then, with an emotionless gaze, Kirii turned his attention to Irisveil. Unaware of his assured victory, he didn't notice that the scattered silver wires on the ground were silently gathering together. Please vote for more chapter, smiley face. Chapter 69, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 6. Suddenly, in the distance, a continuous and relentless sound of breaking glass could be heard, as if someone had instantly shattered all the windows in a corridor. The one responsible for this was Kenneth, who had now forgotten his earlier statement of minimal destruction of the castle, and was solely focused on eliminating the detestable rat, Amiya Kiritsugu. A large hole had been opened on his left shoulder by Kiritsugu's final pistol shot, the Thompson Contender. With its walnut handle, a barrel much longer than a typical handgun, and a design resembling a rifle, it was one of the most powerful handguns in the world. After Kiritsugu's modifications, this gun had been transformed into a Magecraft Mystic Code, with performance surpassing that of the original Contender. The bullets fired from Kiritsugu's Contender were 2.5 times faster than those of the M950 and had a destructive power 7 times greater. The speed of the Mercury's liquid core mainly relied on pressure. Although the solid mercury could quickly expand into a thin film through pressure, it was impossible to rapidly revert from a thin film state through pressure alone. This was the limit of fluid mechanics. Therefore, when faced with a sudden high-powered attack, the mercury couldn't react quickly enough to form a strong defensive system. The mirror-like smooth surface of the mercury film was pierced by a large hole, and the bullet tore through the air, piercing Kenneth's body at a speed far beyond his reaction. Thanks to the opaque nature of mercury, Kiritsugu couldn't see Kenneth's exact position, otherwise, that shot could have taken Kenneth's life directly. Kenneth, screaming in agony, was filled with unprecedented rage. Scalp. With a roar filled with killing intent, the mercury unleashed a deadly strike. This strike left deep marks on the exterior window and interior wall of the corridor, and the sound of shattering glass could be heard even in the forest. However, this strike didn't cause much trouble for Kiritsugu. During the M950's feint attack, he had already retreated 10 meters away, providing enough distance and giving him sufficient space and time. Dodging the long whip of mercury, Kiritsugu quickly escaped Kenneth's line of sight before he could continue his attack. Anger corroded Kenneth's heart bit by bit, like sulfuric acid. "You're so foolish. I didn't participate in the Holy Grail war for this kind of battle." He was a top-class Magus and should not have lost his composure due to emotions, especially in a battle of life and death. If this had been a secret magical duel between top-class magi, Kenneth would never have been angry. Instead, he would marvel and admire his opponent's skill, calmly deduce their true worth, and focus on performing magecraft as a proper response and courtesy to the enemy's magical techniques. The noble and glorious aristocratic game, known to Kenneth as the Holy Grail War, was his battlefield. He staked his claim to the Holy Grail and had come to this remote eastern land to compete against Tosaka Tokiomi, Matou Zouken, unknown to the outside world that Zoken had already died, and 4 other formidable opponents he had yet to encounter. However, the pain from the wound on his right shoulder mocked Kenneth, almost as if it were laughing at him. Impossible. That despicable rat made me bleed. This was not a wound sustained in honorable combat. Such vile methods did not deserve to be called a battle. With a trance-like stride, Kenneth pursued Emiya Kiritsugu, who was fleeing. The anger, with no outlet, transformed into a destructive impulse, coursing through the liquid core of mercury. Kenneth wielded the whip of mercury, striking the walls of the surrounding corridor. Instead of simply pushing open the doors that obstructed his path, he shattered them with the weight of the mercury. Vases, paintings, and elegant furniture, every decorative item he laid eyes upon was shattered and destroyed. Various traps lay in wait along the way. Ropes would ensnare Kenneth's defenseless fingers, hidden tripwires in carpets would trigger the explosion of a prepared hand grenade, and landmines would release buckshot. However, no trap could breach the defenses of the liquid core of mercury. The set traps seemed like toys designed to deceive children, and their ridiculousness made Kenneth find them laughable. But that laughter, simultaneously, mocked Kenneth himself, who was being toyed with like a child deceived by toys and wounded. Self-derision cut into his pride like a razor, and that humiliation further fueled the anger in his heart. His esteemed mystic code was not meant to contend with such vile methods. His mercury should be capable of intercepting curse bullets, deflecting spiritual blades, and breaking through armaments of fire, ice, and lightning in magic. It should be an armament that would make the magi who detested him marvel and fear, reaching the secret arts of death. So, what had become of his current state of magnificence? Using his esteemed mystic code to pursue an unknown rat filled him with an overwhelming sense of humiliation. And as time passed, that humiliation grew more and more pronounced. Fortunately, this chase of humiliation was finally nearing its end. No matter how vast the castle was, the escape route became exceedingly limited as they ascended to the upper floors. The rat had been cornered at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor. The liquid core of mercury accurately detected his position this time, and it appeared that the target had given up resistance and was preparing for a final confrontation there. A confrontation? No, this is not a confrontation. It's an execution, a massacre. Kenneth, consumed by a cruel and murderous intent, reached the final corner of the corridor with his mystic code in hand. There was no retreat, no cover. It was the perfect location for the liquid core of mercury to unleash its power. Emiya Kiritsugu displayed no fear or plea. He simply aimed his 2 guns at Kenneth. Do you truly believe your previous tactics will work once more? Pitiful creature. The fact that you managed to wound me was not due to seizing an opportunity or succeeding in a surprise attack. It was simply an unreasonable coincidence, Kenneth uttered grimly, slowly advancing towards Kiritsugu step by step. The liquid core of mercury beside him twisted and contorted, forming countless menacing whips with sharp ends that swayed ominously. I won't kill you easily. I will continuously heal your lungs and heart, then use a knife to cut you into pieces from head to toe. You will die in agony, regret, and despair, cursing Einsburn for daring to insult the Holy Grail War. Kiritsugu raised his M950 and unleashed a barrage of gunfire, replicating his earlier attack in the 1st floor corridor. Fever, my sanguis. Boil, my blood. Kenneth, however, was not foolish enough to defend using the same method. He reconstructed the mercury's defense. Instead of forming a thin film, he transformed it into a pillar-like structure. Countless reverse thorns sprouted from the floor to the ceiling, covering Kenneth's body like a dense bamboo forest, completely shielding him from the flying bullets. The bullets, blocked by the mercury blades, ricocheted back and forth within the narrow gaps of the dense thorns, gradually losing their momentum and falling to the ground. Not a single one managed to reach Kenneth's body. Amiya Kiritsugu showed no indication of altering his strategy. As the magazine of the M950 emptied, a roar emanated from his right hand, the Thompson contender. This time, the true noon had arrived. Chapter 70, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 7. Woman, I have a question for you, Kirai spoke in a deep voice as he slowly approached the helpless woman. The black-haired woman who served as Irisveel's guard had already been knocked down mercilessly, rendering her no threat whatsoever. It seems you attacked me to protect Amiya Kiritsugu. Whose idea was that? Irisveel remained silent, her delicate body trembling, displaying her fear of Kirai. However, her gaze showed no wavering, as if conveying the message, I won't let you pass, even if it costs me my life. Kirai reached out his hand towards Irisveel's neck, seemingly intending to lift her by choking her. Woman, I'll ask again. Just before his hand touched Irisveel, a glimmer of silver, resembling a venomous snake, slithered to Kirai's feet and suddenly sprang up. The timing was perfect. Kirai was focused on extracting answers from Irisveel, with no defenses whatsoever. The silver light smoothly entwined around his left hand, and with tremendous force, it dragged his body away from the two defenseless women. Though taken by surprise, Kirai remained calm. While his body couldn't react in time, his eyes had already identified the true identity of the silver attack that struck him. It was a silver thread, a severed silver thread, strands of metallic wire magically fused. The force transmitted through the silver thread was even greater than when he was bound to a tree. However, this time, Kirai wasn't in a mobile state and didn't allow his body to be dragged away. He exerted force with his feet, firmly planting them in the ground. In Chinese martial arts, the first lesson is not about how to attack but how to maintain a stable stance. Without a stable foothold, no matter how exquisite the techniques, they would be nothing but empty gestures, ineffective. Therefore, the lower body of every practitioner of Chinese martial arts is extremely stable. Once the foothold is secure, it becomes difficult to be shaken, like a towering pine tree that won't fall or a steadfast boulder, completely integrated with the ground beneath. The slender silver threads tightened to their critical point, and the magically repaired fractures emitted an overloaded bip-bo sound, on the verge of breaking. Ha! Kirai gathered his breath in his lower abdomen and let out a forceful shout as he swiftly swung his right hand down. This was his severing threads technique that he had summarized from the previous battle. Well, there was nothing wrong with it. The metallic threads were manipulated by magic, and changes in magecraft would cause changes in their form. So, all he had to do was move faster than the changes in magic. The metallic threads responded with a snap, breaking into dozens of segments. However, Kirai's strike didn't have the desired effect. During Kirai's attempt to sever the metallic threads, the flow of magical energy was interrupted, causing the threads to revert to their original state before being severed. At the same time, a woman in a white dress appeared behind Irisveeel. To Kirai's surprise, this woman looked exactly like Irisveeel. Could it be that Einsburn had secretly sent out a second artificial human? Could it be that Irisveeel was merely a decoy, and this newly appeared woman was Einsburn's trump card? The possibility was high, and it would explain why there were no command seals on Irisveel's wrist. The new woman could be the true master of saber, which would align with Amiya Kiritsugu's usual methods. Regardless of the truth, capturing this new woman would reveal everything. With that thought in mind, Kirai drew 4 black keys, holding 2 in each hand. The woman, whom Kirai considered to be Einsburn's true trump card, slowly spread her arms. The pure white gloves on her hands quickly disintegrated, transforming into strands of pure white threads, resembling the woman's silver hair. The threads intertwined and formed a rope as thick as a pinky finger, swirling and coiling around the woman's wrists like agile serpents. The magical radiance intermittently flickered, evoking the image of a cold gleam when a blade was unsheathed. In the next second, the black keys and the rope collided in midair. Kirai threw the 4 black keys with superhuman strength, their speed and piercing power comparable to a crossbow. Even large beasts like lions and tigers would struggle to withstand such an attack. However, the rope manipulated by the woman blocked them. Not only did it block them, but the tips of the rope entwined around the blades of the keys, neutralizing the magical energy within them. In just 1 second, she completed such an operation. Her visual acuity, reaction speed, and delicate control over magecraft were extraordinary. This woman was a formidable enemy. Meanwhile, Shinji, still hiding and recovering in the underground sewer, suddenly felt a sharp pain. It wasn't a nerve feedback from bodily injury but rather a warning signal emitted by his body due to a large amount of magical energy being extracted. What's happening? Shinji awakened from his state of rest, reaching out to grab a rune stone to replenish his magical energy while sensing the flow of magic. It's not from Sensei. Is it Lady Justice? Why is she? No, this is not the time to think about that. As Shinji crushed the rune stone, he immediately initiated a communication spell with scythe. Shinji, I've detected caster's magical energy. This time, we won't let him escape. Forget about that for now. Go find Lady Justice. It seems like she's in a battle with someone. Scythe's speed reassured Shinji. He made a decisive decision, changing his original target. Compared to the lives of unrelated people, caster's life was simply insignificant. What? Justice. The faint sound of gears stopped amidst the response, and Scythe seemed to pause. I understand. I'll head there right away. Sensing Shinji's urgency, Scythe didn't ask for further details. She glanced regretfully at the nearby battlefield, which was within reach, and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Please vote for more chapter, smiley face. Chapter 71, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 8. When Scythe left, the battlefield had already turned into a muddy swamp. No matter how many of the grotesque monsters they killed, they would continue to appear endlessly. Piles of flesh mixed with splattered organs and bodily fluids formed a chaotic mess that was more terrifying than hell itself. The stench of the monsters' filthy organs was even more pungent than the rotting smell. It was a toxic miasma that would corrode the lungs of any living human who inhaled it, causing them to die. So far, Saber and Lancer had killed over 500 enemies, but there was still no sign of victory. The number of monsters surrounding them seemed infinite, and whenever there was a gap in the encirclement, new monsters would fill it. The quantity is truly astonishing, Lancer said, his voice slightly bitter despite not showing any signs of exhaustion. It's because of that magecraft book, Lancer. As long as his noble phantasm is still intact, the tide of battle won't change, Saber replied. I see, so that's how it is, Lancer sighed in frustration after hearing Saber's whisper. But to destroy that guy's book, we'll have to break through this wall of trash. The cluster of monsters mockingly waved their tentacles as they slowly closed in. These aberrant creatures felt neither fear of death nor pain. They seemed single-mindedly driven to die as they crazily attacked the two. Caster continued his endurance battle, his army of monsters specifically prepared for the two servants, Saber and Assassin, who were currently absent but would be the same for Lancer. No, compared to Assassin, who possessed anti-army noble phantasms, Lancer, with his anti-personnel noble phantasms, was easier to deal with. Hey, Lancer, do you want to take a gamble at this moment? Although it sounds like you're afraid, it's not like we can keep playing with this trash forever. All right, I'll follow your lead, Saber. After Lancer agreed without hesitation, Saber carefully assessed the terrifying flesh wall, staring at it until Caster's presence. She estimated its thickness and density. Her instinct told her that her idea was feasible and that a decisive strike would be worth unleashing. I'll create an opening, but we only have one chance. Lancer, can you walk on air? Heh, I see. Leave it to me. Although it was only one chance, they were opponents who had fought with their lives on the line. Both of them remembered all the secret techniques they had used in their life-or-death battles. Lancer, without needing much explanation, already understood Saber's intended skills and plan. Have you finished your final prayer? Caster calmly mocked the two servants. It wasn't him who fought against them, but his noble phantasm, Prelati's spellbook. He watched the battle like an audience in the stands, elegant and composed, at most taunting to stimulate his enemy's nerves. How terrifying. How despairing. The number that can be overturned by mere force is limited. Ha ha ha, do you feel the humiliation? Soon, you will be overwhelmed and suffocated by these monstrous creatures. There is no greater humiliation for heroes. Even though she was being mockingly ridiculed by her opponent, Saber remained dignified and composed, wielding her sword with a resolute and calm expression. Her unwavering gaze focused only on the victory she must achieve. That beautiful face of yours will soon twist in anguish, Jean. Jai Thai. Caster's taunting mixed with the roars of the monsters, urging them to press on and crush their opponents. Now is the time. The King of Knights shouted the true name of her released noble phantasm. Excalibur, invisible air. Amidst the swirling atmosphere, a brilliant golden light shone. The super-high air pressure concentrated around the sacred sword was unleashed like a fierce dragon's roar, bursting forth with a thunderous explosion. It was a secret sword capable of killing with a single blow, a modified use of the noble phantasm, invisible air. In the battle against Lancer the previous night, she had released this incredibly powerful wind pressure to accelerate her charge. When unleashed against the enemy, it would become a storming iron hammer that could sweep away an army. Due to the monsters being densely packed together, they suffered a devastating blow from the extraordinary power. The super-high-pressure hurricane, condensed like a solid, pulverized the monsters, mixing their flesh with the sand and wood chips affected by the wind pressure. It stirred up as if a giant unseen hand swept across the land, creating a straight path. In that instant when the pressure blew them away, the monster's encirclement was completely pierced through. In contrast, the destructive power of the invisible air was neutralized by multiple layers of monster defenses. By the time it reached Castor, it was reduced to a strong wind that only blew away the hem of his robes. The pierced hole became the passage. However, considering the density of the summoned monsters, this temporary gap could be immediately filled. What? Despite this, Castor still exclaimed in astonishment because the encirclement was not only breached by the force of the wind. When an object moves at a super high speed in the atmosphere, it tears the air in front of it, creating a vacuum behind it. Then, the vacuum is filled by the surrounding air, forming an airflow that chases after the object that passes through. The release of pressure from Saber's invisible air caused the same phenomenon. While it decimated the army of monsters, it also created a vacuum behind the rushing wind. Lancer was waiting for this opportunity. Without hesitation, he plunged into the reverse airflow, like a super race car driver taking advantage of the slipstream to accelerate. This was a technique that not only required superhuman skill but also perfect coordination with his companion to execute. Lancer leaped through the passage filled with swirling blood and flesh, as swift as a wind-chasing swallow folding its wings. By the time his feet touched the ground again, he was less than 10 steps away from Castor, with no barriers in between. Prepare yourself, Castor. Yes, he did it. With just one observation of Saber using invisible air, he achieved this exquisite coordination. The monsters, sensing their master's crisis, turned around and extended their tentacles to attack Lancer from behind. Lancer didn't look back. The short spear in his left hand spun like a windmill, striking down the pursuers. The long spear in his right hand thrust forcefully towards Castor. Pierce through for me, Guy Dirge, Red Rose of Exorcism. In the critical moment, Castor's decades of battle experience allowed him to quickly dodge to the side, avoiding a direct hit from the magic spear. The tip of the Red Rose spear merely grazed the cover of Prelati's spellbook, leaving behind an inconspicuous scratch. However, that was already enough. It didn't need to cause a significant wound. Lancer's red spear would take effect upon contact. This red magical spear, which had once pierced through Saber's invisible air and ignored Saber's magical armor, was the nemesis of anything woven with magical energy. It was the greatest reliance for one to break into the ranks of the 4 heavenly kings, a spear that pierced through the origin. The spells attached to Prelati's spellbook failed. The large-scale continuous summoning, the control of monsters, and the maintenance of their physical forms, all the spells lost their effect. Boom. The sound of waves crashing against rocks echoed through the forest. The countless grotesque monsters on the ground instantly liquefied together. Deprived of the supply of magical energy, the monsters born from the sea of blood lost their existence and reverted to their original forms. Castor stepped back, and the Forbidden Tome immediately activated its skill as a magical energy furnace, swiftly regenerating the damaged cover. The blade of the Red Rose of Exorcism only severs magical energy upon contact, without damaging the noble phantasm itself. However, the magic that has been dispelled once must be rewoven, and that takes time, a luxury that Saber and Lancer cannot afford to give him. You bastard, you bastard, you bastard, you bastard, you bastard. The plummet from heaven to hell contorted Castor's expression as he cursed vehemently. Lancer paid no heed to his outburst, passing by with the smile of a victor. Do you understand now? If Saber's left hand hadn't been injured, this would have been the outcome for you long ago. Are you ready to die? Wicked heretic. The King of Knights calmly uttered an angry voice, raising the golden sword in her right hand, its tip pointed directly at Castor. Chapter 72, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 9. Anyone familiar with the Einsburn family knows that they are not skilled in combat, as evidenced by their early exits in the 3 previous Holy Grail wars. This situation primarily arises due to the nature of their artificial life forms. These artificial life forms are tools created by humans for a specific purpose. They are imbued with a predetermined mission from their inception, and their existence revolves solely around fulfilling that mission. Even if they possess intelligence comparable to humans, they rarely contemplate matters outside of their mission, let alone seek change. The Einsburn family is such a clan. The Central Program, the Central Control Artificial Intelligence, and the creator of all artificial beings, Jubstachite von Einsburn, engraved the mission of achieving the third magic, relieving all of humanity, upon their creation. Even though the Magus who engraved this mission has given up, it continues to persist day after day. Jubstachite's essence is an automatic mechanism that operates perpetually at the cost of being unable to progress. It serves as both a created humanoid terminal and as the administrator of the Einsburn family. However, Jubstachite itself lacks personality. To manage the Einsburn family and achieve the ultimate goal, it creates a humanoid terminal and implants human nature as the head of the Einsburn family. The current head is the 8th generation humanoid terminal, a constructed being named Act who has lived for over 200 years. It is evident how mechanical and inflexible the implanted humanity is when it comes from an artificial intelligence that cannot grow. All the previous heads of the family have recognized that they and the artificial beings within the family are more naive than humans. To protect this relief for humanity, the reproduction of miracles factory, they have unanimously chosen to isolate the family from the outside world and avoid any communication unless necessary. Their pure thoughts and isolation have directly resulted in the lack of growth in almost every aspect of the Einsborn family, except for alchemy, as the central program cannot grow, but other artificial beings still have the potential. Finally, after 3 consecutive failures, Act became aware of the fact that the entire magical world knows the Einsborn family's artificial beings are not skilled in combat. To change this situation and achieve victory in the Fourth Holy Grail War, Act chose to introduce specialized weapons against Magi 9 years before the war began. He brought in Emiya Kiritsugu, a Magus killer with the blood of many Magi on his hands, as a son-in-law to the family. To be fair, it was an excellent move. If Kiritsugu were to become the head of the Einsborn family, he would have made the same choice. Then, he would become the combat instructor for the Einsborn family, teaching the artificial beings how to fight and kill. Artificial beings are not humans and do not have human limitations. Their bodies can be enhanced to a level comparable to heroic spirits, as seen with Iliasvil's 2 bodyguards, whose panel attributes are not inferior to servants. They have pure thoughts and high obedience to commands, making them excellent soldiers. Within 9 years, a specialized force of artificial beings could be created, led by a Magus killer like Kiritsugu, ensuring a success rate of at least 90%. Unfortunately, Act's stubbornness and lack of adaptability wasted this brilliant strategy. He treated Kiritsugu as a mere tool like the other artificial beings, only sending him out to fight and not allowing the winds of change from the outside world to influence their household. It was not until the failure of the Fourth Holy Grail War that Act realized his mistake and began creating combat-oriented artificial beings. However, without a suitable instructor, concerns arose about the intelligence of these combat-oriented artificial beings. From the First Holy Grail War to the disintegration or blockade of the Holy Grail in the final war, the Einsborn family never achieved success. Jubstachite and Act should bear the primary responsibility for this. The only person in the Einsborn family who was influenced by Kiritsugu Emiya was Irisveil von Einsborn. Kiritsugu transformed her into an individual, a wife, and a mother, allowing her to truly live and merge her own will with the family's alchemy to create the combat magecraft form of the soul. However, Kiritsugu didn't want the corruption of the battlefield to tarnish Irisveil's purity, so he didn't teach her how to fight. As a result, Irisveil lacked combat experience and was easily defeated by Kodomine Kirii. On the other hand, Justice von Einsborn was much stronger. First, she developed an obsession under the influence of a heroic spirit soul, prompting her to contemplate this obsession. Then, under the conscious and unconscious influence of Shinji, she recognized the Einsborn family's weakness in combat and conceived a similar idea to develop combat magecraft. Unlike Irisveil, Justice had Skathak by her side, who possessed extensive combat experience and was a well-rounded fighter. She also had Shinji, a skilled strategist and time traveler, as well as Sakura and Korea as training partners. This allowed Justice, initially unfamiliar with the world or combat, to possess combat abilities that Kodomine Kirii would not dare to underestimate. Having destroyed 4 black keys, the white cords continued to extend forward, approaching Kirii at a speed no less than that of the black keys. Kirii's combat intuition, honed through countless battles, told him that the strength of these white cords exceeded that of mere metal wires. He couldn't afford to be entangled, as it would likely result in his demise. This judgment was accurate. Each thread of Justice's gloves was not made of earthly material or crafted through magecraft. It was a miracle, a creation of Justice's innate third magic. These threads possessed unimaginable toughness and could acquire various properties based on changes in magical energy. This was the conceptual dress Justice created to complement her combat magecraft, recognized by Skathak as a pseudo-noble phantasm of rank B, Sen no Ito, Hayaku no Musubi, 1,000 threads, 100 knots. 1,000 threads, 100 knots. Justice possessed precise weaving abilities far surpassing those of ordinary magi. Under her control, the 8 threads twisted and moved along 8 different trajectories as part of the incantation, creating a dazzling and impregnable spectacle. With a single glance, Kirii realized that breaking through the thread-twisting formation was impossible. He swiftly used his expertise in Bajiquan to slide and evade, retreating beyond the reach of the threads. As one of the foremost executors, Kirii had engaged in countless battles with magi. He wouldn't retreat due to this minor setback. His retreat was to prepare for a better offense. Standing outside the thread-twisting formation, Kirii calmly observed Justice, who was as emotionless as himself, and once again drew out 4 black keys, 2 in each hand. No one knew how many black keys he concealed beneath his priestly robes. Within 0.3 seconds, Kirii threw the 4 black keys. However, this time, his targets were not Justice, but the motionless Maya lying on the ground and Irisveil standing behind Justice. Kirii didn't possess the chivalrous spirit of engaging in one-on-one combat. Both Mia and Irisveil were enemies standing in opposition to him. Whether Justice saved them or not, it would only bring him benefits without drawbacks. If she didn't save them, Mia and Irisveil would die, and Kirii would have 2 fewer enemies. Although these two enemies seemed to have lost their combat abilities, no one knew when they might recover. Makiri didn't want to leave any potential future troubles. If Justice saved them, there would be openings in the thread-twisting formation. Through his previous evasions, Makiri had roughly grasped the speed of the threads. They were as flexible as the black keys, but their lateral or sideways movement was slower. Intercepting the black keys required lateral movement, and Makiri was confident that he could exploit this opening to get closer and decide the outcome with a single strike. In the blink of an eye, Justice made a choice to save them. Makiri also made a choice. His feet forcefully stomped the ground, and his entire body resembled a hunting cheetah as he covered a distance of 10 meters with astonishing speed. In Chinese martial arts, whether it's with weapons or barehanded, regardless of the style, the first lesson is always to establish a firm horse stance. Only after mastering this stance can one progress to learn other techniques, because the essence of Chinese martial arts lies in harnessing the power of the earth. Among the various styles of Kung Fu, Bajikwan, 8 trigram palm, has a unique focus on footwork, giving rise to a special footwork technique called stomping. That stomping in Bajikwan, also known as stomping step or duozi, is a crucial element in the distinctive footwork of Bajikwan and an integral component of its power. The power of the arms is ultimately limited, but stomping can coordinate the power of the entire body into one point, unleashing unimaginable strength. Bajikwan emphasizes being as tense as a drawn bow, and as explosive as thunder. This drawn bow stems from the technique of stomping. Makiri's successive stomping on the ground at this moment is akin to a tightly drawn bow, poised to release its power and create a striking impact. The distance between the two rapidly narrowed, from 10 meters to 3 meters in the blink of an eye. With just one more step, the thunderous strike would land on Justice. Makiri, deadly serious, had long abandoned any intention of showing mercy. Countless dangers had taught him that compassion on the battlefield was equivalent to inviting death. Makiri took a step forward, stomping with one foot, followed by another stomping step. He channeled force from his heel, through his waist, flowing into both hands and out through his fingertips. This strike carried a resounding name, facing the sun palm. It was one of the 8 ultimate techniques of Bajikwan. Makiri had honed his skills in this martial art for over 20 years, and the power contained within his hands deserved the description of thunderous. Makiri was confident that once this punch landed, the battle would be over. Chapter 73, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 10. As Makiri stepped on the ground, causing it to shatter, and just before his palms were about to strike, the long hair that reached Justice's waist moved on its own, unaffected by the wind. The hair passed through Justice's armpits, weaving into a complex pattern, creating a layered net that caught Makiri's hand. The multi-layered net accurately captured Makiri's palm, but he had no intention of retracting his attack. Instead, Makiri gathered all his strength and continued to push forward with his palms. As long as this strike landed, it would be enough to determine the outcome. Regardless of how tight the net was, without the support of magic, it was just hair. However, the facing the sun palm, which contained all of Makiri's strength, did not land. The moment his hands touched the net, he realized his mistake. Instead of the soft touch he had anticipated, he felt something as hard as steel. Not only the net, but the extended parts of the net and the silver hair were as straight as steel wires. It was an unbreakable barrier that kept Makiri and Justice at a fixed distance of 50 centimeters. Justice was a spiritual entity, and her ability to manifest a physical form was based on the third magic. Her hair, infused with magic, possessed strength and resilience that could rival the pseudo-noble phantasm, Thousand Hair Binding. As Makiri pushed forward, Justice retreated, maintaining a distance of 50 centimeters. As time passed, the extended strands of the Thousand Hair Binding swiftly retracted. Realizing the unfavorable situation, Makiri hesitated no more. He unleashed the accumulated force he had been gathering for a long time. If Justice continued to maintain this state, Makiri was certain that his strike would rip open her scalp. Fortunately, Skathak was by Justice's side and had already anticipated this possibility when Justice was developing her magecraft. She had incorporated an emergency mechanism into her hair. Once the hair received a certain level of impact, the solidification would be released. Makiri's palm strike triggered this mechanism, causing Justice's hair net to loosen. Although the facing the sun palm had tremendous power, it only held meaning if it hit its target. The Type Moon world did not have the concept of internal energy as depicted in martial arts novels. Even a grandmaster of Bajikwan like Li Shuwen, known as the God Spearly, couldn't necessarily harm someone from a distance of 50 centimeters with just his fist power, let alone someone like Makiri. Aside from the cold wind brushing her face, Justice felt nothing. Makiri's fatal blow was thus neutralized. At this moment, Justice's Thousand Hair Binding had returned. The 4 strands of whip-like hair split into dozens of thin strands, converging from all directions, forming a massive spiderweb. However, Makiri was not a butterfly trapped in a web, he was a fearsome executor, a killing weapon. As soon as the spiderweb approached, Makiri drew 3 pairs of black keys. His arms couldn't reach Justy's, but with the blade-like keys, he could easily pierce her at close range. With his wrist and finger strength, it was a simple task to penetrate her defense. But how could Justy's give him such an opportunity? As she rapidly retreated, she used her hair and the 1000-hair binding to reorganize her defensive formation. She successfully intercepted the 6 black keys, with the closest one being less than 10 centimeters away from her chest. The black keys did not penetrate her. Justy's was not surprised at all. After several rounds of fighting, Makiri had already witnessed the power of this mysterious woman from the Einsburn family. If this woman had participated in the first 3 Holy Grail wars, the Einsburn family would not have suffered an early defeat. While it would be good if the black keys could cause damage to the woman, if they couldn't, Makiri could take the opportunity while she reorganized her defensive net to escape the spiderweb and create distance. Justy's had no intention of letting go of Makiri. The 1000-hair binding underwent another transformation. This time, all the threads controlled by Justy's right hand wove together into a long rope exceeding 10 meters in length, with the flowing magical energy reaching an unprecedented height. Ever-changing whip thread. With a short incantation, the whip thread swept across a huge arc, carrying a terrifying gust of wind pressure as it swept through the 180-degree space in front of her. With a crisp crack, a centuries-old towering tree that was struck by the whip thread collapsed, proving that the power contained in the whip thread was no less than the full force of Makiri's punch. But this was just the beginning. From start to finish, Justy's never believed that Makiri would be hit by the whip thread. She only wanted to force him to dodge. Scathach once said that no qualified warrior would easily leave the ground. Therefore, for Makiri to dodge this whip thread that was 80 centimeters off the ground, he could only lie down. As Makiri lay down, Justy's follow-up attack began. Ever-changing crossbow. The threads controlled by Justy's left hand divided and merged into more than 10 strands, with each tip enhanced by strengthening magic. With the support of magic, the strength and speed of the threads reached the standards of military crossbow arrows. At the same time, the whip thread that was obstructed by the tree rapidly disintegrated and recombined into a crossbow, shooting at Makiri on the ground from the opposite direction. The forward crossbow aimed at his vital points, while the reverse crossbow sealed off the space around him. Under such intense attacks, no warrior could survive, just like countless fierce generals in history who were shot to death by random arrows. However, Makiri was not just a warrior, he was also a magus, specializing in body reinforcement magecraft just like Suchira Kozuki with Midia's help. When he sensed the mortal threat, Makiri softly chanted the incantation taught by Tokiomi Tosaka. Stark, Grossvi, 2, Reinforce. With full-body reinforcement magecraft, although it only lasted a few seconds, it was enough to elevate all of Makiri's attributes to a level comparable to that of a heroic spirit. Under the boost of reinforcement magecraft, Makiri used both his hands and feet to escape from Justy's deadly strike in an unimaginable posture. With astonishing momentum and speed, he rushed into her embrace and struck out with his hands, one in front and one behind, continuously attacking. The second of the 8 extremities fists 8 great techniques, left and right hard open. Unlike the facing the sun palm, the fists of left and right hard open followed different trajectories. Justy's long hair could block one fist, but not the second one. As long as one fist landed, the outcome would be certain. Justy seemed to be stunned by Makiri's sudden attack, standing motionless in place, allowing his fists to penetrate her body, and even Makiri himself passed through her body. Surprisingly, there was no resistance, no blood, and no sense of hitting anything. This is an illusion. Makiri felt a thump in his heart, but he remained calm. He pressed his tongue against his palate and focused his concentration, holding his breath. Illusions were different from other types of magecraft. The determining factor for their effectiveness was not the amount of magical energy but the strength of one's mental power. After 20 years of practicing the 8 extremities fist, Makiri had already forged his mind to be as hard as iron. The scene before him blurred for a moment, and a sense of dislocation between reality and illusion began to invade his brain. In a daze, Makiri saw Justy's reorganizing her offensive from the opposite direction, and he saw Irisveil standing beside her, eyes closed, preparing to unleash boundary illusions. She had already recovered from the backlash of magic. Dealing with Justy's was already challenging for Makiri, and with Irisveil's assistance, the outcome became uncertain. Makiri quickly made a decision. He glanced deeply at the castle where Kiritsugu was and took advantage of the lingering effect of his reinforcement magecraft to retreat as quickly as possible. Only after confirming that Makiri had left the inner boundary did Irisveil dispel the illusion. She opened her eyes and looked at the woman who looked almost identical to herself beside her, asking, "Should we pursue?" Justy's didn't respond, as if she hadn't heard Irisveil's question. Irisveil reached out her hand and waved it in front of Justy's eyes. Justy snapped out of her daze and looked at Irisveil in confusion. Then she turned and ran as if she had seen something extremely terrifying. Her speed was not much slower than Makiri's. Irisveil was left standing alone, bewildered. Did I do something wrong? P.S. Master Li's ultimate move, Mighty Tiger Crawls the Mountain, is also one of the 8 Extremities Fist's 8 great techniques. In theory, someone who has mastered the 8 Extremities Fist should be proficient in these 8 techniques. Master Li, with his 8 consecutive strikes, is truly formidable. Chapter 74, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 11. Noon has arrived. Literally, it means that noontime has already arrived. Noon is one of the traditional time units in China, referring to the period from 11 a.m. to 11:59 a.m. Noon has arrived doesn't have a specific meaning by itself, but in certain contexts, it can be given special significance. In traditional Chinese culture, noon is the time when yang energy is at its peak during the day. Executing criminals at this time can effectively balance the yin energy associated with their deaths, preventing them from becoming vengeful spirits and causing harm to the world. It reflects the core value of Chinese culture, which emphasizes the harmony and balance of yin and yang. Therefore, noon has arrived can sometimes be used to indicate the time for execution has come. From Kenneth's perspective, Amiya Kiritsugu's noontime has arrived. The pillar-shaped defense system he reconstructed has several times the defense power of the membranous structure. He is certain that Kiritsugu's bullets cannot penetrate his volumen hydrargyrum. After blocking this shot, it will be the damn rat's turn to suffer. Kenneth will make that rat understand the wrath of a Magus Lord. Kenneth L. Malloy Archibald will deliver what he promised. However, in reality, it is Kenneth to whom noon has arrived. The magical power required to transform Mercury into a pillar is not comparable to a simple membrane. Each of the thorns, as thick as steel wires, must possess the hardness and tenacity to repel bullets. Constructing such a defense, even for someone of Kenneth's caliber, requires the utilization of his entire magical power. This is exactly what Kiritsugu hoped to see. His trump card, the Origin Bullet, exists precisely for this moment. Origin, also known as the primordial impulse, is conceptually similar to primitive instincts and predestination. All things, including life, have a direction, cause, determined at their inception and will inevitably develop towards that direction. For humans, this direction gives rise to a primitive impulse, which can still be suppressed by acquired personality and wisdom. However, since the origin is decided far in advance at the root vortex, it is an absolute command at the core of all things, and even the cycle of reincarnation cannot change it. The origin is closely related to the attributes of the Magi. In the case of the previous generation of the Amiya family, when determining the origin of the legitimate child born, they named the baby Kiritsugu due to the peculiar result. When determining the origin of Kiritsugu's birth, they were perplexed by the strange result and named the baby Kiritsugu. Broadly speaking, it is a dual attribute of fire and earth. To be more specific, it is a composite attribute of severing and binding. It is the inherent form of his soul, which is the true nature of the origin. Severing, Kiritsu, and binding, Sugu, have slight differences from destruction and regeneration because Kiritsugu's origin does not imply sever. For example, when a severed line is bound together again, the thickness of the connecting point changes. In other words, the action of sever and bind causes irreversible alteration in the object. Amiya Kiritsugu realized that his origin manifested during manual labor. If it's an ordinary item, it can be repaired even if it breaks. But once it becomes a sophisticated machine, things suddenly become the opposite. The more he tries to repair it, the more fatally damaged the machine becomes. This is influenced by his origin. If it's just an ordinary metal wire that breaks, reconnecting the severed part can restore its original function. However, the same method doesn't apply to intricate electronic circuits. Simply reconnecting them doesn't fix the item. If even a small problem occurs in a circuit, it loses its functionality. Kiritsugu maximized this peculiar characteristic and created a mystic code, using it as his final trump card. The first and second ribs on his left and right flanks were removed, ground into powder, and condensed using soul engineering. They were then sealed as cores in 66 bullets. These bullets were named Origin Bullets, and when they hit, they materialized Kiritsugu's origin. If they hit a living being, there would be no wounds or bleeding. The area where the bullet struck would appear like an old scar, superficially healed. However, the nerves and capillaries wouldn't regenerate correctly, causing a loss of original function. Furthermore, these bullets, possessing the function of a conceptual weapon, posed an even greater threat to Magi. Kiritsugu's decisive strike, when it made contact with the reverse thorns of Mercury, caused all the other thorns to close in like a Venus flytrap, surrounding the bullet. The densely packed clusters of tiny thorns instantly transformed into a single large pillar, completely nullifying the bullet's power. The volumen hydrargyrum, with its characteristic of free transformation, demonstrated its prowess. The flawless manipulation of the dense perfect fluid was undoubtedly the ultimate technique that lived up to the name of the noble Archibald family. However, the moment this magecraft was beautifully completed, Kenneth's fate also came to an end. He never understood what happened to his body until the very end. The bullet was twisted and shattered by the pressure of the Mercury. Just as Kenneth thought he had blocked the fatal blow from his opponent and was about to deal with the damn rat, severe pain spread throughout his body. His heart, lungs, organs, and neural network were torn apart in that instant, thrown into chaos. Before a scream could escape his throat, blood sprayed out because of the wrong movement caused by the shattered nerves, making him appear like a comical dancer to an outsider. By relying on intense pressure, the high-density magical power circulating in the magic circuit began to ignore the circuit's pathways and went on a reckless rampage, ultimately destroying the Magus's own physical body. While the volumen hydrargyrum defended against Contender's attack, Kenneth suffered more severe damage than if he had been directly hit by the bullet. This poses an even more severe threat. When Kiritsugu's magic bullet is interfered with by magecraft, the effects produced by the bullet's origin will significantly feed back onto the Magus's magic circuit. If the Magus's magic circuit is likened to a high-voltage electric current line, Kiritsugu's bullet is like a drop of water. If a conductive liquid attaches to a dense electrical circuit, there is only one result: a short circuit in the line, an uncontrolled current that burns the circuit itself. This is the terrifying effect of the origin bullet. To prevent the effects of the origin bullet, it is necessary to block the bullet not solely relying on magecraft but through physical means. For this reason, Kiritsugu chose the .30-06 caliber Springfield sniper rifle round, as based on the technology at the time, only the armor of an armored vehicle or higher-level physical defenses could guarantee complete immunity. Just one shot, that was enough. Kiritsugu boldly chose a Thompson Contender, a handgun that could only hold a single bullet, making it a sinister choice among handguns. It was paired with the origin bullet, mystic code to be carried and used as a handgun with maximum physical destructive power. So far, not a single origin bullet has been wasted. The bullets, made from parts of Kiritsugu's own body, have destroyed the lifelines of 37 magi. The one who has fallen now is the 38th victim. After the beloved gun fulfilled its mission, Kiritsugu pressed his finger against the trigger and swung the long barrel down, shaking off the bloodstains. The empty shell casings flew out from the folding mechanism of the magazine and fell into the void, leaving behind a faint residue of gunpowder on the marble floor. Kiritsugu felt no emotions toward victory. Just like before, it was simply a successful execution guided by careful calculations and predetermined conclusions. The destructive power of the origin bullet depended on how many magic circuits the target activated at the moment of impact. Because the magecraft used to destroy the victim's body was their magical energy. This was fatal for Kenneth, who was constantly provoked and exerted his maximum magical power, allowing Kiritsugu to achieve the desired outcome. Kenneth collapsed in the sea of mercury that had returned to its liquid state, his body twitching slightly. The immensely powerful volumen hydrargyrum had lost its source of magic and was no longer sustainable. The once formidable Lord Elmeloy had become as harmless as a baby. His body no longer possessed the power of a magus, let alone the functions of an ordinary person. Although Kiritsugu knew that leaving him be would eventually lead to his demise, his principle was to deliver a final blow to the fallen enemy. He switched his M950 with the remaining bullets to semi-automatic mode and approached Kenneth, who was already akin to a walking dead. With a shot to the head at close range, one pair of the 7 master-servant pairs contending for the Holy Grail would be eliminated. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the darkness and grabbed the barrel of the M950. Chapter 75, Battle between Magus and Magus Killer, 12. The bright moon hung high, casting a hazy moonlight that illuminated Kiritsugu's cold and stern face, as well as the thick, unyielding shadows in the corners. A smooth hand, as if made of white jade, emerged from the shadows and firmly grasped Kiritsugu's M950, just before he could pull the trigger. "That's enough," a deep and melodious female voice echoed in the corridor. Kiritsugu couldn't help but furrow his brow. He recognized the owner of the hand. "Assassin. Release the master of Lancer." With a forceful twist of her wrist, Scythe shattered the barrel of the M950 into pieces. The Queen of the Shadowlands, who roamed within the shadows, calmly gazed at Saber's master. "As a reward, I'll give you some information. Kiri Kodomine has invaded the forest, and the 2 women accompanying you are trying to stop him." Facing the assassin alone, Kiritsugu, who still maintained an expressionless demeanor, finally changed his expression. Scythe could sense a tremendous emotional upheaval on his face, including shock, worry, and fear. Kiritsugu quickly released his grip on the M950 and said, "Thank you," to Scythe. He then shattered the window on the 3rd floor and jumped out from the corridor. Assassin had plenty of opportunities to kill him, and her decision not to attack indicated she meant no harm. There was no need for him to be on guard. His immediate priority was to reach the side of Irisveil and Mia. "Please, let them be safe," Kiritsugu silently prayed as he used magecraft to counteract gravity while leaping through the air. The contract between a master and a servant was an invisible yet undoubtedly existing bond that connected them. Although this bond was not tight enough to provide real-time awareness of each other's condition and actions, it could still convey certain information in critical moments, such as command spells and life-or-death crises. As a result, the dire situation that Kenneth was facing quickly reached Lancer, who was still in the forest. What? Lancer turned around abruptly and looked towards the direction of Einsburn Castle, precisely at the moment when they had just defeated Castor's monstrous army and were preparing to confront Castor alongside Saber. Until this moment, Lancer finally realized that his master, whom he thought was observing the battle from the rear, had charged into the enemy ranks and was engaged in another battle. Lancer's momentary hesitation created a precious opportunity for Castor, who was in dire straits. In Castor's hands, the prelatized spellbook emitted a surge of magical energy. Saber, naturally, would not give Castor another chance to summon. Give up already. Saber brandished her sword and charged forward. However, Castor was not foolish enough to chant an incantation before the blade. He didn't even utter a single syllable of an incantation. He simply released the chaotic flow of magical energy generated by his noble phantasm. Although the previous summoning magecraft had been nullified, the sea of blood that stained the land was still connected to the magical energy channels. The uncontrollable magical energy flowed into the sea of blood, bursting and vaporizing without forming any specific shape. From the beginning, Castor had no intention of completing an incantation. He forcefully activated a magecraft that was destined to fail. The blood of the new monsters he tried to create instantly boiled and vaporized due to the saturated magical energy, turning into a mist that spread around. This was a reckless skill that could only be executed with a massive supply of magical energy provided by a noble phantasm. The blood mist blocked Saber's vision as she approached, and even Lancer halted his steps, not daring to act recklessly. This was precisely the effect Castor wanted to achieve. He was insane but not foolish. He knew that he couldn't turn the tables. Taking advantage of the moment when the blood mist obstructed Saber and Lancer's vision, Castor immediately released his materialization and left the battlefield, without even having time to deliver a line. Castor's successful escape had an element of luck. The King of Knights, due to her unique circumstances, couldn't materialize and had no tracking ability. Lancer, who possessed such abilities, gave up on pursuit due to his master's crisis. Damn it, this guy is too despicable. Saber muttered angrily and summoned the invisible air from the surrounding atmosphere. A serene wind blew from all directions, dispersing the impurities of the blood mist. When the two servants regained their vision, Castor had not only disappeared, but even the presence of his spiritual body had vanished. Lancer, what happened? Saber calmly inquired without questioning Lancer, who could have easily pursued the enemy but instead watched Castor escape. Judging from his sudden change in expression, something must have happened. My master encountered a crisis. It seems he left me behind to attack your base, Lancer reluctantly explained. It must be my master's doing, Saber immediately grasped the situation. Lancer, quickly go to assist your master. Faced with Saber's prompt urging, the spearman first was stunned, then sighed deeply and lowered his head. To Saber, that decision was as if she were betraying her master. Delaying Lancer here to buy time to kill his master was an obvious choice for winning the Holy Grail war. However, Lancer did not feel the need to save Saber earlier. He didn't consider himself foolish, so now he couldn't think that Saber was foolish for clearing a path. King of Knights, I'm grateful. It's nothing. We both swore to duel as knights. Let us uphold this honor together. Before Saber finished speaking, she suddenly raised her sword towards the direction of the castle. Someone is approaching, this presence, is it assassin? Just as she spoke, Scythe, dressed in a black bodysuit, appeared in their field of vision. In her right hand, she was carrying someone like a sack, and Lancer immediately recognized that it was his master, Kenneth, the one he had pledged his loyalty to. My lord. Take him away immediately, Lancer. Scythe casually tossed the unconscious Kenneth to Lancer. Your master lost in a duel against Saber's master. Although I've provided emergency treatment, he is severely wounded. Find a place for him to rest as soon as possible. Lancer carefully caught his master and bowed respectfully to Scythe. Thank you very much, Queen, of the Land of Shadows. Although he didn't know the details, he could tell that without Scythe's intervention, his master might have already died. No need for excessive courtesy. As I said, I like top-notch warriors. I helped Saber last time, and now I'm helping you. It's only fair. Scythe waved her hand casually at Lancer and then turned to Saber. Your master is also in a bad situation. Don't linger here. Understood. Thank you once again. Saber and Lancer once again expressed their gratitude to Scythe and disappeared into the night, each going in opposite directions. Scythe, who had been traveling throughout the night, ran her fingers through her hair and looked up at the dazzling starry sky, whispering. This should be enough, my little master. P.S. According to Type Moon's explanation, some people have a Lolita complex, which is likely innate and stems from primal impulses. No matter how many times you reincarnate, you'll still have a Lolita complex. Chapter 76, Lunar Essence. At 3 a.m, in the Matou family's underground workshop. Having completed the task of cleaning the underground sewer, Shinji, who had taken a bath and changed into a new set of clothes, sat in front of the laboratory table, carefully examining the silver liquid in the test tube. The viscous liquid emitted a faint glow and had a high level of viscosity. Even with slight agitation, it didn't create visible ripples like most solutions. As Shinji moved the test tube, faint dark red spots emerged from the opaque liquid at the bottom, adding a touch of disharmony to the pure-colored liquid. Shinji picked up a piece of gauze depicting 2 rune symbols and covered the mouth of the test tube with it. Then he tilted the entire test tube 180 degrees. The silver liquid inside flowed down smoothly, easily passing through the gauze and entering the flask below. The dark red spots remained on the gauze, gathering together into a clump activated by the runes. The spots in the test tube, which seemed as thin as a strand of hair, transformed into a piece larger than a palm when they reached the gauze. "Sensei, what is this?" Shinji put down the gauze and looked up to ask Scathach, who was observing from the other side of the operating table. "This is a highly advanced compression magecraft for manipulating fluids. It uses pressure to reduce the volume of the liquid. This type of magecraft is often used in the production of high-level mystic codes and the preservation of precious materials." Scathach pointed towards a bookshelf in the corner of the workshop as she spoke. "The Matou family also has similar magecraft. If you're interested, you can try learning it in 5 to 7 years." "Forget it, I'll master the rune symbols first before considering that," Shinji smirked, no longer thinking about things he wasn't qualified to touch. "By the way, Sensei, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the volumen hydrodrum." The silver liquid that Shinji filtered was none other than the mystic code, Moon Spirit Marrow, volumen hydrodrum, which Kenneth took pride in. Scathach had taken a few seconds to collect and bring it back from the ground after Amiya Kiritsugu left. Although fluid compression was advanced magecraft, it was an easy task for a magus of Scathach's level. Moon Spirit Marrow, a well-chosen name. Scathach extended her left hand and gently beckoned, as if an invisible force had placed a seal on the liquid in the flask, creating a bright silver thread that surrounded Shinji. The liquid is based on a special mercury with high magical affinity. It has undergone at least 3 large-scale magecraft treatments and has been refined. It incorporates more than 10 advanced magecraft and over 30 intermediate and low-level magecraft. The spell structure is efficient and reasonable. The only drawback is that the combat experience of the practitioner is lacking, and the constructed autonomous program is too simple, making it vulnerable to being deciphered. Overall, it is an excellent mystic code, a rare treasure even in the Age of Gods. Scathach's evaluation greatly exceeded Shinji's expectations. Is it that amazing? The magi of the Age of Gods are much more powerful than modern magi. Is this thing really that formidable? Not an exaggeration at all. As Scathach spoke, she rhythmically tapped the laboratory table with her curved fingers, and the shape of Shinji's mercury ring constantly changed in response to her tapping. The reason why magi in the Age of Gods are powerful is because the greater origin, which is the origin of magic, is hundreds or even thousands of times more active than in modern times. Magi in the Age of Gods don't need to connect the lesser origin to the greater origin as modern magi do. Instead, they directly unleash magic from the greater origin, resulting in much more powerful effects compared to modern magi. Modern magic is divided into 2 types, magic based on the power of the greater origin, and magic based on the power of the lesser origin. The greater origin is the life force that fills the external world, including the life force of planets and the atmosphere. The lesser origin is the life force that magi possess within themselves. Although their nature is the same, there is a significant difference in quantity. The lesser origin is very limited in quantity, but it is convenient to use and easy to manipulate since it exists within the body. Many magi use the lesser origin to generate magical energy by converting their life force into mana through magic circuits. Since it comes at the cost of their life force, excessive use can have adverse effects on the body. Therefore, magi usually generate mana little by little and store it within themselves. The amount of accumulation varies from person to person, with more exceptional magi having a higher capacity. On the other hand, the quantity of the greater origin is nearly infinite, but it is much more difficult to absorb and utilize compared to the lesser origin. Additionally, the amount of greater origin that a magi can convert into mana at once is limited by their magic circuits, so they cannot use it infinitely regardless of how much is present in their surroundings. Furthermore, there is also a limit to the amount of mana a magi can retain, so they cannot convert the greater origin into mana in advance and store a large amount of it. However, the magi of the Age of Gods do not have such limitations. They are not restricted by their magic circuits or their life force. They directly convert the greater origin into mana using spells, gestures, and runes and use it to construct their magic. If we liken the greater origin to a reservoir, the lesser origin to a personal water tank, and the magic circuit to a pipeline, magi in the Age of Gods do not need a water tank or a pipeline. They directly take water from the reservoir whenever they need it, without limitations. On the other hand, modern magi have to first store water in their tanks through the pipeline and can only use it when it reaches a certain amount. Therefore, the foundation and standards of magic in the Age of Gods are different from modern times. Rather than focusing on the effects of the mystic code, I value its structure and design philosophy. I am confident that the Master of Lancer, even in the Age of Gods, would become an outstanding Magus, and the Moon Spirit Marrow, created with Age of Gods magic, would be at least comparable to a noble phantasm of rank C. I see. Shinji nodded thoughtfully. It is not desirable to overlook the value of the technology itself by focusing solely on the expressive capabilities of the technical medium. You can't dismiss a material like zirconium oxide just because it is used in ceramic kitchen knives. This material can also be used to manufacture ultrasonic water wave detectors. So, it seems like I made the right move. What move? Of course, it's not just about collecting the Moon Spirit Marrow. That was just an easy grab. Shinji's real goal is Kenneth, the person, or rather, the resources and knowledge he possesses. Until now, Shinji's understanding of magecraft mostly came from scythe, Justice, and the Matou family libraries, as well as his knowledge from his previous life. However, the reference value of these sources is quite low. Scythe is an assassin who was active in the Age of Gods, residing outside the world. Her level is too high. Justice is an artificial human created by the Einsburn family. She spent the first half of her life in the castle and the latter half sealed within the Holy Grail, only briefly interacting with the outside world when constructing the Greater Grail with Tosaka and Matou. The magical knowledge she possesses is limited to the Einsburn family and the part used to construct the Holy Grail system by the Matou and Tosaka families, which is an old version from 200 years ago. The Matou family's library didn't come from the Zoken family's ancestors. Besides the stagnant water attribute magecraft that hasn't seen any development in centuries, there are only disgusting variations of water attribute magecraft developed by Zouken himself, called worm magecraft. There are also some other scattered books, but they are fragmented and not systematic. Obtaining the secret arts passed down by other families is much more difficult than wiping out the entire family, especially considering the prerequisite of maintaining secrecy. As for the knowledge Shinji obtained from setting materials and type moon works, it's just common knowledge and may not be entirely accurate. In other words, Shinji, and even the entire Matou family, lack sufficient understanding of the modern world of magecraft. Chapter 77, Future Plan. Since arriving in the Type Moon world and becoming a Magus, Shinji is unwilling to limit himself to just Fuyuki City. He wants to venture out and see more of the mysterious world. The depths of this world are murky, and by relying solely on his exploration, he might unknowingly violate some taboos and attract the attention of dangerous creatures. He needs a guide, and the person he has chosen for that role is Kenneth. Kenneth, the head of the Archibald family, a clock tower lecturer of the First Order, a monarch, a genius, this string of titles ensures that he possesses top-tier intelligence and knowledge within the entire Mages Association and the mysterious world. With this, Shinji's journey in the development of the Matou family will have the best possible foundation. However, given Kenneth's strength, status, and pride, he won't simply accept the role of a guide. Even before the start of the Holy Grail War, the Matou family had gone to great lengths to please Kenneth, but he might not even spare a glance at this declining Magus family. But the Fourth Holy Grail War presented Shinji with an opportunity, a perfect chance to make Kenneth lose everything, to strip him of all his possessions. The world of magi is cruel. Without power, there is no status. A person whose magic circuits are destroyed becomes nothing more than a pitiful existence, no matter how glorious they were in the past. The El Meloy family is a banner, with not only the main family, the Archibalds, but also branches like the Archibalds. There are many powerful families under its name. It can be foreseen that once news spreads that Kenneth has become powerless, the various families under the El Meloy banner will be the first to strip him of his family head title and magic crest. Following that, the clock tower will remove his position as a lecturer of the First Order. Former enemies will come knocking on his door once he loses his power. A genius who once enjoyed the spotlight will fall from grace, with even his life being in jeopardy. This is where the Matou family comes into play. Rather than adding insult to injury, wouldn't it be better to extend a helping hand to Kenneth in his time of need? Can Kenneth choose any other option? Therefore, even though Shinji knew that Saber would let Lancer rescue his master, he still let Scathach take the lead. It was to do Kenneth a favor, to gain his goodwill in advance and pave the way for future actions. Chasing down Castor's group can be put on hold compared to the future development of the Matou family. While Shinji was contemplating his next course of action, he was interrupted by a cool sensation on his forehead. The Moon Spirit Marrow, manipulated by Scathach, had somehow transformed into mercury and adhered to his forehead. Treated with magic, this mercury wouldn't evaporate or seep into the skin, causing heavy metal poisoning. If Kenneth could lie in the mercury unharmed, then Shinji wouldn't be affected either. Master. Be cautious and act within your capabilities. The mercury quickly transformed, leaving 8 Chinese characters hanging in the air. The wise queen of the magical realm had already seen through Shinji's thoughts, and these 8 characters were a reminder. Having finally encountered a promising disciple, she hoped that he would go as far as possible, even to the land of shadows, and fulfill her long-cherished wish. Yes, sensei, I will be careful. But why in Chinese? What do you think? Scat squinted her eyes and looked at the foolish Shinji with a meaningful gaze, causing him to panic and surrender. Sensei, your insight is unparalleled. I am truly impressed and wholeheartedly submit. Shinji couldn't believe that Scat could see through his intentions. She was indeed a great master. Now that you submit, will you listen to your sensei's words? Scat clapped her hands, and the moon spirit marrow returned to the flask, flying into Scat hand. I will listen, I will listen. Shinji nodded repeatedly. I have taken the moon spirit marrow, and once I finish modifying it, I will give it to Korea for protection. No problem. Although Shinji felt a bit regretful, he understood his master's choice. Operating the moon spirit marrow required fluid manipulation, and the Matou family's water-based magecraft had a good affinity with the moon spirit marrow, second only to its original owner, Kenneth. In addition to his exclusive mystic code, the divine bow sword, and rune bullets, Shinji possessed the complete set of Perseus' noble phantasms, which were sufficient to deal with various situations. Compared to Korea, who lacked both equipment and combat strength, this all-in-one offensive and defensive mystic code was more needed by him. Even if Scat didn't mention it, Shinji would still give it to Korea. At most, he would play with it for a few hours to satisfy his desire for collection. After all, this was a 5-star mystic code that he had obtained after several rolls. Ahem, it seems like something has been exposed. Oh well, if it's exposed, then let it be. After all, with the genuine item, who cares about the counterfeit? At worst, he could ask Lord Kenneth for the method of creating it and make his own Mercury Terminator made. I shall return. I will be back. And that most important line, which also suits the Holy Grail war the most, there is no fate but what we make for ourselves. Thinking of these classic lines, Shinji suddenly felt a little excited. After all, he had been suppressing himself for too long. Although he was still an otaku after transmigrating, he hadn't watched anime or played games in a long time. The only things he could reminisce about were the classic anime, games, novels, and movies he had seen before transmigrating. Rare opportunities like this had to be used to release his fantasies. Sigh. Seeing Shinji's eyes unconsciously fixed on the shimmering moon spirit marrow, as if they had entered another dimension, Scat couldn't help but sigh. Was this mystic code really that enticing? Well, no matter how great a master she was, she couldn't cross dimensions and keep up with Shinji's otaku transmigrator's way of thinking. After thinking for a while and not getting an answer, Scat didn't dwell on it and continued. The amount of the mystic code that Korea can use is not this large. I will make a talisman for you and Sakura with the excess. Oh, I knew my sensei was the best. The gleam in Shinji's eyes was brighter than the lights in the workshop. I am the best, but the other person who made a contract with you is not good at all, show some restraint. As she spoke, Scat turned around and looked at the silent Justice, who was hiding behind her, like a child who had done something wrong. P.S. Before the 5th Holy Grail War, Waver turned Lord Kenneth's moon spirit marrow into a maid who could handle household chores. However, Waver had watched too many Terminator movies with the maid, so the maid ended up becoming like a Terminator. Chapter 78, Justice's Doubt. In the year since Shinji met Justice, he had never seen her wear such an expression. With her head lowered and her hands unconsciously fidgeting with her clothes, she appeared timid, hesitant, helpless, and guilty. She couldn't bring herself to look Shinji in the eye, not even Scat. She couldn't speak up like she usually did, she simply stood in the corner of the workshop, like a child who had done something wrong and been forgotten. Yes, a child. Despite having lived for over 1,000 years, Justice hadn't experienced much emotional growth as a human. Taking into account the 10 years she spent with Zouken Matou and Tosaka during the construction of the Great Holy Grail, as well as the year she spent with Shinji after disconnecting from the Grail system, Justice's psychological age was only 11, like that of a child. Scat recognized this, but Shinji, due to Justice's long life, overlooked it. You couldn't hold a child to the standards of an adult, that was Scat implicit message, or it could be translated as not holding Justice to the standards of an old lady. And then, you could just wait for a beating. Don't worry, even if the master beat you to death, she could use magic to resurrect you and continue beating you, or she could take your soul to the land of shadows and continue beating you. However, the master also made a mistake, she overestimated Shinji's psychological age. Shinji's combined psychological age from his 2 lives wouldn't exceed 30 years, still far from true maturity. The reason for this oversight was that Shinji's background surpassed the master's understanding, and these deficiencies led to a misjudgment. No matter how keen the master's clairvoyance was, she couldn't see parallel worlds, let alone know that the world she was in was familiar to Shinji through novels, games, anime, manga, and various other forms. The deep impression Shinji left on her was built on his previous life's accumulated desire for mystery and strength, and his meticulous planning and cautious style were based on his familiarity with the Tide Moon world. But the master didn't know that, aside from these 2 points, Shinji was just an ordinary person with nothing particularly special about him. However, a person's personality and actions are essential factors in evaluating that person and cannot be excluded. Therefore, Shinji's reaction was completely different from what Scathach had anticipated. Lady Justice, Shinji called her name and looked at her calmly. Yes, Justice responded softly, lowering her head even further until her nose nearly touched her chest. Seeing her ostrich-like appearance, Shinji couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He had no intention of interrogating her, so why did she adopt such an ostrich-like posture? Helpless, Shinji could only seek assistance from his all-knowing master through his eyes. Scathach raised her hand and lightly tapped Shinji's head with her manifested magic spear before responding, "Idiot. Men should take the initiative when dealing with women. I'm genuinely worried that you'll follow in Korea's footsteps with your current attitude." Huh? How am I supposed to be like that ultimate backup guy? Shinji complained while rubbing his head. Whether you'll end up like him or not is a question for the future. For now, focus on resolving the issue with Justice. Otherwise, be prepared to get beaten up. Upon hearing her threat, Shinji didn't dare hesitate, but as soon as he spoke, it caused Scathach's mouth to twitch. This is what Shinji said, don't you have something to say to me? Justice's face turned red, and after hesitating 3 times, she finally spoke in the softest voice, "Yes, I'm sorry." "What else?" Shinji forcefully rubbed his temples and asked. I was wrong." Perhaps because she had already said 1 sentence, Justice's voice was slightly louder this time. Bang. Thud. Ah. 3 sounds almost simultaneously rang out. Bang was the sound of Shinji placing his hands on the workbench. Because he was a little agitated, it sounded somewhat like slamming the table. This sound startled Justice, causing her to close her eyes, and resulting in another tap on Shinji's head. Thud. The final "ah" was the sound of Shinji letting out a cry when he was hit. "Sensei, what did I do wrong this time? Why did you hit me again?" Shinji didn't understand. "Idiot, blockhead, rotten wood that can't be carved." Scathach, who noticed Shinji's connection to China in his past life, sometimes switched to Chinese to express herself accurately. Over 2,000 years, she has learned all the languages in the world. What did I just say? Take the initiative. Let me say it again, take the initiative. Do you understand? Express your thoughts properly. Really, you're even dumber than Siyu Chulin. You're not even as good as my foolish little sister. Sensei, your sister, Aoife, is also a legendary female warrior of the same level as you. It wouldn't be embarrassing to be dumber than her. Shinji could only think this in his mind, as saying it out loud would probably result in not just a few light taps but a solid beating. At this moment, Shinji hadn't noticed that he didn't mention Siyu Chulin in his previous statement. Perhaps subconsciously, he didn't want to lose to the senior disciple whom his sensei admired the most. Under the pressure from his sensei, Shinji was expressing his thoughts. "Lady Justice, what I want to hear is not an apology, and you don't need to apologize to me." Justice raised her head in confusion, seemingly not understanding why Shinji would say such a thing. "Although you promised to inform me promptly about the situation in the Einsburn forest, it's understandable that you couldn't contact me in time in special circumstances. Just give me an explanation after the matter is over." Upon hearing Shinji's response, Justice was stunned. She thought Shinji was angry with her because she didn't follow the agreement and acted on her own, exposing herself to the Einsburn family. That's why he wasn't talking to her. Aren't you angry?" I've affected your plan. There's no need to be angry." "Well, I admit there might be a tiny bit of anger because your actions could lead to unforeseen changes. This is easy to understand." Suddenly, an artificial human of the Holy Grail model appeared out of nowhere, and it's difficult to predict the reactions of people like Kiritsugu and the Einsburn family. "However, you are not my servant. On the contrary, I am fulfilling the agreement with you to help you obtain the Holy Grail. You have the ultimate decision-making power. Therefore, you have the complete right to decide what to do, as long as you give me, your contractor, a reason." Chapter 79, Justice's Transformation. Justice, being an artificial human, possesses the inherent nature that most artificial humans are designed with, high obedience and low subjectivity. Whether it's completing the Holy Grail or alleviating the suffering of humanity, it is a mission bestowed upon her by the Einsburn family, not her desire. Even though she has been influenced by the soul of a heroic spirit and formed a contract with Shinji, her nature hasn't changed much. Apart from the convictions imprinted in her soul, she mostly follows Shinji's lead. However, this time, there was no one giving her orders. Shinji was resting, and Scathach was off racing. Justice made a decision entirely based on her own will. It was a human's autonomous choice, a human attribute that Shinji wished to see. In comparison, the chain reaction caused by this decision, involving Kiritsugu Amiya and the Einsburn family, wasn't significant at all. At worst, there would be a fight between the two sides. Shinji didn't believe that Scathatch and Lancelot couldn't handle a mere Einsburn. Of course, before that happened, he needed to clarify the reason. Now, Lady Justice, answer me. Why did you want to save Miss Irisveal? I don't know. 3 consecutive answers that didn't count as answers. Shinji understood this because sometimes the body reacts faster than the brain. However, when you take action, you have an answer. The difference lies in whether you genuinely don't know or don't know how to express it. Is it because you don't want the Lesser Grail to have any issues? No. Justice shook her head. As long as the core is intact, the Lesser Grail won't affect the ritual. Is it because you want to help the Einsburn faction and don't want them to exit the stage so early? Irisveal is a disguise master arranged by Kiritsugu Amiya. If she dies while Saber is still alive, it proves that she is not the master and Kiritsugu Amiya's existence will be exposed, which is detrimental to the Einsburn faction. Neither. Justice continued shaking her head. As I said, I am disappointed in the Einsburn family. Then the answer is clear. It's not the Einsburn family, nor the Lesser Grail. It can only be Irisveal herself, am I right? Justice couldn't find words to reply. She didn't want to admit it, but she couldn't deny it either because she realized that she wanted to save the existence known as Irisveal, unrelated to the Lesser Grail, purely the persona of Irisveal. Tell me in detail about your feelings at that time. Shinji leaned back, sitting directly on the laboratory table, encouraging the Lady Winter, who was lost in confusion with a smile and his gaze. I don't know what happened. When I saw Irisveal trying to stop Kirii Kotomine, I forgot everything else. I just felt that she couldn't die, that I had to save her. When I calmed down, I realized I had already left the castle and was standing in front of Kirii Kotomine. Shinji, do you think I've gone bad? Justice thought of the junkyard in the Einsburn workshop, where countless malfunctioning or damaged dolls awaited their demise. Was she, this precious prototype, going to end up like them? Gone bad. Shinji didn't continue looking at Justice, instead, he turned to Scathatch and noticed that she was also looking at him. The two locked eyes for a few seconds then burst into laughter simultaneously. Scathatch's laughter lifted a corner of her veil, revealing her exquisitely lush lips. Shinji held his stomach and slapped the table beneath him. Wait, why are you laughing? Their laughter left Justice bewildered for a while, but it also lightened her heavy heart. It's nothing. You're right, you have indeed gone bad, as an artificial human, Scathatch replied, smoothing her veil and returning to her usual calm and wise gaze. However, for humans, the malfunctioning of an artificial human is just another normal occurrence. The feeling of wanting to protect someone, cherishing something, every human has it. Do you remember when I killed Zoken a year ago? Shinji tapped his face, trying to appear more serious. I remember. That was the condition for our contract, Justice said, not understanding why Shinji was bringing this up now. To be honest, it wasn't the best timing. The best timing would have been to stay hidden, waiting for Sakura to complete her transformation, for the moment when Zoken's worms were about to invade her body. But I didn't choose to do that. Do you know why? This time, Shinji didn't wait for Justice to answer, he answered directly. Because that would have caused immense trauma to Sakura's body and soul, enough to make her live in darkness for the rest of her life. From the moment I first saw Sakura, I treated her as my family. I didn't want Sakura to become that kind of person. I wanted her to live a happy life. So, I chose to stand in front of Zoken before everything became irreparable. It was this feeling that drove me to make that decision, and I think you're the same. Upon hearing Shinji's explanation, Justice seemed to grasp something in an instant. I feel that our motivations to protect Sakura are still different. Sakura is your sister, it's a matter of family for you. I don't hold such feelings for Irisveal. I think the reason I care so much about her is because I have doubts about her being a person. I want to find answers from her, to find the answer to how a doll can become a person. Until I obtain that answer, I don't want her personality to disappear. Desiring something and making sacrifices for it, that's also a human emotion. Scathatch gently placed her hand on Justice's shoulder. Your actions prove that you have transformed from a doll to a person. You don't need to seek answers from others anymore. No, it's not enough, Justice pointed to her chest. It's not complete here. Maybe she can help me understand what I'm lacking. Scathatch was about to say something more, but Shinji waved his hand at her, signaling her to stop. To believe that it's not enough and to desire more is also a human trait. Isn't continuing to explore with that mindset the driving force of human progress? Scathatch understood Shinji's intention and held Justice's hand. Let's stop here. We can think about any questions we have when it's daylight. Yes, Shinji chimed in. You haven't rested at home for several days. Go back to your long-awaited room, sleep peacefully in bed, have a breakfast made by Sakura, and then you can think more. Sakura has mentioned several times that she misses you. She'll be happy to see you. Right, then let's get a good night's sleep, Justice nodded emphatically. Sleep is also one of the most basic elements of being human. Then, Shinji, we'll leave the cleaning to you. No problem, I've got it. With Shinji's response, Scathatch and Justice walked out of the workshop hand in hand. One in black, one in white. One in light, one in shadow. Chapter 80, Einsburn's Doubt, Part 1. The night still shrouded the Einsburn forest, dark and silent. Traces of intense battles were visible everywhere. The castle, specially brought from their homeland and tidied up by the maids, was heavily damaged in the battle between Emiya Kiritsugu and Kenneth Archibald. Even if they wanted to make repairs, the maids responsible for such tasks had already returned to their country. Irisveil sighed as she walked through the corridors, doing her best to ignore the scene of this ruined place. Fortunately, a few bedrooms had not fallen victim to the chaos, and Mia was resting in one of them. Although Irisveil had already used healing magecraft on her, Einsburn's healing magecraft was already a significant burden for the injured. It originated from alchemy, not regenerating the physical body but rather transplanting newly formed tissues through magical power. If the target was an artificial human, there would be no problem. But now she was treating a human, and from the perspective of modern medicine, it was equivalent to a major operation like organ transplantation. Mia, exhausted and on the brink of collapse, was currently in a state of deep sleep. It would take a considerable amount of time for her to regain consciousness and freely move her body. Having just finished the treatment, Irisveil had no time to rest. Emiya Kiritsugu and Saber were waiting for her in the dining hall. The dining hall, serving as a temporary meeting room, had an oppressively heavy atmosphere. Emiya Kiritsugu sat at the long table, maintaining his firearms, while Saber stood opposite him, her hands behind her back, motionless like a statue. Irisveil was accustomed to such a scene. The relationship between these two, master and servant, had always been strained due to their differing ideologies. Emiya Kiritsugu believed that the King of Knights was naive and idealistic, while the King of Knights thought of Emiya Kiritsugu as despicable. Irisveil had tried to mediate a few times but with little effect. Now, she only hoped that the two wouldn't start any conflicts. That would be enough for her. The atmosphere in the dining hall eased a bit with Irisveil's arrival. She was Emiya Kiritsugu's beloved wife and the princess that Saber was willing to protect. Her innocence and strength could touch people's hearts. As usual, Irisveil sat across from Kiritsugu, closest to Saber. When will Mia be able to move? Kiritsugu spoke, causing Saber to furrow her brows. What does he mean by able to move? She's a person, not a weapon you hold in your hand. However, Irisveil didn't dwell on Kiritsugu's tone. After spending this time together, she had already sensed the inexplicable bond between her husband and Mia, which outsiders couldn't understand. She simply responded truthfully, she won't be able to move for the next day or two. I see. I'll proceed alone from now on. You two stay here on standby. Kiritsugu closed the case containing his sniper rifle and was about to get up and leave. Hey, Kiritsugu, do you think Act sent another master to participate in the war besides us? Hearing his wife's question, Kiritsugu's cold expression finally showed a hint of fluctuation. Why are you asking that? Well, I encountered someone before. She drove away Kodomine Kirii and saved me and Miss Mia. She looks exactly like me, so she must be another artificial human of the same model as me. Silence fell upon Kiritsugu, who took a moment to confirm with doubt. You're saying someone who looks exactly like you saved you and drove away Kodomine Kirii? Yes, that's right, Irisveil nodded. Give me a detailed description of her appearance, attire, and the sequence of events from when she appeared to when she left. I want to know every detail. Kiritsugu had a feeling that an invisible hand was reaching out to them. Someone who looks exactly like you wields a special line as a weapon, and can manipulate metal wires. It seems she is indeed an artificial human from the Einsburn family. Irisveil, have you taught anyone else about the form of the soul? I haven't told anyone except Ilya, Irisveil replied. Even Kiritsugu didn't know about her development of combat magecraft, so there was no way she would have told anyone else. And I feel like she is much better at manipulating the threads than me. If possible, I would like to learn from her for a while. Indeed, being able to drive away Kodomine Kirii proves that her magical skills and combat experience are top-notch, but it doesn't make sense. Kiritsugu had lived in the Einsburn family for 9 years, and he was very familiar with the family. In his opinion, this incident itself was full of doubts. The first doubt was the extraordinary combat power of that woman. The Einsburn family was truly not skilled in combat, and as long as he was prepared, Kiritsugu was confident in destroying the Einsburn family alone. Initially, Kiritsugu thought it might be someone in disguise or his wife being under an illusion, but he quickly dismissed those possibilities. It's easy to disguise appearance, but it's much harder to mimic the nature of magecraft. The chances of Irisveil being under an illusion with the protection of the bounded field were extremely low. Everything confirmed that the woman came from the Einsburn family. This fact itself was the second point of doubt. Kiritsugu had previously reviewed the information on the Einsburn family. The manufacturing process of the Lesser Grail type of artificial humans was complex, and the cost was extremely high. Even the wealthy Einsburn family couldn't afford to manufacture multiple units at once, nor was there a need for duplicate production. Act had stated that there was only one Irisveil, the Lesser Grail, and she must be protected. Act wouldn't lie, and there was no need for him to lie. Since he said so, there must be only one Lesser Grail type of artificial human, Irisveil. So where did that woman come from? Was she an earlier model of Irisveil? Or was she a discarded failure? Setting aside the question of her origin, why did this woman save Irisveil? Sisterly affection was impossible. They had never even met before, so how could there be any emotions between them? Furthermore, apart from Irisveil, who was an exception, the artificial humans of the Einsburn family were hardly distinguishable from machines. Did they understand what emotions were? Leaving aside these two unanswered questions, for now, another matter concerned Kiritsugu, the actions of the assassin. It was not surprising that assassin could evade the detection of the bounded field. The assassin class itself was characterized by stealth and agility, and the Queen of Shadows was the highest-level warrior and magus who could easily break through such a barrier. The question was, why did she appear together with that woman? A coincidence? Kiritsugu didn't believe it. That woman was likely connected to assassin in some way. This would explain why Assassin's master ordered him to assist Saber last night, and it would also make sense for that woman to intervene and drive away Makiri tonight. But if that were the case, it couldn't explain why Assassin prevented Kiritsugu from killing Makiri. Assisting Irisveil on one hand and saving Kenneth on the other. Wasn't that contradictory? It couldn't be the same, as Lancer helping Saber once, then Saber helping Lancer once. This was war, not a game, and the Queen of Shadows was not a knight. Chapter 81, Einsburn's Doubt, Part 2. If Shinji knew Kiritsugu's thoughts, he would laugh himself awake from dreaming. His request for Scathatch to intervene and save Justice was not meant to disrupt Kiritsugu's plans. It was simply an attempt to gain something from Justice. He never expected Kiritsugu to dig his own grave. Scathatch's action plan for tonight was as follows: drive from the city to the foot of the Einsburn forest, then hike up the mountain. Just as she found Castor's location, she received a message from Shinji, instructing her to confirm the condition of Justice. When Scathatch arrived at the back of the mountain, Justice was already engaged in battle with Kirii and holding her own. Upon receiving this news, Shinji finally let go of the heavy stone that had been weighing on his heart. He was worried that Justice would encounter other servants. Justice lacked a specific class template, and she had no combat experience in her lifetime. Even if she had developed new combat magecraft, she couldn't possibly match up against a servant. This was limited to the current Holy Grail war. Against non-combat servants like Anderson or Shakespeare, Justice would have a chance of winning. But if her opponent was Kirii, Shinji had no worries. Although Kirii was powerful in combat and had extensive battle experience, he was still bound by the limits of a human. His fighting style, focused on black keys and Bajiquin, did not exceed the scope of interconnectedness and myriad changes that Justice could handle. Even if Justice couldn't defeat him, it wouldn't be difficult for her to retreat. Scathatch also agreed with this assessment. Having confirmed this, Shinji made a quick decision and changed his objective once again, instructing Scathatch to head to the castle. This led to the subsequent scene of saving Kenneth in front of Kiritsugu, extending a favor to Lancer, and incidentally improving Saber's opinion of him. Irisveil didn't have as many thoughts as Kiritsugu and Shinji. Her view on the matter was simple: shouldn't we contact our family? Perhaps Lord Act Einsburn, knows something. Upon hearing his wife's suggestion, Kiritsugu appeared hesitant. The suggestion itself was not a problem. Kiritsugu and Irisveil couldn't possibly have as much knowledge about the Einsburn family as Act, the humanoid terminal capable of central system production. Asking Act for information would provide a clue, regardless of the response received. The conservative isolation of the Einsburn family made it extremely difficult to contact them. The Einsburn family lacked modern communication devices, and the alchemical communication devices were only possessed by Act and could only be used at fixed times and through specific nodes, which did not include the Einsburn forest in the Far East. To contact the Einsburn family, Kiritsugu had to go through 3 intermediaries. First, he would contact his intelligence personnel, then transfer to one of the few peripheral bases of the Einsburn family, and from there, go to a specific node. These nodes also did not have modern communication devices and strictly adhered to the traditions of the Einsburn family, relying on the alchemical devices of the nodes to contact the head of the family, Act. Just the process of contacting Act alone would take 3 to 6 days. If the time for Act to search for information and provide a reply was taken into account, it would probably take 10 days to half a month. By that time, the Holy Grail war might already be over, and the answer would be of no use. Apart from the difficulty of communication, Kiritsugu also had some concerns about the mysterious woman's reaction. Although she was related to the Einsburn family, her actions and behavior indicated that she was not on the same side as the Einsburn and even had conflicts with them. If Kiritsugu rashly contacted the family, it could potentially anger the woman. If she was pushed into opposition, it would be disastrous. Regardless of whether she had any connection with Assassin, she displayed combat abilities made Kiritsugu cautious. In the end, Kiritsugu shook his head and said, "Forget it. Okay, I'll follow your lead." Once her husband had made a decision, Irisveal would comply without questioning, such was the understanding between them as a couple. "Saber, I'll leave the security of the castle to you. I'm going to chase after Kenneth." Having said that, Kiritsugu didn't wait for Saber's response. He left the dining hall, walked past the devastated castle gate, and disappeared into the night. Even if Assassin managed to rescue Kenneth, Kiritsugu had no intention of giving up. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Saber wanted to say something, but looking at Kiritsugu's resolute figure, all she could do was swallow the words that had reached her lips and lower her head in frustration. Irisveal noticed Saber's demeanor and turned to ask the young knight who she was close to, "Why didn't you say anything? Are you thinking of taking down Castor? Because I need to protect your safety and Miss Mia's safety." Saber lowered her head and looked at her left hand, which was wearing a silver ring used to secure her unconscious thumb. If her left hand was unharmed, Castor would already be dead. "It's no longer safe here. Miss Mia can't move, and you need to take care of her. If enemies invade while I'm gone, you'll be in danger, especially that men who injured Miss Mia." Kirii Kotomine, Irisveal instinctively uttered the name that made Kiritsugu fearful. "I've examined Miss Mia's body. More than half of her ribs are broken, and her internal organs have varying degrees of damage. Just 2 strikes caused such injuries. This man is powerful." Saber gave a high evaluation of Kotomine's Bajiquin. "Powerful? Is that what even you, Saber, say?" Irisveal's hands involuntarily clenched, showing her nervousness. "Yes, he is very powerful. One of the principles of a knight is justice, and Saber wouldn't belittle the enemy just because they are adversaries. Based on the knowledge bestowed upon me by the Holy Grail, there are not many humans stronger than him. However, Irisveal, rest assured, I'm talking about humans, not servants. Even with just my left hand, I can easily defeat him." The last sentence instantly turned Irisveal's worries into joy. "Really? I swear on my knight's honor." Saber lightly tapped her left chest with her right fist. No matter what, she would protect the woman in front of her. "I believe you, Saber." Irisveal walked up to Saber and held her hands. "I entrust Miss Mia and myself to your protection." "Yes, I promise." Saber's serious expression and upright posture were worthy of her title as the King of Knights. However, this exemplary knightly stance was disrupted by an unmistakable rumbling sound. Saber's face suddenly turned bright red, and she stammered, "Well. I'm sorry, Irisveal. I don't feel particularly hungry, but it seems like my body needs nourishment." Okay, I understand." The corners of Irisveal's mouth involuntarily curled upward. "It's inevitable to feel hungry after battling Castor. Please wait here for a moment, I'll prepare something for you to eat." "Thank you so much, Irisveal." Upon hearing that there was food, Saber's eyes lit up, and a mix of heroic, shy, and excited expressions made her look especially adorable. Seeing Saber like this, Irisveal's mood improved even more. "What should we have today?" "Salamander soup. How about adding some wasabi that Japanese people love?" That's right, Irisveal excelled in the legendary dark art of cooking. P.S. Kiritsugu's combat power, comparable to a servant, must be enhanced by command seals. In Fate/0, Kirii personally gave an evaluation that both sides were cheating in their final battle, which elevated them to the level of servants. Chapter 82, Dream. Shinji had a dream. In the dream, he saw a nation where the sky was perpetually shrouded in gloom. No, it wasn't just gloomed, it was a deeper monotony, as if the entire world had only 3 colors, pure white, profound black, and ambiguous shades of gray that transitioned and alternated in intensity. This was a realm of shadows, a realm that did not belong to the living, a truly eerie place. In this monotonous and oppressive nation, that person was the only color, the sole ruler. She was the queen of this realm, the undeniable mistress of this world beyond. She was the guardian of the border between the mundane and the mystical. Countless years had not left a trace on her body, they had only refined her unique aura, making her flawless and impeccable. Her wise eyes pierced through the gray haze of the sky, the shadows on the ground, and even the towering walls, meeting the gaze that crossed time and space. Memories, information, and much deeper things were transmitted through this intangible connection. In an instant, Shinji saw many things, a millennium in the blink of an eye. Numerous lives. She had truly taken away countless lives before. Whether they were human, undead, or gods, she confronted and slaughtered them all. Battle after battle after battle. Kill, 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 kill. This body, soaked in the blood of enemies, became eternal. No more aging. No death. Transformed into a certain existence that would forever endure. Since the first time she took up a spear, how much time had passed? She couldn't remember. Wait, in this body that guarded the gate and gained the wisdom of the abyss, it was possible to measure time accurately. But she didn't want to know through such means. It wasn't melancholy. It wasn't resignation. Is it regret? I don't know. It's possible, but it's also hard to say for certain. At least, the emotions that went unnoticed when slaughtering numerous monsters and instructing the warriors of Ulster do exist within me now. Ah, indeed, I did teach many warriors before. At the end of infinite time, everything will die and disappear completely. Amidst the deliberately indifferent memories that have been maintained, only the image of one man's figure, can emerge. Crimson pupils. When the brilliance in his eyes flashes through my mind, an inexplicable gentleness arises in my heart. Even this body, which has become eternal and unable to undergo any change, can feel warmth. Hope for a reunion with him. Such a wish does not exist, I can assert that. So what is it then? If I must say, it is the hope to be killed by that man. Hope for the arrival of my death as a human. However, does that man, the one who has become a heroic spirit, the one who has lost the radiance of life, still possess the ability to kill me, even if I were a god? As a being fixed in death, in the identity of a heroic spirit. Regardless, this is the only hope I know of, and among the many warriors, he is the only one who might fulfill my expectations. It should have been this way, it should have been like this. I should have embraced the faint hope and quietly awaited the end of the world. However, it seems that my predetermined fate has shifted ever so slightly. A newly born life, the crimson pupils in my heart, have been stained with a hint of blue, and in this mysterious fading era, a completely new encounter brings unknown possibilities. At the end of the dream, the queen seated on the throne removes the veil from her face. This was Shinji's first time seeing her face, the countenance that illuminated this realm of shadows, a visage that even the legendary goddess paled in comparison to. Her lips, always slightly downturned, opened and closed gently with a touch of melancholy and allure, delivering a voice that was incredibly familiar to Shinji's heart. Do you know what the Shadow Land is like? Just as its name suggests. A realm of darkness that permeates in all directions, a place where sunlight never reaches, the world of death. Looking back, Siyu Chulin's arrival was truly ironic. Look, isn't that guy the son of the sun? In the Shadow Land, there are 7 walls. No, it's not meant to be taken literally. It's something symbolic, like a representation of a truth you already know. In other words, the dead will never be resurrected. The inhabitants of the Shadow Land will never surpass the walls and appear on the surface. It should be like that. That's the norm. But I, the guardian of the norms of the Shadow Land, have violated this norm. I hope that one day you can successfully uphold the norms of the world and impressively send me back to this world, my master. The shadows before my eyes gradually recede, and the scenery of the Shadow Land begins to blur. Darkness once again occupies my field of vision. A faint ray of light pierces the endless darkness. It's not the light of a dream, it's real sunlight. Shinji opens his eyes, waking up from his slumber. As usual, he rubs his eyes with his hand but discovers that they are moist, trailing down his cheeks to his chin. Are those tears? Did I cry? While I was asleep, while I was dreaming. That dream. So that's it. Did I see Sensei's experiences? Was she fighting against those kinds of monsters all alone? Was she always gazing at that dull and oppressive realm of the deceased? Immortal and unchanging, is it really that painful? Sensei. Scat-hack. You. With a rustling sound, the curtains in the room are pulled open, and the momentary alternation of light and darkness dilutes the sorrow in Shinji's heart. By the window, at the tea table, wearing a high-neck sweater on top and cotton pants on the bottom, Scat-hack, in her casual attire, rests her chin on her hand and quietly gazes at Shinji's face. The sunlight that brings vitality to all things not only doesn't exclude the queen who resides in the realm of the dead but also makes her even more dazzling. Sensei. Shinji's voice carries unprecedented emotions. The dream revealed many things to him. I knocked on the door, didn't you hear? Scat-hack's expression is as calm as ever, as if nothing had happened. Get up quickly, Sakura is waiting for you to have breakfast. Okay. Shinji rolls out of bed, but as soon as his feet touch the ground, he freezes. His gaze fixes on Scat-hack's face, which is clean and devoid of any decoration. Sensei, your veil. Why, do you care about it? Scat-hack clenches her left hand in the air, and a black veil conjured by magic appears in her hand. I do care, of course. Shinji nods repeatedly. It would be better if you don't wear veils in the future. Seems like you don't want me to hide my face, Scythe sighed. It's not like it's anything interesting. Are you saying you're quite fond of this appearance? Of course, I've wanted to tell my sensei for a long time, I just didn't know how to bring it up. It's such a beautiful face, it's a shame to hide it. Upon hearing Shinji's praise, Scythe didn't react like an ordinary girl would, neither did she show happiness or dissatisfaction. She simply put away her veil and said, save those words for other girls. Now, get up and have breakfast. Shinji still didn't leave his bed. He took a deep breath as if making a certain determination. Sensei, I want to fulfill your wish. I don't know how far I'll ultimately go, or if I'll reach the heights of those senior disciples you've taught, but I will try to become stronger and seek a way to kill you. So, can you also have a little bit of expectation for me? That serious expression, that solemn attitude, had only appeared when he formed a contract with Justice. At this moment, Shinji forgot that Scythe had descended into the present world to seek death through the Holy Grail. Perhaps, in his subconscious, he had already assumed that the Holy Grail couldn't kill this queen who existed outside of the world. He, Matou Shinji, wanted her, Scythe, to be liberated from eternal loneliness. The perpetually downturned corners of Scythe's mouth finally curled upwards, freezing into an incredibly stunning curve. Don't make me wait until the world's end. Chapter 83, Scythe's Transformation. This is an extremely desolate place. In the cold winter night air, dust fills the surroundings. There are only cold mechanical devices, with no human figures in sight. This is a factory located on the outskirts of Fuyuki City, near the National Highway. The factory went bankrupt and closed down a year ago due to poor management. Being remote and without any children or rebellious teenagers considering it as their secret base, it gradually became a forgotten place in Fuyuki City. This is where Kenneth has been hiding. Compared to the collapsed K Hotel, this abandoned factory has no advantages except for being hidden. Kenneth has always felt humiliated and angry about hiding in this factory. But now, he has no thoughts left. Someone who has lost consciousness and fallen into a deep coma cannot think, let alone experience emotional fluctuations. The factory where Kenneth lies in a deep sleep is empty. There is no one to accompany him. Lancer is not there, and his fiancée, Sola, is also absent. The only things with him are the cold hospital bed beneath him, and 4-drip, a stand for hanging the 4-drip, and a bedside table for miscellaneous items. Compared to the crowd surrounding him at the clock tower, the former being heaven and the latter being hell. A short figure appears in front of the hospital bed. The cold winter wind blows into the factory through a broken window, lifting the cloak on the figure and revealing a strand of deep blue curls and a youthful face. Within the cold wind, pure white and jet black spiritual particles alternate, outlining two graceful and exquisite figures beside the boy. The boy named Matou Shinji glances at Kenneth on the hospital bed. The once clear and refreshed expression on his face is now contorted with pain. His slender and athletic body involuntarily trembles every few minutes. Lady Justice, how is his condition? His entire magical circuit has necrotized, almost all of his internal organs are ruptured, and his muscles and nerves have suffered varying degrees of damage. However, compared to last night, he is in much better condition. It seems he received timely treatment and didn't waste the emergency measures I took. Justice only takes a glance and understands Kenneth's current situation. Though his life has been saved, his magical circuit has suffered irreversible damage. Over 70% of the magic circuits closely connected to the magical crests have been destroyed. In the future, he may be unable to use magecraft. The damage to his nervous system caused by the magical circuit will also make movement difficult for him. If his recovery goes well, he may be able to walk again, but if not, he will spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Tisk, it's miserable. It's hard to believe that he was the esteemed Magus of the clock tower, the genius El Meloi, but the power of Kiritsugu Amiya's origin bullet is too great for Magi. Shinji sighed with a mocking tone and turned his head to the side. Even in this state, can you still treat him, Lady Justice? Justice didn't answer. She walked to the bedside, placed her hand on Kenneth's forehead, and released golden magical energy from her palm in a way different from regular magecraft. It flowed into Kenneth's battered body. This is the purpose of the three of them coming to the abandoned factory. During breakfast, Shinji and Scythe told Korea about the battle in the Einsburn forest the previous night. When they mentioned Kiritsugu Amiya's trump card, the origin bullet, Shinji explained in detail how this mystic code operates and advised Korea to be cautious. If they were to become enemies with Kiritsugu Amiya, they should not use their magical energy and instead use the rune stones made by Scythe. By not using their magical energy, they can avoid harming their magical circuits. Although the rune stones crafted by Scythe are precious, they pale in comparison to their own lives. Unexpectedly, after Shinji finished speaking, Justice directly said that the damage to magical circuits is not entirely incurable. The Einsburn family possesses a secret technique for creating artificial magical circuits. Although this technique cannot be applied to humans, when combined with the miracle of Justy's transcendent magic, the third magic, materialization of the soul, it theoretically has the potential to reshape damaged magical circuits. Justy's words piqued Skathaka's interest. If there is anything in this world that can still capture the attention of this immortal queen who has graduated from the world, it would be powerful warriors and mysteries she has yet to comprehend, and magic belongs to the latter. The fact that Justice can accomplish something that even the highest-ranking Magus born in the Age of Gods cannot do with her magic genuinely surprised Skathak. Seeing his sensei's rare enthusiasm, Shinji didn't want to dampen her spirits. He went along with her suggestion and proposed a request to visit Kenneth. While providing emergency treatment to Kenneth, Skathak quietly left a magic rune on his body. Following the fluctuations emitted by this rune, the three of them successfully found Kenneth's hiding place. When they reached the entrance of the factory, Sola happened to be taking Lancer outside to prepare medicine for Kenneth, which greatly facilitated the infiltration of the three. Justy's examination quickly yielded results. Although the magical circuits are severely damaged, the basic components are still intact, and the magical inscriptions connected to them still retain the flow of magical energy. Given enough time, I have confidence in restoring both his magical circuits and magical inscriptions to their original state. Oh. Skathak and Shinji simultaneously raised an eyebrow, their voices trailing off with a hint of curiosity. A dream they had shared greatly enhanced their telepathic connection, and everyone in the Matou family could perceive the change between the two. In that dream last night, not only did Shinji see Skathaka's memories, but Skathak also saw Shinji's memories, including his ordinary yet happy past life. Compared to Skathaka's grand and dramatic life, Shinji's past and present were insignificant. However, it was precisely this insignificance that Skathak had never experienced. Skathak had experienced prosperity and downfall, strength and weakness, admiration and fear from others, but she had never experienced ordinariness. Observing the world with a detached eye for over 2,000 years, she had witnessed countless people and events, but observing was not the same as experiencing. Although Shinji's life seemed trivial compared to those great heroes, the genuine emotions and joys and sorrows contained within that ordinariness made Skathak feel a different world. It turns out that the ordinary can also be extraordinary. Her eternal life gained a touch of brilliance from this insignificant ordinariness. Perhaps this brilliance would fade away with time, but the emotions in her heart would become a part of her memories. She had never been as grateful to Zelrich as she was now because it was thanks to him that she could come to the present world and meet her little master, who was also her disciple. It truly was wonderful. So she removed her veil and the invisible barrier she had set for herself. The aloofness on her person diminished, replaced by a more human touch. The raised eyebrows and trailing voices were the best proof of this change. P.S. Shinji leveled up Skathak's bond level to 4 LOL. Chapter 84, Tragedy of Kenneth. Regarding the matter of the master and disciple, Justice calmly withdrew her hand, her composed actions reflecting her utmost confidence. I have temporarily stabilized his magic circuits and magic inscriptions, preventing further deterioration. The next step is to reconstruct his magical circuits based on the residual information in his body. According to my current prana and the magical energy that Shinji can generate, it will take approximately a week to reconstruct a magical circuit. Kenneth L. Meloy possesses 45 primary circuits and 27 auxiliary circuits. Taking into account the time needed for observation, calculation, and experimentation, it will require at least 2 years. 2 years, huh? Shinji rubbed his chin, his gaze shifting between Justice and Kenneth, seemingly calculating something. It sounds quite troublesome. Lady Justice, do you think we should treat him or not? If it were the old Justice, she would have answered, either option is fine, it's up to Shinji to decide. But now, in the present where she was becoming more like an individual, where Shinji and Skathak told her to decide things for herself, she tried to think and judge. Shinji, will curing him be beneficial to us? Well, let's see. It would be beneficial to me and the Matou family, but it doesn't have a direct connection to your wish. What I'm interested in is his knowledge, as well as the connections and influence he possesses as the Lord of the Clock Tower. In the long run, it could lead to greater development for the Matou family, but that would take 5 years, 10 years, or even longer. Whether this development can help purify the Holy Grail, I can't guarantee. Shinji's answer was unbiased, simply providing basic analysis along with the truth. But for Justice, it was enough. If it's beneficial to you, then it's beneficial to me. Our fates are intertwined, and I will design a suitable treatment plan as soon as possible. Justice's decision touched Shinji, and ever since their chance encounter, she had silently been helping him. He might not express this bond, but it would be engraved in his heart for a lifetime. I'm counting on you, but there's no need to rush. The most important thing now is the Holy Grail War. We can address the treatment after the war is over. Understood. Then Justice nodded gently, about to say something more, but was interrupted by Skathak. Lancer and that woman have returned. Shinji and Justice exchanged a glance, and then Shinji pulled his cloak, activating its concealment effect, completely masking his presence and form. At the same time, Scathach and Justice also dematerialized and used rune symbols to erase any traces. A few minutes later, Sola, with her short red hair, entered the workshop. She casually placed the plastic bag she was holding on the bedside table and took out a towel from it. She wet it with water and began to wipe Kenneth's body. As she looked into the eyes of her fiancé, there was mockery, sympathy, ridicule, and relief, but there was no pain or tenderness that a wife would have when looking at her husband. Although her wiping actions seemed careful, there was a sense of perfunctoriness in the details, as if she was doing it for someone else's sake. Whether it was because her movements were too heavy or because of Justy's previous magecraft, Kenneth woke up from his unconscious state. "Where am I?" "It seems you've awakened." The voice of his fiancée brought Kenneth back to full consciousness. He instinctively struggled to sit up but realized that he was tightly bound by belts around his chest and waist, unable to move. "Sola. What is this? How did I end up here?" As if she didn't see Kenneth's struggle, Sola just calmly responded with a question. "Don't you remember what happened?" That sentence seemed like a switch, gradually reviving the memories before he lost consciousness. I was hit. I used the volumen hydrargyrum to defend, but the memory was interrupted there, only sensing a sharp pain. When he woke up, he found himself lying here. "What happened to my body?" "Your magic circuits throughout your body show signs of being out of control. It's a miracle that you didn't die on the spot. I only had time to regenerate your organs and some nerves. Even if you gradually recover in the future, I don't know if you'll be able to walk." And Sola's words made Kenneth feel despair closing in on him. Self-inflicted injuries caused by a magical energy runaway were the desperate situation that every magi faced. Although Kenneth had always believed that he would never make such a low-level mistake, he knew exactly what this meant. "And your magic circuits have been destroyed. You won't be able to use magecraft anymore." I. The man once hailed as a prodigy, bearing the name of Lord Elmeloy, shed tears. He couldn't understand how he ended up in this situation when the whole world was supposed to be blessing him. His genius was supposed to guarantee him an unlimited future and glory. Everything that Kenneth had believed in was mercilessly crushed, shattering before him. Faced with this heartless reality and an incomprehensible situation, all he could do was cry in cowardice. He was now like a child who had just experienced the meaning of fear. And this is exactly what Shinji wanted to see. If Kenneth is not brought down to the dust, he will never appreciate the preciousness of the sky. Once he experiences enough loss and fear in the dust, he will desperately grasp onto any lifeline, even if it is tainted with poison. Therefore, now is not the best time to give Kenneth hope because he has not yet lost his last shred of hope. "Don't cry, Kenneth. It's too early to give up now," Sola whispered in a comforting tone while gently caressing his cheek. Her tenderness towards her fiancé would only appear when he needed it, even if it was deliberately feigned tenderness. The Holy Grail war is still ongoing, and we have not been defeated yet. If the Holy Grail is truly an all-powerful wish-granting machine, restoring your body to its original state shouldn't be a difficult task. Sola. Unconsciously, Kenneth's tears stopped. "Kenneth, you truly are a genius. By adding your design on top of the original contract system, separating the supply of magical energy from the command spell authority. You possess the command spells, and I, like another master, provide magical energy to Lancer. As long as I, the source of magical energy supply, am still here, Lancer will continue to abide by our contract. All we need to do is win, obtain the Holy Grail with the most victories, and everything will be restored." Sola's words gave Kenneth great encouragement and hope. Kenneth deeply loves his fiancée, and for him, the motivation she gives him is more powerful than anything else, giving him courage. But why is there an indescribable uneasiness passing through his chest like the wind at this moment? Is it because Sola saw Kenneth's doubts? Sola smiled like a gentle mother and held his right wrist. His hand couldn't move, and there were still 2 command spells on the back of his hand. "So, Kenneth, transfer these command spells to me. I will replace you as Lancer's master, all for the sake of bringing the Holy Grail to you." Chapter 85, Lancer's Wish. Sola left contentedly, carrying the command spell she desired. Kenneth once again lost consciousness. Compared to a few minutes ago, the back of his right hand was devoid of the red emblem, and his 5 fingers were wrapped in several layers of bandages. This time, his fainting was not due to physical weakness but anger and fear. Kenneth didn't willingly surrender the command spell, he was threatened by his fiancée. The woman with short red hair broke Kenneth's fingers one by one without expression after he refused her request to relinquish the command spell. For a medium-level healing magecraft like this, it's impossible to forcibly remove the command spell unless with the person's consent. "If you insist on refusing, then I'll have to cut off your right hand." Sola's tone was as gentle as before, but her words plunged Kenneth into an abyss of anger and despair, eventually causing him to lose consciousness. After Sola left, Shinji dispelled the invisibility of his cloak, wearing a deep expression on his face that didn't match his age. Kenneth, your greatest tragedy is that the person you love doesn't love you back and has fallen for another man. Political alliances easily lead to such problems. Sola Ui Nuatari Sophiari, daughter of the Sophia family who had served as the Minister of Spirit Evocation in the Clock Tower, was not the heir and did not inherit the qualification for magic crest engraving. Her destiny was predetermined from birth to be a tool for political alliances. Fortunately, Sola's betrothed was Kenneth, whom she fell in love with at first sight and deeply cared for. Both the Archibald and Sophia families approved of their relationship, considering them a highly compatible couple. If Kenneth hadn't been marked with the holy stigmata, hadn't come to Fuyuki City, and hadn't participated in the Holy Grail War, perhaps their fate would have unfolded as many had predicted, getting married amidst countless blessings, having children, the two great families uniting, and embarking on a new era of glory. Kenneth would have astonished the world of magecraft with his achievements, leaving people amazed and numb. Sola would have peacefully played the role of a wife and mother, admired and envied by numerous ladies. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Kenneth summoned D'Armuid Ua Duibni, known as the Radiant Face, and since the first day Sola saw D'Armuid, she fell in love with this handsome knight, not due to the charm of the mole but simply the mutual attraction between man and woman, just like when Kenneth first saw Sola. The wheel of fate took a turn on the wide avenue, leading them onto a rugged and treacherous path with deep abysses on both sides. Finn, Grain, Kenneth, Sora. Whether in life or death, D'Armuid cannot escape such a fate. Truly ironic, sighed Scathach, feeling sorrow for the noble knight. Finn Mac Cumhale, the leader of the Fianna Knights to which D'Armuid belonged, a great hero possessing supreme wisdom and the power to control healing water, was engaged to Grain, the daughter of King Mac Mara of Ireland. Both sides celebrated a grand engagement feast in Terra's palace, and everyone offered their blessings for this union. The atmosphere of the banquet was lively, except for the young and beautiful Princess Grain, who was gloomy. Finn, her fiancé, was old enough to be her grandfather, and she didn't want to marry such a person. At the climax of the banquet, she saw a young knight, the one bestowed with the highest honor, known as the beloved of women, with the radiant face, D'Armuid Ua Duibni, and she fell in love with him. At the end of the banquet, when everyone was intoxicated, she found him. Exchange my love and your sacred vows, my dear, and please stop this absurd marriage. Take me with you, to the end of the sky, to the other side of the world. With tear-filled eyes, the girl spoke to him, igniting the flame of love in the hero's heart with her gaze. It was the purgatory fire that would consume his body. The hero had already realized it at that moment. But he couldn't resist. The hero took the princess's hand, and together they abandoned the bright future. And so, a tragic love story from Celtic mythology unfolded. The hero and the princess fled for 16 years. At the end of the story, D'Armuid reconciled with Finn under the mediation of his foster father, Angus. But Finn did not truly forgive D'Armuid. He knew about the geist that bound D'Armuid to die at the hands of his half-brother, who had transformed into a wild boar and deliberately orchestrated the encounter between D'Armuid and the boar. After D'Armuid was gravely injured by the boar, Finn, knowing that his healing water could save D'Armuid, intentionally let the water slip through his fingers twice. By the time he brought the water for the third time, D'Armuid had already ceased to breathe. Could it be that even in the present day, over 1,000 years later, in this world where he was summoned as a heroic spirit, the same story would unfold? Scathach walked up to the broken window, her gaze piercing through the fence of the factory. In the cold wind, Sola, tears streaming down her face, looked at D'Armuid with an intense gaze. Lancer, fight with me, protect me, support me, and let us obtain the Holy Grail together. Wasn't Sola at this moment so similar to Grain from years ago? But this time, D'Armuid refused. He would not make the same choice as he did back then, betraying his lord. Before becoming a servant, I was just a knight, and I have sworn loyalty to Lord Kenneth. If Lord Kenneth abandons the Holy Grail, then the Holy Grail holds no meaning for me. Lady Sola, I cannot accept your request. Please forgive me. Is he serious? Justice couldn't believe or understand Lancer's words. Her understanding of humans was not deep enough to grasp the complexities of the human heart. Heroic spirits summoned as servants to participate in the Holy Grail War were not summoned without reason. Like the masters, they also had wishes they wanted to fulfill, which is why they responded to the summons and fought alongside their masters. Indeed, without a wish, there would be no response to the summoning. However, fulfilling a wish doesn't necessarily have to involve the Holy Grail. D'Armuid is such an exception, Shinji said as he looked through his memories. His wish is to follow his lord, whom he has sworn loyalty to, until death and achieve the glory he couldn't attain in life as a knight. Whether it's victory to the end or falling in battle, as long as he is by his lord's side, his wish will be fulfilled. Truly, he is a pure and idealistic person. Because of his purity, he was lamentable, whether it was his legend in life or his fate in the original timeline. Shinji, Scathack, turned around and looked at her master. She saw his dreams and knew so much, including the world called Type Moon created by a certain artist. I won't let that happen. Shinji raised his head, revealing a childish smile. You have graduated from this world, but I haven't. You don't want to interfere, so I will. I will give D'Armuid a relatively fulfilling conclusion in your place. P.S. Shinji changing the story of fate, 0. P.S. Geis, also spelled as Heas/Geis/Guess, with the plural form Gisa, can be translated as taboo, prohibition, or oath. It holds significant importance in Celtic mythology but remains one of its most secretive aspects. Geis can enhance the strength of heroes but can also become their weakness. PS2, the elopement of D'Armuid and Grain also had to do with Grain placing a Geis on D'Armuid. PS3, Scathack is a bit tsundere. She says she has graduated from this world and won't interfere, but when it comes to battles or matters related to warriors, she can't help but get involved. This aspect is well portrayed in Fate/Grand Order, especially in the swimsuit event. Those who have played it will fall in love with her, Sensei. PS4, don't underestimate the terror of Sensei's original rune. The rune of the Killing Order is a rune that Sensei modified in his spiritual core. In the final stages of the swimsuit event, Sensei directly deployed the rune on the ground, causing the Boars, who had already acquired technology and civilization no less than humans, to forget all their knowledge and return to the primitive era. PS5, stop mocking D'Armuid for saying one thing and doing another. That's how chivalry is. In China, it is natural to use strategy to overcome stronger opponents, but in the West, especially during the heyday of chivalry, it was considered dishonorable and went against the spirit of knighthood. In that era, chivalry was like a religion, a belief, somewhat similar to the struggle between divine authority and royal authority. It is not surprising to choose either side when the two conflict. D'Armuid's loyalty doesn't need to be questioned, and his actions align with the spirit of chivalry. If we have to blame something, it would be that era and chivalry itself. PS6, it is a misconception that Westerners do not use strategy in warfare. Figures like Alexander the Great and Hannibal have classic examples of strategic warfare. However, they were not rigid knights. It is important to emphasize once again that while there may be fewer classical examples of strategic warfare in the West compared to the East, it doesn't mean that Westerners are foolish or unaware of tactics. They were simply constrained by their systems and society. / woman. Chapter 86, the Tosaka family's precepts. As a Magus family with a history spanning over 200 years and 5 generations, the Tosaka family can be considered to have a certain heritage and history. Generally speaking, such families would have principles derived from bloodlines, culture, and order, known as family precepts, and the Tosaka family is no exception. The family precepts of the Tosaka family are as follows. First, never falter in critical moments. Second, stay away from the Matou family. Third, there is not a single good person with the surname Amiya. Fourth, Archer is the most unreliable. Fifth, no matter how difficult, never resort to magecraft, no matter how poor, never lack gemstones. Sixth, despise teachers' treasures and noble phantasms. Seventh, do not touch machinery. Eighth, Shinji is never wrong. Well, the above are just summaries of those idle and bored Type Moon fans in Shinji's previous life. No distinguished family would use such things as family precepts. The true family precept of the Tosaka family is, always maintain composure, always stay elegant. Objectively speaking, the standard and ideology of this family precept are excellent, and the successive heads of the Tosaka family have all lived up to this. The current head, Tokiomi, always maintains a dignified appearance and a noble demeanor. In the eyes of many, especially women, he is a perfect man. The future head, Rin, is only 7 years old but already demonstrates maturity and a noble bearing far beyond her peers. She excels in academics and sports, and both teachers and classmates adore her. Of course, some mischievous boys play pranks on Rin, but everyone understands that it is not a genuine dislike for her. It is merely a way to attract the attention of girls, and their behavior carries no malice. Being trusted and respected by classmates is a source of pride for Rin and a way for her to practice the family precepts. Rin has a best friend named Kotone. The two girls are always inseparable at school, doing everything together. They appear like sisters. The catalyst for their friendship was quite ordinary. Some mischievous boys were bullying Kotone, and Rin, unable to tolerate it, helped Kotone chase away those boys. Since then, they have become friends. Perhaps it's because Kotone's calm personality is somewhat similar to Sakura's that Rin feels she can't just leave her alone. Whenever Kotone encounters a problem, Rin is there to help her, and their friendship between girls becomes unbreakable. Today, Kotone didn't come to school. The homeroom teacher said she was on sick leave at home, but the rumors in class were different. They said Kotone had disappeared. Rin called Koton's house several times, but her parents didn't want to say much to Rin. Eventually, they even stopped answering the calls. This deepened Rin's worries. If it were an ordinary child, all they could do is worry for their friend in silence. They wouldn't be able to do anything else. But Rin isn't an ordinary child. She is the heir of the Tosaka family, a lineage of magi. She can use magecraft, and she knows about the hidden currents in Fuyuki City. 7 magi, including her father, are currently engaged in a war. The streets at night are lurking with deadly and bizarre threats. Because she knows a certain truth, Rin feels an added sense of responsibility. Now, Koton must be waiting for Rin to save her, just as Rin has always done. In reality, she could seek help from her father, who is a Magus. However, her father is one of the participants in the war. Her mother also strictly forbids her from disturbing her father, just like when she says, absolutely do not go out at night. Rin has always obeyed her parents' words, but she can't just sit idly by while her friend is in danger. Just this once, she won't listen, for the sake of her friend, for the sake of the Tosaka family's family precepts. On a sleepless night, driven by a sense of duty or maybe what is called a conscience, Rin quietly leaves her room. Compared to the well-protected Tosaka residence, slipping out of her room in the Zenju's residence is much easier. Climbing out of the dormitory window, sliding down the terrace pillar, and then slipping out of the fence through a small gate. It took less than 5 minutes to escape, but coming back using the same method is troublesome. Thinking about how she won't be able to hide her unauthorized outing tonight, and how her parents will surely harshly criticize her afterward, Rin tells herself that she didn't sneak out for something shameful. She did it because she was a member of the Tosaka family. When she returns, she must bring Koton back with her. No matter how her parents scold her, she will still feel proud in her heart. Rin has 3 pieces of equipment with her. The most reliable one is the magic compass her father gave her on her birthday. It looks like an ordinary compass in terms of appearance and construction, but it doesn't point north. Instead, it points to locations with strong magical energy. Although it is a very simple magical device, Rin has used this compass to learn that even the movement of the wind or the ebb and flow of the tides are subtle changes in magical energy. If she wants to find a place where something strange is happening, this compass will come in handy. In addition, Rin has 2 specially crafted crystal pieces that she made during her gemstone magecraft training. She selected the best 2 from the crystals she made herself. If she were to release the magecraft stored within them all at once, although she has never tried such a dangerous thing, it would likely cause a small-scale explosion. In case of danger, she can use them as self-defense weapons. Relying on this equipment and her abilities, Rin believes that she can definitely find Koton and bring her back. If someone were to ask if she was okay, she would surely nod. But if someone were to ask her if she can truly guarantee that nothing will go wrong, she might be too scared and unsure of how to answer. However, such questions are both malicious and meaningless to Rin. If someone wanted to ask, they should first inquire about Koton's well-being. What if Koton can no longer come to school? Would Rin still be unaffected? She would be able to answer that question without hesitation. Summoning courage and self-esteem, Rin tells herself that she is not like those timid ordinary children. She banishes her fear and takes a step forward towards the nearest train station. No problem, it's just 1 stop to Fuyuki City, and she has enough change in her hand for the fare. At this moment, Rin doesn't know what kind of monsters gather in Fuyuki City at night, nor does she realize the hidden dangers that lurk within. It is a dark undercurrent that can easily consume her young body, a war that even top-class magi must approach with extreme caution. In her innocence and ignorance, she steps into this land that has already become a battlefield, simply wanting to find her best friend. Going home together, going to school together, attending classes together, reading together, playing together. She has already lost her sister and can't afford to lose her friend as well. Chapter 87, Sakura's actions. Tonight, the Matou household was unusually quiet. Byakuya had gone to Tokyo to attend a business forum organized by the Ministry of Commerce, and afterward, he would be going abroad with some business partners for inspections. He wouldn't be able to return home for at least half a month. Justice went to the Einsburn forest. During this time, she planned to keep a close eye on Irisveal and see if she could obtain a complete human heart from her. Korea and Lancelot, as well as Shinji and Scathach, the 2 pairs of master and servant, went out separately for a night outing. That bastard caster, after retreating from Einsburn, started summoning monsters in the underground sewers. Unable to be as rational and cold-blooded as Tosaka Tokiomi, the uncle and nephew duo had no choice but to continue venturing into the underground sewers to exterminate the monsters. The difference this time was that Scathach joined the monster extermination team, significantly reducing the area Korea had to cover, and Shinji no longer had to worry about encountering danger without anyone to rescue him. In the spacious 3-story Western-style house, only Sakura was left behind. In the quiet night, a 6-year-old girl and a cold, empty home seemed incompatible with happiness. Sakura did feel a bit uneasy and lonely, but only a little. She knew that her brother and uncle would come back soon. She wanted to rest early, wake up early, and prepare a delicious breakfast to keep them energized. Just the thought of Shinji and Kariya fighting over food made Sakura feel a sense of accomplishment. Hee hee, I'm capable too, you know. Meow. Squeak. The two familiars lying next to Sakura responded as if echoing her words. Although they were alchemy constructs and elemental aggregates, under the guidance and assistance of Justies, Sakura had given the familiars life and intelligence. They were now smarter and more human-like than real cats and mice. The large pendulum clock in the living room struck 9 times. Oh dear, it's already 9 o'clock. It's time to sleep. Sakura was a very obedient child. When she said she would sleep at a certain time, she did exactly that. She rubbed her eyes, turned off the lights in her room and the hallway, and crawled into her warm blanket. Just as she was about to follow the meditation technique taught by her mentor to harmonize her body and mind for a quick sleep, the sound of ding-a-ling came from downstairs. A phone call. Who could it be? Sakura put on a coat and hurriedly ran downstairs, picking up the receiver. Hello, this is the Matou residence. Sakura, is that you? She was familiar with this voice. Mother, no, Aunt Tosaka. Sakura, is Kariya there? Please let him answer the phone. Aoi's voice sounded urgent. Uncle is not home. He's gone out. When will he be back? I don't know, Uncle didn't tell me. Sakura shook her head and curiously asked, so, what happened? Rin ran away from home. What? Sister. Upon hearing this news, Sakura also became anxious, even subconsciously using the term sister that should have been abandoned. Where did she go? Fuyuki City. She left a note on the bedside table saying she was going to find her missing classmate. Sakura, if you see Kariya, tell him what I just said. Before Sakura could reply, the call ended abruptly without even saying goodbye, indicating Aoi's anxiety. As Sakura listened to the dial tone, her mouth pouted involuntarily. Sister ran away from home. In her memories, her sister was so perfect, excelling in everything she did. She was both a mother and a father in Sakura's pride. Before coming to the Matou household, Sakura loved following her sister the most, acting like her little tail. How could such a sister run away from home? It's not like her reckless brother and uncle. To find a missing classmate. Missing. At that moment, Sakura, just like her sister Rin, remembered the recent uproar about children going missing. No, her sister might be in danger. Finally realizing the situation, Sakura hung up the phone and hurriedly ran into the underground workshop. Mobile communication in 1994 was not advanced enough, and the signals were difficult to penetrate the ground and reach the underground sewers. To contact Shinji and Kariya, they could only rely on the large-scale communication spell set up by scythe in advance. Brother, it's Sakura. Mom just called and said that sister ran away from home. Receiving the contact from his sister, Shinji's first thought was, self-destruction is indeed a tradition in the Tosaka family. Tokiomi self-destructed, and now Rin is doing the same. They truly live up to being father and daughter. Fortunately, Sakura had already left the Tosaka household and quickly grew under the guidance of her mentor. Otherwise, she might have already rushed out to find her sister instead of calling him, her older brother. The biggest difference between adults and children is not their physical bodies but their logic and thinking patterns. Based on the information conveyed by Sakura, Shinji easily deduced Rin's course of action. Although Rin possessed top-tier magical aptitude, she was still young and had not mastered long-distance teleportation. The only way for her to travel from the Zenju household to Fuyuki City was by taking the train. Fuyuki City had only 2 train stations, Shinta Station and Fukuyama Station. The Tosaka and Matou households were both in Fukuyama town. Rin couldn't possibly go to her father's nose to find someone. If she was discovered, her adventure would come to an end. The answer was clear. Sakura, contact uncle and tell him that your sister might have gone to Shinto. Ask him to start searching from the train station. After ending the communication with Sakura, Shinji turned to scythe and said, Master, please go back and pick up Sakura. I'll fly over first. If there's any news, I'll inform you immediately. Keep in touch. The reason for going back to pick up Sakura is that Sakura and Rin are sisters with a close relationship. Scythe can use this connection to perform prophecy-based magecraft and locate Rin. Understood. Scythe knew that time was of the essence and quickly left in her spiritual form. Shinji found the nearest exit and left the underground sewer. There was no time to clean up the garbage now. If he remembered correctly, Rin had indeed gone on an adventure in Fate/Zero. Interestingly, there were 2 versions of this adventure. In Gen Urobuchi's original novel, Rin was too scared by the monsters left behind by Castor before she found Koton and was eventually saved by Kariya. In the 2011 anime adaptation, Rin showcased her potential as a future protagonist, using her strength and wit to successfully disrupt Ryunosuke Yuryu's crimes and rescue her friend. But now, due to Scat Haka's relentless pursuit, the caster faction didn't dare to act as recklessly as they did in the original timeline. Since Father Risei temporarily changed the rules, there had been no reports of their criminal activities. Shinji naturally assumed that they had become more cautious and that no children would be captured, and Rin wouldn't have the chance to play hero and risk her life. However, he underestimated the madness of these lunatics. While Castor launched an attack on Einsburn Forest, attracting everyone's attention, Ryunosuke began his criminal activities and even kidnapped Rin's friend, setting Rin on her suicidal mission, to find her friend. The timeline once again returned to its predetermined course. Whether it was a mere coincidence or the inertia of fate, Shinji didn't know. All he knew was that he couldn't let his interference strengthen the defense around Ryunosuke, ultimately causing Rin to lose her life. If that were to happen, Sakura would suffer for the rest of her life, and Shinji would live with guilt. Rin Tosaka, I beg you, please take it slow. Regardless of the loss of magical power, Shinji flew in the air on his flying shoes, continuously praying. Chapter 88, Rin's Adventure. From an adult's perspective, it wasn't yet late at night, but the streets were sparsely populated, making it hard to believe that this was the bustling commercial street in the future city center of Fuyuki. The red police lights flickered in the distance, and passers-by hurriedly cast strange glances. The entire street was filled with a tense atmosphere. As Rin looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar scene, she felt a faint chill enveloping her body. Why has it become like this? Naively, Rin was unaware that a curfew had been imposed in Fuyuki City. With the series of macabre murders, child abductions, and the chain of explosions in the harbor area and the K Hotel, the entire Fuyuki City was shrouded in terror. The police urged citizens to reduce their outings at night and strictly prohibited going out alone. Most citizens complied with this directive. Of course, there were always ignorant people who disregarded the curfew. As a result, the police mobilized all their forces for patrols. If they saw a citizen alone, they would approach and inquire, providing necessary protection. However, this measure taken to ensure the personal safety of the citizens was detrimental to Rin's actions tonight. If she were to be seen by the police, they would certainly not leave the 7-year-old girl unattended. Rin couldn't use covert magecraft yet, so getting caught by the police would mean mission failure. Rin anxiously ducked into the shadow of a building, clutching her head. The patrol car slowly passed by in front of her. The revolving lights disappeared into the distant darkness, and Rin finally breathed a sigh of relief. She cautiously took out her mana pointer. The reaction of the pointer surprised her. Under normal circumstances, the pointer would simply sway and tremble lightly, but tonight, it was busy spinning in circles. Rin had never seen such a phenomenon before. The needle seemed to be behaving chaotically, casting a shadow of unease over Rin's heart. Just as she was at a loss, a man appeared in her field of vision. He wore a flashy purple shirt, and the metallic accessories around his neck and waist gleamed with an icy luster. The man's smile seemed sunny, but for some reason, Rin couldn't shake off the feeling that this man was dangerous, just like the dangerous magecraft books in her father's workshop. When Rin first came into contact with magecraft, she had been curious and wanted to open one of those magecraft books. She had almost been possessed by an evil spirit as a result. This man gave her the same feeling. Rin curled up in the shadow, hoping not to be noticed by this man. Indeed, the man didn't notice anyone watching him. His attention was completely focused on the boy beside him. The boy was about the same age as Rin, with droopy eyelids and a tired appearance. The man held the boy's hand and gently said, "Come on, let's walk properly." After the men disappeared from her field of vision, Rin naturally looked down and glanced at the mana pointer. The pointer was motionless. The needle seemed frozen, pointing directly at something inside the alley. There was something there, an obvious anomaly exuding magical energy. Wasn't this what she was looking for? She had found a clue so quickly, what a lucky start. Rin planned to search suspicious locations in the city one by one, confirming the whereabouts of Koton's presence. And now, she had found the first location. Unconsciously, Rin swallowed nervously, fixating her gaze on the direction pointed by the mana pointer. She stealthily made her way towards the depths of the alley. Lost in her concentration, she overlooked her surroundings. While walking, her body accidentally collided with a trash bin in the middle of the alley. The movement of the trash bin caused a nearby stack of miscellaneous bags to topple over, which then knocked into a broom and mop leaning against the side. Clatter. Thud. Clang. A series of sounds reverberated through the deserted alley in the night, sounding particularly clear. Rin was startled by the sudden noise. Trembling, she huddled behind the trash bin, cautiously observing if anyone had noticed her. Whether it was because the alley was too secluded or Rin was lucky, such an obvious noise did not attract anyone's attention. Rin let out a long sigh of relief, repeatedly reminding herself to be careful and always maintain composure and elegance. Silently navigating through the obstacles made up of miscellaneous items and cleaning tools, Rin arrived at the other side of the alley. There, she saw the same men as before, with the same uncomfortable smile and the same posture of holding a boy's hand. However, now the boy he was leading had become two. Rin widened her sapphire-like eyes. How did the children multiply? Confirming the mana pointer once again, the needle rotated as the men moved. This man was the source of the magical energy. Magical energy, Magus, abduction, these words flashed alternately in Rin's mind. She remembered her father mentioning the Holy Grail War. She recalled the conversation with her mother during dinner and her mother's evasive answers about Koton. Rin didn't want to forget about Koton, nor would she abandon her friend. She was a member of the Tosaka family with its ancient history, and she had to prove her ability to become her father's successor with courage. No, I can't hide. I can't accomplish anything like this. Rin kept encouraging herself, and finally, courage overcame her fear of the unknown. She clenched her small fists and walked out of the alley, running along the guidance of the mana pointer. Passing through a bustling street filled with shops and running through an unfinished development area, Rin arrived at a street illuminated by neon lights and lined with bars. This place belonged to adults, not somewhere an underage child should be. But the pointer unmistakably pointed here, and Rin didn't pay attention to where she had ended up. The pointer began to rotate again, and the dial trembled incessantly, causing her hands to tingle. This time, Rin had no doubts. She knew that the rotation of the pointer was different from before. Because the target was below, the horizontally placed pointer didn't know how to indicate. I found it. Rin held the mana pointer in one hand and tightly clasped two crystal shards, which served as her weapons. She entered the dimly lit staircase. At the end of the stairs was an unlocked basement. Bathed in the residual light from emergency and safety exit signs, Rin saw neatly arranged tables, chairs, and items inside. It seemed to be a closed-down underground bar. The silence in the storage room was eerie, and even the faint sound of the mana pointer's rotation was audible here. It seems like no one's here, Rin whispered in a voice only she could hear as she stepped into the bar. Suddenly, she felt her foot touch something soft and warm. It was a person, a girl around her age, dressed in a uniform that Rin was very familiar with, a uniform she wore every day to school. Rin turned the motionless girl over and saw her face, a face even more familiar than the uniform. Koton. Chapter 89, Rin's Battle. Rin would never make a mistake. The girl lying on the ground was indeed Koton, her closest friend. Koton. Rin called out anxiously, but Koton remained motionless, showing no signs of response. Koton's wide-open eyes lacked focus and the usual radiance. Her face was expressionless, resembling a delicate doll. If Rin couldn't feel the warmth of a human body and the beating of a heart through her touch, she would have thought that her best friend was already dead. Koton. What have they done to you? What should I do? Is there anyone? Rin looked around, trying to find something that could be of help. She couldn't find anything to assist her, and something even more horrifying appeared, the man who made Rin feel danger, the man who was accompanied by two boys. In an instant, Rin felt as if she was being stalked by some savage beast. Her whole body seemed frozen, unable to move. She couldn't even scream. The terror held the young girl captive. The man with rotating eyes caught sight of Rin. He first appeared startled but then approached her with a more radiant smile and a gentle voice. What's wrong? Are you lost? No, it's just that. Rin's body and mind were controlled by fear. She couldn't articulate her words properly, didn't know what to say, and could only stutter and tremble. You came at the right time. The man seemed oblivious to Rin's expression, and he walked towards her with a smile. The moment he released his grip, the two boys he was holding seemed to lose their strength and collapsed, just like Koton in Rin's arms. We were about to hold a party, but we're a bit short on people. Will you help us, too? It was only at this moment that Rin noticed there were not only Koton and the two boys lying on the ground but also several other children. The man squatted among the children, in front of Rin, and extended his hand towards her. A party is more lively with more people, right? In her fear, Rin instinctively held the man's hand, but she felt a severe, needle-like pain that pierced through her hand. What happened just now? Rin looked at her hand. Although it had only been a moment, she knew that the pain she felt earlier was not an illusion. It was a reaction to magical energy invading her body. The Tosaka family's secret gem magecraft involved using magical energy to change the shape of gems. This training enhanced the coordination between the Magi's mental strength and magical energy. If there was a problem with either aspect, the shaping process would fail. When Rin first started practicing, she often failed because she injected too much magical energy, causing the gems to shatter. The excess magical energy would rebound back to her own body, causing the same pain she felt now in her hands. Rin's gaze involuntarily focused on her left wrist, where a purple bracelet emitted fluctuations of magical energy. Is that what the pointer is pointing to? Is it because of it that Koton has become like this? And all these children too. On the other hand, the men whose hand Rin had let go of grew impatient. The sunshine and gentleness disappeared from his face, replaced by the expression of a fierce beast stalking its prey. He reached out his hand again, trying to grab Rin. Rin shrunk her body and evaded, swiftly moving to the corner of the bar using both her hands and feet. The man licked his lips, carefully avoiding stepping on the children on the ground, and steadily approached, his narrowed eyes revealing a hint of ferocity. But this time, Rin wasn't frightened. Instead, she bravely stood against the men. Taking advantage of her petite physique, she climbed onto the bar counter and forcefully threw objects at the men. The men protected his head and face with his hands but continued to advance. How strong could a child's strength be? He thought he could take a few hits and return them in a matter of minutes. But he overlooked what was on the bar counter. Besides various drink packets, there was a grid of 4x4 cup holders, neatly holding 16 glass cups. Rin exerted force and pushed the cup holder, sending it flying off the counter and crashing heavily onto the man's face. Ouch! The man was suddenly struck hard, yelling out as he wildly waved his hands. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Rin grabbed the man's left wrist. Her goal was not to evade the man's capture but to destroy this ominous magical tool. The magical energy on the bracelet once again invaded Rin's body, and the stabbing pain made her face turn pale. But soon, Rin no longer felt the pain. The courage and consciousness she had mustered were slowly fading away as if someone were singing a lullaby in her ear. This was the effect of the bracelet. By directly contacting it, magical energy would be injected into the target's body, taking away their consciousness. Gradually, Rin's vision became blurry, and the man's face became indistinct. She could only vaguely hear his triumphant voice. Well, it seems you're willing to cooperate after all. That voice snapped Rin back to reality, reminding her of what she should do. She clenched her teeth and activated the switch of the magic circuit within her body. 40 main circuits and 30 auxiliary circuits were simultaneously activated, and the stored magical energy in her body poured out like a floodgate being opened. There are no tricks, no magic tricks to be used. It's just a pure release of magical power, fighting against the magic emitted by the bracelet. Although Rin is young, she possesses qualifications far surpassing those of ordinary magi. If the body of an ordinary magi is like a pond, Rin's body is like a reservoir. Even if this reservoir has not been fully utilized, the stored magical power within it should not be underestimated. Aqua-colored magic radiated from Rin's eyes, hands, and entire body, illuminating the dim bar and intertwining with the harmonious purple magic light emitted by the bracelet. The magic pointer hanging around Rin's neck, always pointing towards the bracelet, began to sway, sometimes pointing at Rin and sometimes pointing at the bracelet, indicating the intense struggle between the two types of magic. Weird, what's happening? The man whose left hand was grabbed by Rin was bewildered by the scene before him. He had no idea what was happening and just stared blankly. As time passed, the amount of magical power output by Rin grew stronger and stronger. The magical power from the bracelet was expelled from her body, and the swaying pointer started to shift in her direction. When Rin completely freed herself from the influence of the bracelet, all the magical power within her surged forcefully into the bracelet through her hands. This scene resembled the pouring rain during the stormy season, with seawater surging back into the distant river. She recalled her father's teachings when she failed her first attempt at shaping gems. Magecraft is a rigorous and precise craft, and using more magical power is not necessarily better. Excessive magical power can instead disrupt the magecraft itself. Now, Rin wanted to destroy the bracelet using the same method. This thing. In Rin's furious roar, the output of magical power reached its peak. The roaring magical power caused the magic pointer to finally settle on Rin, surpassing the limits of what the bracelet could bear. With a loud bang, the bracelet, like a gem that Rin failed to shape, shattered into pieces in a burst of light. Chapter 90, Younger Sister Saves Older Sister. The man was injured in the eyes by the intense light emitted from the shattered bracelet. Disregarding Rin, who was right beside him, he screamed in pain while covering his eyes with both hands. Simultaneously, as the bracelet shattered, the magecraft that had taken control of the children's bodies and robbed them of their consciousness quickly dissipated. The children lying on the ground gradually regained consciousness. Koton. Rin rushed to her friend's side, watching her eyes regain her brightness and her face regain color. Rin. Where are we? Koton looked at Rin, then glanced around in confusion, seemingly unaware of what had just happened. As Koton woke up, the other children also woke up. Some screamed while others cried out of fear. In this critical moment, Rin fully demonstrated the Tosaka family motto, stay calm and elegant at all times. Now is not the time to cry. Everyone, run away quickly. She shouted to everyone and pulled her friend to run out first. Seeing someone take the lead, the other children followed suit and ran out as well. By the time the man recovered from his brief blindness, the children had already disappeared without a trace. He could only helplessly squat on the ground, picking up a fragment of the bracelet with a mournful expression. I wonder if the boss will be angry. The commotion of the children on the streets naturally attracted the attention of the police. Nearby officers quickly arrived, protecting the children, comforting them, verifying their identities, and contacting their parents. Before the children were discovered by the police, Rin quietly slipped away from the crowd and silently observed from a small alley across the street. Watching Koton being closely guarded by armed police in the center, Rin could finally breathe a sigh of relief. What happened tonight involved magecraft, a mysterious art that must not be known to ordinary people. Therefore, Rin couldn't appear in front of the police. Although she felt a small regret for not receiving the gratitude of the other children, as long as Koton was safe and sound, Rin was satisfied. All right, let's go back. Before leaving, she once again held the magic pointer given to her by her father and whispered in the direction of the Tosaka household. Dad, I succeeded. Before the words even fell, the magic pointer suddenly began to tremble, more violently than ever before. It even jumped out of Rin's hand and floated in midair, shaking up and down. The flat magic pointer, under the traction of the magic source, lifted upward, firmly locked in a direction inclined at a 45-degree angle. In the piercing and strange sound of a scythe, an unidentified object descended from the sky, and the magic pointer also fell downward. This scene reminded Rin of her father's advice when he gave her the magic pointer. Rin, remember, you can't handle something with such a strong reaction at the moment. That time, Tokiomi had experimented with a magecraft book that left a psychological shadow on Rin, and the unidentified object appearing before her had a more intense reaction than that time. It was an extremely ugly creature, with a damp body, countless small fleshy tendrils, and a circular mouth at the center of the tendrils that made Rin feel disgusted. However, Rin couldn't vomit. The despair and fear that oppressed her nerves were stronger than facing the kidnapper alone, devouring her soul. Danger, danger, danger. Her body tightened, and every hair stood on end. Rin's innate aptitude for magecraft told her the extent of the crisis she had fallen into. Magic, the so-called magecraft, was just the cognition of death. Accepting death, this was the first threshold that all apprentice magi had to overcome in their training. The icy touch of death was so tangible, leading to the abyss of despair. There was no escape and no understanding. On Sakura's first day entering the Matou household, facing the overwhelming worms, she experienced the proximity of death. When Shinji opened the magical circuits for her in the Matou household, she also experienced pain that would be remembered for a lifetime. At this moment, the young Rin was forced to personally experience the terrifying nature of magecraft. In the fixed gaze, the monster stood up, supported by its tendrils, and wriggled closer to Rin. The monster's movements were not fast, and at Rin's speed, she could probably outrun it at full sprint. Even if she couldn't, she could run to the main street and call for help. But Rin couldn't do it. The feeling of being enveloped by death made her unable to move a finger. She could only futilely scream, a voice that could only echo in the alley and couldn't reach the outside world. Don't come any closer, don't, absolutely don't, no, 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 no. The monster's sharp teeth flickered with a cold light, and the fleshy tendrils and gaps between its teeth oozed a strange-smelling slime. It got closer. Even closer. The tendrils with red fleshy growths were about to touch Rin's body. Right at the critical moment when the tendrils were only a few centimeters away from Rin's face, she heard a sound passing by her ear. She thought it was caused by the cold feeling of her soul leaving her body, and she thought that her current thinking, including the sensation of her senses, was about to collapse. But in the next second, she overturned her judgment because she heard a familiar voice, a voice as important as her father, no, even more important. Sister, run. Sister, there was only one person in the world who called her that, and that was her younger sister, Sakura. The sisterly bond and affection made Rin forget her fear and escape from the shadow of death. Ignoring the monster right in front of her, she turned her head and saw her sister, who had already been tainted by the Matou family, grabbing her hand and running towards the alley entrance. At the same time, a faint explosion sounded behind the two girls, and the monster that was preparing to feed suddenly began to swell, twist, and emit bursts of blood mist. A dozen seconds later, the monster that had posed a deadly threat to Rin convulsed and fell to the ground. By now, Sakura had already taken her sister out of the alley, out of the bar street. The cold wind blew against their cheeks as the scenery on both sides quickly receded. Rin had never imagined that her sister, that quiet sister, could run so fast, even faster than herself, who was the top in physical education at school. Was it the result of her daily morning runs? Should she try it too? As Rin pondered these thoughts, she let Sakura lead her forward. When she came to her senses, she realized that they had already arrived at a park not far from Shinto Center. Huff huff Sakura, thank you for saving me, Rin gasped and said to her sister, but how did you? Because Sakura exercised every day, her condition was much better than her sister's. She carefully wiped the sweat from Rin's forehead and answered somewhat shyly. Mom, I mean Auntie Tosaka called and said that she found a note from you that you ran away from home. Rin couldn't pay attention to what Sakura said next. She only had one thought now. Oh no, Mom found out. I'm going to get scolded when I go back. Chapter 91, Aoi's actions. Aoi Tosaka realized an hour later that her daughter, Rin, was missing. Perhaps due to the guilt in a child's conscience, there was a note left on the bedside table, stating that she was going back to Fuyuki City to search for her missing classmate. Regret filled Aoi's heart, causing her vision to darken. During dinner, Rin mentioned Koton and asked several times about the current situation in Fuyuki City. At that time, Aoi shouldn't have been evasive. Even if it meant being firm, she should have explained clearly to make Rin understand, to forget about that friend. She should have contacted Tokiomi. Aoi suppressed that murmuring voice with reason. Although Aoi didn't possess magical aptitude, she was, after all, the wife of a Magus. She knew very well that her husband, Tokiomi, was not capable of concerning himself with their daughter's safety. He was currently on the battlefield, and the situation he was in required him to be fully focused, putting all his efforts into preserving his own life. No, there was one more person, a man who had been childhood friends with her and had returned to the Matou household after many years for the sake of their other daughter. This man genuinely loved Rin and Sakura. This man wouldn't refuse her request. Although it felt uneasy to contact him at this time, Aoi couldn't care about that anymore for the sake of her daughter. Aoi pulled out the phone book and dialed the number that Kariya had specially left for her. The result was disappointing, not because Kariya had refused her request, but because Kariya was not at home at all, and it was Sakura who answered the phone. Now there was no one to rely on, only she could protect Rin. Without changing her clothes, Aoi rushed out of the Zenju household and sped back to Fuyuki City on the national highway at night. She didn't know where Rin might have gone. All she could do was predict Rin's activity radius and search one by one. If Rin had taken the train back to Fuyuki City, the initial starting point would be Fuyuki Station. Starting from Fuyuki Station, within a 30-minute range of a child's pace. The first place that came to her mind was the municipal park near the Minarai River. The nighttime silence in the park evoked thoughts of a cemetery. There was no sign of human presence on the square, and the useless streetlights illuminated empty spaces, making the darkness between them even deeper and the surrounding silence more eerie and frightening. The air in Fuyuki City had become tainted during the night. Living with Magi, Aoi had grown accustomed to a certain degree of strangeness, and she could genuinely sense this abnormal air. Aoi's gaze first searched for the bench she usually sat on when playing with Rin. It could be called a kind of intuition or a connection between their bloodlines. And there, she found the small figure wearing a red coat that she was looking for. In addition to her, there was another girl who secretly worried her. Aoi subconsciously wanted to call out her daughter's name but was interrupted by a strong discomfort in her stomach. She saw several strange monsters emerging from the shadows. They were monsters that human aesthetics could not accept, and her two daughters were confronting such creatures. If it were a different time, facing these monsters alone, Aoi might have been paralyzed by the fear of death, unable to do anything, just like Rin before. But now, even if she had 10 times or 100 times the fear, it couldn't scare Aoi. Because she was the mother of those two children, a mother would not be afraid of any danger, including death, to protect her children. Rin. Sakura. Aoi shouted as she ran towards her daughters, hoping to attract the monster's attention in this way. Mom. It's dangerous. Don't come closer. Rin and Sakura's reactions were identical. Just as the mother wanted to protect her daughters, the daughters also wanted to protect their mother. Not to mention, their mother was just an ordinary housewife who didn't know magecraft or how to fight. Upon hearing their two daughters say that, Aoi ran even faster. She simply wanted to reach her daughter's side, to protect them, even if it meant gaining just a little bit of time. The young sisters exchanged a glance and each threw something they held tightly in their hands. Rin threw a crystal shard that she carried with her, while Sakura threw a runestone she had made herself. Different materials and different magical principles led to the same result. An excessive amount of magical energy infused into the crystal. The rune F representing flames was released most intensely. The result was only one thing, an explosion. There was no visible flame, and the sound was very faint. Not because the power was weak, but because the explosion occurred inside the bodies of the strange monsters, and both sound and light were blocked. The sisters confronting the monsters were not doing so out of fear or the inability to escape. They wanted to get closer, to ensure they could throw the bomb into the monsters' mouths, just like Sakura had done when she defeated the first monster in the alley, saving her sister. The sisters had similar magical aptitude, and the difference in the time they had practiced magecraft was only a few months, so the scale of the explosions caused by their magical powers would naturally not be much different. The two monsters closest to them struggled, contorting as they fell to the ground, their heavily damaged bodies blocking the advance of the remaining monsters. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the sisters ran away. As they passed by their mother, each of them grabbed one of her hands, leading her to escape together. Rin, Sakura, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? Aoi anxiously asked. No matter when, her greatest concern was always her daughters. Mom, I'm fine. I'm fine too. The sisters answered simultaneously, with Rin, the older sister, adding an extra sentence. Where should we go now? Go to the parking lot. I came by car, so once we got in, they won't be able to catch up. Follow me, Aoi said urgently. Aoi was an adult with much more experience than her two children. However, it seemed that the manipulators of these strange monsters had anticipated the escape route of the mother and her two daughters. They had set up several monsters in front of the parking lot gate, and the road back to the park was blocked by the pursuing monsters. With a formidable enemy in front and pursuers behind, over 10 strange monsters blocked all possible escape routes. Rin looked at her sister and realized that her sister was looking at her too. Sakura, how many explosive ones do you have left? 3. I have 1 crystal shard left. It's not enough. No matter which way we go, it won't be enough. What should we do? What should I do? Rin forced herself to remain calm and composed, her young mind racing. 5 monsters in front, plus 1. We can only give it a try. Rin took out the crystal shard from her pocket, staring intently at one of the monsters. Sakura, let's attack together. Before she could finish her sentence, the monsters seemed to receive some kind of command and tightened their mouth openings, leaving no space for the bombs to pass through. If they couldn't explode from the inside, their bombs would be ineffective against the monsters, as Sakura had just told her. Are we going to die here? We were so close to the parking lot. At that moment, Rin deeply regretted her recklessness. She not only endangered herself but also her mother and sister. P.S. Aoi is a typical traditional woman. After marriage, her focus was solely on her husband and daughters. She prioritized her family above all else. So when Tokiomi said not to disturb him, Aoi didn't bother him. That's why, Korea, you're such a tragedy. Chapter 92, The Hero Saves the Beauty, bonus. XD, currently, this book has received 5 5-star reviews. This chapter is a bonus. Also every equals 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 equals. At least let Mom and Sakura escape. Rin, trapped in a desperate situation, made a decision amidst regret and unwillingness. Sakura, give me all of your bombs. I'll deal with these monsters. You take Mom and find an opportunity to escape. No, that's too dangerous. Let Mom do it. Mom is an adult. I will be the one to protect both of you. Before Sakura could speak, Aoi grabbed her daughter's shoulder and, trying to appear strong, even clenched her fist. No, Mom doesn't know magecraft and can't handle these monsters. It's because of my mistakes that we're in this situation. I have to fix my own mistakes and bear my responsibilities. The children of the Tosaka family cannot evade responsibility. That's what you taught me, Mom. And you also taught me that being an older sister means protecting my younger sister. So, it has to be me. Rin gazed at her mother with a determined look. In that moment, Rin truly embodied the calmness and elegance mentioned in the family motto. Rin. Aoi's eyes turned red, speechless. Sakura, hurry, there's no time. Rin urged. Unlike her crying mother and her sister who was prepared to fight desperately, Sakura's expression remained calm, as if she didn't even consider the surrounding monsters. Don't worry, big sister. We'll be fine. Huh. Rin was taken aback. Big brother is here. Before the words had finished, a loud rumble came from the group of monsters blocking the entrance to the parking lot. It was accompanied by intense flames. The monsters, positioned closely together to block the road, were overturned by the impact of the explosions and then engulfed in fierce flames, emitting piercing screams. Amidst the flames, a blurry figure held a uniquely shaped short knife and swung it at the struggling monsters. With an icy tone, he declared. Who allowed you filthy monsters to touch my sister? Die. 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 Before the flames had even extinguished, the 5 monsters blocking the way had already turned into pools of blood. Amidst blood and fire, a boy with blue curly hair and blue eyes wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve. He shouted at the 3 women, run, quickly. Leave the monsters behind to me. Sakura reacted the fastest. She grabbed her mother and sister's hands and ran towards the parking lot. As she passed by Shinji, she didn't forget to say, Big brother, be careful. Shinji waved his hand casually, leaving behind a self-proclaimed cool figure. Well, it's time to settle the score. How do you plan to repay the debt of leaving a psychological trauma on my adorable little sister? As Shinji spoke, he deactivated his exclusive equipment, the divine gunblade, and switched it to a medium-range rapid-fire slingshot. Even if I ask you, you won't answer, right? Then I can only decide unilaterally. Several differently shaped runestones appeared in Shinji's right hand, and these were his creations. The previous explosive attack was the work of Scathach. Due to the urgent situation and the need for a swift resolution without revealing his noble phantasm, he used these magic bullets that were one shot short. Although their power is not as great as what my mentor creates, it's enough to make you die in agony. The remaining monsters crossed the blood left by their companions and approached fearfully. Shinji opened the mesh of the divine gunblade, and activated a blue runestone on the second magic bullet, marked with an I for ice. The blood on the ground froze, and the already damp monsters began to slip on the icy surface. Shinji sneered and loaded the second magic bullet. It's time for the execution. On the other side, the mother and two daughters continued to run with all their might. Due to the prolonged intense physical activity and the lingering fear in their hearts, they felt their chests growing increasingly suffocated. But they dared not stop and rest. No one knew if they would be attacked again. Only by leaving this cursed place could they truly be safe. The parking lot was not large, as it was still 1994 and not the car-overcrowded 21st century. There was no need for so many parking spaces in a small park like this. There was only one car in the small parking lot of the Civic Park, and that was Aoi's white Toyota sedan. No, it couldn't be called white anymore. The originally pristine car was now covered in purple-red liquid and chunks of flesh as if a child had scribbled all over it. The twitching chunks of flesh were gradually melting into blood. The monsters had surrounded their car, but someone had helped them eliminate these monsters. Aoi, who had regained her composure, easily reached this conclusion. Soon, she felt a gaze. A person was observing her from a spot beyond the reach of the streetlights. Who's there? Aoi shouted nervously. The figure hiding in the bushes slowly emerged into the light of the street lamp. It was a man wrapped in a wide windbreaker, with the hood pulled down deep as if to conceal his face. Sorry, Aoi. I've dirtied your car. The man's voice was deep, tinged with a hint of melancholy. He reached out and lowered the hood, revealing a face that Aoi and her daughters were all familiar with. Korea. Seeing that face, the mother and two daughters all let out a sigh of relief simultaneously, although it might not be the most appropriate way to describe it. But the presence of this man in front of them did bring them a sense of security. Uncle Korea, is it you who defeated those monsters? Facing Rin's curious gaze, Korea shook his head. It wasn't me, it was my servant. The term servant that Korea mentioned made Aoi feel a chilling sensation as if she was experiencing a dizzying coldness. She sincerely hoped that she had misheard, but Korea seemed to be confirming her fears. He extended his right hand, showing her the 3 distinct command seals imprinted on the back of it. Korea, you. Aoi, don't say anything, don't ask anything. For the first time since they became adults, Korea interrupted Aoi's words. This is the fate of the 3 great families. It concerns the Tosaka and Matou families, Tosaka Tokiomi, and me. You, don't get involved. Take Rin and Sakura, leave Fuyuki City, and return to the Zenju family. Sakura, go with Aoi to the Zenju family for a few days. It will all be over soon. After speaking, Korea put on his hood and turned to walk into the shadows. Korea, wait. There was no response to Aoi's final call. The sound of footsteps faded into the distance. Outside the parking lot, Shinji leaned against the wall, playing with 2 runic bullets in his hand. Where's Sensei? Korea approached his nephew, leaning against the wall just like him. He went to find Ryunosuke. Since we're both here, there's no need for her to expose herself. Indeed. Korea nodded slightly but noticed that Shinji was staring at him with a contemptuous look. Why are you looking at me like that? Because you're unbelievably foolish. Shinji covered his face and sighed. You had the perfect opportunity to be the hero who saves the beauty, but you managed to mess it up like this. What am I supposed to say? P.S. In fact, Sakura's magical abilities are slightly higher than Shinji's, but Sakura is still underage and lacks the tactical flexibility and adaptability that Shinji possesses. And Shinji's ultimate means of victory is to cut you down. Chapter 93, Script of Shinji. Shinji's actions were not without reason. Although tonight's events were sudden and beyond Shinji's control, the final part was planned by him, aiming for a cliché but effective, hero saves the heroine scenario. Now that Aoi, Rin, and Sakura have safely escaped, let us take a god's eye view and retrace the entire course of events. First, Rin, concerned about her friend Koton, left a note and ran away from home to Fuyuki City, intending to find her, even if it meant risking her life. An hour later, Aoi discovered the note left by her daughter, filled with anxiety. After careful consideration, she decided to call the Matou family and seek the help of her childhood friend, Kariya Matou. However, she learned from Sakura that Kariya was not at home, so she had northwest choice but to drive alone to Fuyuki City to search for her daughter. Meanwhile, Rin had already arrived in Fuyuki City and began investigating suspicious locations guided by her magical energy compass. The clever Sakura, using the large-scale communication ritual established in the underground workshop by Scythe, which covered the entire Fuyuki City through the ley lines, managed to establish contact with Shinji and Kariya, who were currently in the underground sewer fighting against magical creatures. After some analysis, Shinji decided to split their forces into 3 groups. Scythe would return home, pick up Sakura, and then drive to the center of Miyama town. Shinji would fly directly, while Kariya, accompanied by Berserker, would hurry to the designated location. When the uncle and niece arrived in Miyama town, Rin had not yet encountered the serial killer, Ryunosuke, but that didn't matter. Both of them had only been studying magecraft for a year and didn't understand wide-range detection magecraft or prophecy-related magecraft. They could only resort to the most straightforward method of searching separately. Unfortunately, Miyama town was quite large, with many construction sites and underground passages where people could easily hide. It wasn't until Scythe arrived at Miyama town station with Sakura in a speeding car that they still hadn't found Rin. Then, Scythe began using divination magecraft, using Sakura as a medium to locate Rin through their sisterly connection. With their shared bloodline and 5 years of living together, the intertwined karma, Scythe quickly pinpointed Rin's location and swiftly headed to the bar street with Sakura. At this time, Rin had already rushed into the underground bar and engaged in a battle of wits with Ryunosuke. She almost destroyed the bracelet with a powerful suggestive magecraft left by Castor, rendering it useless. She also let Castor know that his master was in danger. Although Castor was not with Ryunosuke at the moment, he had left magical creatures behind. As soon as something happened to Ryunosuke, he activated these hidden magical creatures lurking in the depths of the underground sewer, still undiscovered until now, and used the clairvoyance magecraft to lock onto his target. Clairvoyance has 2 meanings. One is the innate skill or talent possessed by heroic spirits, and the other is a high-level observation-type magecraft. Here, it refers to the latter. The magic's effect is to transcend distance restrictions and observe a designated location. The range and accuracy depend on the Magi's level of skill and magical energy consumption. Castor used this magecraft to observe the battle on Warehouse Street, and Irisveal observed the invaders in the castle. Soon, Rin encountered the magical creatures and was terrified by their extraordinary magical power, unable to move. Thanks to Sakura's timely arrival and the bombs made of flame runes, she managed to injure the magical creatures and save her sister. Castor wouldn't let the opportunity slip away. He gathered all the magical creatures lurking underground and in the underside river, chasing after the 2 young girls. This was his prepared countermeasure against Scythe's pursuit and the world line deviation that worried Shinji the most. Fortunately, this time, he had enough combat power to deal with it. Because Shinji had given orders in advance, under no circumstances should Assassin's connection to the Matou family be exposed. Therefore, Scythe remained in her spiritual form, secretly commanding Sakura while also informing Shinji and Kariya. Rin and Sakura finally managed to escape to the city park, where their mother, Aoi, also found them. Unexpectedly, Castor's hidden magical creatures were not only in the underground sewer but also at the bottom of the Mayan River. The city park was built along the river, and the magical creatures hidden underwater emerged one by one, surrounding the 3 of them. In the end, they cornered them at the entrance of the parking lot. However, Kariya and Shinji acted faster than Castor. They were waiting near the parking lot in advance. Yes, they arrived at the park almost at the same time as Aoi. After confirming Shinji and Kariya's arrival, Scythe left Sakura's side and returned to the bar street, hoping to find Castor and Ryunosuke. She hadn't forgotten Shinji's request that these 2 murderers must die. Then the command was handed over to Shinji. He saw through Castor's plan and wrote a simple but practical script. The script was straightforward. Castor prepared a monster for the 3 of them to encounter, so they would wait for them to enter, and when they felt helpless, at the critical moment, a hero would come to the rescue. Because there was more than one layer of the monster, the first layer was at the entrance of the parking lot, and the second layer was inside the parking lot. So, Shinji would save them the first time, and Kariya the second time. The first half of the script went smoothly, just like in many classic scenes. Aoi and Rin were both prepared to sacrifice themselves to ensure the safety of their loved ones. At the critical moment, the protagonist, Shinji, appears and saves the beautiful woman from danger, earning a surge of goodwill. Unexpectedly, Kariya messed up the second half of the script. It was supposed to be the 3 of them escaping the jaws of the tiger and entering the wolf's den, a dramatic shift from hope to despair. This would have been enough to make anyone collapse. But at this moment, the hero and savior, Kariya, descended from the sky, displaying great power. The surge in goodwill would be even greater and faster than before. In the end, the hero, under the guise of protection, brought Rin and Aoi back to the Matou family. And after that? He, ha ha ha. It's better to be understood than spoken. Let's see how Korea chooses instead of talking about it. Perfect, perfect. To Tokiomi, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your wife for being the person my uncle has liked since childhood. Blame it on the fact that my surname is Matou, not Tosaka. As Shinji watched the three of them leave, he said these words in his heart. Then, Korea delivered a harsh slap to him through his actions. Thinking about this, Shinji became furious. Uncle, what did I tell you? I told you not to rush out, to wait until they see the magical creatures surrounding the car and their hopes are shattered before coming out to save the day. But what did you do? You let Berserker destroy the magical creatures in advance and made a declaration that you thought was very manly. They had already experienced enough fright tonight, and I was worried. Besides, I didn't want them to have even the slightest possibility of encountering danger, Korea said weakly. Judging by his tone, he was the nephew, and Shinji was the uncle. Fine, let's forget about that, Shinji sighed and continued to scold his uncle. I asked you to bring Aoi and Rin back to the Matou family. It was the perfect opportunity to comfort Aoi. But what did you do? You let them go back to the Zenja family and even took Sakura with them. I didn't want to take advantage of their vulnerability, and, Korea smiled bitterly, his face filled with helplessness. I understand Aoi. She's a typical traditional woman. Since she married Tokiomi, she would never betray her husband. I didn't want to force her. I just want her to be happy for the rest of her life. Well, those are classic lines. Uncle. You truly are a perfect man, huh? No, just a spare tire. Shinji was frustrated beyond words. Have you ever heard the saying, with a good home, no corner of the wall is unscalable? And don't forget, we're in the midst of the dangerous Holy Grail war. Even geniuses like Kenneth from the clock tower have become useless. Don't you think something unexpected could happen to Tokiomi Tosaka? Goldie, don't disappoint me. Uncle's happiness lies with you. Equals. Also every. Chapter 94, Gilgamesh and Kodomine Kirii. At the same time, Archer inexplicably sneezed, and uncontrollable droplets flew in an arc, landing in a tall glass on the coffee table. The tall glass was filled with a crimson liquid, and the soft light shining through the transparent glass refracted a mesmerizing brilliance. This was a fine red wine from the renowned Chateau Latour in the Bordeaux region of France, a rare vintage with a history of over 20 years. It would easily fetch a six-figure price at a large auction, making it the dream of countless wine enthusiasts. However, Archer casually threw the exquisite wine into the trash can in the corner, along with the Baccarat wine glass from France, showing no hint of regret. As the servant known as Gilgamesh, he possessed the most treasures in the world and had an incredible fortune that followed him throughout his life. This fortune was even elevated to the A-rank skill, Golden Rule. Those who possessed this skill could become wealthy without doing anything, and never plagued by financial troubles. It was as if they would always win at gambling, find money on the streets, and stumble upon treasures even in a pit. Carelessly taking out a new wine glass from the wine cabinet, Archer poured himself half a glass of red wine and raised the glass, muttering to himself. Why did I sneeze? For a servant, who was the embodiment of a heroic spirit, there should be no concept of falling ill unless the enemy possessed a noble phantasm related to diseases. However, among the 7 servants currently present, none of them had any connection to illnesses, which puzzled Archer. Nevertheless, the King of Heroes, sung of in the oldest of epics, only pondered over it for a moment before dismissing the thought. Even if he fell ill, his treasury contained more than enough divine medicines, the origins of medicine and pharmacy, the natural enemy of the concept of disease. I, Gilgamesh, am naturally the strongest, with only my dear friend Enkidu as my equal. The others are nothing more than opponents to be defeated, such as the Queen of the Fairyland or the bothersome mongrel, that pitch-black mad dog. With a creak, the door opened inward, and a young man in a black cassock entered the room. Seeing the golden servant leisurely reclining on the couch, the man's rigid expression showed a hint of surprise. Archer. Archer showed no intention of standing up, simply raising his glass towards the men standing at the doorway. There may not be many, but the treasures here are more complete than Tokiomi's wine collection. You truly are a lousy disciple. Tokiomi had only one official disciple, the young man standing before Archer, Kodomine Kirii. Archer was not the owner of this room, but Kirii was. Archer had brazenly entered Kirii's room, taking over as if it were his own, opening bottle after bottle of Kirii's wine collection, evaluating each one, and finally choosing this particular bottle. To others, this might seem surprising, but Kirii had a peculiar habit. Whenever he heard of a top-tier fine wine, he would purchase it without hesitation, regardless of the cost. Although the life of a representative of the church was arduous, the compensation was excellent, and Kirii's wealth was not inferior to that of ordinary millionaires. Drinking wine was a profound and infinite world that became more fascinating as one delved into the quest for quality. Perhaps there was a certain taste that could fill the emptiness in his heart. If such an encounter truly existed, even if he indulged in alcohol, it wouldn't be so bad. This desperate believer had once half-seriously thought so. However, up until now, his exploration of wine had yielded no rewards. He only accumulated more and more bottles of luxury brands. Of course, he never considered using these wines to entertain guests, let alone an unwelcome guest who showed up uninvited. Even if the person praised his wine, he would have no intention of entertaining them. Since being summoned, Archer had been freely utilizing his skill for independent action, wandering around as he pleased. He even recently changed into casual attire and strolled through the streets at night, drawing some complaints from Tokiomi when conversing with Gilgamesh. But Kirii never dreamt that Archer would come to his room so brazenly. Kirii's patience was tested as he asked, "What exactly do you want?" Archer replied, his eyes full of meaning as he looked at Kirii through his wine glass, "Nothing much, just interested in you." "Really? Even serving under Tokiomi cannot satisfy your soul?" Kirii didn't answer Archer's question but instead coldly asked him in return. Even if the other party was the legendary king of heroes, Kirii didn't feel any fear. Regardless of Tokiomi's thoughts, the servant was still the master's servant. No matter who this heroic spirit was, as long as he was Archer, he was beneath Tokiomi. Compared to Kirii, who was Tokiomi's direct disciple, they were at most of the same status, and there was no need to be overly humble towards him. Kirii's attitude didn't make Archer dissatisfied. He simply snorted and tasted the wine in his glass. "It is Tokiomi who summoned me, and I can maintain my presence in this world because of his support. Moreover, he treats me as his vassal, and it is not unreasonable for me to respond to him." After unexpectedly making this rule-bound statement, Gilgamesh's unusually crimson eyes showed a look of annoyance. "But honestly, I didn't expect him to be such a boring person, without any meaning at all. It's unexpected for a servant to say such things." Kirii was helpless. His anger towards Archer's extremely rude behavior and his suspicion of the true reason for his visit had gradually faded away. In this strange and gentle atmosphere, Kirii almost tacitly allowed Archer to have a place in this room. Is Tokiomi really that boring? Boring. Talking about wanting to use the power of the all-purpose wish-granting machine to reach the root. There is no more boring wish in the world. The King of Heroes laughed, devaluing the lofty realm that all magi coveted. But Kirii could understand his feelings. The desire for the root is a wish exclusive to magi that outsiders find hard to understand. "True, but you seem to be an outsider too, Kirii. And I heard that you were originally in an opposing position to those magi, right?" It seemed that Archer had also heard about Kirii's complicated position. This man seemed arrogant, but he was quite well informed. Kirii crossed his arms and pondered for a while. If he looked at Tokiomi's Holy Grail war from the standpoint of an executor of the Eighth Sacrament of the Holy Church, what meaning did it have? The pursuit of the root is to transcend the outside of the world. This transcendence will not bring any changes to this inside world. For the church that only focuses on the inside, the Magi's exploration has no meaning and is merely seen as a boring attempt. As long as I can enjoy this garden that belongs to me, my universe, I am satisfied. This statement treated the whole world as his possession, a unique arrogance that only the King of Heroes possessed. I have no interest in domains that are not under my control, including the root. Kirii smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Archer to be completely opposed to Magi. No wonder Magi like Tokiomi were at a loss against him. If the Holy Grail were simply a special device for pursuing the root, even if those Magi were obsessed and went crazy, the Church would ignore them. Unfortunately, the Holy Grail is omnipotent and possesses infinite possibilities to change the inside world. It can be said to be the supreme heresy that threatens our faith. That's why the Church chose Tokiomi. Because that is a dangerous heresy that cannot be ignored. If that power can be wasted on something both boring and meaningless, it is the result we hope to see. Only my father seems to have some personal reasons besides this. So, are the other Magi pursuing the Holy Grail for different reasons than Tokiomi? Kirii nodded in response to Archer's question. Tokiomi-sensei is not only a typical Magus but also an extreme right-wing. There are not many people like him who are dedicated to the true path of Magi. The others probably pursue mundane rewards like reputation, desire, and power. They are all wishes confined to the inside of the world. Well, isn't that good? Each of them is my favorite, Archer said. You truly are the king reigning at the top of mundane desires, Gilgamesh. Archer smirked and finished the drink in his glass, seemingly not taking Kirii's criticism as an insult. Kirii, what about you then? What is your wish for the Holy Grail? I heard you were one of the earliest to obtain the qualification to participate but later lost it. Gilgamesh's question was also Kirii's question, as well as Tokiomi's and Father Risei's. I don't have any particular wish to fulfill. It must be some problem with the Holy Grail, Kirii replied, sounding a bit confused, while Archer's crimson eyes shimmered with an eerie light. That's one way to explain it, but it's not the real reason for you. You know, Kyrie, the reason why heroic spirits become heroic spirits is not only because of their achievements but also due to human belief. The Holy Grail, which summons heroic spirits through the ritual of their battles, favors humans and rejects those who are not human. Are you saying I'm not human, Gilgamesh? Kyrie's tone became stern and cold. Correctly speaking, not entirely human. There is something about you that even I don't understand. Perhaps that's why you lost the favor of the Holy Grail. And that's what interests me. Seeing Kyrie's face drastically changing, Archer found it more amusing. You can continue to be confused and struggle, and let yourself see the truth behind the fog, just as I would. With joyful laughter, Archer left the room, leaving Kyrie alone, stunned. I am not entirely human. Is it because something is missing in me? P.S. The exclusion of non-humans is the setting of the Holy Grail in Fuyuki City. The other Holy Grails and false Holy Grails seem to lack such restrictions. This limitation was just a response from the author, Nasu, to the fans of Tsukiheim who wondered if characters from Tsukiheim would appear in the Fate series. But since he said it, let's take it as true. Also every. Chapter 95, Life Without Sakura. Ryunosuke's ability to escape was not just talked. After the children fled, he quickly left the scene. When the police followed the clues provided by Koton, yes, Rin's friend, who bravely led the police to apprehend the culprit, it was already too late. Ryunosuke was already on the Fuyuki Bridge, enjoying the breeze. The diligent Fuyuki City Police Force sealed off the crime scene and began their investigation, which was the usual procedure for major cases. However, this greatly hindered Scathatch's ability to track down the culprit. Scathatch, an assassin-class servant with a high magic level, needed approximately 5 minutes to weave her spells to track the target using residual traces. During this time, she had to remain corporeal at the scene and couldn't be disturbed. But now, there were about 10 technicians gathered in the small underground bar, and numerous police officers were patrolling and searching the streets outside. There wasn't even a 5-second window, let alone 5 minutes, unless she incapacitated everyone nearby. Thinking about this, Scathatch chuckled to herself. It wasn't that she couldn't do it, but if she took down all of them, the traces at the scene would also be disturbed. The underground bar wasn't Ryunosuke's base, it was just a temporary place to store his sacrifices. Moreover, if dozens of police officers were knocked out near the crime scene, the aftermath would be troublesome to handle. Upon learning of the situation, Shinji had no choice but to order the abandonment of the pursuit. And so, the commotion that started with Rin Tosaka's adventure came to an end. Although the outcome of the incident was not entirely satisfactory, it wasn't terrible either. Rin saved her friend and even reunited with her sister. Aoi found Rin and witnessed Sakura's growth, which brought her great relief. Although she didn't say it aloud, Aoi's heart had always been concerned about Sakura. After all, how could a mother not truly love her child? Sakura was overjoyed. Her sister was safe, her mother was safe, and they could live together like before. It was truly wonderful. At this moment, the mother and daughters lay together on a bed, whispering quietly. In contrast, Shinji and Korea weren't as happy. Leaving the public park, the two continued to separate and explore the sewers. Those disgusting monsters had threatened the safety of the people they cared about. How could they just ignore it? What if they encountered danger again and couldn't arrive in time? They spent the whole night cleaning up. Not only did they clear the heavily affected areas west of the Fuyuki Bridge, but they also searched through Miyama Town and Shinsu District. After what happened last night, no one dared to underestimate Castor anymore. And so, their difficult life had just begun. During the Holy Grail War, the servants had their day off, and Sakura and Byakuya took care of the household chores while Shinji and Korea focused on dealing with the Holy Grail War. Byakuya mainly handled errands and shopping, while Sakura managed all the affairs of the Matou household. Of course, Sakura's main task was cooking, while other tasks such as cleaning and laundry could be assigned to the two familiars. It was worth praising the Einsborn family's alchemy, especially in terms of intelligence and automation. It was truly innovative and ahead of the world by many years. However, Sakura's familiars were not like Irisveal, who had an independent personality and soul. Once they were separated from their master, they only had pre-programmed basic routines and minimal survival instincts. They couldn't think or obey commands from others. In other words, the two of them had to handle all kinds of daily chores themselves. And so, the noodles are too hard. Yeah, they don't taste as good as the ones Sakura makes. Near the train station, the uncle and nephew looked at each other and sighed helplessly. This was their breakfast. It wasn't that Sakura's cooking was better than what they could buy outside, but they felt that it was missing a little taste of home. Ah, I'm so annoyed. Laundry is such a hassle. In the Matou family's bathroom, Shinji grumbled as he rubbed his clothes. Although they had a washing machine at home, anyone who had washed clothes knew that it was difficult for the machine to remove stubborn stains. Clothes that went down the drain without being scrubbed wouldn't be much different from unwashed ones even if they were thrown into the washing machine. If only I had given Crystal Cat and Ryuga Rat a higher level of intelligence. Crystal Cat and Noble Rat were the names Shinji gave to Sakura's two familiars. Although their meaning was somewhat unclear, they sounded good and were accepted by the whole family. That would put too much pressure on Sakura. Higher intelligence requires more magical energy. Kariya shook the water droplets off his hand. We didn't create familiars because we didn't have enough magical power, remember? That's true. I guess we can't do without a woman in the house. So, uncle, you should find a wife quickly. Hearing his nephew's words, Kariya rolled his eyes. Why are we talking about this again? And when you say woman, isn't sensei a woman? She's the queen. Do you want the queen to help you with laundry? Shinji also rolled his eyes, and the two of them exchanged eye rolls. Forget it, I don't want to get beaten to death. Kariya vigorously rubbed his clothes. Compared to being beaten to death, doing laundry was much easier. Yeah, I heard you. A deep, emotionless voice sounded behind them. Scathatch had entered the bathroom without them noticing. The uncle and nephew both felt a chill run down their spines, and in the next second, they turned around and bowed deeply, loudly saying, "Please spare us." Seeing the two disciples in a neat and uniform posture, Scathatch's lips curled slightly, and the slight displeasure in her heart dissipated. Shinji, accompany me for a trip later. No problem. Shinji nodded in agreement. As long as sensei wasn't angry, anything was fine. The so-called trip was actually going out to buy ingredients. There were only a few eggs and a small bag of flour left in the refrigerator, not enough for a full dinner. The Matou family resided in the most upscale residential area in the entire Fuyuki city, and the surrounding facilities were naturally complete. Supermarkets, vegetable markets, and various shops were concentrated on a pedestrian street. Although it didn't have the prosperity of Shinjuku, it had a unique living atmosphere. Scathatch liked such places. They had a vitality that the Shadowlands didn't possess. Strolling amidst the various shouts, her steps unconsciously became light. The third shop on the left was a seafood store, famous for its mackerel. The fifth shop on the right sold various seasonal snacks, which were very popular among girls. 20 meters ahead was a stall selling grilled food, which Sakura liked to eat. Behind the stall was a liquor store that sold a variety of alcoholic beverages. Byakuya was a regular customer at this store. Scathatch herself didn't have a particular preference for alcohol, so she didn't plan to linger too much. In a fleeting glance, she saw someone. Also every. Chapter 96, Writer's Invitation. This is a truly giant man with a muscular and powerful physique that exudes an awe-inspiring presence. The dense, almost interconnected hair, eyebrows, and beard reveal an unparalleled wildness. Standing in front of such a person is like facing a solid wall, making it difficult to breathe. Scathatch discreetly tapped her master, Shinji, who turned his head and twitched at the corners of his mouth. This enormous figure, with its peculiar appearance, is unique to only one person in the entire city of Fuyuki. Rider. Conqueror King Iskandar. Shinji did not mean to belittle the Conqueror King, his current appearance was just truly peculiar and worthy of being recorded in history. Rider's upper body was wearing an oversized, seemingly cheap short-sleeved printed t-shirt. There was a symbol with a world map on the chest, and it read, Admirable Grand Strategy 6. As an otaku, Shinji naturally knew that it was a famous promotional item from the strategy war game series called Grand Strategy. Reminiscing about his university days in his past life, Shinji would hum German military songs in his dormitory, singing triumphantly as he advanced through the Maginot Line and reached the heartland of France. It was an incredibly satisfying feeling. Of course, to his non-otaku roommates, it seemed like he was overly obsessed. He acknowledged that war games are a romantic pursuit for men, but the game graphics were truly not praiseworthy. It's a wonder Shinji was able to endure it. Yes, back then, Shinji played an earlier version of Grand Strategy, and the graphics were indeed poor. However, Shinji couldn't remember which version it was, otherwise, he could have had a good exchange of experiences with Rider, marching and fighting wars. I can't defeat you, but in video games, especially strategy war games, can you defeat me, a seasoned otaku who has played games like Advance Wars, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Great War, and Grand Strategy since childhood. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Shinji lowered his gaze. Compared to the out-of-place short-sleeved t-shirt on the upper body, Rider's lower body was relatively normal, wearing a pair of oversized jeans, just like the t-shirt. Unfortunately, Rider's muscles were so well developed that even this loose-fitting style of clothing appeared tight, making one worry that it might burst open. Rider laughed heartily with a rough and powerful voice that could shake the atmosphere, lifting a barrel from the cart the shopkeeper had just exited, which was as wide as his shoulders, and walked out of the shop. His master, compared to Ryder, looked like a delicate and dejected beauty. Waver counted a few 10,000 yen bills from his wallet and glanced at Ryder with a resentful gaze. Should we go up and say hello? Scythe, dressed in casual clothes, asked her master. Scythe's attire was truly casual, with a beige cotton-padded jacket, dark trousers, a pink woolen hat on her head, and a pair of sunglasses perched on her nose that could cover half of her face. Thanks to this attire, Scythe's charm was maximally weakened, avoiding the chaos caused by the likes of Irisveal and Saber when they went shopping. Shinji nodded gently and walked forward with Scythe by his side. At this moment, he was disguised as a young man wearing a Hades cloak, so he wasn't worried about being recognized. Good afternoon, Ryder, Mr. Waver Velvet. Upon hearing someone call his name, Ryder turned around with a barrel on his shoulder, almost hitting the glass door of the specialty store with the 1-meter-tall oak barrel, causing the shopkeeper's heart to skip a beat. Isn't this Assassin's master? And Assassin? You've also changed into the clothes of this era. Truly, great minds think alike among heroes. Ryder's face bore a carefree smile, and his familiar expression didn't convey any hostility. How about it? This king's new clothes. It feels amazing to have the entire world's map on your chest. Ha ha ha. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. Waver hurriedly put away his wallet and ran out of the store, not hesitating to deliver a punch to Ryder's chest, although, with his strength, it was more like tickling Ryder. Don't you realize that everyone on this street is looking at us? Waver's words were completely true. Ryder attracted the attention of everyone on the street. His imposing physique, something almost impossible for Japanese people to possess, coupled with his eccentric attire of wearing only a short-sleeved t-shirt in the dead of winter and carrying a barrel that was half his height, not to mention his booming voice that could be heard from dozens of meters away, made it impossible not to draw attention. Of course, I noticed. A king, no matter where he is, will attract the gaze of the masses. The Conqueror King proudly thumped his chest, emitting a drum-like sound. You idiot. You're such a big idiot. Waver was about to go insane. He wanted to gain recognition from others and attract their attention, but he didn't want to be seen as a clown. Perhaps feeling sorry for the pitiful appearance of Waver, Shinji finally stopped spectating and interrupted this romantic comedy. Both of you, let's go somewhere else. There are too many people here. Upon Shinji's suggestion, Waver naturally nodded repeatedly, and after thinking for a moment, Ryder didn't object either. They left the pedestrian street together. However, before leaving, Ryder shouted at everyone. I'm glad. I'll come to play often in the future. This caused people to burst into laughter and strengthened Waver's determination never to bring Ryder out for shopping again. Ryder, what are you planning to do with that large barrel of alcohol? In a quiet corner near the pedestrian street, Scythe asked somewhat curiously, isn't it a bit too extravagant for one person to drink so much alcohol? I plan to hold a banquet, Ryder replied. Gathering heroes from different eras across time and space is the marvel of the Holy Grail War. And this Holy Grail War has 4 kings, which makes my blood boil. Unfortunately, only one person can ultimately obtain the Holy Grail. So, before we engage in battle, I want to share a drink with everyone, express our ideals, and share our kingship. The smile on Iskandar's face had less foolishness and more sincerity, along with the pride of being a king. In his era, he no longer had any opponents, so he set his sights on kings from different eras. This banquet was not just a feast but an invisible competition. Physical conquest was not true conquest, conquering hearts and minds was. Iskandar wanted to defeat the kings of other eras in a fair and honorable manner, conquering them spiritually. This was Iskandar's kingship and the reason behind his title, the Conqueror. Assassin, no, Queen Scythe of the Land of Shadows, Ryder said, his tone and expression making people overlook his attire and posture. He was extending an invitation to another king as a fellow king. As a king herself, Scythe couldn't refuse such an invitation. I accept your invitation, she replied. There's still Archer and Saber, Ryder said. Saber's foundation is half destroyed. Also Archer doesn't need a separate invitation. Scythe shook her head at Ryder and pointed behind him. Standing there was a young man with golden hair, red eyes, and a slender figure. He was also a king. Also every. Chapter 97, The Motorcycle. Like Scythe and Iskandar, Gilgamesh also wore modern clothing. He wore a well-defined black jacket, paired with meticulously tailored casual pants. His hair, which stood up when in golden armor mode, was now let down to match his casual attire, and with it, the overwhelming arrogance that couldn't be concealed was also significantly reduced. To be honest, in terms of appearance, Gilgamesh looked stronger than Scythe and Iskandar. I was wondering what strange aura it was, turns out it's Ryder and Assassin. Perfect timing, Archer. I was just looking for you, Ryder's attitude remained as friendly as ever. What business does this mongrel have with me? Archer's arrogance hadn't diminished at all, his earlier momentary lapse was just an illusion. Ryder didn't take Archer's insulting term to heart and continued to laugh heartily. I'm planning to hold a banquet exclusive to kings, and I'm inviting you. Don't make me laugh, Jester. Archer narrowed his eyes, and his deep pupils almost formed a straight line. The true king is only me, the rest are all mongrels. A banquet for kings is nothing but a drinking session for me alone. That's quite a provocative statement. Ryder remained unfazed and absent-mindedly dug his ear with his empty right hand. So, I suppose you won't be attending? No, I will attend. Archer's response was the opposite of what Ryder expected. I must make these mongrels understand what a true king is. Time and location. Tonight, at Saber's castle. If we're talking about hosting a banquet, there couldn't be a more suitable place. Or do you not know where Saber's castle is? The entire world is under my control, let alone the farce of these mere mongrels. Ryder automatically translated Archer's words as, I know where it is. By the way, how about a race to see who arrives first? Of course, if you're going on foot, consider it unsaid. Faced with Ryder's challenge, Archer snorted disdainfully, what gives you confidence? That shabby chariot of yours. Scat Hacka's fighting spirit was also ignited. Conqueror King, even though you've manifested as Ryder, I won't lose to you in terms of speed. The vehicles in this era are much more powerful than you can imagine. Oh. Ryder's face showed an interested expression upon hearing Scat Hacka's words, and Archer raised an eyebrow in response. About 1 kilometer north of the pedestrian street, there was an ordinary apartment building with a dedicated compartment on the basement floor. One of the compartments was Scat Hacka's garage. Byakuya had arranged this through special channels to prevent the connection between Scat Hack and the Matou family from being discovered. Opening the iron gate of the garage, 2 motorcycles with sleek lines, avant-garde designs, and a strong postmodern style were parked side by side. One was entirely black, a heavyweight motorcycle called Kawasaki ZZ R1100, produced by the famous Japanese motorcycle manufacturer Kawasaki in 1990. It could reach a top speed of over 300 km per hour and was at the forefront of Japanese manufacturers' pursuit of 300 km per hour speeds. The other motorcycle, slightly smaller in size and blue-white in color, was the classic sports motorcycle Honda CBR 600 F2 produced by the Japanese company Honda. It had excellent overall performance and was considered one of the best all-around motorcycles. Both motorcycles belonged to Scat Hack, who often took turns riding them on the streets of Fuyuki City late at night, enjoying the speed and excitement that belonged to the modern era. Seeing these two steel monsters, Ryder's eyes lit up, his enthusiasm surpassing even the time he saw the Grand Strategist t-shirt. Although he had never seen motorcycles before, Ryder's inherent skill as a rider class, riding, told him that these were fantastic war machines. The fierce and imposing designs were also to his liking. Kid. Ryder turned around and laid a hand on Waver's shoulder. But before he could speak, Waver started shaking his head frantically. No, I can't afford motorcycles even if I spend all the money in my wallet. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Waver had already witnessed Ryder's wild ideas many times. For example, he wanted to buy an F-15 after seeing it, and when he saw US President Clinton, he unilaterally considered him as his biggest rival in conquering the world. Compared to those instances, buying a t-shirt through a phone call and paying for delivery seemed insignificant. Among the masters participating in the Holy Grail War, Waver was the poorest. His belongings amounted to only a few 100,000 yen, and he used chicken blood for the summoning circle. He relied on the kindness of an elderly couple, Glenn Mackenzie and his wife Martha, for food and lodging. Waver used suggestive magecraft to make them treat him as their grandson, and they showered him with affection. The remaining 5 masters either came from noble backgrounds or had the backing of one of the 3 families, easily spending hundreds of thousands or millions of yen without batting an eye. For example, the 2 high-end motorcycles in front of them were purchased 2 months ago when Scat Hack said she wanted to go out for a ride, and Byakuya and Korea didn't have time to be her driver. Shinji half-jokingly offered to help his sensei get a car. Byakuya agreed without hesitation, wrote a check, and then Scat Hack, Shinji, and Sakura went to Kyoto and bought the Honda CBR 600 F2. Later, Byakuya saw that Scat Hack liked motorcycles and specially asked a friend to acquire the Kawasaki ZZ R1100. Assassin, can I try this? Knowing that his master truly couldn't afford it, Ryder changed his goal and approach. Just once, just to Saber's castle. I don't think it's a good idea. The one who answered wasn't Scat Hack, but Shinji. Why? Your physique, your size is too large. It would be uncomfortable to ride and put a burden on the motorcycle. Iskandar thought about his 212 centimeters height, and 130 kilograms weight, and then looked at the motorcycle in front of him, which was less than a meter in height, and sighed helplessly. What a pity, it's such a shame. While Ryder and Scat Hack were discussing, Archer had already sat on the black Kawasaki ZZ R1100 and twisted the throttle a few times. The black motorcycle matched well with his black jacket. Assassin, I'm interested in this. It belongs to me now. I will offer you treasures of equal value in exchange, whether it be money or other treasures. Indeed, he was the king of Wales, known as the richest among the heroic spirits. He exuded unparalleled opulence in both his lifestyle and battles. Master. Scythe tilted her head, looking at her master with a smile that could be seen as both amusement and non-amusement. What's meant to be yours will be yours. It's up to you to decide what you want to do with your belongings. Shinji shrugged casually, spreading his hands. While he certainly wanted to dig up some good items from Gilgamesh's treasury, he wouldn't make decisions on behalf of Scythe just because he was her master. In Shinji's mind, the entire treasury of the king couldn't compare to Scythe. You really know how to give me a dilemma, master. Shinji's words not only failed to increase Scythe's favorability towards him but also seemed to confuse her. I'm also quite fond of this ZZ, R1100 and don't want to give it to you, Archer. But I don't want to miss out on this special contest either. Here's the deal, Archer. Can you obtain this motorcycle, and can you present me with a treasure that moves my heart? You only have one chance. Dangerous gleams flickered in Archer's eyes. Are you challenging me? The one who possesses a collection of treasures from across the world, the one and only king. You can interpret it that way. Scythe locked eyes with Archer without backing down. Both of them had crimson eyes, and Shinji, who was caught in between, felt like the air was burning. Finally, the gleam in Archer's eyes transformed into delight. Interesting. I accept this challenge. P.S. Korea, I'm starving to death. Why isn't the person who went grocery shopping back yet? Equals. Also every. Chapter 98, Race, Part 1. The long-awaited 4th Holy Grail War Grand Prix has finally arrived. We are broadcasting this ground speed battle from our specially designed track on the outskirts of Fuyuki City. I am the mysterious Magus in charge of live coverage and commentary, Saitam, no, Seiki Kumagoro. Under the cover of night, Shinji's voice, as if he had chewed on a pack of Schwanmai and couldn't stop, announced. Unable to reveal his true name, he directly borrowed the name of the strongest being from another world. Now, let's take a look at the condition of the participants waiting for the race to begin. First, we have Archer in the number 1 position, his ride is the Kawasaki ZZR. No, it's the Golden Babylon. Archer, who was making final adjustments to his motorcycle, glared at Shinji dissatisfiedly. The Golden Babylon, true to its name, was shining with golden light. After obtaining ownership of the Kawasaki ZZ, R1100, he took out an unidentified item from the king's treasury and transformed the motorcycle's exterior into gold. For Gilgamesh, gold was a symbol of taste, gold was style, and gold was the most noble color in the world. Sorry, let me correct that, it's the Golden Babylon. Shinji looked at the motorcycle that had transformed from mysterious and low-profile to glamorous and restrained his urge to make sarcastic comments while continuing his commentary. Victory belongs to me. Archer revved the engine, making a declaration of inevitable victory. Next is Rider in the 2nd position, his ride is also his noble phantasm, the chariot pulled by 2 divine bulls, Gordius wheel. This is the popular racing vehicle of modern times, right? I like it. Rider's laughter easily drowned out Shinji's voice. I won't lose, my bulls. Moo, the 2 divine beasts associated with the sky god Zeus let out a long howl, and the moving hooves gleamed with dazzling lightning, leaving Waver, who was riding with Rider, trembling in fear. Rider, are you okay? Don't worry, kid. Rider's large palm patted Waver's frail shoulder. This king is a rider with a riding skill level of A+. There's no way I'll lose to Archer and Assassin. Are you okay? Waver muttered with his head lowered. Lastly, in the 3rd position, we have Assassin. Her ride is the Honda CBR 600 F2, no, it's Guy Balg alternative, piercing death sky soarer. Master, when did you change the name? Scythe raised her head and asked her master, waiting quietly for the race to begin. I just changed it. Look, Archer's Golden Babylon, and Rider's Gordius wheel, they both sound so cool. We can't be weak in our momentum, so I came up with this idea. If you have any objections, we can change it again. After 3 months of being together, Scythe had become accustomed to Shinji's impulsive thinking. She calmly responded, forget it, let's stick with this name. Hurry up and get on. All right. Shinji quickly ran to the 3rd position and sat behind Scythe, holding the handlebars with his left hand. Scythe's body was slender without an ounce of excess fat, and her waist was flexible. With his right hand maintaining the posture of holding a microphone, he shouted. All right, the participants are all in position. Now, I announce that the 4th Holy Grail War Grand Prix is about to begin. Who will be the first among the servants and masters? Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. At the moment the countdown reached 0, the 3 vehicles raced past the starting line simultaneously. The thunderous lightning generated by the galloping bullhooves, the roaring sound of the engines inhaling and exhaling, shot straight into the sky. The competition is intense right from the start. The participants in each group are not giving an inch, tightly biting each other. Archer's Golden Babylon maintains a slight lead. The bike is equipped with an inline-4 DOHC liquid-cooled engine, with a maximum horsepower of 147. With the assistance of ram air intake compression, its acceleration performance is outstanding, making it a true king of speed. Very well, let's settle this in one go. Archer, riding the Golden Babylon, was filled with high spirits. The twin beasts on wheels seemed to respond with a wild roar. The surrounding scenery rapidly receded, and the rushing airflow that would blind an ordinary person was just a refreshing gust of wind to Archer. He enjoyed this feeling. Archer is getting faster and faster, rider. Don't worry, kid. The road is still long, and there's a curve ahead. Rider, driving on the ground with his wheels, was not in the least bit anxious. After materializing, he had already driven his chariot around the entire Fuyuki city, so he was very familiar with the road conditions. It's not easy for Archer to handle turns at that speed. As Rider said, a curve appeared. The suburban highway was built along the mountains, winding and complicated. Pursuing speed alone could easily lead to accidents, from minor scratches to disastrous crashes. The wild steel beast emitted a piercing howl, the sound of the tires rubbing violently against the ground. Archer paid the price for being unfamiliar with the road conditions and realized the curve a bit too late, so he could only decelerate through brute force to make the turn. See, I told you. Rider threw Archer a provocative look and tightened the reins in his hand. The divine bulls, with their connection to Zeus and the conquering king known as his son, made a tremendous sound. The sound overwhelmed the roar of the engines, and the intense impact was enough to shake the earth. It was like a sudden thunderstrike on the battlefield. The dazzling flash turned the night into day, accompanied by a deep roar that even overshadowed the sound of thunder. The lightning did not descend from the sky to the earth but swept horizontally across the surface. No. It looked like lightning, but it was a unique phenomenon caused by the rapid movement of the divine force wheels. In that flickering lightning, a blue and white figure darted through. Despite the dense and formidable thunder, it did not affect this figure. It was Scathacca's piercing death sky soarer. Although the performance of the sports motorcycle, formerly known as the Honda CBR 600 F2, was the weakest among the 3 groups, Scathacca's driving skills and her experience of traversing the Einsburn forest once were enough to bridge the gap. Her graceful yet precise cornering, remaining composed in the face of thunder, impressed Rider and fueled Archer's fighting spirit. Charge, bull. We're going, Golden Babylon. The first curve was left behind by the 3 participants. The rankings have changed. Archer, who was originally leading, has fallen to last place, replaced by Rider in first place and Assassin in second. But this ranking is only temporary. The upcoming race will be the first high-difficulty track of this competition, a series of winding curves. Will there be new changes there? After saying this, Shinji finally let go of the dangerous posture of loosely holding the microphone. He embraced Scathacca's waist with both hands and said softly, "That's enough, sensei. Yes, it's time to show our true skills." Scathatch said, lowering the visor of her helmet. Equals. Also every. Chapter 99, Race, Part 2, Bonus. As mentioned earlier, Scathacca's first ride in the mortal world was the Honda CBR 600 F2, renamed Death Sky Soarer, and a month later, Byakuya sent her a second ride, the Kawasaki ZZR 1100, renamed Golden Babylon, as a token of gratitude for her guidance. According to unofficial information Shinji had gathered, Byakuya took a trip to Hokkaido a few days before ordering the motorcycles. He claimed it was for a project inspection, but in reality, a certain heiress who had always been of interest to his father was also part of the inspection team. Upon his return, Byakuya had a cheerful demeanor as if something had happened, and there was an increase in his proactive training. Considering the motorcycle gift that followed, it seemed that Sensei's training and care had led to this something happening. Well, that's how people are, so realistic. Well, that's not the point. The point is that the Death Sky Soarer is the longest-standing partner of Sensei. It is well known that the physical abilities of servants are several times, if not dozens of times, stronger than those of ordinary people. What would be a difficult task for an ordinary person to handle on a motorcycle is not much of a challenge for a servant. Archer only spent less than an hour getting acquainted and was already driving smoothly. Even the kind of curve that would surely destroy an ordinary person, he could stop abruptly with his superhuman strength as a servant. If Archer, as a new driver, could achieve such feats, how could Scathatch, an experienced driver, not be able to? Shinji had accompanied Scathatch on many outings, experiencing her unique style of riding. She had developed her way of riding. Prime Rune, Unfold. Magical Reinforcement. With Scat Hacka's low chant, magical energy spread from her hands to the entire motorcycle. The blue and white livery was quickly dyed red, resembling a fierce burning flame from a distance. It was reminiscent of the unique phenomenon that occurred when Scat Hatch released her noble phantasm. At this moment, the Honda CBR 600 F2 truly became the Gi-Balg alternative. As the strengthening of the vehicle's body was completed, Shinji's voice, filled with excitement as if he was about to take flight, resounded once again. Oh, oh, oh. The colors of the Death Sky Soarer have changed. Is this the activation of some mechanism or a secret strategy? As soon as the words fell, the tachometer on the instrument panel broke through 6,000 RPM, and the engine sound underwent an unexpected transformation. The deep bass roar, like a raging wave, gradually rose to an ear-piercing high pitch, becoming more ferocious and savage, tearing through the night sky and echoing throughout the horizon. The drastically different acceleration turned the vehicle and Scat Hatch into a bullet, leaving the surrounding night scenery behind like shooting stars. It's accelerating, it's accelerating. The Death Sky Soarer is accelerating. Excellent. It has surpassed the Gordius Wheel and taken the lead. It has not disgraced the name of the Death Sky Soarer. Go, Death Sky Soarer. Why are you accelerating at this moment? There are consecutive bends ahead. Ryder looked at the red blur racing past him and scratched his cheek in confusion. Then, Ryder witnessed the true technique that Scat Hatch had mentioned. The Death Sky Soarer, piercing through the air, left the ground and smoothly maneuvered through the bends, hugging the guardrail on the edge of the highway with an almost parallel posture to the ground. Throughout the entire process, Scat Hatch never let off the throttle. So she has this move too. Ryder raised an eyebrow in surprise. What are you surprised about, you mongrel? The Golden Babylon had caught up without Ryder noticing, driving side by side with Gordius Wheel. This is a battle between servants. It's not strange for anything to happen. If you're surprised by something as trivial as this, you've already lost in this race. Soar, Golden Babylon. As Archer spoke these words, he had already reached the entrance of the bend. This time, instead of decelerating, he lifted the handlebars, and the entire motorcycle shot out of the highway. A rainbow-colored streak appeared beneath the Golden Babylon, carrying the golden motorcycle straight ahead. What? Golden Babylon is racing on a rainbow. This breaks the conventions of motorcycle racing. Shinji's commentary was timely, but Archer was dissatisfied with its content. Conventions. What are those? I am the ruler of rules, encompassing all things. Extending, Bifrost. Bifrost, the rainbow bridge that serves as the entrance to the heavenly realm in Norse mythology, was also among Archer's treasures, which he used as an aerial racetrack. The rainbow bridge extended from the starting point of the consecutive bends to the finish line, taking the shortest straight line between 2 points. The Golden Babylon successfully rose from third place to first, achieving a reversal. However, his actions also loosened the restraints on the other two, intensifying the race. Kid, hold on tight, don't fall off. Ryder displayed his signature brave smile and loudly called out the true name of his noble phantasm. Rampage, tread upon the raging heavens. In the next second, 2 bullheads took flight, pulling the chariot into the air. Ryder intended to unleash the full might of his chariot. The hooves of the bulls generated thunderbolts, and the rotation of the wheels caused thunderous roars. The lightning no longer gathered around the chariot, instead, it tore through the atmosphere, roaring and splitting toward the 2 motorcycles, one red and one golden. Archer refused to be outdone. Ripples of golden radiance spread behind him, and hundreds of noble phantasms were consecutively projected into the air. Unable to free up her hands and lacking automatic projection-type noble phantasms, Scat Hatch couldn't counterattack. However, she didn't fall behind either. After enhancing her runes, she activated her second bug skill, Wisdom of Duel Scythe. Acquired skill, Riding, Rank A. Riding is a skill that represents proficiency in riding various mounts. With a riding skill at Rank A, she can perfectly handle any mount except for imaginary beasts and holy beasts. This includes ancient chariots and modern land vehicles. Under the control of this skill, the Death Sky Soarer became a part of Scat Hacka's body, allowing her to manipulate the motorcycle as effortlessly as she pleased. Regardless of Ryder's thunder strikes or Archer's projection of noble phantasms, Scat Hatch successfully evaded them. In this way, the 3 servants chased and pursued each other, racing through dozens of kilometers of national highway. Finally, the exciting moment is about to come. The finish line is within sight, less than 1 kilometer away from Einsburn Forest. The Gordius Wheel, the Golden Babylon, and the Death Sky Soarer are almost neck and neck, with the difference being difficult to discern by the naked eye. The outcome will be determined in this final kilometer. I've had a great time, Assassin, Ryder. Although you both have your skills, victory will surely belong to me. You're saying that too soon, Archer. Until the end, no one knows the outcome. Charge, Golden Babylon. I can't lose, Gordius Wheel. Roar, Death Sky Soarer. The sound of tires scraping against the ground, engines pushing beyond their limits, the sound of the divine bulls trampling the earth, and the shouts of the three servants intertwined into a unique symphony. In this passionate melody that they played together, the race came to a halt. In the instant before reaching the finish line, Shinji voluntarily abandoned his motorcycle and used prepared magic to boost the Death Sky Soarer. This boost became the final trump card that determined the victory. The winner is Assassin. Shinji shouted. No, it's the Assassin team. Scathatch removed her helmet and smiled beautifully at her master. Her victory was achieved through the combined efforts of her and Shinji. P.S. Ryder's chariot doesn't need to release its true name. He was simply swept up in the excitement and called out with as much momentum as possible. It's just his Chinibu acting up. Also every. Chapter 100, The Banquet of Kings. Friends who have watched car races know that when a race car crosses the finish line, it is inevitable to do so at full speed. After crossing the finish line, the car needs to continue gliding on the track, gradually decelerating before coming to a stop. The finish line was at Einsburn Forest, but the actual stopping point was in front of the castle gates. Einsburn Forest was covered by a large-scale barrier, and it was only natural that the group's blatant intrusion would trigger the barrier's warning and defense mechanisms. Feeling the suppression of the barrier, Ryder and Archer, in the process of decelerating, both did the same thing. They destroyed the barrier. Specifically speaking, they destroyed the forest. Although the core of the barrier was inside the castle, having just one core was not enough for such a large-scale barrier. It also required multiple stabilizing points that extracted and converted mana from the ley lines and dispersed it outward. And these points were set in the lush and endless forest outside the castle. Destroying the forest meant destroying the stabilizing points of the barrier, which was equivalent to destroying the barrier itself. Irisveil, who was connected to the barrier, was inevitably affected. The intruder's alarm and the magical disturbances caused by the destruction of the barrier disrupted her magic circuits, almost causing her to faint on the spot. She didn't need to say much. Saber already knew what had happened. The intruders didn't conceal their presence and charged directly from the front. Although Saber didn't know the exact number of intruders, the thunder outside and their audacious approach indicated that Ryder was among them. Considering the mobility of a chariot, there was no time to retreat at this point. They could only confront them head-on. Making this judgment, Saber and Irisveil arrived together at the terrace outside the entrance hall, where they should encounter the enemy who was attacking head-on. However, when the two of them, illuminated by the moonlight pouring in through the skylight, saw the invaders standing tall in the hall, they were left speechless. Archer, Ryder, and Assassin as a combination were already strange enough, but what was even stranger was their attire. 3 individuals, 3 different styles, and not a single one of them had a warrior-like appearance. Are you here for a picnic? Irisveil couldn't help but think so, although it was a bit rude. And the following scene proved that her thoughts were not wrong. Yo, Saber, I heard you got yourself a castle, so I came to take a look. How did it end up like this? Ryder grinned unapologetically, revealing his white teeth, and smirked while twisting his neck as if fatigued, making cracking sounds. There were so many trees in the courtyard that it was inconvenient to move around. I almost got lost before reaching the castle gates. I've helped you by chopping down some of the trees. You should thank me for that. Ryder, you guys. Saber, with a serious expression, wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. Hey, Ryder, look at Saber's expression. You haven't told her what you're planning to do, have you? Archer got off his chariot and, to Shinji's astonishment, stored the golden Babylon motorcycle in the king's treasury. Yes, you read that right. He stored the motorcycle, and Scathatch didn't have such a noble phantasm. Southwest she had to park the chariot in a corner of the entrance hall. Yeah, I'm about to tell her now. But before that, King of Knights, how about not wearing that rigid armor and changing into the attire of this era, just like us? Ryder said while patting the large, Grand Strategy logo on his chest as if showing off. Even though Saber's armor is rigid, it's still better than your cheap t-shirt and jeans. Shinji's expression betrayed his inner thoughts, and the same could be said for Waver and Irisveil. The former's face said, I want to go home quickly. The latter's face said, what exactly do you want to do? Saber asked this question on her behalf. Don't you understand even after seeing it? Ryder said, lifting a barrel of alcohol from the chariot's compartment. All right, stop standing there dumbfounded and lead the way. Don't you have a courtyard suitable for hosting a banquet here? It's no fun drinking inside this rundown castle. Saber sighed helplessly, her anger that had been building up in her chest vanished into thin air. Faced with opponents who showed no hostility, she couldn't maintain her fighting spirit. Irisveil felt the same way. Although she was angered by the destruction of their barrier, seeing the opponents' carefree smiles, she couldn't bring herself to hate them. Saber, what should we do? They seem to be here just to drink. No, this is a challenge. Although Saber had put away her combativeness, her expression remained serious. A challenge. Yes. Those standing here tonight are kings in their own right. Deciding victory or defeat at the dining table is equivalent to a non-lethal battle. Perhaps hearing Saber's whisper, the Conqueror King nodded with a smile. Hey, you understand it well. Since we can't fight with swords, let's settle it with alcohol. King of Knights, I won't go easy on you tonight, so be prepared. Previously, Ryder had said that he wouldn't fight Saber until she had settled things with Lancer. It was a pact exchanged by the heroic spirits, staking their dignity. He wouldn't go back on it, so he chose to fight Saber in this way. Interesting, I accept. Saber resolutely accepted the challenge, her face exuding the same determined aura as when she stepped onto the battlefield. With the situation having evolved to this point, Iris Veal finally understood that this was not a joke, but the beginning of a true contest. The chosen venue for the banquet was the castle courtyard garden. The scars from the battle the night before did not extend to this place, so it wasn't embarrassing to entertain guests here. However, Archer was still dissatisfied with it. Choosing such a cramped place for the Banquet of Kings, these mongrels have such poor taste. Archer didn't specifically mention who the mongrels referred to. It could be Ryder, the organizer of the banquet, or Saber, the one providing the venue, or perhaps both of them. Don't say that, Archer. Before Ryder and Saber could speak, Shinji spoke first. This is already the best place in Fuyuki City in terms of environment. There was a luxurious hotel that might have suited your taste, but it was blown up a couple of days ago. Shut up, Magus. Archer arrogantly looked at Shinji with his ruby-like crimson eyes. If you want to speak to me, at least remove your disguise. It's the greatest disrespect to hide your true self in front of a king. Shinji knew Archer's personality and his discerning eye, which was on the same level as Scathatch. He wasn't angry and just humbly bowed. I apologize to the three of you. Due to certain unavoidable circumstances, I cannot reveal my true identity. Please understand. It wasn't difficult to get along with Archer, as long as you didn't confront him and went along with his wishes, making him feel pleased. He wouldn't hold it against you. Your attitude seems sincere enough. I won't pursue your disrespect this time. As expected, Archer snorted and no longer paid attention to Shinji, nor did he mention his dissatisfaction with the venue. Saber and Ryder also displayed the magnanimity of kings, brushing it off with a smile. Ryder casually opened the barrel with his knuckles protruding from his fist, and the rich aroma of red wine immediately filled the air in the courtyard at night. The Banquet of Kings had begun. Also every